shadow knows.
While we're waiting for the first act of the Shadow's latest adventure to begin, I'd like to ask every motorist to do this. Take a ride on the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tire. See for yourself how it grips wet, slippery roads like you never felt a tire grip before. That's because the amazing Silvertown Lifesaver tread acts like a battery of windshield wipers. Sweeps wet roads so dry you can light a match on its tracks. For the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had, equip your car with Goodrich Silvertown tires. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, The Man Who Murdered Time.
Yes, Stuart?
Mr. Cranston, on behalf of all the employees of the club, I wish to thank you for your generous New Year's gift to the personnel.
It's quite all right, Stuart. Happy New Year.
The same to you, sir. And may I thank you, too, Mr. Hughes, for your gift.
You're very welcome, Stuart. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, too.
I wish I could have made it more, Cranston, but it hasn't been a terribly good year for me.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it, Hughes. Oh, by the way, how is Mrs. Hughes feeling these days?
Poorly. Well, the doctors at the sanitarium say she may pull out of it next year. That's why I'm looking forward to the new year so eagerly.
Well, Hughes, if there's anything I can do in the way of financial assistance...
Thanks, old man, but it won't be necessary. I expect to be out of debt very shortly.
Business improving?
No, a trust fund is coming due in 2 weeks. Inheritance from my Uncle Matthew, you know.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it, Hughes. It's 4 o'clock. Well, only 8 hours to a brand new year and new hope for all of us.
Amen to that.
You're coming to my New Year's Eve party tonight, aren't you?
Oh, I meant to tell you, Cranston. I'll be late. I got a call this morning from a second cousin of mine. Wants me to come to see him this evening. Brilliant scientist, but I suspect he's losing his mind.
Oh?
Know what he claims to have invented? A time machine.
A time machine?
Yes, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Well, come, Hughes. Is anything really fantastic in the modern world of science? 30 years ago, the notion that a human voice could circle the Earth without the aid of wires would have been called not only fantastic, but impossible. Radio, electric light, airplanes, all were called fantastic in their time, but today they're accepted facts. Why not the time machine?
Well, I'm from Missouri. Anyway, I'm really going to see my cousin, not because of his alleged invention, but, well, because he's dying.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, the poor chap's got an incurable heart condition. He told me his doctors don't give him more than a few days to live. Well, I've got to be off.
See you tonight, then, Hughes.
Only a miracle will keep me away, Cranston. A miracle like the time machine. Oh, here, Willard. Drink this water. There. Feel better now?
Yes, better used.
Perhaps you'd better get into bed, Willard. Frankly, I didn't expect to find you up and about, dressed to kill.
Dressed to kill. Very good. Such an apt phrase. Well, why not? This is probably the last day of my life.
Well, I'm sure it's not as bad as all that, Willard. If you take care of yourself.
Come, Hughes. I'll never see the new year. That's what you're really thinking. Know what I've done today?
What, Willard?
The things I've wanted to do all my life. Packed them all into this one long, glorious day. I've smoked $2 cigars, eaten the finest foods, bought thousands of dollars worth of completely useless things just for the fun of indulging myself.
Willard, I thought that...
That I'm broke? I am.
Then how did you...
Borrowed, dear cousin. Spent other people's money, incurred enormous debts. Payable next year. Next year, which will never come.
I'm sorry, Willard.
Oh, what are you sorry about? I'm not. Matter of fact, I've just begun to celebrate. And you must join me, Hughes. Absolutely insist. I bought a marvelous sherry today, a rare vintage.
You rang, sir?
Well, you needn't bother.
The sherry, John.
Yes, sir. I have it here, sir.
Fine. Put it on the table.
Shall I pour, sir?
No, I'll do it myself. That's all, John.
Very good.
Here you are, Hughes. Drink hearty.
Thank you.
How do you like it? Nectar. Ambrosia, huh?
It has a peculiar flavor, hasn't it?
Oh, it'll grow on you. Finish it, Hughes. Drink to my last day on Earth.
Oh, no, Willard, not to that.
To my last day on Earth. And yours, my dear cousin.
To my last day?
Hughes, I told you that today I meant to satisfy every ambition I ever had. Well, I've left for the last my greatest ambition of all. To kill you.
To kill me? Why, you're joking.
Think so, Hughes?
But why? What have I ever done to you?
What haven't you done to me? You've been a bone in my throat ever since we were boys together.
I believe you're really
If it
serious.
hadn't been for you, I'd have been Uncle Matthew's fair-haired boy, his favorite, his pet. He would have raised me in luxury instead of you.
You quarreled with him. You were
He
a
would have left me his money, not you, you Judas. You had everything while I starved, scraped, suffered. I've brooded over that, my fine cousin, a whole lifetime. And now, this wonderful day, this last day of the year, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you not once, but 1,000 times. You see that machine in the corner?
I see. Well, let's calm down.
That's my time machine.
Your time machine, yes. I remember your saying.
Do you know what this machine can do? It can prevent the future from happening.
The future from happening. Oh, now, look, Willard, look. Let me call your physician.
Don't be a fool. I'm as sane as you are. That's a scientific machine, not a madman's toy. Do you know how it works? No, of course not. I'll explain it in simple terms. Hughes, what is time?
Why, time is...
Time is like a railroad track. A straight railroad track, Hughes. And the world is a train running along that track. On the track behind us lies yesterday, December 30th. Today, we're traveling along that section of track we call December 31st. And at midnight tonight, the train, you, I, the whole universe, is scheduled to plunge straight ahead into January 1st of the new year. You follow me so far, Hughes?
Yes? What has this to do with your so-called time machine?
Just this. By using a revolutionary principle of physics, my own discovery, my machine bends the straight track of time, curves it so that the time track forms a perfect circle.
Incredible.
You fool, it's a scientific fact. I've done it.
Oh, mad, I say, mad.
Listen to me, Hughes. At midnight tonight, when I turn on the switch, time will instantly be curved back on itself. So that instead of continuing into January 1st, we'll go back 24 hours. We'll live December 31st over again and again and again like a phonograph needle caught in a groove.
You expect me to believe that this day will never end? That you can make December 31st repeat itself forever?
Laugh, you fool. You won't laugh long. Today, I've been especially careful to make it the fullest, happiest day of my life because I'm going to live this wonderful day forever. I'll catch time in that groove and hold it there. The future will never come. I'll never have to pay my debts. Despite my bad heart, I'll never die.
I'll have to be as insane as you to believe that.
Would you like a demonstration?
Playing the farce out to the end, are you? Well, go ahead. Demonstrate.
That's the proper scientific spirit, Hughes. I'll set the machine to affect merely this house and ourselves. What incident of the last half hour do you want me to make repeat itself? Choose.
Oh, the butler and the sheriff.
John and the sherry, eh? Very good. And I want you to bear in mind that just as time will be repeated here in this room for the next few moments, so can I repeat time throughout the whole world, not once, but again and again. Now, let me adjust my machine. There. Now to close the circuit.
You rang, sir?
Really, Willard? You needn't
The
bother.
sherry, John.
Yes, sir. I have it here, sir.
Fine. Put it on the table.
Shall I pour, sir?
No, I'll do it myself. That's all, John.
Very good.
There. The automatic circuit cut us off, and we're back in ordinary time again. Convinced, Hughes?
It can't be. It's impossible. It's a trick, a dream, a nightmare.
You'll be saying that for all eternity.
I'm getting out of here.
Are you, cousin? Try it if you can.
I can't. I'm paralyzed. I can't get out of this chair.
You feel pain now, don't you, Hughes?
Yes, horrible pain.
You shouldn't have drunk the sherry, Hughes. Your glass contained a slow poison, you see.
No, help!
There's an antidote on the table. You see that little green bottle, Hughes, just beyond the reach of your fingers? Isn't it ironic? If you could only move your arm 5 inches. Try. Oh, you can't. Dear me, how very, very sad. All you can do is look at the antidote while you die in agony.
Please, Willard, help me. Help me. I don't want to die.
Just a little while now, cousin, a little while. It's almost midnight. You'll die just before midnight. And then I'll turn on my machine. Set it to affect the whole world forever. And time all over the world will snap back 24 hours. Everybody in the world will live December 31st over again and again, forever and ever. You too, you.
No.
You'll visit me again. Drink the poison cherry again. Die again. Live again. Die again.
Oh, Lamont, this party of yours is the loveliest New Year's Eve party I ever attended.
Margot, you danced beautifully.
Thanks, Lamont.
I wonder what's happened to yours. He said he'd be late, but I didn't think...
Hold it, everybody. Here comes the new year.
Happy New Year, Lamont.
Not yet, Margot. 8, 9, 10, 11...
Why, Lamont, where are we? I'm still in your arms dancing with you, but it's not the party, the New Year's Eve party in your apartment. How could that be?
I don't know, Margot.
What was that awful crash?
I don't know. But look around you, Margot. We're dancing in the Honolulu Club.
But we were dancing in the Honolulu Club right here last night. Last night at midnight. I mean, 24 hours ago. Oh, I don't know what I mean.
Keep dancing with me, Margot. I've got to figure this out. It seems like a dream, and yet...
That's it, Lamont. It's a dream. I dreamed through the whole day, December 31st, right up to midnight. Then that crash, and I woke up here in the Honolulu Club.
Margot, it wasn't a dream, I tell you.
Then what was it, Lamont?
I don't know. But something's gone wrong, Margot. Something's gone wrong with the whole world.
But everything seems all right, Lamont.
Margot, hold on to me. Don't let go. Let's walk back to our table.
All right, but I don't understand.
Keep holding on to me. Margot, do you remember last night, just about this time, as we were dancing, a waiter accidentally dropped a whole tray full of dishes?
Why, yes, that's so, Lamont. Lamont, it's happened. He dropped it just as he did last night.
Yes. I see it all now, Margot. We actually lived through December 31st. We, everybody, the whole world. But just as the last stroke of midnight came, something happened to time.
Time?
Yes. Time snapped back 24 hours. Instead of going on to January 1st, the world went back to the first moment of December 31st.
But nobody else seems to realize what's happened.
Yes, that is strange. Apparently everybody's forgotten that they lived through the last day of the year.
Why do we remember?
Margot, I believe that the same power that makes me invisible to others has something to do with this.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Years ago in India, I was studying with the yogi priests. I developed my powers of concentration, my power of will, to such an extent that apparently this accident of time doesn't affect me. How long I'll be able to fight against it, I don't know.
But I haven't your power, Lamont. Why do I remember, too?
Margot, because at the instant time flashed back, you happened to be dancing with me. You were in my arms, within the aura of my will, my influence.
No.
Just so long as you're touching me, you'll remember, too.
Oh, Lamont, I can't believe it. I can't.
Well, then try it. Let go of me. Go on, let go, Margot.
Well, all right. Yes, Lamont. You remember the Higgins, don't you?
Margot.
Yes, that's the family.
Margot,
Well, they're very
Margot,
anxious
listen to
that
me.
you and I go south of
Margot.
this year. What am I saying? What happened? Oh, Lamont, you're holding me again.
Margot, the instant you let go of me, you said exactly what you said 24 hours before. When I grabbed you, you snapped back, free of the new time spell.
Then it's true. Oh, Lamont, I'm afraid. Don't let go of me.
Steady, Margot.
Oh, but it's horrible. People will go on living through December 31st to eternity, never knowing, never realizing. Lamont, there'll never be a New Year.
You're absolutely right. Unless this can be stopped.
But how can anyone stop it? Nothing human could have caused a thing like this to happen.
I'm not so sure, Margot. Hughes told me that a cousin of his, a brilliant scientist, claimed to have invented a time machine. That cousin of Hughes may be responsible for what's happened to time.
But who is this man? Where does he live?
Hughes didn't say. I'll have to find him some way. And when I do, Margot, it'll be as the Shadow. Perhaps the Shadow will be able to switch time back to normal. Bring the new year to a world doomed to live a day which never ends.
In just a minute, the curtain rises on Act 2 of The Shadow's adventure. Meanwhile, a word to you motorists. Do you slow down passing a school? Do you pass other cars on a hill? Do you come to a full stop at street intersections?
The Shadow wonders. The terrific toll of deaths and injuries indicates that too many motorists fail to exercise caution, fail to consider the other fellow. Play safe. It pays.
And motorists, here's one thing more. If you only realized the importance that safe tires, too, play in safe motoring, you wouldn't hesitate a minute to put the new Goodrich Safety Silvertowns with the Lifesaver tread on your car. For remember, this new Silvertown is much more than a new tire. It's a new kind of tire safety. On the inside, it has the famous blowout protection of the Goodrich Golden Ply. And on the outside, it has the amazing new Lifesaver tread. The tread that sweeps wet roads so dry, you can actually light a match on its track. Yes, sir, that's plenty dry. So it's hardly surprising that Silvertowns will give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had.
Margot, keep holding on to me.
I will, Lamont. We can walk. My apartment isn't far. Oh, why don't you let me come with you?
No, Margot. This is the Shadow's job. It may be dangerous. I want you to be safe.
Safe in a world gone mad? Oh.
Watch yourself. The streets are slippery with ice. Here, hold on to me more tightly. We'll cross here.
What happened? Hit my cab. Hey, here comes a cop. Somebody call an ambulance. That woman's hurt. Oh, how awful.
Come on. Do you remember, Margot? Last night? On this very spot?
Same taxi, the same corner. Same poor woman struck down. It's happened all over again.
Yes, Margot. And it'll happen all over again every 24 hours from now until doomsday.
Oh, it's frightening. Look at that woman over and over.
Unless I can put time back on its track, Margot. I must. Let's hurry.
Oh, look at that poor man shivering in the doorway there. He hasn't even an overcoat.
He looks hungry, poor devil. Margot, remember last night? In a moment, he'll step out of that doorway and ask me for a dime.
Excuse me, mister. Could you give me a dime for a cup of coffee? I'm so cold, I'm freezing. Oh, thanks. Thanks, mister.
There's one thing I'm glad of, Lamont. He doesn't know. He doesn't know he's doomed to shiver and freeze and starve like that forever. And millions like him. Millions of unfortunates shivering and starving all over the world tonight.
That machine. I must find that machine. Well, here we are, Margot.
Don't bother to take me up. There's so much for you to do. So much, Lamont. The doorman will let me in. It's exactly the same time we got home last night.
Good evening, Miss Lane. Bad night, ain't it?
Hurry, Lamont. Find Hughes's cousin.
Since time's repeating himself.
Well, I always say when...
Hughes will meet me in the afternoon at my club, just as he met me yesterday. We'll talk as we talk then. Perhaps he'd be able to tell me...
Lamont, what's the matter? You're so pale suddenly.
It's funny, I felt weak just then. As if my strength of my will were fading away. Could it be that I,
Lamont,
too...
you mustn't. You've got to be strong. The world needs your strength.
Let go of me, Margot.
All right.
You're draining my power, my strength away. Let go.
The wind is very biting, Miss Lane.
Yes, it is. Fred, will you take me up to my apartment?
Yes, sure, Miss Lane.
Gone. Safe upstairs. Goodbye, Margot. Until tomorrow. Tomorrow ever comes.
Mr. Cranston, on behalf of all the employees of the club, I wish to thank you for your generous New Year's gift to the
Listen to me.
personnel.
Can't you hear? Don't you understand what I'm saying to you?
And may I thank you, too, Mr. Hughes, for your gift.
You're very welcome, Stewart. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Stewart, stop.
I wish I could have made it more, Cranston, but it hasn't been a terribly good year for
Hughes,
me.
let me take your hand. You're merely repeating what you said 24 hours ago.
Fully, though
Now
the
listen to me.
doctors say she may pull out of it.
Who is your
next year.
cousin?
That's why
Who
I'm
is he?
looking
Where
forward
does he
to
live?
the New Year so eagerly.
Oh, hopeless. He's not attuned to my will. I'll have to follow him. Make him lead me to this cousin of his,
Expect
to the
to be
time
out
machine.
of debt very shortly.
I must concentrate. My willpower seems to be failing. I must hold on until Hughes visits his cousin.
Convinced, Hughes?
Can't be. It's impossible, Willard. It's a trick, a dream, a nightmare.
You'll be saying that for all eternity.
I'm getting out of here.
Are you, cousin? Try to if you can.
I can't. I'm paralyzed. I can't get out of this chair.
Hughes, you can.
You're
not paralyzed.
pain now,
Yes.
don't you, Hughes?
Yes, horrible pain.
Hughes, there is no pain.
You
None.
shouldn't have drunk the
Hughes,
chair,
hear me.
Hughes. Your glass contained the slow poison.
No,
you see.
no, help! Help!
I have helped you, Hughes. You were not poisoned. I substituted this antidote for the poison in the glass of sherry Willard handed you. You're not poisoned, I tell you. Exert your will. Attune it to mine. Try to get out of that chair. Here. Hold me. Hold me. Now try. I've broken the grip of the time spell a little. I made something happen that didn't happen yesterday. You did something just now you didn't do then. You drank the antidote instead of the poison. Try, Hughes.
I heard a voice. A voice. But there's no one here. No one but... Try, it said. Chair. Out of chair. I'm standing. I'm free. Free.
Thank the Lord. Hughes, can you hear me now?
Who are you? Who are you? I see only Willard. I don't think he sees me. I feel someone holding me. Who are you?
Never mind who I am, Hughes. Get out of this house at once. Go to the home of your friend, Lamont Cranston.
Yes.
You are to attend the New Year's Eve party there. Remember?
Yes. I seem to remember.
Go now, Hughes. You don't need me to hold you now. I will you to go.
Yes.
A little while now, cousin. A little while. It's almost midnight. You'll die just before midnight. Where am I? Who is that?
You feel my power now, Willard. I'm holding you fast. Fast, do you hear? My will. Submit to my will. It dominates you. It snatches you from the field of that evil time spell you cast over the world.
I'm powerless in the grip of some invisible force. And it speaks. Who are you? Who?
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow.
Dr. Willard, you are guilty of the greatest crime ever perpetrated against mankind. You thought to condemn the rest of the world to an eternity of cold and darkness and suffering.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
You wanted an eternal life of pleasure, of evil. You tried to stave off forever the death that hung over you like a sword.
I don't want to die.
To satisfy your selfishness, you tried to, you did break the laws of nature. And so you must be punished, Dr. Willard. Punished?
How?
In a moment, I shall smash your devilish time machine, reduce it to splinters and scrap. And the instant the machine is smashed, time will snap back to normal. Instantaneously, time will take up where it left off when you put the machine into operation. And so will come what you thought to destroy forever. The new year. The blessed new year that means new hope and happiness for the good and the innocent people of the world. While for you, it will bring what God decreed for you. Death.
No, don't smash the machine. Give me one more day of life, just one, and I'll smash it myself.
Not 1 hour, not 1 minute, not 1 second.
Don't let me die.
New Year, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. The New Year. At last.
Why, Hughes! Oh, I'm sorry to be late, Cranston. I don't know what happened to me. I feel as if I just woke up from a bad dream. I found myself running up here.
Mr. Hughes, you're ill.
No, he's all right, Margot. You are all right, aren't you, Hughes?
I guess I am. What time is it?
It's just past 12 o'clock, Mr. Hughes. Happy New Year.
New Year? Yes. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Hughes. Happy New Year.
As a matter of fact, Lamont, it seems to me I had a dream, too. The strangest sort of dream.
Perhaps you did, Margot.
Well, anyway, Happy New Year, Lamont.
Happy New Year.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, one of the Shadow's most thrilling adventures, Murder from the Grave.
That's him there, walking towards the corner. Yeah. Pulling closer to the curb. Okay. Wait till we're right beside him, see? Yeah, I know. All right. Let him have it.
Right over here, Doc.
All right.
Well, here he is, what there is left of him.
Yeah. They did a pretty complete job, officer.
Yeah, he must have stopped every slug they threw at him. He's still breathing, though, and I don't know why.
Well, we better get him to the hospital at once. Here, give me a hand with him, will you?
Okay, but it looks to me like a waste of time. Well, what's the story, Doc?
DOA officer. Dead on arrival.
Yeah, I figured that. Well, better make out a report.
You want to send him to the city morgue or hold him here at the hospital?
I'll check headquarters and find out.
Yes. Gangster, isn't he?
Might say so.
Do you recognize him at all?
Well, now, how can I answer that? The guy ain't got hardly no face left, has he?
Good evening, Dr. Henry.
Oh, hello, Dr. Metzger. What brings you down here to the receiving room?
Just keeping in touch with the activities of the hospital. Well, what have you there?
A gang shooting, Doctor.
He seems to be well perforated.
Yes. Especially the face. It's been just about shot away.
Yes, so I see.
He died on the way to the hospital.
So, mind if I have a look at him?
No, Doctor. No, go ahead.
I'm going to use your phone, Doc. I'll be right back.
All right, officer.
Dr. Henry.
Yes?
Did I understand you to say that you have pronounced this man dead?
Why, yes, Doctor.
I'm afraid you were mistaken.
What?
This man is still alive.
Well, Dr. Metzger, I couldn't feel any pulse, no heartbeat.
He is alive. Ring for the elevator at once.
But, Doctor, I tell you...
say, this man is to be brought to my laboratory. Hurry, Doctor. There's no time to lose.
Dr. Henry speaking.
Hello, this is Dr. Metzger.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
That patient, man who was brought to my laboratory, is alive and can be saved.
Why, that's unbelievable, Doctor.
Nevertheless, it is true.
But what about his face? His face has been shot away.
I intend to give him a new face. Now, listen to me, Dr. Henry. I want a general order given to all in the hospital that I am not to be disturbed for the next 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
All of my meals and any surgical instruments or supplies that I might need are to be left outside of my door for that period. You understand?
Yes, Dr. Metzger.
If these orders are carried out, I can tell you now, Henry, that in 6 weeks' time, I will bring forth a man who is whole again.
Doggone it, Jack. I just can't help it. Old man curiosity is getting the better of him.
And you've got to find out what goes on in Metzger's laboratory. Is that it?
Yes. He's been in there almost 6 weeks now, Jack. Imagine almost 6 weeks without telling anyone how his experiment is progressing.
Say, does anyone even know if the patient is still alive?
Yes, we do know that much. Metzger sent word to that effect to Doc Hawkins yesterday.
Look, Sherlock, how do you plan to get into the laboratory?
Well, when Metzger opens the door for this tray of food, I'll just walk in with him, that's all.
Good luck.
Yes, I'll need it. Knock on the door for me, will you?
Sure.
Who is there?
Your food tray, Dr. Metzger.
Oh, thank you.
Where do you want me to put...
1 moment. You believe the tray with me, Dr. Henry.
I was just going
You
to put...
were just going to try to gain entrance to my laboratory. I'm aware of your intense curiosity, Henry. A curiosity that is shared by everyone else in this hospital. Well, you can tell them all for me that my experiment is nearing completion.
Very well, Doctor.
If they wish, they may come here to my laboratory tomorrow at noon. And I shall reveal to them my finished product.
I don't know what we're waiting for.
Dr. Metzger asked us all to be here at noon today. It's now 1:15. I, for one, see no reason for waiting around any longer.
You're right, Henry.
Well, what do we do?
Well, we'll let him know we're here. Dr. Metzger. Dr. Metzger.
Why doesn't he answer?
Well, there's only one way to find that out. Let's start trying to get in. The door isn't locked. I'll go look for him. Dr. Metzger. Dr. Metzger.
He must be in there. He's not out here.
Look. Come here, all of you.
What is it?
Look, there on the floor.
Oh, holy.
It's Metzger.
He's dead.
Yes. And it looks like murder.
His face has been slashed.
Look, here on the floor. A broken mirror.
Where's the patient? The man he was working on?
There was no one else in this room when I came in.
Well, then he's gone.
Yes. But not before he murdered Dr. Metzger.
And since that time, Lamont, the police have learned nothing.
Well, that's understandable, Dr. Hawkins. They really have nothing to work on.
You have no idea what this Mr. X looks like, have you, Dr. Hawkins?
No, we haven't, Margot. Dr. Metzger did a plastic job on his face, changed it completely. That's all we know.
Well, it's been 24 hours since the killing. The man has had ample time to get away and cover up his tracks.
Yes.
I don't see how Lamont can do any more than the police have done, Doctor.
I didn't ask Lamont to come here for that purpose, Margot.
Oh, no?
No, I discovered something in Dr. Metzger's laboratory that I haven't even told the police about.
Well, why not?
because it's something too fantastic for them to believe.
Oh, what is it, Doctor?
Metzger's personal notebook, in which he recorded the progress of his experiment. I have it right here.
Well, what does this notebook contain?
Well, the first entry was written the night the patient arrived in the hospital. Dr. Metzger wrote in the notebook at that time.
Tonight, I have at last been given the opportunity that I have been so patiently waiting for. The perfect subject for my experiment is at this very moment lying on the table before me. I have given him the first injection of the solution. The reaction was most successful. Now the real work begins.
What does all that mean, Dr. Hawkins?
You'll learn later, Lamont. Just as I learned as I read further into the notes. The next entry of any importance came a week later. At that time, the doctor wrote,
Everything is progressing satisfactorily. Today, the patient has sufficient strength for me to begin the plastic work. I have found that best results can be obtained by giving injections of the solution every 24 hours. This is most important. Any period of time beyond this is dangerous.
Well, what is the solution that he keeps talking about?
I'm coming to that, Margot. I'll skip over the entries that follow. They deal mainly with a growing conflict between the patient and Metzger. A note of regret creeps into his writing. You sense that he's almost sorry for the work that he's done. Eventually, this conflict flames to open hatred. And in the last entry, written the night before he died, Dr. Metzger wrote,
May heaven have mercy on me for ever conceiving this work that I have done. The patient has now reverted to the vicious being that he has always been. Instead of having gratitude for what I have done, he shows only resentment. Tomorrow morning, I shall remove the bandages that cover his face. He has threatened me that if he is not pleased with my work, dire consequences will result. This, then, is the fruit of my labor. This is the price I pay for my great discovery. My discovery of a solution that literally brought a dead man back to life again. A solution with which...
So that's it. That was the secret solution.
Yes.
But that's unbelievable, Dr. Hawkins. A solution that brings the dead back to life?
Metzger was a great scientist. Nothing was impossible to him.
Well, where's the solution now?
I couldn't find it. I've searched everywhere in the laboratory.
Then it's evident that the patient, knowing about it, took it with him.
I'm afraid so.
Well, I'd say you had good cause for alarm, Doctor. This killer who is now at large is a man returned from the dead. A man without a soul.
Yes, that's true. But tell me, Lamont, have you gotten any clues from what you've just learned?
Only one. The broken mirror that was found near the doctor's body. Obviously, this mirror must have been shattered by the missing man.
Well, why do you say that?
He must have broken it in rage when he first saw his new face. Metzger must have made him sufficiently horrible to bring on this rage. So we have only one clue to work on. A man with an incredibly ugly face.
Dr. Hawkins! Dr. Hawkins!
What is it? What is it? Come in.
Dr. Hawkins, something terrible has happened.
What's wrong?
In the morgue. The hospital morgue, just a few minutes ago.
What happened?
A man with a gun came in. Forced me to take one of the bodies. A dead body out to a car.
What?
I had to obey.
Why didn't you call out for help?
I was about to until I saw his face. His face, Dr. Hawkins. It was the most frightening thing I've ever seen. It wasn't human.
Doctor, I'd say our killer has made his first move. And I fear that it won't be his last.
While we're waiting for the curtain to rise in Act 2 of Murder from the Grave, I want to ask you something. When the summer months come, what are you going to do for a supply of hot water? Would you be able to have all the hot water you want, when you want it? And will it be available at a cost within your budget? This is an important problem in many homes. That's why today, the Blue Coal Dealers of America are offering the latest in low-cost hot water heating equipment. They've given you the Blue Coal Automatic Heat Regulator. They've given you the John Barclay Home Heating Service. And now, in 1941, the same Blue Coal dealers bring you the equipment that provides all the low-cost hot water you want. Yes, the new Blue Coal Deluxe Water Heater that works automatically gives you more clean hot water than you can use. Think of it. Now, at last, you can have an abundant supply of clean hot water heated at just the right temperature and whenever you want it, all summer long. Phone your neighborhood dealer tomorrow and ask him about this new Blue Coal Deluxe water heater. Remember, it will pay for itself in savings over the usual cost of summer hot water. And remember, too, when it comes to keeping your home warm and comfortable, there's no other fuel like Blue Coal. Give your dealer a call in the morning. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
All right. Put the slip in the car.
Yes, sir.
We're getting to be regular customers, ain't we?
Why do you do this? Why do you want these bodies?
You'll find out. Everybody will find out very soon. This ain't our last visit to you, Mr. Morkeeper. You'll be seeing us again.
No, you'll get me into trouble.
Shut up. All right, Eddie, step on the gas. Let's get out of here.
Extra, another gangster's body kidnapped from the morgue here.
That particular pendant will cost you $2,000.
Oh, I
There we are. All of you. This is a stick-up.
What do you want with us? We can't get away with this.
No. Just watch us. Grab them rings, Eddie. Aye. Phil, take that tray of bracelets.
Okay.
That's all we need here. Wait a minute, boys. Before we blow, we ought to let the folks have a look at us for purposes of identification. Take off your mask, boys.
No, they're not you. Oh, how horrible.
We ain't very pretty, are we? Well, nobody is. Once they've been dead. Look, only 3 guards for a payroll over $100,000. Cut them off, Eddie. Squeeze them into the curb. Right. Good work. Come on, boys.
What do you guys think you're trying to do?
You'll find out soon enough, Buster.
You men stay where you are. We've got a Tommy gun here.
Go ahead and use it, brother. Go ahead.
All right. You ask for it. Look. The bullets don't have any effect on them. They're still coming toward me over the
Don't you know better than to shoot at a mob that's already been dead? Let them have it, boys.
Margot, the entire city has been terrorized by this mob of, ghouls. That's all you can call them.
Lamont, do you honestly believe that this gang consists of the dead men who were kidnapped from the different morgues?
Yes, Margot. There's no doubt of it. They've been sustained by Dr. Metzger's life-giving solution.
Oh, how horrible.
And so far, no one has been able to learn just where this gang is hiding out.
Well, what can be done, Lamont?
Well, one of the mob was captured by the police this afternoon. They've got him in the city jail.
Did he reveal anything?
No, he refused to talk. That is, to the police. But I have an idea that I might be able to get something from him.
I think I know what you mean, Lamont.
I think you do. I'm paying a little visit to his cell as the Shadow.
Why don't they come for me? They know the cops have got me. Why don't they come? What was that?
So, your friends have deserted you, eh?
Who's talking to me? I must be getting stir crazy. I don't see nobody.
You're not stir crazy. I've merely made myself invisible to you.
You made yourself invisible? Oh, I get it. The shadows paid me a visit.
That's quite correct.
What are you doing here?
I've come to talk to you, to learn something about you and your companions.
Save your talk. I ain't saying nothing.
I know the horrible secret that you and your gang possess. The power that you have to bring life to the bodies of those already dead.
How'd you learn? Where'd you ever dream up an idea like that?
I followed the activities of your leader from the day he killed Dr. Metzger and stole the life-giving solution.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. You're being foolish enough to remain loyal to your mob after they've deserted you.
That ain't true.
Then why haven't they tried to get you out of this jail? Certainly they must know that you'll soon need another injection of the serum.
What are you talking about?
I learned from Dr. Metzger's own journal that the life-giving solution must be injected every 24 hours. To go beyond this period without it means a return to the dead.
No, you're just trying to scare me.
How long has it been since you received your last treatment?
Yesterday. Just about this time.
Then its effect should be wearing off right now. We must act quickly. Tell me where the hideout is. And after dealing with your friends, I promise to bring back enough of the serum to keep you alive.
Are you sure you ain't handing me no line?
I swear it.
Now, tell me the secret hiding place and just how many men there are.
Okay. About the men. The boss has only 2 henchmen left now. Phil and Marty. It's been getting harder to make snatches from the morgue. And besides, the boss don't want to waste the serum on us dead ones anyway. Only 2 days ago, he let one of the boys go back to the grave without a shot from the hypo. And believe me, Shadow, his face wasn't pretty to see.
Quickly now. Where's the hideout?
The hideout? Well, it's... Hey, what's happening to me? I got a funny feeling in my head.
Quickly, man, quickly.
Like buzzing.
Tell me where the hideout is. How much better for them to have left you untouched after death had claimed you the first time. Well, Margot, we're certain of one thing.
What's that, Lamont?
That our Mr. X, having built up his mob from the remains of notorious gangsters, is now finding it difficult to get bodies of gangsters who, before they died, knew their trade.
Correct.
Also, he's obviously running low on Dr. Metzger's solution. He's letting his lesser helpers die without giving them injections.
Correct again.
Well, then, here's my plan. I'm going to ask Commissioner Weston to plant a story in all the newspapers that a notorious out-of-town gang leader, Dutch Carson, has just been killed by the police.
Who's Dutch Carson, Lamont?
A Middle Western mobster who dropped out of sight about a year ago.
Well, why are you doing all this?
To attract the attention of Mr. X. Then I shall arrange with the commissioner to be taken to the city morgue and be placed on a slab as the body of the dead Dutch Carson. And unless I'm badly mistaken, Margot, within 24 hours, the 3 missing ghouls will be back in their graves, and this time for good.
Ready to stretch out on the slab, Mr. Cranston?
All right, Tom.
You know, you're the first live stiff I ever had in here.
Well, I hope I remain that way.
Yeah.
And will you cover me over with a sheet, please?
Sure. Hey, what's going to happen when these fellas find out you ain't a dead one, much less the missing Dutch Carson?
Well, now, Tom, it's something I'd rather worry about when it happens, if you don't mind.
Well, I'm here to tell you I wouldn't touch your job.
Quiet.
Huh?
I hear footsteps outside the door.
Yeah, somebody's there. Who are you?
Take a look at me, Pop. That ought to answer your question.
You come again.
Yeah, I told you I'd be paying you another visit.
What do you want?
I want the body of Dutch Carson. I got a little job he's going to do for me. Phil. Mix up a shot of the solution.
Hey, it ain't time yet, boss. We don't need none for another hour.
It ain't for us, stupid. It's for a new guy I just snatched out of the morgue. I got him in the next room.
Yeah, but we're running low on this stuff.
Mix it up, I said. We can use this guy. He's valuable.
Huh? Who is he?
Dutch Carson.
Oh, yeah. I don't know him, but I heard of him. He's,
Well, I don't know him either. But he was supposed to be one of the smarter boys in the Middle West until he disappeared about a year ago.
What happened to him?
I don't know, but what's important now is that we've got his body in the next room. Hey, what's that? What's going on out there?
Come on, get inside, you.
Hey, why'd you bring that dame in here, Marty?
Well, I caught her snooping around outside trying to look in the window. Maybe she was trying to cop a quick look at a couple of dead men, eh, boss?
Interesting. What's the idea, girlie?
Well, it was just Oh, your face.
Find something wrong with it?
You're the one. You're the one that killed Dr. Metzger.
Also interesting. Where'd you get your information?
Let me out of here.
Not a chance. Now sit down like a lady like this.
You can't push me around like that.
No, well, I'm giving you a pretty good imitation, ain't I? Now, what were you doing outside? Who sent you here?
Oh, you're so clever. Why don't you find out?
Who sent you here? Answer me.
Oh, stop it. You're hurting me. Lamont.
And
Lamont.
that won't do you no good, sister.
Lamont. Where is he? What have you done with him?
I asked you a question. Wait a minute. Done with who? Who are you talking about?
You brought him here. What have you done with him?
Hey, she must mean the stiff inside.
Now, what is this? Who'd you bring here, boss?
The body of Dutch Carson. Why?
Dutch Carson?
Yeah, I snatched him from the morgue. You heard of him, Marty?
Heard of him? Are you kidding? A year ago, I buried Dutch Carson a load of concrete at the bottom of a river.
I see.
Hey, then who did you bring here, boss?
I don't know. Hold on to this dame.
Yeah.
I'm soon going to find out. He's gone. The body is gone.
It's a trap. The cops are behind this.
Yeah, one thing is sure. The guy is still in the house. Marty, go out and look around the grounds.
Okay, boss.
And now, if you don't mind.
But I do mind. You're staying right here.
No, keep away from
Give
me.
me that knife, Phil.
No.
Gladly, boss. Here you are.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to carve that pretty face of yours to ribbons.
No, don't. No, don't. Keep away.
Get ready, sister. Who laughed?
Not quite so fast, Mr. X.
Hey, what's happening?
You're not touching that girl.
Hey, who done that? Who knocked that knife out of my hand?
I did, Mr. X.
Who's speaking? Where's that voice coming from?
It's coming from the shadow.
The shadow, eh? Well, now, Shadow, this is one time you've stubbed your toe. Because even you can't do anything to dead men.
You're wrong, Mr. X, because I know that you need an injection of Dr. Metzger's solution every 24 hours in order to continue living.
Yeah, and we aim to continue getting it.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What do you mean by that, boss?
I mean that I now possess the solution. You see?
Look, the bottle hanging there in midair. He's got the solution.
Give me that bottle, Shadow.
Oh, no. This is my hold on you, gentlemen. And I shall keep it until your allotted time expires. I shall watch you return to the dead again.
Get away from him, boss, quick.
I'll get it all right. We may not be able to see you, Shadow, but we can see the bottle.
Boss, put that gun away. That ain't the way to do it. Oh, now you've done it.
You hit the wrong target, Mr. X.
Oh, you broke it, boss. You broke the bottle. It spilled all over the floor.
I didn't mean to hit the bottle. I wanted to plug him.
The cops.
You'd better give up, Mr. X.
Oh, no, we ain't giving up. We still got another hour to live, Shadow. And a lot can be done in that time. We're going to rip this town wide open just for luck.
Wait. You're staying here.
Yeah, try and stop us.
Margot, they've got an hour to spread the greatest terror this city has ever seen. I've got to stop them.
We ain't got much time, boss. Looking back, Marty's gone already.
Yeah, I know, Phil.
Will we look as bad as that when we return to the dead?
We'll never know. Besides, right now, we got a little fun ahead of us. Now, when we get to town, shoot and keep shooting at anybody who gets in our way. They're going to remember us when we get done, Phil.
Okay, boss. Hey, watch your driving. This is a narrow bridge.
You know, something's pulling the wheel.
What?
I can't straighten it out.
You'll never straighten it out, Mr. X.
Shadow. How did he get here?
I've been with you since you left your hideout, gentlemen.
Hey, let go of the wheel, Shadow.
So that you can carry on your campaign of ruthless killing? Oh, no.
Hey, he's trying to steer us into the river. Where is he?
He must be on the running board. Hey, let go, Shadow.
Don't be a fool, Shadow. If we drown, you'll drown too.
That's not as important as the lives of the innocent people you're planning to kill.
Phil, I can't hold the wheel much longer.
Stop the car! Stop the car!
Too late. It's too late.
But, Lamont, you might have been drowned, along with your ghostly friends.
I certainly might have been, Margot. But fortunately, I threw myself into the car before it went over the bridge.
You know, Lamont, I've become very attached to you. Oh, don't think for a minute that all our mad exploits together haven't been fun. But I wish that for a while, at least, we could have a calm, peaceful existence.
And we shall have, Margot. We shall have.
Mm-hmm. Well, nonetheless, I'm sure you'll forgive me if I hang on to my hat when we start out again next week.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. Characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. And now, fresh from the records of the New York General Sessions Court, we bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. New York City, December 13th, 1940. Stephen Fleming passes bad check in business deal. Crime, grand larceny in the second degree.
New York City, April 1st, 1941. Stephen Fleming sentenced to serve 15 years to life in state's prison. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. Who knows?
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Winter is just around the corner. The cool nights and quick drops in temperature we've already had are reminders to fill your coal bin now. And especially this year, it's well to start the season with a big supply. The producers of blue coal foresee no shortage whatsoever of this finest of all hard coal. But present unsettled conditions make it wise to be prepared. Don't wait. Don't put off ordering. Call your neighborhood dealer tomorrow and order your winter supply of blue coal. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Dragon Tongue Murders.
Let us listen now to a crime being born. Let us listen to the devious, insidious reasons for its inception. First, let us go to the apartment of one Jerry Post, fashionable young playboy. Jerry Post is entertaining a visitor, an unwelcome visitor.
Get me that money.
Now, Max, be reasonable. Where can I get $25,000?
What about your mother? Ask her for the money.
No, my mother doesn't think very much of me. She disapproved of my gambling, and this isn't the first time I've been in a spot. Max, you've got to give me more time.
Your time is 10 days from today. Are you going to do something about it?
Perhaps things can be arranged.
One spoke is in the wheel of fate. One dagger closer to its resting place. Now let us see the second. It is Jerry's sister, Barbara Post, this time. She is talking to her fiancé, Jack Norcott.
Jack, how can you treat me this way?
Better dry your eyes, Barbara. Tears never move me.
But you said you loved me, and you wanted to marry me. You did say that, didn't you?
All right, Barbara, all right. Let's be frank about this whole business. My father has warned me that if I were to marry into the Post family, there'd be no more money from him. You told me that you have no money until your mother dies. Now, the best thing for us to do is just forget the whole...
No money until my mother dies.
What? What did you say?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Perhaps things can be arranged.
It is said in the Orient that the apple of death falls into 3 equal parts. Let us now taste of the third part. Thomas Miller, twin brother to Mrs. Post, is calling on an old friend, the Oriental merchant Wu Long.
And what propitious happening has brought you to my humble shop, honorable sir?
My sister returns from the Orient tomorrow, Wu Long.
With her she brings rare jewel called Light of Orient. Is that not so, Mr. Thomas Miller?
How do you know that?
I know. 150 years ago, jewel was stolen from sacred temple of Tai-E-La. We of the Wu family have dedicated our lives to its return. Thus far, all have failed.
And perhaps you can succeed where others have failed. I can help you, and you can help me.
Continue, honorable sir.
I hate my sister. I hate her. All my life she's dominated me. She's been the strong one. I've been the weak. My own twin sister has always been my greatest enemy.
It is said that the serpent hates the serpent.
When my father died, he left the managing of the estate to her. She's doled out an allowance to me as though I were a poor relation. But with your help, I can change all this.
I see. I am to send your twin sister to meet her ancestors. And in return...
You will have the jewel, the Light of the Orient.
I must respectfully beg you to change plan.
What?
I will not engage in murder of your sister, Mrs. Post.
But the jewel. You will get the jewel.
Not even for most beautiful, most sacred jewel, Mr. Thomas Miller.
All right, Wulong. With your aid or without your aid, perhaps things can be arranged.
Margot, this is going to be one awful weekend for me.
Oh, please, Lamont. You don't know what this means to me. To write an article about that famous Emerald Light of the Orient for Style and Fashion magazines. Why, it's practically a journalistic scoop. Do you realize that if Mrs. Post hadn't known my Aunt Augusta at Vassar...
Margot, do you realize what a bunch of characters these Posts are?
Well, they have been rather prominent in the scandal sheet.
Prominent is putting it mildly. They're all a bit, well, let's call it peculiar. Take Mrs. Post's twin brother, Thomas Miller, for example. It's a well-known fact that he hates his sister like poison. And then there's that good-for-nothing adopted son, Jerry Post. He's been in more scrapes than you can
shake a stick at?
Yeah. And Barbara, the daughter.
She's adopted, too.
I know. And she falls in love regularly and always with the wrong man.
Well, she's engaged to a very nice young man now. His name is Jack Norcott, and Mrs. Post approves of him.
How do you know that?
Mrs. Post told me. I caught her just as she was going through the customs when her ship docked. At first, she refused to talk to me because she thought I was a reporter. But after I mentioned...
That Aunt Augusta went to Vassar with her?
Yes, how'd you know?
I'm psychic. Go on.
Oh. Well, I explained how important it was for me to get a story about this Light of the Orient. So she asked me out for the weekend, and... Oh, I hope she won't mind.
Mind what?
My bringing you with me. She's very
Doesn't
abrupt.
she know I'm coming?
No. I didn't think of it till later.
How nice. Lamont Cranston, the uninvited guest.
Miss Lane, I've never seen you before in my life. If you don't leave immediately, I shall feel it my duty to turn you over to the authorities. Huh?
You see, Margot? You not only forgot to inform Mrs. Post about my arrival, but you also forgot to tell her you were coming.
But Lamont...
You now, will you please leave?
But don't you remember...
There is no need to continue this farce, Miss Lane.
Mrs. Post, I'm sorry that you don't remember our meeting at the pier yesterday. Let's go, Lamont.
Oh, forgive me, Mrs. Post.
Yes, Face Hahn.
But you surely cannot have forgotten Miss Lane. Everything she has related about meeting at pier yesterday and subsequent invitation is quite true.
What? Yes, Face Hahn. You're right. That's quite true. You see, I suffer from lapse of memory at times. Please make yourselves at home here. Face Hahn, my companion, will show you to your rooms. Please forgive me.
Well, what do you say, Lamont? Shall we stay or not?
Well,
Please stay. There is much danger, and I fear for my mistress' life.
Danger?
Mr. Cranston, there are several who will profit by my mistress' death. Both her adopted children, Mr. Jerry and Miss Barbara, need money, and my mistress has refused. Only by her death can money be obtained through legacy.
And the uncle, what's his name?
Thomas Miller.
Yes, what about him?
He, too, has quarreled with my mistress and has refused even to stay in the same house with her. He has gone down to stay in small guest house at other end of the estate.
So, we have 3 potential murderers living close to the scene of a crime about to happen, eh?
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, please, not say that. So much evil has befallen this family name already.
I've warned you, Jerry.
It's true, isn't it, Barbara? I knew that Norcott guy was only after the Post millions.
I could kill you for that.
You could kill... Who are you?
Mr. Jerry and Miss Barbara, this is Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston, guests of your mother.
Guests? We don't want guests here.
Hope you enjoyed the little family scene you just witnessed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Post, but we couldn't help overhearing you. What's that?
Oh, yes, Miss Hayes.
Oh, yes. I found this in my room.
A dagger. Here, let me see it.
It was sticking in the wall over my bed. I went to lie down.
An oriental dagger, eh? And there seems to be a message wrapped around the hilt. Let's see. It says, "Death by the fiery tongue of the dragon to those who covet the emerald, Light of the Orient." No signature, but a drawing of a dragon in red.
Lamont, what does it mean?
My jewel. It is not safe. Someone wanted to rob me. You, Jerry, and you, Barbara. You want the jewel. You want to kill me. You both threaten me.
Don't be preposterous, Mother.
Stop it. You're hysterical.
My mistress, do you not believe legend? Death to those who covet the jewel. You do not covet the emerald. It is yours already. Hence you are quite safe.
Safe? You're sure, Payson?
I will protect you, mistress, with my life.
Touching little scene, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Post. I think it is. You know, Margot, this may turn out to be a very exciting weekend after all.
But are you not bound by the vows of our house, Payson?
I renounce you, Wulong, my uncle. And I renounce the vows I never took.
And yet you came, knowing what I expected of you.
The dagger with message to my mistress this afternoon revealed to me your design.
You are wise, my niece. I have not been mistaken in your intelligence.
I repeat, I will have no part in your evil plan.
Oh, yes, my niece. You will do as I say. Listen as I speak, and forget not 1,000th part of one word. The emerald must be returned to the temple of Ta-E-La, and the Post family must die to wipe out the curse of alien hands which have defiled it by their touch.
Oh, no. No, I will not do it.
My niece, Payson, you will do this deed, or the fiery tongue of the dragon will wipe your insignificant shadow from the green, unpleasant earth.
No. No.
Oh, you weep, Payson. Tears betoken acquiescence. Yes, you will do as I say.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
What's the matter, Mr. Post?
Fire! The guest house is on fire.
What? Where's the fire?
What is it? Jerry, did you say the guest house, Jerry?
Yes, look for yourself out that window. There on the other side of the grounds.
Lamont, where are you?
Here, Margot. Turn on a light, someone. There, that's better. Is there anyone there at the guest house?
My brother Thomas.
Come on, Post, let's get over there.
Oh, it's useless. He's dead by now.
What are you talking about? Now you come with me or I'll drag you over there.
He's quite right, Mr. Cranston. Thomas must be dead.
Well, perhaps he woke in time to escape the fire. He may need
No.
help.
Thomas was in the habit of taking sleeping pills. He probably never knew what happened to him.
Well, I must say you're all taking this thing pretty calmly. Much too calmly. I'm putting this whole business in the hands of the police.
We pause briefly before we start the second act. It's probable that you'll never have to face the particular problem in our story today. But there is a serious problem that you do have to face, come what may. And that's the problem of keeping warm this winter. Well, heat your home with blue coal, and then you can smile with satisfaction while the cold winds blow. Because with blue coal, you'll enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout the house, no matter how fierce and biting the weather outside. Blue coal, you know, is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. It's delivered to your home in exactly the proper size for your heating plant. So blue coal gives you safe, efficient, and economical heat. It's easy to heat with blue coal, and especially if you have the new deluxe blue coal heat regulator. Every home should have one. It's as easy to operate as your electric toaster. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Ask for a free demonstration of the blue coal heat regulator in your own home. And remember the name, Blue Coal. Blue coal is color marked for your protection with a harmless blue tint. Call your reliable neighborhood dealer tomorrow. He is listed under the words Blue Coal in your classified phone directory. And now, back to the shadow.
It's quite obvious that the fire that destroyed this guest house was aided by gasoline. And it is my belief that murder has been done.
If what you say is true, Mr. Cranston, it's a matter for the police and no business of yours.
Commissioner Weston has been sent for, Mr. Post. But until he arrives, I'm taking over as his deputy. Now, Mrs. Post, will you be so kind as to tell me why you were fully dressed at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I must have fallen asleep with my clothes on. You'll just have to take my word.
My mother is protecting Faison. She suspects Faison knows a great deal about Uncle Thomas's death.
Why do you say that?
When I returned home in my car around 3:30, I saw her peering into the window of the guest house.
What were you doing there, Faison?
That Mr. Cranston, I will not answer.
Well, answer it or not, Faison, this definitely puts you on our list of suspects. Mr. Post.
Yes?
Did you get out of your car when you saw Faison?
No, I didn't. Not till I got to the front of the main house.
I see. These tire tracks that lead up to the guest house were made by the tires of your car, Mr. Post. I found them earlier and traced them to you. Also, you will see the imprint of a man's shoe in the soft earth under what was once the side window of the guest house. I've also traced that to you. How do you explain it?
I can't explain it. I don't know. I may have stopped after all. I don't remember.
Hello there! Barbara and Jack Norcott. Where have you been all night?
It's really my fault, Mrs. Post. We ran out of gas over on the Island Road at about 2 o'clock.
Yes, it took us hours to find a filling station. Say, looks like there's some excitement around here while I was gone.
Miss Post, don't you know what has happened?
Barbara, Uncle Thomas is dead.
Dead?
Yeah, burned to death in the guest house. Might as well tell you, dear sister, that we're all under suspicion.
Suspicion? Why, I wasn't anywhere near here when the fire started.
That's it, dear sister. Establish your alibi.
It's no alibi. We ran out of gas, as we said, and we couldn't find a filling station.
Miss Post, isn't that a stain of gasoline on your coat? Huh? It still smells quite plainly of gasoline.
Yes. Yes, you see, when I helped Jack carry the gas back to the car, some spilled on my coat.
That's very interesting, Miss Post, because gasoline was used to start the fire that caused your uncle's death. I'm holding you also as a suspect. This whole thing has Commissioner Weston confused, Margot.
Well, I can understand that, Lamont.
He says Mrs. Post is the logical victim. Everyone had a motive to kill her. But she turns up as one of the suspects.
I'll have to agree with him on that, too, Lamont.
Perhaps, Margot, some of this puzzle might be unraveled if the Shadow paid Mrs. Post a visit.
Tell me, Faison, what were you doing at the guest house when Jerry saw you peering in one of the windows?
Since you commanded, my mistress, I will tell you. Do you not recall that after quarrel with your brother, he left in anger to spend weekend in guest house?
Yes.
Then telephone call came from him asking you to come last night as he had matter of great importance to discuss. Later, I fear he might do you great harm, so I went in search of you.
Oh, yes. But I decided not to go and called him back and told him that if he wanted to talk to me, he could come here. What was that?
That still does not explain one very important thing, Mrs. Post.
I heard a voice.
It is a voice of evil spirit.
No, Faison. It is the voice of the Shadow, whose mission is to fight evil.
Can't see you.
No, I have cast a mist of hypnosis over your mind, which makes me invisible.
What do you wish of us?
The truth, Faison. Mrs. Post, why were you not in your bed at 4 o'clock this morning?
I was too nervous to sleep. I half expected my brother Thomas to come here, as I'd asked him to, and I waited in the library. I must have fallen asleep.
I see.
Shadow, if you are indeed friend of good, you will believe my mistress. She is telling you the truth.
Mrs. Post. Mrs. Post.
What shall I do, Shadow?
Answer him.
What do you want, Commissioner Weston?
Down to the library right away. We're getting everyone together, and we're going to settle this case once and for all.
I shall be down immediately. Well, Shadow, are you satisfied that I'm innocent of my brother's death?
Your explanation seems logical, Mrs. Post, but I've only your word for it. Remember that the Shadow has ways of finding the truth.
This is ridiculous. You can't prove anything.
How long is this silly questioning going to continue?
Quiet. Now, wait a minute. That's better.
If you'll pardon me, Commissioner.
Oh, what do you want, Cranston?
It's just occurred to me that none of us has seen this fabulous emerald that there's been so much talk about.
Now, look, Cranston, I'm running this business.
Hear me out, Weston.
As if I could help it. Go right ahead.
Perhaps you haven't heard the legend of the emerald called the Light of the Orient, Commissioner. The legend goes, death by the fiery tongue of the dragon to those who covet the jewel.
Superstition.
Now, wait a minute, please. Where is the emerald? Mrs. Post, have you looked at it since you arrived?
I haven't.
Well, suppose it's stolen.
Stolen?
Mrs. Post, would you mind producing the emerald, please?
The emerald? Why, Faison, get the emerald and bring it here.
Why, mistress, it is here, in this room.
Oh, yes, of course. Get it, Faison.
But, mistress, it is in the safe. And you warned me no one is to touch safe but you.
You mean you'd trust a priceless jewel like that in that old cracker box behind the picture?
Why, even I know the combination to that old thing. Why, I've known it since I was 10 years old. Here, I'll show you. You just push this button here, and there the picture slides away, like this. There. That's the safe.
Oh! That face!
What is it, Mr. Post? What's the matter?
Oh, that face I saw. A face pressed against the window. A horrible Oriental face.
Oh, you're seeing.
Must be your imagination,
No,
Mr.
I
Post.
tell you, I saw a face.
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Post. I've got my men surrounding the house. If there was anyone there, he'll be caught.
My mother, Commissioner Weston, has a very vivid imagination.
Shall I open the safe?
Yes, Barbara, open it.
Right. Now, turn 10 to the right. 6 to the...
What happened?
What has happened to Barbara?
Oh, call a doctor, somebody.
Just a moment. I'm afraid it's too late for a doctor. Mrs. Post, your daughter is dead. We examined the safe, Margot, and found it to be some sort of a burglar-catching device that got Barbara Post when she worked the combination. The purpose of the burglar catcher was to send in an alarm and hold the criminal until the police came.
But she was killed by it.
Well, the doctor said death was caused more by heart failure than the shock she received.
Well, why didn't Mrs. Post warn her? Or have her turn off that burglar catcher when she opened the safe?
Well, that's what's got Weston up a tree. Mrs. Post disclaimed any knowledge of the device that killed her daughter.
That doesn't seem likely.
No, it doesn't. But it's true, nevertheless. That occurrence proves something to me that's been bothering me ever since we came here.
What's that, Lamont?
I can't tell you just now, Margot, because I've work to do. Tonight, the Shadow is going to force the murderer to strike again to cover up his tracks.
Jerry Post, the murderer is known. One person in this house will reveal him to the police. Mrs. Post, the conscience of the one person who can point to the real murderer will cause the capture of the killer. Paysan.
Who calls me from darkness of my room?
It is the Shadow.
The Shadow? You have returned? What do you wish of me?
I have come to warn you, Paysan, that tonight an attempt will be made on your life. You know who the murderer is, and the murderer will attempt to silence the only one who knows.
Yes, I know. It is my Uncle Wulong. He has been here tonight. My mistress saw his face at window. He has vowed to kill his family and regain the jewel for the temple of Taela. He will try to kill me because I would not help him.
No, Paysan, you're not telling the truth. It is not your uncle that you suspect.
Yes, Shadow.
No, and the person you suspect is not the murderer.
Oh, can I believe that what you say is true?
You must trust me. The person you suspect is not the murderer. Will you help me trap the murderer?
To apprehend the murderer is to protect the life of my beloved mistress. I am willing. We have waited at least an hour, Shadow, here in darkness, and no one has come.
Quiet. Paysan, I think our murderer is approaching your room now. My friend, you will not kill again. Drop that dagger. Drop it, I say. That's better. Now, Paysan, turn on the lights. Let's have a look at the murderer.
Oh! Mr. Post, my mistress! Oh, no, Shadow. You told me the person I suspect was not the murderer. You have deceived me.
Weren't you trying to murder Paysan to cover your crime forever?
I don't know what you're talking about. Paysan, you surely don't believe this.
Oh, no, mistress.
Paysan, I promised you that the person you thought to be the murderer would not be the murderer.
Yes.
You really believed it to be your mistress?
Yes. Then Mrs. Post is innocent.
Mrs. Post is dead.
Oh, no.
And this is her twin brother, Thomas Miller, who killed her and proceeded to impersonate her.
You don't believe that, Paysan?
No. Now we'll just take that wig of yours, Mr. Miller.
Oh! Thomas Miller!
Yes, Thomas Miller.
Oh, then it is my mistress who is dead.
Yes, I killed her. All my life I've hated her. I would have had everything that belonged to me if it hadn't been for you. Well, you're not turning me over to the police. I'll fix that.
Drop that gun, Miller.
No!
So you see, Margot, Mrs. Post was murdered by her twin brother before we got there. Later, he destroyed her body in the fire.
And it was really Thomas Miller, posing as his twin sister, who met us at the door when we arrived.
Yes, Margot. That's why you got the cold reception. But I wasn't really suspicious until Mrs. Post, or rather her twin brother, didn't know where the emerald was kept.
That's right. It was right there in the library safe. And he didn't know about that burglar catcher either.
No, Mrs. Post must have had it installed secretly and hadn't even told Fay San, whom she trusted.
Oh, what a horrible bunch of people. I'll never ask to go on another weekend, Lamont.
Not even to write an article for Style and Fashion magazine?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I called the magazine on the phone just before we left to drive back to the city. And they don't want the article.
Don't want it?
No, they said it was too lurid for a woman's magazine. They said it belonged to some detective magazine. So I did.
So you did what?
Sold it to a detective magazine. Got more money, too.
Margot, you're wonderful.
In a moment, you'll hear an episode from real life proving that crime does not pay. But before we get to that, you'll be interested, I know, in what Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. John Barclay, has to say. Mr.
Thank
Barclay.
you. Friends, the world is so complicated nowadays that often we make complications where none should exist at all. For example, the economical operation of a home heating plant is really very simple. That is to say, it's simple provided you get started right. That's the clue. Because when you don't get started right, you're quite likely to run into one difficulty after another. Soon you're discouraged, you know you're spending more money than you should, and worst of all, your house is uncomfortable, either too hot or too cold. Now, that's making complications where none should exist. Take pains to get started right, and you'll have no trouble. Now, here's my suggestion. Call your reliable Blue Coal dealer, and he'll send an expert John Barclay-trained serviceman to your home at no charge. He'll check your heating plant thoroughly and start you on a comfortable and economical season. Call him tomorrow before cold weather is upon us. You'll be delighted to discover how much easier and how much more efficient it is to heat your home the easy Blue Coal way. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a copyrighted story. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. New York City, New York. Lyman Fennell, tough, bold gangster gunman, hoped to make a big robbery haul in a prominent New York club.
Yeah, this is the apartment I want. Hey, you, give me the key.
No!
Shut up! Yeah, that'll hold you.
You won't get away with it, Gunman Fennell. Death is waiting.
They'll never catch me. Here's my car. I gotta get away. Can't find the key. They're too close. I won't go back. I can't face prison. My gun. I gotta do it.
So, by his own hand, Lyman Fennell paid the price of crime. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you one of the strangest and most baffling of adventures in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. So don't forget, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Be sure to hear our special guest at the end of today's program. And now, the thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Get the jump on winter. Put in a supply of blue coal now, and you'll have a head start on cold weather. Don't wait until some of your family start catching cold before you tackle your heating problem. It's so easy to start the season off right with comfortable, economical blue coal. So place your order now. And remember, this year it's well to start the season with a big supply. The producers of blue coal expect no shortage of this finest of all hard coal, but present unsettled conditions make it wise to be prepared. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and order your winter supply of blue coal. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Hoodoo Ship. The date, 1850. The place, aboard the slave ship Raven, plying between Africa and America.
Mr. Carway, sir.
What is it now, Peters? What thunderation do you want?
That ship, sir.
What ship?
The ship, sir, that has been following us since yesterday noon.
Tell the first mate to pile on more canvas. We'll outrun her.
Every piece of canvas we have is in use, sir. If we're caught with our cargo...
We'll not be caught with our cargo.
But the ship's a man of war and she's faster taking us.
We'll not be caught with our cargo, mister.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean we're dumping those slaves overboard.
But they'll drown.
Without a trace. Ha! The man of war may catch us, mister, but she'll never be able to prove we carried slaves. Well, why are you standing there, gape-jawed? You heard my orders. Over the side with a lot of them. And when the man of war comes athwart us and asks our cargo, tell them we don't carry one. That we're just traveling for our health.
And that, Lamont and Miss Lane, is the history of this old ship, the Raven.
A pretty gruesome history, Mr. Poe.
But how does the haunted story originate?
On almost every voyage this old ship made after that, someone died. Finally, men refused to sail her. She's been harbored for the last 20 years.
How long have you had this ship?
Only a short while. You see, I was in something of a spot with the government taking over most of the merchant marine. And when I found the Raven for sale, it was a godsend.
Well, were you told about this legend of death concerning the ship when you bought it?
Yes, but I thought it was just a story. A story such as any old sailing ship might have acquired in its long life.
Something has happened to make you think otherwise?
On its first trip from my plantations, the captain was murdered in his cabin.
Oh, but that doesn't necessarily
The door
mean
was locked from the inside, and there wasn't a mark on his body. Frankly, Cranston, I, too, am beginning to believe this ship is accursed.
I was watching the men taking the stuff off in that boat while I was waiting for you and Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, were you, Shrevey?
Yes, sir. Ain't it too bad that the days of sailing boats is over, that they're over?
Why do you say that, Shrevey?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I read it somewheres. I was just making with the conversation, like they say. You two have been so quiet, I was just making with the conversation.
Like they say.
Yeah. Gee, I would like very much to be a sailor. Sailing on the briny deep and batten down the hatches and stuff.
Well, Shrevey, I don't think you'd like that ship.
Why not? I'm thinking to myself, that ship is beautiful.
In a repulsive sort of way.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Shrevey, that ship once carried slaves from Africa to America.
Is that so? Well, you can't blame the ship, you can't blame it.
No. But the taint of the men who indulged in that business still seems to stick to her.
Well, that's quite understandable. What do you mean, Mr. Cranston?
That ship is haunted.
Oh, well, You mean it's got ghosts, it's got?
Shrevey, watch where you're driving.
Yes, ma'am. I thought for a minute you said the ship was haunted.
She did.
Oh, Shrevey, you're too excitable.
Yes, ma'am. I'll keep reminding myself of that. I'll keep.
Well, after all, it may be only a peculiar combination of circumstances.
Lamont, don't you believe what Mr. Carew told us?
That the captain was found dead in his cabin?
With the door locked on the inside?
Margot, the captain may have died from natural causes. There were no marks of violence on his body, and as he was buried at sea...
What about the wailing noises that were heard the night he died? What about that awful smell aboard ship? An odor of death? Was all that just coincidence?
Yeah, how about that, Mr. Cranston? Coincidence?
Well, it hardly seems likely, but...
What about all the trouble Mr. Carew had with the men being afraid to sail the ship again? Do you think you could scare all those men with a peculiar combination of circumstances?
No, that's very true. Well, you've convinced me, Margot.
Well...
Convinced me that I ought to accept Mr. Carew's offer to sail with him aboard the Raven.
Sail? But Lamont, I'll have to start shopping like mad for cruise clothes.
Margot...
Let me see.
Margot... You didn't hear me correctly. Mr. Carew asked me to sail with him. Just me.
Oh, Lamont, you wouldn't...
Margot, that's final. This is one time you're not going along.
Well, Lamont, needless to say, I'm glad that you've decided to come along this trip.
All right, there, man.
Funny, but I've got a strange feeling about this particular voyage. A feeling that I may not come back alive.
Oh, now, Carew.
Well, Mr. Carew, we'll be sailing with the tide in about 20 minutes.
Good. Captain Flanagan, this is our one and only passenger, Lamont Cranston.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, sir? So you're the gentleman who's going to ferret out our spook, eh?
Oh. You know the ghost legend?
Captain Flanagan knows all about it.
Mr. Cranston, I am not a superstitious man. I've examined my cabin where this so-called murder took place from stem to stern and can't find a hiding place big enough even for a ghost. If a spook is going to clamber down that porthole tonight, I'll welcome him with open arms and buy him a spot of rum. He'll deserve it. Now, gentlemen, I'm more worried about my crew than I am of any ghosts. Never in all my years at sea have I seen a meaner or uglier bunch of men.
Well, they were the only men we could get, Captain. Sailors are superstitious about a hoodoo ship.
Hey, Captain, look aloft. That man's going to fall off the rigging.
Oh, don't worry about him. Even with one leg, he's more agile than the rest.
Yes. That wooden leg of his doesn't seem to hinder him at all.
That's Rock, the bosun, Captain.
And he's the ugliest of an ugly lot.
Well, he's a good man. I don't know how I'd ever have a crew for you if he hadn't persuaded the men to sign on for another voyage.
I hear you. Bosun, come here.
Aye, sir.
Rock, this is our new skipper, Captain Flanagan.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to the good ship Raven.
Haven't I met you someplace before, Mr. Rock?
Not that I recall, sir.
You look familiar to me. But perhaps I'm mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Is that tobacco you're chewing, Mr. Rock?
That it is, sir.
I won't have any chewing or smoking while you're on duty.
Yes, sir. Over the side it goes, sir.
Good. Mr. Rock, I've been informed the discipline aboard the ship has been very lax.
Oh?
I'll not tolerate that. As soon as we're out to sea, I want to talk to the entire crew.
I'll see that they're assembled on deck, sir.
Good. Now, back to your work, Mr. Rock.
Aye, sir.
Don't you think you're being a little hard on him, Captain?
Mr. Carew, I hope you won't mind my telling you this, but I'm the captain of this ship. You're the owner. But once we're out to sea, this ship is my responsibility.
No offense, Captain. I quite understand.
Captain Flanagan, for a moment you thought you recognized Rock.
Yes.
Who did you think he was?
A man who used to work for me some years back. But I must have been mistaken. And now, gentlemen, will you do me the honor of dining in my cabin tonight? Perhaps the presence of three men who don't believe he exists will discourage our ghost. Well, Mr. Cranston, Mr. Carew, when we hit that typhoon, there weren't enough able-bodied men aboard her to bury the dead. Oh, yes.
Captain, is it all right if I clean the dishes away, sir?
Yeah, clear away, Jess.
Yes, sir.
Well, you were saying, Captain, about the typhoon.
Yes, that's a very interesting yarn, Captain.
Well, for 3 days and 3 nights it blew.
I lashed myself to the wheel with the waves breaking across the deck. Finally, the first mate relieved me, and I crawled into my cabin more dead than alive. I didn't care whether the ship sank or not.
I've gone through that same thing, Captain.
You mean lashed to the wheel?
Oh, no, seasickness.
As a matter of fact, Lamont, I'm afraid I have a touch of it myself right now.
Oh, no, Carew.
Yes, Cranston. So if you'll both excuse me, I think I'll go out on deck for a little fresh air.
Yes, what's the matter with you? You've broken all the dishes.
What are you staring at?
The horns. They've come. I know that.
He's looking at that locker over there in the corner.
Yeah. I seen the door move. Hear that? There's something in there.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Come out.
Yes, Lamont.
Margot.
Miss Lane.
Who is this woman?
I'll explain, Captain. Margot, what do you think you're doing?
A very bad job of stowing away, Lamont. But a very good job of being seasick.
Margot.
Here I am, Lamont.
Oh. Feeling any better, Margot?
Yes, a little, thanks.
Well, you can go below now if you want to. Go to have my cabin. Carew and I are going to bunk together.
Oh, thanks, Lamont. You're a dear.
Wait till this voyage is over before you thank me, Margot. Things are brewing aboard this old ship. Things that may result in the death of any of us.
Have you learned anything yet, Lamont?
Not yet, Margot. But the Shadow is going to Captain Flanagan's cabin tonight.
Well, what can you gain by questioning Captain Flanagan?
I'm not going to question him, Margot. Tonight, the Shadow is going to be merely an observer. Because I think that an attempt will be made on the captain's life. And I'm going to prevent it, if I can.
Who's there? Who's there?
It's only me, miss. Yes, the steward.
Oh, you frightened me for a minute.
You pardon my saying so, miss. The deck of this ship ain't no place for a young lady to be alone this time of night.
I'm beginning to think you're right, Jess.
This ship is haunted.
What?
I got a feeling that something's gonna happen tonight.
Jess, you don't believe in ghosts, do you?
Maybe yes. Maybe no. But I don't like to feel a death in the air tonight.
Cranston, is that you over there?
No, it's I, Margot.
Where's Lamont? He didn't come back to the cabin.
What? I don't know. What's the matter?
There's something unearthly about. Miss Lane, do you notice that odor?
What? Yes. Oh.
The odor of death. The same odor that permeated the ship when Captain Rutherford was killed on the last voyage.
Quick, we've got to find Lamont. Jess, you go around to the... Well, where is he?
Who?
Jess. I was just talking to him.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. He was right here a minute ago.
I didn't see anyone talking to you when I came up.
But he was here, I know it. What's that?
That wailing I heard, too, when Captain Rutherford was killed. That scream came from Captain Flanagan's cabin. Come on, hurry!
In a moment, our curtain will rise on Act 2. Meantime, let's talk about how you and your family can keep warm from now until next May. Heat your home with blue coal. You know, it's a fact that with blue coal, which is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal, you can enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout your house. Let the cold winter winds blow. You'll be snug and completely free of heating cares. One reason it's so easy to heat with blue coal is that it's delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Another reason, and one you want to be sure to remember, is the new Deluxe Blue Coal Heat Regulator. Every home should have one. It's as easy to operate as an electric light switch. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature. You can let the weatherman do his worst. You're always comfortable. Ask for a free demonstration of the Blue Coal Heat Regulator in your own home. No obligation whatever. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in your classified phone directory. Remember the name, Blue Coal. Blue coal is color marked for your protection with a harmless blue tint. And now, back to the shadow.
He's dead. Captain Flanagan is dead.
Oh, Mr. Carew. His face is so contorted. He must have suffered horribly. Oh, Lamont.
I heard the scream and came running. What is it?
Look for yourself, Cranston. Captain Flanagan is dead. The same way that Rutherford got it. And not a mark on him.
I think you're wrong, Carew. There's a slight scratch on his forehead.
Let me see. So there is. How could a little scratch like that have caused his death? And where is the murder weapon?
Mr. Carew, you've had plantations in the West Indies for many years. Haven't you ever heard of a native poison brewed from the roots of strange herbs called mauna gua? It's known to cause instant death.
I know. No, I don't know the poison. Why do you ask?
Why? Because in some mysterious way, Captain Flanagan was murdered with that drug.
The way you talk, Lamont, seeing that you believe Mr. Carew had committed the murder.
Perhaps he has, Margot.
But you were there when it happened. You must have seen how it was done.
Margot, I was right in the cabin when it happened, but I might have been in New York for all the good it did me. The Shadow went to Captain Flanagan's cabin last night. The door was locked and bolted, so I knocked. When he opened the door to see who it was, the Shadow slipped into the cabin. Then he locked and bolted the door again, but before I could...
I could have sworn I heard someone knock at the door. Must be my imagination. Well, to bed. Strange. What's that odor? Smells like it's coming from that ventilator. And the wailing. Just as Carew said he...
Then he screamed and fell to the floor of the cabin. I heard you and Carew coming toward the cabin, and when Carew forced the door, the Shadow slipped out.
And you didn't see how it happened?
No, Margot. I saw it happen, but the whole thing had me completely baffled.
Come in.
Begging your pardon, miss, but Mr. Carew wants both you and Mr. Cranston, sir, to come up on the bridge.
Did he say what for, Rock?
There seems to be some trouble, sir. The men refuse to go on. It looks pretty serious. I think you'd better talk to them, Mr. Carew. They look like they're in a pretty dangerous mood.
Yes, they know how Flanagan died, and they want to turn back.
Well, we can't sail the ship without them. I guess you'd better union.
But this is mutiny. It's unheard of in this day and age.
Oh, please do something, Mr. Carew.
All right, I'll do something. Something that may convince them.
Let's have some action around here!
Men, listen to me! We're going to continue our course to the West Indies.
On in this present ship, we're not. We want to turn back. What happened to Captain Flanagan happened to...
Let me speak! What happened to Captain Flanagan?
And Captain Rutherford, don't forget. This ship is hard.
It was all an accident. There was nothing supernatural about it.
This ship is cursed and we're not sailing. We want to turn back. And we're going to turn back.
Men, please. Suppose I prove to you that there is nothing to fear on this ship.
How are you going to do it?
Then,
we want to know.
If I sleep in the captain's cabin and nothing happens to me, will you continue the voyage?
That's fair enough. Fair enough it is. You do it, and if nothing happens to you, we'll go on. Aye, you'll prove it to us.
I've never asked a man working for me to do anything that I wouldn't do. I'm sleeping in the captain's cabin tonight.
Now, have you got all that, Margot?
Let's see if I've remembered everything. I'm to watch the porthole in the captain's cabin.
And don't forget to stay out of sight.
Right. When I get your signal.
Not my direct signal. The porthole slamming shut will be the signal.
That's right. Then I'm to shoot the gun.
And remember, just into the air to arouse the men of the crew. You're not to take a shot at the murderer. I'd like to take him alive.
Who is he, Lamont?
Well, I'm still not sure, Margot. But I do know how the murders were committed. I spent the whole afternoon inspecting the captain's cabin again, and at last it came to me. You see, the victims were awakened by...
Come in.
Carew,
I was looking for you, Lamont. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Well, if I can.
Do you want to speak with Lamont alone, Mr. Carew?
No, thank you. It may sound silly to you, Lamont, but would you take care of this letter for me?
A letter? What do you mean?
It's to my wife. Just in case, you know.
Oh, nothing's going to happen, Mr. Carew.
Why, of course not.
Of course not. I feel as though I'm taking that last long walk tonight. But it's something I've got to do. Nice evening, isn't it? Seems pretty fine to be alive. Well, I won't bore you with my emotions. Better have a go at that cabin. You will take care of that letter for me, won't you, Lamont?
Certainly.
So long.
He spoke as if he were going to die tonight.
And well he may, Margot. If anything goes wrong with the trap I've set for the killer. Well, let's get along. The Shadow has work to do.
Now to lock and bolt the door. There. Now there's nothing to do but wait. I could go to bed and wait. Huh? What's that? Who's there? Strange. I thought I heard someone knocking. Huh. Must be my nerves.
Mr. Carew.
Voice. Maybe they're right. Maybe the ship is haunted.
No, Mr. Carew. It is the Shadow's voice you heard.
But I can't see you.
The Shadow is invisible to your eyes. But let me reassure you, I am a man of flesh and blood, and I am your friend. I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind, which makes me invisible.
I don't understand. What do you want of me?
I've come to help you, to save you from almost certain death.
How can you save me?
Be patient, Mr. Carew, and obey my orders, and we will outwit the killer.
But that odor. The odor of death.
The killer has come earlier than I expected.
And now the moaning. Shadow, that awful smell. It seems to be coming from the ventilator.
Mr. Carew.
What is it?
Don't move another step. You see the ventilator in front of the porthole?
Yes?
The murderer is just outside waiting for you to go to that ventilator. As you pass the open porthole, he will strike.
Then I won't pass it. I'll be safe if I don't.
You must pass it.
What?
If we are to catch our killer red-handed, please follow my instructions. Now, count 3 to yourself and walk toward the ventilator. When I shout now, drop to the floor instantly. Ready?
Ready. 1, 2, 3.
Now. Are you all right, Mr. Carew?
Yes, I'm all right. What's all that shouting about?
Unless I'm mistaken, that means our killer's criminal days are over. If you'll examine the porthole, you'll find a sharp steel needle dangling from a silk thread. But be extremely careful of the way you handle it, as it's coated with a very deadly poison. That, Mr. Carew, is the murder weapon.
Oh, Lamont, Mr. Carew is about the happiest man in the world this morning.
Well, he should be. He came very close to following Captain Rutherford and Captain Flanagan as the killer's third victim.
Oh. And Rock is in chains in the hole, Lamont?
Yes. Carew's turning him over to the authorities as soon as we dock at Tecito.
Well, did Rock finally admit why he had committed these murders?
Well, Margot, it seems Rock had been hired by another concern to ruin Carew. Not only on this ship, but on any other ship that Carew might try to hire.
You know, Lamont, I still don't know how Rock could do all those things.
What things, Margot?
Well, for instance, the wailing sound that we heard.
Well, that's simple enough. He rigged up some large tin drums on a rosin cord hung to the yardarm. When the wind whirled them about, it produced our moaning sound.
But what about the odor? That terrible odor of death.
That was nothing more than a few basic chemicals placed in the ventilators. Our imagination supplied the so-called odor of death.
Oh, that's simple enough. But how did Rock actually commit the murders?
I knew, Margot, that the killer had used a blowgun and a poisoned dart. But what puzzled me was, what became of the dart? You remember we couldn't find it.
Oh, now, Lamont, that's not so simple.
On the contrary, Margot. Rock merely slid down a rope to the porthole, shot his poisoned dart, and retrieved it by pulling it back on a silk thread.
Huh, as simple as all that? Why, I could have figured that out if I'd had time enough.
Well, of course you could, dear. Give you time enough and you could have figured it out, certainly. There's only one thing you overlooked, Margot.
What's that, Lamont?
A peculiar characteristic of our friend Carew.
Really? What characteristic?
He just doesn't like being buried at sea.
Well, you can understand. Oh, Lamont.
We have a special announcement to make in just a few moments, but now we'd like to present to you Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, they say that well begun is half done. And I want to point out to you today the truth of that old saying as it applies to modern home heating. You know, there's really nothing complicated about the operation of a furnace, although as experience perhaps has shown you, there are seemingly simple things that can cause you trouble. Now, why do these troubles arise? Believe me when I tell you that most of them are caused by not starting out right. Well begun is half done. You'll find it pays you over and over again to take pains at the beginning of the season to start your heating plant off right. Now, here's my suggestion. Call your reliable Blue Coal dealer and he'll send an expert John Barclay trained serviceman to your home. There's no charge whatever for this. He'll check your heating plant thoroughly and start you on a comfortable and economical fall and winter season. Call him tomorrow, before cold weather settles in for good. You'll be surprised and delighted to find how much easier and how much more efficient it is to heat your home the Blue Coal way. Phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Thank you.
It's our great privilege to present to you at this time Mr. Norman Weiser of Radio Daily. Mr. Weiser, as editor and critic, has long been regarded as a leading authority in the world of radio drama. Mr. Weiser.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, radio today is certainly a major influence in the field of drama. Radio dramatizations such as The Shadow are very carefully selected and are designed particularly to suit the listening tastes of an exceptionally discriminating audience. Today, I am representing Harper & Brothers in commemoration of their new book, Writers' Radio Theater of 1940-1941, which contains the 10 outstanding radio dramas of that period. It is my honor to present one of the 10 Merit Awards to The Shadow, as having contributed one of the best radio dramas of the year. It was called The Ghost Walks Again, written by Jerry Devine, produced by Wilson Tuttle, and presented over this network March 16, 1941.
Thank you, Mr. Norman Weiser, and thank you, Radio Daily. Today's program was based on a copyrighted story. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you another thrilling adventure of The Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. So don't forget, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. The thrilling adventures of The Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The way to get in step with the times on home heating is to fill your bin with blue coal, that exceptionally fine home fuel. Yes, blue coal gives you comfortable, economical heat, and it's effort-saving on your part, too. Yes, it's easy as well as clean and healthy to heat your home the blue coal way. Order a supply of blue coal right now. The producers of blue coal foresee no shortage of this high-quality home fuel, but present unsettled conditions make it wise to be prepared. Don't put off ordering. Call your friendly neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and get your winter's supply. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Devil's Hour.
The ram's horn will summon Satan. Help me, Satan. Alone in the forest here, I have sounded the devil's horn. I call on you to blot out the life of my enemy, Edward Heller, before the hour of this midnight has struck, and to blot out the life of his sister Deborah before the hour of this midnight has passed.
Is that you, Bediah?
Yes, Miss Deborah. It's Bediah. Them farm people are having a fine time for their Halloween husking party.
Oh, we shouldn't have done it, Bediah. Mr. Edvard is in no condition to be lying in his bed upstairs, tossing and turning, while that infernal laughing and stomping goes on.
Yes'm. But they'll be leaving soon, ma'am. Now, Miss Deborah, I'm going down to the servants' quarters.
Well, there's nothing else for you to do. Bediah.
Miss Deborah.
That sounded like...
The devil's horn, Miss Deborah.
Where's it coming from?
Mr. Edvard's room.
Edvard! Oh, get up there quick, Bediah.
Yes'm, Miss Deborah. But there ain't much I can do. You heard that horn.
Yes, Bediah. I heard the devil's horn. Means Edvard is to die. But it isn't time yet. Midnight was the hour he always feared. Midnight. Edvard!
Miss Deborah! Miss Deborah!
Yes, Bediah?
Mr. Edvard!
Yes, Bediah?
Mr. Edvard is dead.
Of course he is.
What were them shots, Miss Deborah?
Who are you to ask?
My name is Jarkins, one of the farm folks, ma'am.
What is... Mr. Jarkins. My brother Edvard is dead.
Edvard dead?
Dead? Who, Edvard Heller? Dead?
How did you mean? Quiet, friends. Miss Deborah, who would kill such a man as your brother?
I don't know that, Mr. Jarkins. But this I do know. Just before my brother was killed, we heard the devil's horn from up there in his room.
Oh, the devil's horn.
The devil's been here.
Old Pratsman done it.
Old Pratsman the witch. He talks to the devil.
Quiet, friends. Miss Deborah, did old Protzman maybe have a grudge against your brother? Did he, ma'am?
My brother knew Mr. Protzman. Only yesterday it was I heard them quarreling.
Go on.
And I heard Protzman saying as clear as though he were in this room right now. He said,
I may be helpless at Valhalla, but I can call on Satan to bring death and destruction on the house of my enemies.
That's just what he said, Mr. Jarkins. Now, what are you going to do?
Bury the witch with his victim, Miss Deborah. We're going to dig a nice, deep grave for old Protzman. There'll be 2 bodies together in that grave tonight.
You know, Margot, we haven't yet passed a witch on a broom. Strange, isn't it?
Unheard of, Lamont, considering it's soon to be Halloween. Can you remember what an exciting thing Halloween was when you were a kid?
Oh, that doesn't require too good a memory, Margot. Incidentally, I didn't want to frighten you, but I'm afraid we've lost our road.
Well, I'm really too sleepy to care, partner in crime.
Well, then, why don't we just pick out a little inn along the road and stay there until morning?
This countryside is perfect for Halloween. So why don't you just wave your wand, stop your car, and there you are. Well, you stopped your car, but where are you?
You're in.
I am. Oh, where?
Well, doesn't that sign say in?
Oh, yes, I see. Nailed up on the tree there. P-R-O...
I think the name is Protzman.
Yes, Protzman. Well, Mr. Protzman's inn's a little dilapidated. But then so am I.
Hurry then, my lady, before you both fall apart.
And I'm just in the mood to do that.
Well, doesn't seem to be a creature stirring, but we'll take a chance.
Serve us right if an old witch took us in and baked us both into gingerbread boys.
A boy for me and girl for you, darling. You see, Oh, good evening.
You've come to tell me he's dead, haven't you?
What? What did you say?
You've come to tell me. Oh, I thought you were someone else.
Someone else?
My name is Protzman. This is my house. What can I do for you?
We'd like 2 rooms for the night, if you have them.
Step inside. I'll try to. What was that?
What?
Did you hear?
Oh, some people on the road. After all, it's Halloween.
Look, Lamont, coming over the hill. It's a mob.
It's me they want. They're after me.
Protzman, where are you?
What will I do? What will I do?
Well, as a first precaution, I suggest you're ducking inside and locking the door, Mr. Protzman.
That wouldn't stop them. They'd burn the house down.
Then I'm afraid we're in for a first-class...
This time they're going to kill me.
Quiet.
They'll kill me.
Listen to me, you men.
I'd keep out of this if I was you, stranger. Protzman, you're the one we want to talk to.
What do you want with me, Mr. Jarkins?
Funny you're asking that, you with your dirty witchcraft and spellcasting.
Where are you taking me?
We're taking you back to the Hella Mansion, Protzman. We are going to bury you in Hella in a nice deep grave.
Oh, no.
Grab it, men. No, you don't. Not this way, Protzman. You ain't leaving us alive.
Don't hurt me. I can do it.
Fast, John. That grave is just going to fit you.
Did you hear what I heard, Margot?
I'm afraid I did, Lamont.
A witch, a murder, and a grave already dug? What were you saying about Halloween being exciting when we were kids, Margot?
No, it's up to us to go. Quiet.
Do what we want to do.
Let Protzman talk.
Please. Please, let me go. You're wrong about me, I tell you.
Are we? Here's your witch, Miss Deborah. Got anything to say to him?
I have. That's my brother's body on the bed there, Mr. Protzman. Not a pretty sight, is he? With those 3 bullets in his heart.
Don't make me look at the dead one.
You'll look at it all right. It was the last...
Wait, please.
Listen. Hear that?
Someone coming up the stairs. Expect anybody, Miss Deborah?
No one.
Well, here we are, Margot. No trouble at all. Oh, quite a turnout we have here.
Good evening, everyone.
Well, I don't want to play, Margot. Now, my dear, we are at what is usually referred to as the scene of the crime. We must observe everything very carefully. For instance, the broken vase we see lying on this hearthstone may be connected with this fresh bullet hole in the mantelpiece here.
Amazing, my dear Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Margot. Now, I wonder if these good people here have noticed that the dead man didn't so much as stir in his sleep while being killed.
Listen here, stranger. I don't know who you are.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm Lamont Cranston, and this is Miss Lane. We thought we'd help track down the criminal who killed Edward Heller.
The devil himself killed Edward Heller.
Really? The devil must be having a rather tough season of it.
What do you mean, miss?
That empty watch case on the mantelpiece. Did the devil by any chance steal the contents of that, Mr. Jorkins?
Edward's watch case.
She's right. It's empty. His watch is gone.
Ah, nice work, Margot. Was it a very valuable watch, madam?
It was an heirloom. One of those old-fashioned watches that chimed a little tune on the hour.
Oh, yes, I know the kind. Very popular in my grandfather's day. Still rather popular with the Satanic Majesty by the looks of things.
What kind of nonsense is this? The devil has no need for the things of men.
No? Well then, Mr. Jorkins, why did your devil use the revolver by this bed to murder Mr. Heller?
It's Edward's own gun. He always kept it in his room.
May I see it, please?
Yes.
Miss Deborah, don't give it to him.
Thank you, Miss Deborah.
Thank you.
Back to Mr. Jorkins, you and your mob. Now then.
All right, it's all right, men. He won't get away with this.
And you better get old Protzman out of here, Lamont.
Right, Margot. You.
Me, sir? Bediah, sir? I'm only a servant in the house, sir.
Get Mr. Protzman out of this room quickly. Hold him downstairs until the police come.
Yes, thank you, young man.
We'll get you for this, Protzman, and you too, Cranston.
Get him out, Bediah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm sorry to interfere with your fun this evening, gentlemen. But no one is to touch that old man until the police arrive. Is that clear?
Who says so?
I do, Mr. Jorkins. Not to mention the revolver. And now we're going to proceed with a sensible investigation of this.
What was that?
He's gone. Protzman's got away.
Bediah.
He's a witch for sure he is.
How did he get away?
I turned my back for 1 second, and he vanished.
Oh, I can't stand this. I'm going falling.
Lamont, help him.
Here, Miss Deborah. Take my arm. Hold the gun, Margot, while I...
I'll take that gun, Mr. Cranston.
There.
Now, sir, you listen to me. You let Protzman escape.
Miss Deborah,
I want no explanations. He killed my brother. He threatened my own life, and now... Mr. Jorkins.
Yes, Miss Deborah.
You and the rest will take Miss Lane below and hold her until Mr. Cranston brings the murderer to me. If you fail to do that by 1 o'clock, Mr. Cranston, I will take the law into my own hands. You and Miss Lane have 30 minutes to live.
In a moment, we'll bring you the second act of The Devil's Hour. Recent weather predictions describe an especially severe winter in store for us. Be prepared to meet it with a plentiful supply of blue coal. This exceptionally fine home fuel will give you comfortable, even warmth, no matter how cold the winds outside the house may blow. And remember this, that it's especially easy to heat your home with blue coal. Blue coal is delivered to your home in exactly the proper size for your heating plant. It's carefully prepared to give you safe, efficient, and economical heat. And you'll enjoy added ease when your furnace is equipped with our new automatic blue coal heat regulator. What a truly wonderful improvement this is. It's as easy to operate as your electric toaster. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Call your reliable neighborhood Blue Coal dealer right away and ask for a free demonstration of the Blue Coal Deluxe Heat Regulator in your own home with no obligation whatever. Your neighborhood dealer is listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Blue Coal, you know, is color-marked for your protection with a harmless blue tint. Get in touch with your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow.
Jarkins and his men are holding Miss Lane outside. And your time is passing, Mr. Cranston.
I hope to give you a definite clue soon, Miss Deborah. Now, let's see. This was Edward's library. An odd collection. Egyptology, metaphysics. Look at this.
Who's that?
Witchcraft. A volume on witchcraft. And what's this in the pages?
It's a letter, Mr. Cranston.
So I see.
It seems to begin at the middle. There must be another page somewhere about.
What does it say?
You were taken away, my own. I will leave no stone unturned to bring misery and death on him who stole you from me. Signed, Edward.
Strange. I don't look, here it is. The first page.
To whom is it addressed, Mr. Cranston?
To beloved Elsa. Dated the 25th. Why, that's yesterday.
Elsa! Oh, no.
Miss Deborah.
Oh.
Are you ill?
Don't worry about me. There's no time to waste. You must go to Badiah at once, Mr. Cranston.
Badiah?
He will know the truth. Ask him why my brother went to see Dr. Fennings last night.
Dr. Fennings?
If only you can make him talk.
There are ways to do that, Miss Deborah. I'll have to go out this window. You can tell Mr. Jarkins I'll be back soon.
Miss Deborah, you hear me in there? Where is he? First Protsman disappears, and now...
Mr. Jarkins, there's been a mistake.
You'll find out what a mistake there's been if you're Protsman's next victim. Where's Cranston? Why did you let him go?
I had to, Mr. Jarkins. There was
Miss Deborah, I believe you're in league with your brother's murderers, with Cranston and Protsman.
No, Mr. Jarkins.
You are. And now, if it's the last thing on earth I do, I'm going to...
No, Mr. Jarkins! Mr...
She's dead. Badiah, Cranston has escaped, but my men are still holding Miss Lane. She has only a short while to live. Meanwhile, I don't want you to tell anybody I talked to you.
I won't tell, Mr. Jarkins.
Good. From here on, I'm going to shoot on sight.
Make sure your aim is good, Jarkins. Very good. Who is that?
I am the Shadow.
But I can't see you.
No. I've cast a hypnotic spell over your mind, Badiah.
What do you want with me?
Why did Edward Heller visit Dr. Fennings last night?
You know that?
The Shadow knows. Why, Badiah?
Because Mr. Edvard's heart was bad. Dr. Fennings said he couldn't live out the month.
I see. Why did you keep that visit a secret?
Because I was scared of Mr. Edvard. Death always seemed to be close to him. And that horn we heard...
Very interesting. One thing more. Your master, Edward Heller, wrote a letter to Elsa. Who is Elsa?
Elsa? Why, that was Mr. Protsman's wife.
Mr. Protsman's wife?
She's been dead these 10 long years, she has.
I see. I'm leaving you now, Badiah. But remember, I'm always near. The Shadow will be watching you.
What are we waiting for, Jarkins?
It's almost over with. Why don't we kill Cranston's friend, Miss Lane, here?
We've still got 5 minutes left. Miss Deborah
Miss
promised...
Deborah's dead. I'm in charge now. Men? What is it? That grave Edward Heller's lying in is waiting for a companion. If we can't get Cranston, we've got Miss Lane.
But Lamont won't go back on his word. He'll be here any minute.
Any minute won't do, Miss Lane. He should be here now.
But I am here, gentlemen.
Oh, Lamont.
Put down that gun, Jarkins. My time's not up yet. I promised to deliver the murderer before 1 o'clock, and I will.
All right, but you'd better do some fast talking, Cranston.
Gladly. Now listen to me. First, that broken vase was shattered by the bullet that made this small hole here in this mantelpiece.
What's your point, Cranston?
Just this. We know there were 3 shots heard when Edward Heller was killed. It's unlikely that the murderer would have missed after getting his range. Therefore, the shot that missed and broke this vase must have been the first shot fired. Right, Mr. Jarkins?
Well, yes. Yes, I guess so. Well, what's that got to do with it?
Just this. If you'd been in bed asleep and someone had fired a gun in your ear and knocked a vase to the floor, what would you have done?
Frankly, I would have jumped up and tried
Of course you would have, Margot. But Edward Heller didn't. See how smooth his bedclothes are? Heller didn't move because he knew he was going to be murdered. Murdered as part of his own plan.
Just a minute, Cranston. This bullet hole of yours in the mantelpiece hasn't left a trace of lead.
No? Well, let's see that, Jarkins. Oh. It's just possible that this mantelpiece isn't exactly what it appears to be. I'd say... Aha! Quite an interesting little device, eh, Mr. Jarkins?
That's right. The mantelpiece opened.
Yeah, what do you suppose is inside there?
I'm not sure, but I've got a good idea.
I wouldn't go in there, Cranston.
I'll take that chance. Stay here with your men, Jarkins. Come on, Margot.
All right. Careful, Lamont.
I'll be careful. It's only a question...
Lamont, isn't that a figure huddled there in the corner?
It is, Margot. It's Protzman. Protzman! Protzman, are you all right?
Here, let me help.
Please don't hurt.
He's almost delirious.
Leave him alone, Cranston. I'll tend to him. Come along, Cranston.
Oh, no, you don't, Jarkins.
This gun says I do.
Please don't.
Come on.
Please.
Well, Lamont, this is a fine pickle. Haven't you found out who killed Edward Heller yet?
Almost, Margot. There's only one piece missing from the puzzle, and that's the little stolen watch that plays a tune on the hour.
Do you think you'll find it before they kill Protzman?
Perhaps the shadow can find it, Margot.
Please don't hurt me, Mr. Jarkins. Please let me live.
Shut up, Protzman.
I was...
Who's there?
It's Bediah, Mr. Jarkins.
Well, why don't you come in, Bediah? We're killing a witch in here.
Oh, no.
You're killing him, Mr. Jarkins?
We're killing him, Bediah.
Not yet, Jarkins, not yet.
What's that?
Who was talking?
It was I, Mr. Jarkins. The shadow.
But I can't see you. You're just a voice.
You cannot see me, but I'm here in this room. As is our murderer, Mr. Jarkins.
Who is the murderer?
You have but a moment to wait. The devil's hour is over.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Where is our murderer?
Right there, gentlemen.
It's Edward Heller's watch.
Mr. Jarkins?
Yes, voice.
Why don't you ask Bediah the time?
Why ask me the time?
Reach in your pocket, Bediah, and take out Edward Heller's watch.
All right. What if I have Mr. Edward's watch, Shadow?
Just this. You killed Edward. Then you kidnapped Protzman to make us believe the devil had a hand in this night's crime.
Yeah, and why did I do that, Shadow?
For a sum of money.
You mean my master paid me to kill him?
That's exactly what I mean. You were the only person who knew Edward was going to die within the month. And Edward wanted someone to kill him tonight.
And why would he want that, Shadow?
Revenge. He never forgave Protzman for marrying Elsa, the woman he loved. And because of this, he paid you to kill him, so that he could use his death to frame Protzman.
How do you know all this?
And Edward almost succeeded. He was only defeated by your stupidity. You couldn't resist stealing your master's watch.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to do plenty.
Look out, Jarkins.
He's got my gun.
Yes, and I'm going to use it.
No, you're not, Bediah. Give me that gun.
No, Shadow. Your job is done. You found your murderer, but I'm robbing you of the privilege of taking him alive. And this time, the first shot won't miss its mark.
Goodbye, Mr. Cranston. Miss Lane, I have to thank you for giving my life back to me.
And I have to thank you for humoring an old fool.
Glad we happened along, Mr. Jarkins. Oh, by the way, Mr. Protzman, I'd give up experimenting with witchcraft if I were you.
Oh, believe me, I will, sir. I will. Believe me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Protzman. Mr. Cranston.
All right, Margot?
Yes, I think so. Only, you know, there's one thing I don't understand.
Oh? What's that?
Well, as Mr. Protzman told us, he asked the devil to kill Edward Heller before midnight, and his sister before 1.
Miss Deborah's death, Margot, was due to apoplexy, brought on by the realization of what Edward had done.
But still, it all turned out exactly the way Protzman asked the devil to arrange it. You see what I mean, Lamont?
Margot, one really mustn't ask too many questions on Halloween's Eve in a strange countryside.
In a moment, we'll bring you an episode from real life proving that crime does not pay. First, however, I know you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Many people already have started their furnace fires. In the changeable weather we're having, it's nice to have warmth in the chilly mornings and evenings. But it's certainly no fun to have to get up on a cold morning and go down to rebuild a fire that's gone out during the night. You won't have to do this, you know, if your furnace is equipped with the proper dampers and if you have a modern thermostat. Any Blue Coal dealer will be glad to send an expert John Barclay-trained serviceman to your home to show you how easily you can regulate your furnace to give you heat just when you want it. Heat during the cool mornings and evenings, and fires banked during the day and night. Let this expert serviceman help you at no obligation whatever. Simply call your friendly neighborhood Blue Coal dealer, and you'll soon settle down at ease, free of heating worries. He's listed in the yellow section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. See how much easier and more efficient it is to heat your home the Blue Coal way. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a copyrighted story. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. New York City, New York. Irving Levitt, 38 years old, spots a well-to-do victim for robbery. He quickly approaches.
You got $145 in that handbag.
No.
Give me
No,
that.
Run as hard as you can, Irving Levitt. You won't get to spend that money. It profits you nothing. Last week in Kings County Court, Irving Levitt heard the price of his attempted grand larceny. 4 to 5 years in Sing Sing prison. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Don't blame the weatherman when a sudden, unexpected freeze catches you unprepared, your home insufficiently heated. Guard against that happening. Fill your coal bin right now with Blue Coal, the quality home fuel of low cost. With your bin filled with Blue Coal, you're prepared for any kind of weather. Order a supply of blue coal right away and get a whole bin full when you order, so there won't be any chance of being caught by a possible shortage. Today there is a plentiful supply, but who can say what changes the future may bring? Put in your winter supply of blue coal right now and be safe. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Organ Played at Midnight.
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. Have you ever watched a knife in the hands of a skillful surgeon? And did you shiver a little, then turn your eyes away? Yes, so did I. I remember exactly when it happened to me. I was watching the knife in the hands of Dr. Alexander Gibson. Gibson was a surgeon of the highest caliber. Even Professor Dana Williams spoke of him as one of the 3 most capable men he had ever had the honor to teach, thus ranking him with his colleagues, Dr. McGill and Dr. Nelson. How strange the thought of violence should have occurred to me. Stranger still, considering that it was the very next night Gibson burst into McGill's study. Heated words passed between the two, and then...
This case was to have been the most startling in my surgical career, Dr. McGill.
You forget that the patient asked to have me in attendance, Gibson.
I never agreed to a consultation.
I presumed on our friendship
You presumed on our friendship for the last time, McGill.
That's the way you want it, eh?
Yes, that's the way I want it.
Then you'll get the truth. You were bungling the case like a schoolboy. Old Williams would have fired you out of class for the job you were doing.
Oh, so I'm to gather that you saved the situation.
Exactly.
So the credit is yours, eh? Belongs to you.
Every bit of it. Well, doesn't it, Gibson? Well, can't you speak?
I haven't anything else to say.
Oh, you agree with me then?
Good night, McGill.
I've tried to be reasonable with you.
I said good night.
All right. Good night, then. But remember, we are not parting as friends, Gibson.
And we're not parting forever either, Dr. McGill.
Well, I'll have something to say about this at the medical board. Oh, no, I shouldn't let myself go like that. Nerves don't stand it well, not at all. Sedative is what I need. Yeah, what's that? Oh, the shade. Jumpy, unsettled. If I were my own patient, I'd... Someone at the door. Well, who's there? Well, who is it? Can't you hear me? Well, didn't you... Oh, you. Oh, I thought that you were... You have a knife there. Did you know you had a knife in your hand? Oh, it's some kind of a joke, isn't it? You're playing a joke on me, aren't you? Aren't you? Answer me. Answer me. Well, what are you going to do? No, don't come any closer. Well, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Oh, you fool. You're cutting my arm. Ah!
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. Now a tool. Now a weapon. But its point goes deep, and a knife is always thirsty. And after the shrieking thrust in the dark, there is silence and a shroud, and the black drapery of the march of death hangs heavy in the startled air.
Lamont, I want to get away from the sound of it.
Of what, Professor Williams?
The funeral march. It depresses me.
You can understand what a shock Dr. McGill's death has been to you, Professor Williams.
A deep shock, Miss Lane. I won't forget it soon.
Is there anything we can do, sir?
Thank you, Cranston. Thank you. You always were one of the kinder fellows. You were never too interested in my classes, I'm afraid, but you were always a good chap. So was poor McGill, a fine, bright boy.
Yes, Professor.
But that anyone could kill him and not be content with that. Go to the horrible extreme of amputating his right arm. I can't bear to think of it.
Perhaps we'd better not, sir.
Yes, you're right. After all, my life goes on. There'll be new men for me to teach. I'm glad of that. And I'm glad to have you beside me today, Cranston.
Thank you, Professor.
It would be good, too, to have Gibson and Nelson with us. They're all that's left of McGill's famous triumvirate.
Well, I'm sure they're here, sir. We must have missed them.
Gibson isn't, I know. He called me. Couldn't come, he said. Oh, but see here, I've been rather gloomy company, I'm afraid. How would the two of you like to take the 5 o'clock train back to the college with me?
Oh, nice of you, Professor.
The homecoming football game is being played this afternoon. And if victory is ours, we should be just in time for the bonfire celebration.
We'd like to very much, but it's rather a long trip, and, well, we hadn't planned on it, Professor Williams.
If we'd known.
I only thought that we should be together on a day like this.
Professor Williams!
What was that?
Someone called my name.
Professor Williams!
Oh, it's Dr. Nelson. Good morning, my boy. You know Mr. Cranston.
Professor Williams, I think I deserve an explanation.
What's that, Nelson?
I don't understand this wire you sent me, sir.
The wire I sent you? I haven't had any reason to wire you, Nelson.
One never has a reason for such a thing as this. Listen to what it says. Take a good look at Dr. McGill and his coffin, Nelson, for you'll be the next to be wept for.
What?
Signed, John Smith.
You don't know a John Smith, of course.
Of course not.
But you thought I had sent that, Nelson? Why?
The postmark. It was sent from the college telegraph office.
It was? What time?
8:45 this morning.
I've been in the city since 7.
Well, of course, sir. Someone else sent this little love note, and they didn't mean it for a joke.
Well, what do you think, Lamont?
I think that if Professor Williams' invitation to go back to the college with him is still open, the three of us would be very wise to take it. Well, here we are, sir. And from the looks of things, victory was ours.
I'll take care of the cat.
Professor Williams.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Who won the game?
We did, sir.
We're building a swell bonfire, sir.
You should have been at the game, Professor. You'd have enjoyed it.
I would have very much, Tompkins. But there was something I had to do which I didn't enjoy at all. I want to congratulate you men. I want you to know that I'm proud of you.
Things haven't changed much, have they, Nelson?
They haven't changed at all, Cranston. He's still the idol of every boy here.
Shall we go inside now? I think Anna, my housekeeper, will have a cup of tea for us. Goodbye, gentlemen, and let the flames leap high for the conquering hero. There isn't much for you younger folk to do in a little college town like this, but I am going to perform quite an interesting post-mortem examination for my anatomy class tomorrow, and I thought perhaps you'd like to be in the amphitheater.
Well,
yes, Professor,
but
of course.
On second thought, I realize that Miss Lane and you might not find it altogether to your taste.
Why, Margot and I would like very much to come, wouldn't we, Margot?
Why, yes, I'd love to.
Well, how about you, Dr. Nelson?
Aye? Why, Cranston, the day will never come when I won't be able to learn something from Dana Williams.
Thank you, Nelson. You're welcome to my home.
Thank you, Professor.
Anna.
Oh, you're back, Professor.
Yes, Anna. What about a pot of tea and some biscuits?
Oh, yes, sir. Ready in a jiffy, sir. Oh.
What is it, Anna?
Well, I was just wondering what it was you wanted done with it, sir. Was it left out to be sharpened?
What is that, Anna?
Your knife, Professor.
My knife? Why, all of my knives are in my kit in the laboratory.
But when I come in to clean up just after you left, there it was shining up at me plain as day.
Where is it, Anna?
Right in the study on top of the desk, sir.
Professor Williams, do you mind if I have a look at it?
Why, no, of course not. Come along, Nelson.
Right.
Peculiar. I don't understand it. Anna's right. There it is, just as she said.
May I see it, sir?
Of course, Cranston.
Oh. Professor Williams.
Yes, my boy.
Look here, on the back of the blade.
Initials.
Why, they're A.G.
A.G.? Why, Nelson, that's...
Alexander Gibson?
Oh, no. Miss Lane, would you answer that for me, please?
Yes, of course, Professor. Hello? Oh, yes, he's here. It's for you, Dr. Nelson.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Yes? What? How long? I see. Thank you very much. Professor Williams.
Yes, Nelson.
That was my office in town. They've been phoning all day about Gibson. He's been missing, it seems, ever since the night poor McGill was murdered.
Well, gentlemen, looks like the bonfire's begun.
this amphitheater's cold.
Yeah, sure is.
I wanted to sleep this morning anyhow.
If you miss his postmortems, old Williams will never forget it.
Not losing your nerves, are you, Margot?
Well, not yet. I can't say that the sheeted form there on the table is helping me very much, though.
After all, it's just an examination, Margot. If you keep remembering that it's all in the interest of science, you won't get uneasy.
Wonder where Dr. Nelson could be.
Well, he must have overslept again.
I thought doctors had to be punctual.
Old Williams will be punctual. See?
Here he comes.
What did I tell you?
Gentlemen, good morning.
Precisely according to schedule.
The subject for our post-mortem this morning is the cadaver of a man of middle age in an excellent state of preservation. Jennings, will you remove the sheet?
Yes, Professor Williams.
It will form a most satisfactory subject for our investigations. Jennings, I'd like the sheet removed from the entire body, not just the head.
Oh.
Jennings.
Oh, Professor Williams.
What are you staring at, man?
What's the matter with you? Oh, Professor Williams.
What is it, Jennings? What is it?
Margot, what's happening down there?
I can't quite see. Jennings has the sheet halfway down, but he's leaning over the table.
Jennings, what's happened to you?
Williams is pulling him away. Margot, look! From the table.
Oh, Lamont! It's
Dr. Nelson! Nelson, my boy!
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 2 of The Organ Played at Midnight. Meanwhile, here's an idea that has no mystery to it at all. Order a supply of blue coal, and you'll enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout your home, no matter what fiendish tricks the cruel winter weather plays. Let the icy winds whistle and blow all they like. You'll be warm and snug and at your ease when you heat with blue coal. Yes, sir, at your ease is just right, because blue coal takes the effort right out of home heating. You see, blue coal is delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Then, on top of that, the new automatic blue coal heat regulator saves you all those damper adjusting trips. Just naturally cuts them right out. Because, you see, it automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room constantly at an even temperature. You'll agree when you see how it works that every home should have one. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood blue coal dealer right away. Tell him you want him to come out to the house and talk over your heating situation. You'll find him courteous, up to the minute, well-informed. A world of improvement over the ordinary old-fashioned type of dealer. Your blue coal dealer is a heating expert and a businessman. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow.
Oh, Cranston. Miss Lane, where are we?
It's all right, Professor. You're at home. You've been delirious.
Oh, yes, I remember now. I see it all. Oh, Cranston.
Yes, Doctor.
Is it possible for you to conceive the monster who could murder both McGill and Nelson in the space of a few days?
Margot, will you get that, please? There's an extension in the next room.
Yes, Lamont.
Well, Professor, was it necessarily the work of the same man?
Lamont, with my last consciousness before I fainted, I realized that Dr. Nelson's body had the right forearm off the elbow, just as it was with poor McGill.
You're quite right, Professor. Obviously, the same hand held the knife.
We must stop that hand, Cranston. We must stop it.
Easy now, sir. You must try to relax.
What can we do, Lamont?
Well, tell me, Professor, who exactly had access to the room where the cadavers are kept?
Who? Why, only myself. That is, except for old Jennings.
Professor Williams, old Jennings has disappeared.
Oh, no.
He's nowhere to be found.
Oh, now, he had nothing to do with it. Jennings has been with me for 20 years. Besides, I examined the body carefully in the morgue before I had him wheel it up to the amphitheater.
And it wasn't the body of Dr. Nelson?
Oh, no, I'm sure of that. Absolutely sure.
Then it means that the murderer substituted the body of Dr. Nelson somewhere between the morgue and the amphitheater.
Lamont, that phone call.
Oh, what was it, Margot?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. It was a strange voice. A voice I'd never heard before. And it sounded muffled, far away. I said, hello, and whoever it was said that... Oh, it doesn't make sense.
Miss Lane, what did they say?
Well, they said, if the organ plays tonight at midnight, the lost will be found.
Nothing more than that?
No. They must have hung up or been cut off, that was all.
What could they mean? If the organ plays at...
Go on, Professor.
What was that?
That noise. I heard it, too.
There's something banging outside the window.
Oh, only a loose blind.
There are no blinds on those windows.
No?
Lamont, my boy, be careful.
Yeah, there it is again.
Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
Don't excite yourself, Professor Williams.
Margot, don't look out here.
What is it, Lamont?
Professor Williams.
Yes, Cranston.
It's
Cranston, tell me.
a human forearm.
Human? Oh, no.
What earthly reason could there be for such a horror?
Wait a minute. There's a note tied to the index finger. Rather a garish way to post a letter, but I think it's the reason for this ghastly tableau.
A note? What does it say?
Just a moment. It says the gates of death will open for you in an hour.
The gates of death?
And that's what's written here.
It's meant for me.
Oh, what was that?
It's Anna. She's downstairs in her room. Something's happened.
Easy now, Professor. I'll tend to it. All right, Anna. I'm coming. Anna! This is Mr. Cranston. Let me in.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, I saw him.
You saw who, Anna? Who did you see?
Him, what done the murders.
Who?
Gibson. I just raised my window and I looked out and there he was coming across the lawn.
There's no one out here now.
Oh, he must have run when I screamed. Do you know what, Mr. Cranston? I thought I saw him the day after poor Dr. McGill was murdered.
Where?
Standing there just as plain as day. And I said to myself, I'll bet he's up to no good.
Anna, this is very important. Now tell me, where did you see him?
In front of the gates of death.
What did you say?
I said I saw him in front of the gates of death. He was standing...
The gates of death?
Oh, that's new since you've been here, isn't it? Well, that's what some of the students started calling that big pair of iron gates at the back of the morgue. The ones they bring the corpses through. You see, I was on my way to do some
I'm sorry,
shopping.
Anna. I'll talk to you later. Margot! Margot!
Yes, Lamont. What is it?
The light is breaking, Margot. Come on, my girl. We've got work to do. What time was the note delivered, Margot?
It was just 10:30, Lamont.
11:25. I think we're just on time.
On time for what?
To see the gates of death open.
Lamont, are you out of your head?
Here, duck down behind the wall here. You see those huge gates at the rear of the morgue building?
Yes.
The students call them the gates of death.
The gates of... Why, then that's what the note meant. It said they would open in...
Look, they are opening now, Margot.
There's someone standing there. Why, it's...
Old Jennings. That's where he's been hiding.
Listen. He's signaling somebody.
Now someone should turn up.
I hear somebody walking.
There he is. Coming down the path. He's going to the gates.
Who is it?
I can't quite see, Margot. But this I do know. Jennings and his friend are going to receive a visit from the shadow.
You follow me, and we'll go inside together. I sent you the note. I had to. They think I done it. I know they does.
Why shouldn't they think you did it, Jennings?
What's that? Why, you're not.
I'm Dr. Gibson, Jennings.
Oh, I thought you...
I've come to look at Dr. Nelson's body.
Oh, no, you ain't allowed
I warn you, Jennings, there's enough on my head. Now, don't interfere with me.
All right. Don't hurt me. I won't do nothing.
Where's the body?
Right in through the door there.
Then come along.
Oh, you go first.
All right, I'll go first, but I warn you, if you try any...
Oh! You want me to tell? You want to know all about what happened? But I ain't going to tell. Not ever. What's that?
Jennings, what have you to hide?
Oh, who's that? Who's there? I don't see nobody.
I am the Shadow, Jennings. I've cast a hypnotic spell over your brain so that you cannot see me. But I'm here, Jennings. Tell me, What have you to hide?
Oh, I can't tell you. They put me in prison if anybody found out. He told me they would.
Who, Jennings?
Professor Williams.
Williams? Jennings, tell me what happened. Tell me.
Oh, I didn't mean no harm. You see, I put an explosive in one of his test tubes by mistake.
Explosive?
Yes. And the next thing I knew, there was a loud noise, and he screamed, and there he stood with his arm hanging loose. That was 20 years ago, and he'd have been a great doctor all this time if I hadn't done what I did.
Why did you send that note tonight, Jennings?
Because he promised to help me if I did as he always said, and I always have, I have. Oh, now what am I going to do? He hurts him every time he looks at the students, and sometimes he used to whisper to me, they all have 2 arms.
Tell me this one thing more. Which arm was it, Jennings?
His right arm. His right forearm. It looks all right, but it's dead from the wrist to the elbow.
Jennings, take care of Gibson until he regains consciousness. Then let him go. And remember, the shadow is watching you.
And that's the answer to the note. Old Jennings.
But, Lamont, there's still...
What?
That phone call. If the organ plays at midnight, the lost will be found. Remember?
Of course I do. That's why I've walked you over to the chapel.
The chapel?
Unless I'm mistaken, the organ they meant is the big pipe organ in the loft of the chapel here. And if it plays at
midnight.
Hurry, Margot. We don't want to be late for the concert.
I'm coming.
Look. The chapel door. It's open.
There's someone here.
See? A light. It's coming from the organ loft. Margot, I think we've come to the end of the trail. There it is.
The funeral march we heard at the church yesterday.
The one old Williams said depressed him so. I'm going up there, Margot. The killer hasn't quite finished his work, I'm afraid.
The organ. It stopped.
I think trouble's coming.
Lamont, I think it's arrived.
It has, Margot. You wait here. There's work to be done up there in that loft, and only the shadow can do it.
Let me go. I know you killed Nelson and McGill. You stole my knife out of my office to pin your crimes on me. But you won't get away with it.
Won't I, Gibson? Who's going to stop me?
I will. I telephoned you about the organ because I knew you'd fall in the trap. I knew you'd come to kill me, too, to get rid of the last of us, to feed your insane lust.
Right again, Gibson. I'm going to kill you. Why should you little men live while I, the genius of my time, rot here, crippled and deformed? I've had only my left arm these 20 years, but it's strong now, and I've used it well. It's too strong for you to stop the knife, Gibson.
Oh, I can't stop it, please. Please don't.
Gibson, the point is on your throat.
Drop that knife, Professor Williams.
Who's there? Who's there, I say?
I am the shadow. I am invisible to you, but I have come to put an end to your killings, Williams.
Oh, no. No, you haven't. Not until I've finished with Gibson. Not yet. Help! Help!
I want you, Williams.
My arm. Something's holding it. Let go! Let go!
Drop that knife. And now, Williams, we'll see what a court of justice has to say about your crimes.
Court of justice? No court would convict me. I've had a right to do what I've done. I lost my arm, didn't I? An eye for an eye, an arm for an arm. You see? That's justice, Shadow. And no court would find me guilty.
Dana Williams, this jury has found you guilty of murder in the 1st degree. And I, by virtue of the authority vested in me, sentence you to be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul.
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. The treacherous implement that turns to a weapon in the hands of murder. When it's a thing of good and when it's a thing of evil, none can say. But this we know. A knife is sharp. Its point goes deep. And a knife is always thirsty.
moment, we'll bring you this week's real-life episode proving that crime does not pay. First, I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, I've been receiving quite a few letters lately that indicate some of you are making the operation of your furnace a much harder job than it should be. Harder, did I say? Well, I should say hard, because really it's easy to operate a furnace properly if you know how. Yes, of course, that's the catch to it. In these days especially, with the weather so changeable, it's necessary to know how to regulate dampers and bank a fire the right way. Now, here's an answer to your heating problem. Call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to your house to show you all the ins and outs of managing a furnace. No obligation. In fact, you might tell him that you heard me personally extending the invitation. This is his program, you know. You're Blue Coal dealers, so it's really the same as getting an invitation directly from him. Tell him you heard the program. Make a note now to call him tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Find out firsthand how much easier and more economical it is to heat your home the Blue Coal way. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, producers of Blue Coal. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. At 2 a.m. in a hotel room hideout, police waited one day last week for Joseph Miller, wanted for 2 murders. At last came the long-awaited knock on the door.
It's Joseph Miller. Remember, boys, he's dangerous. If he pulls a gun, shoot fast and straight. I'm going to open the door. Halt! Halt! He's on the fire escape. Call headquarters.
I gotta hide. Quick. What's behind this window? Big dining room. It's black. They'll never find me here.
Your crimes have caught up with you, Joseph Miller. 100 police are closing in on you right this instant.
No. I ain't gonna let them get me. I can't stand it. I'll kill myself.
So, in the wide, haunting blackness of an empty banquet hall, Joseph Miller, criminal, died by his own hand. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The old saying, better be safe than sorry, certainly applies today in the matter of heating your home. If your coal bin isn't already filled to the top, call your friendly neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and have him attend to the matter right now. Blue Coal, you know, is the quality home fuel of low cost. It will give you even, dependable heat at all times. Yes, and it's a wise move to have your bin full of Blue Coal clear to the top. These are uncertain times, and it's best to be safe. Don't gamble with the health of your family. Remember, a warm house is a healthy house. So get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Case of the Three Frightened Policemen.
Why fool around? You got to get up early in the morning to put one over on Jerry Rowan. I got you right where I want you. Now you take your orders from me or... Stop that walking up and down. You make me nervous. Well, what's your answer going to be? You going to pay your little gambling debt to Jerry Rowan? Are you? Now listen. Listen to me. It's all right. Don't come any closer. Stay from me. You can't kill Jerry Rowan.
What time is Commissioner Weston's plane getting in, Lamont?
Well, according to the...
Non-stop flight 36, arriving from Washington at gate 6.
There you are, Margot. You see how efficient the airlines are? They even answer your questions for you. Gate 6 is up this way.
Do you think Commissioner Weston's going to be difficult to persuade?
Well, you know him as well as I do, Margot. But he'll never forgive you for sending that telegram with my name on it.
Oh, here we are. Gate 6.
Yeah. And that would be the commissioner's plane.
Flight 22 from Chicago, arriving at gate 3.
Look, Lamont, there's the Chicago plane coming in, too. Don't they come in fast, though?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lamont, look.
What are you staring at, Margot? You act like you've never seen a plane before.
I'm not looking at the plane, Lamont. I was looking at that man over there at gate 3. Isn't he the man who we heard asking for Commissioner Weston?
Where? Oh, yeah. So it is.
Oh, we ought to tell him he's waiting at the wrong gate for the commissioner.
He'll probably discover his mistake before we could get to him, Margot.
Oh, there you are, Cranston, Miss Lane.
Hello, Commissioner. Did you have a nice trip?
No, thanks. I just had one.
Oh, Commissioner, that's an old gag.
Well, it's not as old as that telegram gag you sent me, Cranston. Come immediately. Very important.
What did you mean by that? What did you mean by that? It was Margot's idea. She sent it.
Margot sent the wire?
Commissioner, you know that I belong to the Social Welfare Association.
Now, what has that got to do with it?
Well, I promised that I'd get you to speak on crime prevention. It's cause and cure.
What? Curing crime prevention? I don't blame you, Commissioner. It sounds a little mad to me, too.
A speech on crime prevention.
Oh, well, please say you'll do it. I gave my solemn promise that
Well,
you'd be
this
there.
is the limit of all the
You're
nonsense.
making a mistake. I'm not Tom Vitor.
What's that over there?
Well, if you're not Vitor, you can prove it later at headquarters.
There seems to be some trouble, Commissioner.
Yes, it does.
Why, that's the man who was looking for you, Commissioner.
Looking for me, huh? No, he just picked up someone. All right, folks, stand back there. Let me prove.
Don't mind me, please.
Make way there, please. Let me in there.
You can't do this to me.
What's going on
I can't
here?
do this. Oh, Commissioner Weston. I just picked this guy up coming in from Chicago.
Fine. Who is he? Incidentally, who are you?
Detective Sloan of the Detroit Force. And this is the murderer of the gambler, Jerry Rowan. His name is Tom Vitor. I'm not Vitor. Commissioner, look at this photograph in this police circular. Is this Vitor? It's just a similarity, I tell you.
Wait a minute. Similarity, huh? Come on, Vito. We're going down to headquarters. Let us through here, please.
Commissioner, wait! Commissioner, I've got to talk to you.
Come on, Vito.
But the social welfare is going to... Oh, darn.
What's the matter, Margot? Did the Social Welfare Association lose its principal speaker?
Not yet, it hasn't. I'm going to follow Commissioner Weston right to police headquarters and get him to say that he will speak tomorrow night.
Fingerprints don't lie, Vitor. Ready to confess now?
Why did you kill Gambler Rowan?
I didn't kill Rowan.
But you do admit you are Vito. That you broke your parole and flew to Chicago after you'd murdered Rowan?
All right, I broke my parole. I flew to Chicago, but I didn't murder Rowan.
I'd like to ask Vitor a few questions, if I may, Commissioner
Now,
Weston.
Cranston, Detective Sloan and I can handle this.
Oh, Commissioner, I just thought of something.
What, Miss Lane? What now?
You could use all this as the subject of your talk tomorrow night before the Social Welfare Association.
Sloan, take Vita into the other office. This small talk must be boring to him.
Right, Commissioner. Come on, Vitor, in here. I'm sorry, Max.
Ah, well, another case solved to the department's credit.
Who? Vitor?
Who else?
He was the last man who saw Rowan alive.
Now, look, Commissioner.
I know, Cranston. Yes, indeed. You're going to ask about fingerprints. Well, we found Vita's prints all over Rowan's apartment.
Very good, Commissioner.
Huh?
But I was going to ask why Vitor broke his parole to fly to Chicago.
Very good, Cranston. He simply wanted to get away.
Then why did he come back?
Also very good. What?
Granted, he had killed Rowan and gotten away. Why should he want to come back here?
Yes, Commissioner. Why didn't he stay in Chicago?
Now, please, Miss Lane.
And this police circular is a very curious thing, Commissioner.
What do you mean, Cranston? What's wrong with it?
Pardon me, Commissioner, but I think Vitor is about ready to talk now.
Oh, good. Well, I'll go right in and see him. See you later, Cranston.
But, Commissioner...
Miss Lane, come on.
But, Commissioner, I wanted to... I like him. Oh, well. Now, what were you going to say about that police circular, Lamont?
Well, look at it, Margot. Wouldn't you think it strange that a police circular from Chicago would have been printed here?
Why, yes. Look, here's the printer's trademark. Well, what does it mean, Lamont?
It means, Margot, that Tom Vitor is going to receive a little visit from the shadow. Tom Vitor.
What's that? I heard a voice.
It is the voice of the shadow, Tom Vitor.
I can't see you.
I'm right here outside your cell door. I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind, which makes me invisible.
I've heard of you, Shadow. You gotta help me. I didn't kill Jerry Rowan.
Why did you leave town the same day Rowan was murdered?
I didn't know anything about Rowan's murder, Shadow.
But you had been to Rowan's apartment that afternoon?
Yes, Rowan had sent for me. He wanted me to join the mob again, but I refused. That was the last I saw of him.
And yet, that same evening, Mr. Vitor, you violated your parole by flying to Chicago.
Well, when I got back to my apartment, there was a message telling me that my wife was there. She left me. I had to tell her that I was gone straight for her sake.
So that's why you went to Chicago?
Yes, to ask her to give me another chance.
I see. Then why did you come back, Mr. Vitor?
I couldn't find her in Chicago. Then I received another tip that she'd come back here and was staying at the Carlson Hotel with her friend Elsie Randley.
What you've told me, Mr. Vitor, wouldn't stand a chance in a court of law.
Court or no court, it's true.
We shall see, Mr. Vitor. We shall see.
Lamont, did you find anything out from Vitor?
I don't know yet, Margot. Oh, by the way, where's Shrevey?
He's waiting in his cab around the corner.
Well, let's find him.
All right. Oh, I'm getting hungry, Lamont. Do you think you could possibly buy a poor little starving social worker some dinner?
Well, I shall buy a poor little starving social worker a big dinner.
Oh, Lamont.
Later.
Oh, Lamont.
Right now, the Shadow is going to call on Mrs. Tom Vitor and her friend Elsie Randley at the Carlson Hotel.
Oh, well, then we could have dinner there, couldn't we, Lamont?
Why, yes, we could. Later.
Oh, Lamont!
Down, Margot. They're firing at us.
Oh, we can get off the street now, Lamont. Looks like the shooting's over. Lamont. Well, he's been hit.
What's the matter, lady?
Get a doctor quickly. He's been shot.
Cranston, you had a very narrow escape. A fraction of an inch to the right and...
Thanks, Doctor. I fully realize how close it was.
Can I help you, Lamont?
Doggone it, Cranston. This only goes to prove what I've always said. Amateurs shouldn't meddle in police work.
Now, you leave him alone, Commissioner. Can't you see he's still weak?
What were you doing outside police headquarters in the middle of a gunfight anyway?
Commissioner, I wasn't in the middle of a gunfight. I was the target.
And if you ask any more questions, you're going to be my target, Commissioner.
Please. Who's out for you, Cranston?
I have a hunch it's got something to do with Tom Vitor and the Rowan murder.
So Vitor shot at you, huh? We've got him under lock and key.
No, it wasn't Vitor who took a shot at me.
Now, look here, Cranston. Vitor is the killer, and that's that. Let's not confuse... What is it, Sloan?
Vitor has hanged himself from a water pipe in his cell.
Hanged himself? No. Such a thing is impossible.
Well, I'm telling you, Commissioner...
Hey, just a moment. Then it would appear Vitor took his own life?
Obviously. Oh, yes, that's right. His only out was to cheat the chair.
Well, gentlemen... If Vitor committed suicide, we have a horse here of a decidedly different color.
In a moment, our play will continue. Meanwhile, let's leave the world of the mysterious and hop right into the sphere of everyday affairs. There's certainly nothing that's more an everyday affair than heating your home in the winter. Every day in the long winter months, you want dependable, even heat throughout your house. Blue Coal will give it to you. Blue Coal is a dependable fuel of low cost because it burns better, lasts longer, and that means real economy. What's more, Blue Coal makes comfortable home heating not only simple and economical, but also easy. Right, easy is just the word. You see, Blue Coal is delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Then, too, the new automatic Blue Coal heat regulator cuts out those frequent damper-adjusting trips you're probably familiar with. Cuts them right out because it automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood Blue Coal dealer right away. Ask him to come out and discuss your heating situation with you. You'll find him a genial, well-informed businessman. A number of people impressed by this have told us Blue Coal is represented by an especially fine group of men. This is true, and something every dealer is proud of. So look under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory and call your neighborhood dealer tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. It's already. Don't you think it's advisable that we should all go home and get a little shut-eye we should get?
Perhaps we ought to take Miss Lane home, Shrevey. She's sound asleep here in the back seat.
No, I'm not. I'm wide awake. I just closed my eyes to rest them.
Okay, Margot, have it your way. On to 6078 Front Street, Shrevey.
Yes, sir. Mine is not the reason why.
That's the city morgue, Shrevey.
Just to do or die. The morgue?
Watch where you're driving, Shrevey.
As if I wouldn't from now on, as if.
Why the morgue, Lamont?
Because I can't believe, as Commissioner Weston does, that Vito committed suicide. I want to see the body myself.
I don't like to bring it up, but this is 6078 Front Street. The morgue, remember?
Very well, Shrevey. Oh, and Margot, I think you'd better stay here and guard Shrevey. He's a little green around the gills.
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, yes, Miss Lane, around the gills, but not a little.
Shrevey, you're a big baby.
I won't be long, Margot.
Well, see that you aren't, Lamont.
What can I do for you, young man? If you're looking for a room and bath, I can't accommodate you. You ain't the right type.
Very funny.
I think so. Room and bath, right type. Get it?
I'd like to see the body of Tom Vito, which was brought in here earlier this evening.
Oh, Tom Vito, huh? Let's see.
I would like to see the body, please.
Now, don't be impatient, young man. He'll wait for you. Get it? He'll wait for you.
I get it. Now, will you please take me to the body?
Oh. No sense of humor. All right this way. Don't be surprised if he don't recognize you because he... Oh, no, you wouldn't appreciate it. Yes, here we are. All right, step in.
Thanks.
Now, let me see. I think we have your friend packed way up here. Yeah. Here's your friend, mister, tucked neatly away on his little trundle bed of ice. You want to look?
Yes. Just as I thought.
What?
This man didn't die of hanging.
Death caused by strangulation at his own hands, it says here.
I don't care what it says there. He didn't commit suicide. Tom Vito met his death just as Jerry Rowan did, by murder.
Did you learn anything at the morgue, Lamont?
Enough, Margot, to know that the Shadow's next step is to have Mrs. Tom Vito identify her husband's photograph, which appears on this forged police circular.
Hello? Hello? Oh, all right, operator. I'll call later. Oh.
Whom were you calling on the phone, Mrs. Vito?
What? Thought I heard a voice.
It is the Shadow's voice, Mrs. Vito.
Who are you? I can't see you.
I've clouded your mind with a hypnotic mist, making me invisible to your eyes.
Oh, I see. But why have you come here, Shadow?
Because I know that you can tie up several loose ends of a mystery.
Well, I don't know how I can help.
You can help by telling me who you were trying to reach on the telephone just now.
Well, it was Elsie Randley, my roommate. She's staying with me here. She hasn't returned home, and I just got worried.
I see. Look at the picture on this police circular, Mrs. Victor.
It's Tom, my husband.
Have you ever seen this particular photograph before?
Yes. I took it about 5 years ago.
Before you decided to divorce your husband, Mrs. Vitor?
You know that, too?
I do. Why did you run away, Mrs. Vitor?
Well, my love for Tom had died.
And you fell in love with somebody else?
Yes.
Why didn't you explain everything to your husband?
Oh, I wanted to, Shadow, but I was persuaded not to. I'll go to him now. He'll understand.
No, Mrs. Vitor. It's too late now.
Too late?
Your husband is dead.
Oh, no. No.
Your husband was murdered.
Tom was...
Murdered, Mrs. Vitor. And you can help me catch his murderer by telling me who could have obtained the photograph which appears in this forged police circular.
Yes. Yes, Shadow. The only person who could have stolen that picture from me is... Oh!
Mrs. Vitor! Mrs. Vitor!
I knew he'd do this. He's very determined, Shadow.
Who, Mrs. Vitor? Who has done this?
I can't tell now, Shadow. 'Cause it haunt me even after death. Even after death.
So, Commissioner, you think at last you have the real murderer under lock and key.
Who else could it be but Elsie Randley?
After all, Mr. Cranston, she was Mrs. Vita's roommate, and besides, she had good reason to kill her. Really? What reason?
Cranston.
Try to follow.
Elsie Randley killed Mrs. Vita because...
Commissioner Weston?
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant Destro of the Chicago Detective Bureau.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
A little explaining. Why did you pick up Tom Vitor for the murder of Jerry Rowan?
Because his police circular demanding his arrest was sent out by your office.
That circular was forged.
What? Just what I was trying to tell you, Commissioner. The real murderer was trying to throw suspicion on Tom Vitor.
So what? The murderer is Elsie Randley, and I've got her in the state prison.
You think so, Commissioner?
Sure. She killed Rowan because he gave her the brush off. She used to be his girlfriend. Then she killed Mrs. Vita because she was afraid Mrs. Vita would spill it to the police. Simple enough.
There's just one little point you gentlemen seem to have overlooked.
What?
Who killed Tom Vitor?
He killed himself.
Commissioner, Tom Vitor was beaten to death in the same way that Rowan was.
What?
It was a very professional job. You couldn't tell his head had been bashed in unless you examined it very carefully. I saw his body in the morgue.
Cranston, I tell you, Elsie Randley is the killer, and I'm sticking to it. What do you think, Sloan?
That's the way I figure it, Chief.
How do you feel about it, Destro?
Sounds logical to me.
All sticking your necks out together, eh? Well, Commissioner, if anything happens to Miss Elsie Randley, your so-called killer, you're going to be 3 frightened policemen.
Lamont, are you sure that Elsie Randley is completely innocent?
Margot, I think she's innocent, but I have reason to believe she knows the name of the murderer. And because of this knowledge, he'll try to silence her, too.
But she's perfectly safe. She's locked up.
That didn't save Tom Vitor, Margot. We've got to protect her. Now, look, I want you to go to the state prison and get to Elsie Randley's cell while I trail Detective Destro. I don't care how you get to her cell, but do it. Her life depends on it. Here we are, Miss Lane. Elsie Randley's cell.
It's dark in here at this time of night.
Yes. Oh, now, before we go in, I must warn you again that neither the warden nor Commissioner Weston know that I'm letting you see Miss Randley. It would mean my job if they did.
Oh, I understand, Detective Sloan.
Go in, please.
Thank you. Who's your friend, Detective?
Miss Randley, meet Miss Lane. You two are going to be together a long time.
What do you mean? I'm getting sick of this whole thing, Sloan. I don't want to go to the chair for... Somebody else? Well, then tell us who the real murderer is, Miss Randley. Don't shield a killer.
I don't squeal, sister.
But you will, Elsie.
Oh, no, I won't. I gave my promise.
You'll break your promise, Elsie, when the electric chair stares you in the face.
Oh, he's right, Miss Randley. Tell the police what you know.
Yes, Elsie, tell. You can tell Miss Lane everything.
Are you kidding?
Elsie is trying to say that I'm the killer, Miss Lane.
You're the killer?
Yes. I killed Rowan because I owed him a gambling debt and couldn't pay it.
What?
So I sent Vitor to Chicago on a wild goose chase to find his wife. That way, I pinned the murder on him.
Are you crazy? Still in that, Sloan? But the police circular.
I had the phony circular made up in order to grab him when he got off the plane. You know, I'm proud of the fact that when I beat him to death in this very room and hanged him from that water pipe, that none of the smart cops knew how it was done.
And you must have killed Mrs. Vitor, too.
Mrs. Vitor made a very useful tool until she outlived her usefulness and wanted to squeal to the police. But enough of that. I have a score to settle with you two now.
Now, wait, Joe. You can't do this.
You won't have to watch long, Elsie. You're going to die first, Miss Lane. Now, we just open this door here to the death chamber.
Oh, that's the electric chair in there. Sloan, you can't do this. No.
Same on what, Miss Lane? We're quite alone here. No one will hear you.
What are you going to do?
Aren't you both rather impatient?
Mr. Cranston will stop you.
I promise my shots won't miss that meddler the second time. And now, Miss Lane, into the electric chair you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
There, now to tie the strap.
Oh, no, you don't, Sloan.
Pick up behind me, will you? I don't think so. Too bad, Miss Lane, that I'm your only audience now. That I'll be a very appreciative one. And now to pull the switch. It generates a little power.
Oh, no, please.
And this little switch will complete the job. No. Dead so soon, my dear? You've spoiled my fun. I didn't even pull the switch. Well, a little extra juice won't hurt you. I just have to...
Not so fast, Detective Sloan.
That voice, my arm. Who holds my arm?
The Shadow murderer. What have you done to Miss Lane?
Something that even you can't mend, Shadow.
Sloan, your life of crime is at an end.
If it is, I won't pay the police for the deaths of Rowan and the Vitors, and above all, Miss Lane. The privilege of taking my own life rests with me.
Get away from that master switch.
Thanks not, Shadow. I'd rather go this way.
Thank heaven, Margot. When you fainted, Sloan thought you were dead and didn't complete his job.
Yes, thank heaven, Lamont.
I'll never forgive myself for sending you to that trap when I was stupidly following the trail of Detective Destro.
He was perfectly all right?
Perfectly. It was Sloan who had no right to wear a badge. He'd gotten on the Detroit force with the aid of false credentials. Sooner or later, he would have been discovered, but now his days of killing are over.
Oh, Lamont, I just thought of something.
What?
I got a call from the Social Service League again this morning, and they're holding another meeting.
Oh, good for them.
They want to know why I didn't get Commissioner Weston to speak to them the last time.
On crime prevention, its cause and cure?
Yes. So I told them I was getting someone else, someone better.
Who's the poor goat this time, Margot?
I told them I was getting you.
Well, that's right. Oh, no, you're not, Margot.
Oh, yes, I am, Lamont.
In a moment, we'll bring you a real-life episode proving that crime does not pay. First, I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, quite a few people have told me that they're tired of playing nursemaid to their furnace. I wonder if you feel the same way. You must if you find it necessary to hop down to the basement several times a day to fuss and fool around with the furnace, adjust the dampers, and try to wheedle a good supply of heat out of a lazy fire. Now, all that's unnecessary. It certainly is. Actually, when you know the correct method of operating a furnace, the whole thing is perfectly easy. Now, here's my suggestion. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay-trained serviceman to your home right away. This man will teach you correct furnace operation in a jiffy and at absolutely no charge. It won't cost you a cent, and you need feel under no obligation. Homeowners the country over are making use of this free and exclusive Blue Coal dealer service. So why don't you? Decide right now to call your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. You'll find it pays to get acquainted with the Blue Coal way. Thank you.
The characters, names, places, and plot in today's story are purely fictitious and any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. It is 4 p.m., November 7th. Anthony Tyshan, 26, leader of the hold-up gang, is on his way to a meeting of the mob. He says to himself,
So the cops think they know something, do they? They put out posters. Wanted for robbery. They ought to make that plural. We got 30 jobs in the book, yeah, and they ain't gonna never stick me in no stir. Say, who's this guy coming down the street? Looks like a cop. No, he don't. Now, here's the house. Right through that plate glass window. Coming after me. He's a cop, all right. Well, I'll go through the house and out the back door.
You think you can get away so easily, Anthony Tyshan? No, indeed. The law will follow a criminal to the ends of the earth.
I gotta get out of here. He's gonna catch me. I'm going through this window.
So, sprawled out and dying, with a bullet in his back, another gangster criminal rode finish to a brief career of law defiance. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the DM&W Coal Company, producers of Blue Coal, bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
Of men. The shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. On old-time sundials, a favorite motto was this: it's later than you think. Winter has a way of sneaking up on us and striking hard at those who are unprepared. Cold weather all around us will be here any day without notice. Are you prepared? It's later than you think. Safeguard your family by ordering a supply of Blue Coal right now. You know, Blue Coal is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. It will keep every room in your house at a comfortable, even temperature at all times. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. And listen, in a few minutes, I want to tell you about a strange and exotic token, a unique piece of jewelry that Blue Coal has for you. So listen carefully. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Ring of Light.
I should like to review the Gengar murders for you, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. I assure you it will require no longer than we will take to finish this cup of tea.
I'm glad you left me out of that tea business, Shan. I know all I want to know about the gang of murders. They've kept me up all night long.
But I'm afraid you cannot know very much about the real reason for the killings, Commissioner Weston, without some knowledge of the history of the Ring of Light.
Its history?
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Well, what about the history of the Ring of Light, Mr. Shan?
Many centuries ago, according to ancient legend, there was a merchant bearing this name of Gengar, who dwelt in the sacred city of Lhasa in my native Tibet. This Gengar of olden times was a good man and beloved of the gods. One night, it is told, He was returning from market to the sacred city when he was pursued by a host of his enemies mounted on horseback. Fleeing across the eastern bridge to the city walls, he found the great gates of the city locked before him. In despair, he flung himself at the feet of the luminous statue of Buddha which guarded the gate. As he did so, there was the sound of thunder, and from the glowing ear of the phosphorescent image, a ring fell to the ground. Quickly, Genga the merchant picked it up, and the statue of Buddha miraculously spoke.
O Genga, merchant of Lhasa, I have given to you this night the ring of light. Unto the 1000th generation it will bring good fortune and safety, so long as there be no blood upon the hands of its owner. Treasure it well, O Genga.
But great Buddha, my enemies are almost upon me.
Behold, Genga, where your enemies are crossing the eastern bridge. Look well.
And the legend has it that the vast bridge collapsed, destroying every man of Genga's enemies.
Well, it doesn't mean much to me. Does it to you, Cranston?
I'm afraid it means quite a good deal, Commissioner.
And was this merchant the ancestor of the modern Gengas, Mr. Shan?
Yes, Miss Lane. Many centuries have passed since, bringing wealth and glory to the Genga family, which eventually immigrated to America. One of the Gengas of the present generation was my partner in the firm of Genga and Shan of this city, importers of precious gems. Our business prospered, and my partner, Mr. Genga's son, Ali, was heir to many millions of dollars. All went well until one night when Mr. Genga, alone in the vault room of our huge building, heard the automatic elevator ascending.
Who can that be? I didn't want to be disturbed at this of all times. Yes?
I wish to see Mr. Genga.
I am Mr. Genga, young woman. No one is allowed in my vault room without credentials.
I have proper credentials, Mr. Genga.
Then show them to me. What do you have, some letter?
No. This is my credential. You see?
A revolver.
A revolver. It is the only credential I can show.
Oh, no. Hassan, help me!
Please! Your servant Hassan is on the first floor. He wouldn't even hear a pistol shot.
I see. You're aware of that. Well, what is it you want?
The key to your vault.
I rather thought so. And if I refuse?
The key, Genga.
You're a most determined young woman.
I am.
Then here, take it by all means. Take it.
You're very gracious. Now to proceed with your vault.
Of course.
How calmly you accept this, Mr. Genga. Ah.
My jewels, dear lady, are in the left-hand compartment.
I know that. But my interest happens to be in this very ordinary copper box right here.
No, that you cannot touch.
Really?
I will not let you have the ring of light.
I shouldn't be rash if I were you. I have nothing to lose by killing you, you know.
I only know you cannot have what that box contains.
Sorry, but I must, Mr. Genga. Your life, Mr. Genga, for this copper box. Of course, you didn't really give your life for this silly box. You died for the ring of light that it can... Where is it? No, this can't be. Genga, don't die. No, you're dying for nothing. The ring of light, it's gone.
The rest of the story of the ring of light you remember, Mr. Cranston?
Very well, Mr. Shan. Well, he should. He and Miss Lane came to my office, and Miss Lane was saying...
Mr. Weston, I don't give a hang if your criminals have a new union and are working in 24-hour shifts. We are all three going to the theater tonight.
No, Margot.
No?
The commissioner is a very busy man.
That's right, Lamont. I am Oh, I see. Being smart, huh? Well, let me tell you, every time I try to leave this office early, somebody knocks on the door. But it never happens when you two are around.
Someone just did knock on the door, Commissioner.
Just a minute. I was talking to Mr. Cranston before you... Oh, wait a second. I thought I heard a knock on the door. What are you laughing at?
Commissioner Weston, is he in here?
Yes, he's in here. Matter of fact, I'm Weston.
I am Ali Genga.
The small world.
My father you have heard of, I think. He was Mr. Genga of Genga and Shan.
Was? Isn't Mr. Genga still in business?
My father is gone.
Gone? Dead?
I do not know, but last evening he vanished from the vault room of our building.
Vanished? Did you say vanished?
Yes. His old servant Hassan phoned to me the news this morning.
He phoned to you the news, did he? Well, that's just great. And where was his partner, Mr. Shan, all this time?
Mr. Shan has been for some time ill in his home in the mountains.
Well, was anything stolen?
Yes. There was something stolen.
What was it?
It is difficult to say. I should like this kept in strictest confidence. You see, my father was in possession of a ring.
Who slammed that door?
The lights have gone out.
Stay where you are, everybody. Don't move an inch.
Lamont, look, there against the window.
What is it?
Why, it's a perfect circle of light.
Look out, Whistler.
Oh.
What was that?
We'll need the lights to see.
Look, it's a knife.
Sticking up in your desk.
There is a note pinned to it. Could I see what it says?
We'll all see. Yeah. Listen to this, Weston.
Yeah?
It says, let those with blood on their hands remain silent. That's strange.
It is most strange. I must go to the Genga and Shan building immediately. It is most important that I reach my father's vault room as quickly as possible.
Isn't this a magnificent lobby?
Well, lobby or no lobby, that young guy, Ali, is keeping us waiting down here a long time, isn't he?
Well, I don't know.
I
He
beg
may
your
be...
pardon. My name is Hassan, servant to the house of Genga for many years. Young Master Ali will be down from the vault room presently.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. Oh, Hassan, you were Ali's father's devoted servant. You must know something about his disappearance.
This alone I can say. Even in this far-off land, the hand of the Buddha of Lhasa has struck.
What was that?
Sounds like young Ali. Let's get up there. Something tells me that vault room is a very unhealthy place right at this moment.
So this is the vault room.
Where is he?
Yes, where is Ali, Lamont? The room's empty.
He was here right enough, but...
What is it, Cranston?
Look. Over there in the shadows by the vault.
A body.
Master! Master!
Is it Ali?
If it is, he's aged 30 years since he left us downstairs.
Oh, look! Look!
It isn't Ali, is it, Hassan?
No. It is Mr. Genga, Ali's father. He who vanished has returned.
Returned with a bullet in his heart. Hassan.
Yes?
Open this vault.
No. Master, no want me to open vault.
Take the keys off the dead man's watch chain and open it.
Open the vault.
All right. But you have heard my warning.
Come on. Look, who is it?
This time it's the son Ali, all right. They've killed him too, Weston. I had an idea there'd be something in this vault worth seeing.
In a moment, our play will continue. Meanwhile, here's the information I promised you about the strange and exotic talisman that Blue Coal has for you. It's a replica of the mystic ring that plays so large a part in today's story. There are many strange and fascinating things about this ring. To begin with, it is not gold or silver as ordinary rings are. It is white. In India, white is considered a sacred color. The rare white elephant is worshipped in India. Mysterious power is said to reside in things white. Certainly, when you see this ring, you'll agree there is something uncanny about it. You'll say that because you'll soon discover that this ring is greedy for light. Like the wild jungle orchid that eats live meat, this ring sucks up the living light. It holds the light and glows in the dark with a weird and ghostly radiance. Yes, you actually can see in the dark with this ring when it's gorged with light. Now listen, here's how to get one for yourself. Simply send 10 cents in coin, 1 dime, to the Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Include on a slip of paper the words Mystic Ring, M-Y-S-T-I-C, Mystic Ring, and also, of course, your name and address in full. Be sure to print or write your name and address clearly, so it will be easy to read. Drop the envelope in the mail, and soon you'll have a mystic light-eating ring for yourself. Take care of that today, because the supply of rings is limited. Now, back to the Shadow.
Hassan, no stay. Hey, no, stay here. Mr. Genga come back dead. Now young Master Ali dead too. Mr. Shan will be next. Hassan is afraid. He no stay.
Wait a minute, you. Hassan.
Let him go, Weston. He won't go far. Look at this, Weston. The killer used a knife this time.
What about it?
Nothing. Except it's a perfect match of the dagger that was sticking in your desk.
What?
Look it over. I'd like to wander around a bit.
Come on.
Yes, Margot.
Look at this. I found it over there in the corner. It's a girl's handkerchief.
Girl's handkerchief?
Yes.
Well, let me see that, Margot.
And it's monogrammed, too. You see, K.I.
K.I. Now, I wonder... What's that?
What, Lamont?
I smell something burning.
Listen.
That's fire, all right. We better get out of here.
Just a minute, Weston. Whoever set that fire doesn't want us to find something in this room. We've got to work fast, but we can't let them scare us away.
Cranston, sometimes I... say, what's this?
What?
Letter in Ali's billfold. Addressed to Miss Kara Iltot, 421, Northset Road.
Kara Iltot, eh? That would be our initials, K.I.
Oh, the light is breaking through.
And so's the fire, Miss Lane. I tell you, we got to get out of here.
All right, you two leave by the fire escape. I'll meet you in the car.
What are you going to do?
I think our friend Hassan is still in this building. And if he is, we two have something to talk over.
This is Hassan speaking. I am phoning you from your building, Mr. Shan. It is on fire. Yes, on fire. There is nothing you can do to save it. But I can tell you all you want to know about it. Yes. Meet me at 421 Northset Road in 1 hour. Yes, that's right, Mr. Shan. Goodbye, Mr. Shan. Now, if nothing goes wrong, we will soon have... What was that?
It is the shadow, Hassan. I'm standing beside you, invisible to your eyes.
Well, why have you come to Hassan?
To get the truth from you.
I know nothing. Nothing.
You know there was a woman here on the night old Mr. Genga was murdered. Don't you, Hassan? Answer me.
Yes, this much I know.
And her name was Kara Iltot. Who is Kara Iltot, Hassan?
I do not know. Let me go. The flames are spreading. Let me get out of here. I set this fire to get Mr. Cranston and Weston and Miss Lane out of the building, but it will get me and you too, Voice, if we don't hurry.
The fire is spreading, but you will not leave until I have the truth. Tell me, Hassan.
I will tell you. I will tell. Kara Iltot was secretly engaged to young Master Ali Genga, but his father knew nothing of her. She came here the day of the murder. She paid me well to let her up to the vault room, and when she came down, she left orders with me to set fire to this building if the police ever tried to examine that room upstairs. That is all. All I know.
I see. You have kept this from the law, Hassan. I warn you that the shadow will be watching you. I must go now. I will let you escape from the fire you set. But next time, Hassan, you will not escape.
Where are we, Lamont? Look at the towers on that house. It's like a palace out of the Arabian Nights.
It's 421 Northset Road, Margot, and I only hope we won't be too sorry we came. Come on, helpmates. I think we're creating a wonderful yarn to spin to our grandchildren.
Well, you have to keep alive, to have grandchildren.
We'll see if we can manage to do that, my lady. Say, look at this.
What?
The door was open. I'm not too sure I like that, but in we go.
It's pitch dark in here.
I've got a feeling something's watching every move we make.
What's that?
Someone's in trouble.
Where's it coming from?
This way. Come on, follow me.
Come on, look. The lights have gone on.
What was that laughing? Where are we?
Seems we're in a small room without a sign of a window.
Look, those copper doors are closing. We better get out of here.
A little late now. Looks as if we're trapped.
You are trapped, my friend.
Look, up there on that little balcony.
Oh, yes. Miss Kara Iltot, I believe.
I am Miss Iltot. If I'm not too hospitable, you must understand it's because I'm concerned in a rather dangerous business. I murdered Mr. Genga. You see, I'm in love with his stepson, Ali.
Stepson?
Yes. Ali is his stepson, and old Genga was not too fond of him. As a matter of fact, he was going to leave his most priceless possession to his business partner, Mr. Shan, because he distrusted Ali. That is why it was necessary to rob him, and as it happened, to kill him in the process. And now, for Ali's sake, it is necessary to kill you.
Hold him on.
Easy, Margot.
It will be a painful death, but the most convenient I can afford you just now.
No, you'll never get away with it.
Oh, yes, I will. It'll be quite simple, Beneath the floor on which you're standing is a vat, brim full of boiling water. It is an old Tibetan way of ridding the world of troublesome people.
No, you wouldn't.
I tell you I will. See, all I need to do is pull this lever.
Come on. The floor is opening.
Back toward this wall.
What are we going to do, Lamont?
Wait a minute. The floor is opening slowly. Keep backing away from the opening. I think I've got an idea.
What's that?
She evidently hasn't heard what happened to Allie. Have you got that letter, Weston?
Yes, I have. Here it is.
Give it to me. Miss Hilltut. Miss Hilltut.
It'll do you no good to plead with me. You must die.
I know you don't mind boiling us alive, but I don't think you'd want to boil Allie's last words with us, would you?
Allie's last words.
This letter. It was found on his dead body.
Dead. Wait, I'll stop the machinery. There. Now listen to me. I have a gun here. I'll come down outside and open the door. You can hand the letter out to me. If you try to leave that room, I'll shoot you as surely as I killed old Genga. Do you understand?
We understand, Miss Hilltut.
Hand me the letter. I will not open the door another inch. You hear me in there? Where is the letter?
I'll take that gun, Miss Hilltut.
Grab her, Cranston.
Oh, no, not quite as quickly as all that. Lamont, she's getting away.
I don't think she'll get too far. Unless I'm badly mistaken, she still has another victim to deal with before she leaves this house.
Then we've got to stop her, Cranston.
Just as fast as we can. Where'd that come from? Up there, from the towers of the house.
Someone's in agony.
I think I see it all now. Weston.
Yes?
I want you to stay here with Margot for a few moments while I see what occupies our murdering lady friend.
No, let me live. Don't kill me.
Hold him, Hassan.
He will not get away, Miss Carter.
Mr. Genga was very fond of you, wasn't he, Shan? I knew when I opened the copper box and found the ring missing that Ali's father had already given it to you.
It was mine by right. Genga wanted me to have it.
That doesn't interest me, Shan. Ali is dead now, and I will take from you the thing he wanted if I have to kill us all.
It was very clever of you to have Hassan trick me into coming here.
I think so. And now, where is the ring, Shan?
You shall never learn from me.
Mr. Shan doesn't believe that we'll throw him from this tower. He doesn't believe it, Hassan. Pull him over to the ledge.
Yes, Miss Carter. Come over the ledge.
Help!
Obey me, Hassan.
Yes, Miss Carter. I try.
But he's an old man. Surely you could push him over.
I cannot move him. It is as if someone were holding him. There is nothing I can do.
Someone were holding him.
Someone does hold him, Karel Tut.
Who speaks?
The shadow. Your days of murder are over. And you, Hassan, I warned you once. Now you will pay for your crime.
No. It was she.
You lie.
She made me do it. She made me do her bidding. She would have had me throw old Shan to his death, but you came in time. And now she goes up the tower. She would have had Shan go.
No.
Stop, Hassan, stop.
And so my life was saved, and Hassan is now imprisoned on charge of murder. There, I told you it would not take long to tell my story. And you see, we have scarcely finished our cup of tea.
But still I don't understand who killed poor Ollie.
That is very easily explained, Miss Lane.
Yes, very easily. By the way, Mr. Shan, your drawing room is quite charming. But I think it rather spoils the symmetry to have those 2 daggers missing from the weapon rack over the fireplace.
You know where those 2 daggers are, don't you, Mr. Cranston?
Yes. One of them is sticking in Weston's desk, where you threw it to warn Allie not to report the theft of the ring to the police. The other?
It couldn't be sticking in Allie's back, that other one, could it?
You killed him, Mr. Shan.
Yes, Miss Lane, I killed him. And now, Mr. Cranston, will you switch off the light?
No tricks now.
There will be no tricks.
There, Mr. Shan.
Thank you. Please, now, will you open the door of the little shrine on the table?
Yes, Mr. Shan.
The ring of light.
So it is.
Yes, the gift of Buddha to the house of Genga. It was mine by right. But I realized that Ali would never let me keep his father's gift in peace, so I killed him. When I opened the vault to put his body in it, I found my partner there shot to death. And I was content that I had killed the evil son who had plotted old Genga's murder with Kara Iltot.
It was still murder you committed, Mr. Shan. You know that?
Oh, yes, I know. I did it to keep the ring. But the ways of Buddha are wise, Mr. Cranston. Too late did I remember the legend.
What do you mean, Mr. Shan?
The ring is in my possession. But it will bring me no good fortune. I own the ring. But there is blood on my hands. I am lost according to the words of Buddha.
You know what the police will do to you for this, Sean.
No. I have already paid for my sins, Weston. Your cups of tea were not as mine. Mine has the poisonous smell of bitter almonds. The smell of prussic acid. I will account only to my ancestors, Commissioner.
Turn on those lights. Mr. Sean. Mr. Sean. He's dead, Weston.
And he's smiling at the ring of light. Now, you see, Commissioner Weston, you couldn't have understood the Genga murders without knowing about the power of the ring of light, could you?
Oh, power poppycock. Where's the confounded thing now?
Lamont is the custodian of the ring at the moment, I think, Commissioner.
Well, give it to me, Cranston. I'm going to throw it out of the window. It's caused me enough trouble tonight.
Oh, I'm not so sure I'd do that, Commissioner. It might be...
Well, from now on, we're living on borrowed time, eh, Commissioner?
How did we ever come through that one alive?
Now, don't go making something out of it.
Why, I'd have sworn there wasn't room for two cars to pass each other back there.
All right. We're both doing around 50, Weston. Maybe the ring of light saved us.
Now, don't start any of that stuff, or
But, Commissioner, didn't you notice what was in that other car?
No, he couldn't have, Lamont. Otherwise, he'd have...
What was it? A ghost?
No, Commissioner. It was a woman driver.
A woman driver?
Uh-huh. By the way, here's the ring of light, Commissioner. Do you want to throw it away?
Yeah, you know, it's a pretty little thing. It doesn't take up any room, does it? And, besides, I could use a little luck when I try to explain to the missus why I've been out all night.
In a moment, we'll bring you again the easy directions for getting a mystic ring. So have paper and pencil ready. First, I know you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, the other day I ran into a chap I know, and he was somewhat annoyed with me. He said, "Why do you keep insisting it's so easy to operate a furnace? Probably isn't the hardest thing in the world, but it certainly isn't easy." Well, that only shows that even your friends don't always listen carefully to what you say. I say it's easy to operate a furnace if you know how. Now, that latter part is very important. For example, in the changeable weather we're having now, it's a nuisance to have to run down to the basement constantly to adjust the furnace dampers. Well, all that trouble is eliminated when you have an automatic blue coal heat regulator. As easy to operate as snapping a light switch. Automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Now, here's my suggestion. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Ask him to send a John Barclay trained serviceman to your home to demonstrate correct furnace operation for you at no charge, no obligation. Your neighborhood dealer is listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Thank you.
The characters, names, places, and plot of today's story are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The mysterious East beckons to you. Here is your chance to get the mystic white ring that has the secret power of retaining light. Once this ring is held near a bright light, it absorbs part of the radiance, and afterward, in the dark, it shines with a grim, eerie glow. Get one of these rings for yourself by sending 10 cents in coin to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Be sure to include your name and address, printed or written clearly. Do this at once, because the supply is strictly limited. Send 1 dime in an envelope with your name and address and the words Mystic, M-Y-S-T-I-C, Mystic Ring, to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Do that today. This ring will be a bond between you and the Shadow, who says,
"The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows."
Next week, week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the DL&W Coal Company, producers of Blue. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. This country's war supplies cannot wait. Everything else must be sidetracked. For this reason, it's wise to lay in a full supply of coal right now. Call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and tell him you want your bin filled clear to the top. Better be safe than sorry. Today, coal transportation facilities are adequate to take care of all requirements. But who knows what sudden change tomorrow might bring? Your reliable Blue Coal dealer is ready to serve you quickly. Serve you with all you want of this tested, superior home fuel. So please order without delay. Be prepared. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Imported. The time, 11:30 at night. The place, the warden's office of the State Hospital for the Criminally Insane.
Come in. Warden 7809 wants to talk to you. I'll bring him in. Yes, sir. Go in, Piran.
Thank you.
What is it, Piran?
I want to talk to you alone, Warden.
All right. Leave us alone, guard. Yes, sir. Now, what do you want, Piran?
I want to get out of here.
Guards told me you were having one of your spells. Now, you know that's impossible.
Maybe it is, and maybe it isn't.
Where did you get that knife?
Never mind where I got it. I got it, and I know how to use it.
Now, listen to me, Piran.
Don't reach for that alarm if you want to live.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get out of this place, and you're going to help me.
I'm going to give you no help, Piran.
Yes, you are, Warden, or you die. There's a supply truck coming into the grounds in exactly 7 minutes. I'm leaving on that truck, and you're helping me.
You'll have to kill me before I give you any help.
You'll feel the cold blade of my knife on your throat, Warden. It would be so easy just
You'll never get away with this, Piran.
Oh, yes, Warden. When a man has something to do, he does it. And I have several bits of unfinished business. Come on. Let's go.
Extra paper, read all about it. Daring escape from state prison, warden murdered. Extra paper, warden murdered.
Now look, Cranston, Miss Lane, it's getting late. Why don't you two go on home? I've got my reports to check. I tell you, Judge Emery is perfectly safe.
Perhaps he is perfectly safe, Commissioner. But with George Piran still loose and the police unable to find him...
I tell you, you're making a mountain out of a...
Molehill.
Thanks, out of a molehill.
Well, Perrin escaped 3 weeks ago, and there's been no trace of him.
Just call Judge Emery, Commissioner, and if he's all right, we won't bother you anymore.
Cranston, Judge Emery asked us to keep his whereabouts secret.
Then he is worried.
Well, of course he is, with that nut running around loose saying that he's going to murder him.
Hardly a molehill, Commissioner.
Now, listen, Cranston, this is not a problem for amateur sleuths.
Okay, Margot, let's go. You better double lock your door tonight, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks, I will. I don't get it.
So long.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Wait a minute. Come back here.
Yes, Commissioner?
What did you mean by that double lock your door crack?
Well, after all, you were the man who finally caught Perrin, and he said he was going to get all the people responsible for his being sent to prison.
And if I remember correctly, you were to be victim number 2 on his murder parade.
He did? I mean, I am? Yeah. Well, maybe I had better phone Judge Emery just to
see if he's all right.
Yeah. Hello? Hello?
Number, please.
Get me... it's that cold of mine. I mean, get me Valley 7904.
Valley 7904.
Yeah, that's right.
1 moment, please.
Of course, this is all very silly, calling him up like this. Perrin is just a bluffer. He can't get away with a thing like this.
Here's your party.
Yes, thanks. Hello?
This is Judge Emery's residence.
Yes. This is Commissioner Weston calling. I want to speak to the judge, please.
I'm sorry, but Judge Emery is indisposed. He can't come to the phone.
Oh. Well, tell him that I called. It's nothing important.
I'll do that, sir.
Everything's all right out there.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
Uh-huh. Who's this speaking? The butler?
No, Commissioner Weston. This is George Perrin.
Can't he get more speed out of this car?
We're doing 65 now, Cranston.
How far does Judge Emery live from here?
About 10 more miles. He's at his country home.
And we've got to make that 10 miles in a hurry, Commissioner, or Judge Emery hasn't got a chance.
Okay, Cardona, give us all she's got.
Right, Commissioner.
Now to get rid of these bundles. Oh, Father! Father, I'm home. Where are you? Father! Father! That's funny. The lights are all on. He said he'd wait up for me. Oh, Dad! Are you upstairs? Perhaps he's gone to bed. Dad, I was just... Strange, he's not in his room. Dad! Dad! Oh, don't frighten me. Tell me where you are. Guess I'd better look on the 3rd floor, but there's no reason for him to be on the... What's that? Dad, are you playing games with me? Oh, you're in that room, aren't you? Now, Dad, wasn't it rather... Oh, no.
Come. I take you to your father.
Take me to... What have you done with him?
You'll see.
Stay away from me. Don't come any closer.
Master say bring Judge's daughter too, he
Stay away from me. Stay away.
I gotcha.
Judge Emery's estate much farther, Commissioner?
About another mile or so. Turn left, Cardona, when you come to the old mill.
Right, Commissioner.
Well, Lamont, what do you think Perrin is likely to do to Judge Emery?
Better not think about that, Margot.
What I'm worried about is the judge's daughter, Jane. She's living there at the Emery estate, too.
Yes, Perrin is not the kind of man to spare even...
Look.
Huh?
What's that?
What is it, Margot?
Well, I thought I saw something running through the trees there.
Stop the car, Cardona.
Yes.
Now, where did you see it?
Back there. Just a flash of white for a minute.
Well, I don't see anything.
Well, I'm sure I saw something.
It may have been some animal, Margot. It's pretty wild around here.
There, do you hear that?
That was no animal. That was a woman's scream.
Come on, Cardona, let's go.
I'm coming too, Commissioner.
Well, I'm not staying here in the car alone.
Okay, come along. Stay close behind us. Remember, this isn't going to be a picnic, Margot. Perrin is a very dangerous killer.
I'm certain this is where I saw something, Lamont.
Well, there's nothing here now.
Oh, by the way, Commissioner, how big a man would you say Perrin was?
Oh, I don't know, 5'6" or 7, not very big.
Then he could hardly have made this footprint here in the soft earth.
What footprint?
Holy what a foot.
Why, it must be a size 17 or 18.
This footprint was made by a giant. Now, wait a minute. Here's something else.
It's a woman's locket.
Looks like some kind of inscription on it. Can you read it, Cranston?
Yeah, hold your flashlight up here.
There you are.
Yeah, there. It says, to Jane from Dad on her 18th birthday.
Commissioner, you said Judge Emery had a daughter named Jane.
Uh-huh.
Well, do you suppose it was she who screamed?
What do you make of it, Cranston?
I don't know, Commissioner. But I don't think we're going to find anything out here in the darkness. Let's get to Judge Emery's home and see exactly what's happened.
Commissioner, Judge Emery's house is just around the next bend of the road. Every light in the house is on.
All right, let's go.
Something tells me, Commissioner, that we may have gotten here just a little too late.
Yeah, this is Judge Emery's home, all right.
Didn't you say that all the lights were on, Cardona?
They were, Mr. Cranston, just a few minutes ago.
That's strange.
Well, let's go on in. Now, Cardona, you go round to the back of the house, and we'll go in the front.
Right, Commissioner.
Now, don't take any chances, Cranston. Just... What's this?
It's the body of a huge watchdog.
Judge Emery's dog.
His head has been bashed in.
Oh, Lamont.
It's a nasty wound. Poor fellow. He probably died trying to protect his master.
Come on, Margot. Up the stairs.
We better knock.
The door's open, Commissioner.
Yeah, so it is.
Wait a minute. This may be a trap. Flash your light in there.
I don't see anything. Here's the light switch.
Nothing's wrong in here. Everything seems to be in place.
Yeah. Let's take a look around. I'll take the upstairs. You search here.
I'm going to call headquarters and get a few more men down here. If we're going to make a thorough search of the grounds, we'll need more than just we four.
Okay. Come on, Margot. We'll see what's upstairs.
All right, Lamont. I'm afraid I'm not going to like anything we find.
No, Miss Lane, I don't think you are going to like what we find. But I don't think you'll find it upstairs. I think whatever it is, it's right down here. Now, here's the phone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Number, please.
What's the matter, operator? Did I disturb your nap?
Sorry, sir. What number do you want?
Get me police headquarters.
Police? Oh, yes, sir.
How did they ever let that guy Ferran escape in the first place? Is that you, Cardona? I'm in this room here, telephoning. Come in, I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry they don't answer.
They don't answer. They've got to answer. It's police headquarters.
I'll try them again, sir.
That will be awfully kind of you. Oh, Cardona, did you find anything around? Hey, who are you?
I come to get you.
Now, wait a minute.
You better come. If you make noise, maybe I kill you right away.
If you kill me, you won't get very far before the police get you.
I got you.
No, you don't.
You want to fight with Brawler? You think you are strong like Brawler. Maybe I kill you now before I take you to Master. No. He's got better way for you to die.
In a moment, our play will continue. Here's news. Over 180,000 mystic shadow rings have been requested by our listeners, some of which are still being sent out. If you send for it right away, you can still get this unique ring which has made such a sensational hit. Of course, it's no wonder the mystic ring has made such a hit, because it's so extraordinary, so exotic, such a rare kind of ring. The mystic shadow ring, you know, is no ordinary gold or silver ring. It's a white ring, and there's a peculiar and exotic magic in its whiteness. When you slip this ring on your finger, hold it near a light, and then go into a dark room. You discover to your amazement that your finger is encircled with a weird and ghostly ring of light. Yes, the mystic shadow ring is a light eater. It's hungry for light. It holds the light and glows in the dark like the unsleeping eyes of a jungle cat. Who knows what weird creatures of the night may be summoned by this ghostly torch? Send in today for your mystic shadow ring. Simply send 10 cents, 1 dime with your name and address to The Shadow, Madison Square Station, Post Office Box 5, New York City. Here's the address again. The Shadow, Madison Square Station, Post Office Box 5, New York City, New York. This offer is limited to the United States only. Send for your mystic shadow ring right away. Now, back to our story.
Cardona.
You want some more water, Lamont?
Yes. Here, Cardona, drink this. What happened to you?
I don't know. I was around in the back of the house, according to orders. Then I thought I saw someone lurking in the bushes. That was the last thing I remember.
You're lucky you can remember anything, Lieutenant.
Yes, I get... Where's Commissioner Weston?
We don't know, Cardona. When we came downstairs, the phone was off the hook.
And Commissioner Weston was gone.
Gone? I'm going up.
No. Stay right where you are, Cardona. You're still groggy from that blow on the head. I'm going after Commissioner Weston. Margot, you stay here with Cardona.
But Lamont...
Margot, there's only one place near here where Perrin may be hiding. That's the old mill about a mile from here. I'm going there and take a look around.
Dad, I'm trying to get these ropes off my hands and my feet. Then I'll be able to help you.
It's useless to try, Jane. How would we get out of this old mill into the stream without Perrin or that half-wit giant of his seeing us?
Well, I'm going to try anyway. Oh, someone's coming, Dad.
Well, I see that you both regained consciousness. That's good.
Perrin, you've got to let us go.
I don't have to do anything I don't want to do now, Judge Emery. For 3 long years they made me do things I didn't want to, but now I give the orders.
Mr. Perrin, why don't you be reasonable? When my father sent you to prison, it was his duty.
Yes, and I made a promise then to make him pay. I don't break my promises. That's my duty, Miss Emery.
What are you talking about?
Don't be impatient. You'll soon see. First, I open this trap door. My beauties are asleep down below there.
Oh.
An amazing thing about crocodiles, Judge Emery, they sleep most of the time. Except when they eat. Have you ever seen them eat, Miss Emery?
Oh.
And you're soon going to have the chance.
What are you going to do?
Need you ask? I'm going to feed my little pets, Miss Emery. They haven't eaten now for several days. Their former owner was the last one to feed them.
You mean Grogan, the man who lives here in this old mill?
Lived here, Judge Emery. I fed his body to his own crocodile several days ago.
You madman.
No need for melodrama, Miss Emery. You see, he had just what I needed, so I took it. Just what I needed to even accounts with you, Judge Emery.
Oh, no. You can't do this to my father, Perrin.
Oh, yes, Miss Emery.
No.
It's going to be a most interesting spectacle, I assure you.
Spectacle?
Yes. But first I must wake up my sleeping beauties. This rock ought to do it. Wake up, my pretties!
Oh, no, Perrin.
Listen to them. They're hungry. Oh, it's going to be over much too fast, Miss Emery.
I don't care what you do with me, Perrin, but don't harm her.
Our time will come later.
Oh, Dad! Dad!
Come, Judge. You're going down into that pit.
No!
Please, Perrin. If you have an ounce of human decency left in you, can't do this.
Can't I? Down he goes!
No! Dad!
See, Master, I do what you say. I bring him here.
Good work, Brolo. Put Commissioner Weston down.
Yes, Master.
You didn't kill him, did you, Brolo?
No, Master. He tried to fight, but he is not strong like Brolo.
Good. Still unconscious, Commissioner Weston? Don't worry. You will know who to thank for your murder. Somebody knocking.
You want Brolo
No, wait. Carry Weston into that room there and lock him up. I'll handle our visitor myself.
But, Master...
Do as I say.
Yes, Master. I take him. I do what you say. I'm coming. Yes,
I beg your pardon, Mr. Grogan.
Grogan? How did you know my name was Grogan?
I saw it on the letterbox outside. I was under the impression that this mill was deserted.
Well, now you know that it isn't. What do you want?
I was talking to Judge Emery about...
Judge Emery?
Well, yes. Do you know him? He has that big house about a mile or so from here. He was saying
When did you see him?
See him? Why, Judge Emery's an old friend of mine. May I come in?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, come in.
Thank you.
You were saying something about talking to Judge Emery?
Yes. He told me that this old mill was deserted, and I was thinking of renting it and fixing it up for a summer home.
I see. When did you last see and speak with Judge Emery? I don't believe I caught your name.
Cranston. Lamont Cranston.
Cranston, eh? Name sounds very familiar to me.
Does it? But as I was saying, Judge Emery must have been mistaken about the availability of this place of yours.
Yes.
Well, I think I'll run right over and tell him so.
Wouldn't you think it strange, Mr. Cranston, if someone came to your door at 2 o'clock in the morning and asked you whether you wanted to rent your home?
Good heavens, is it that late?
Yes.
Well, I guess I'd better be running along, and I'm so sorry to have disturbed you.
Don't mention it, Mr. Cranston. Perhaps we shall meet again.
Perhaps. Good night, Mr. Grogan.
Perhaps we shall meet again. Sooner than you think. Rollo.
Yes, master.
There was a man just here. He can't have gotten very far. Go out and get him.
Yes, master. I go.
Yes. We shall meet again, Mr. Cranston. And my little pets will have another meal very soon.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
Jane Emery.
What? Who called my name?
The shadow, Miss Emery.
There's so little light in here I can't see you.
The light wouldn't help you to see the shadow, Miss Emery. No one has ever seen me.
What do you want of me?
I want to help you escape from here.
Oh, no, Shadow. Let him kill me, too. There's nothing left for me now. Now that my father's dead. I just want to die now.
Baran killed him?
Yes, he threw him to those beasts to be eaten alive. He made me watch.
Beasts?
Crocodiles. They're in a pit under this room.
Oh, yes. There seems to be a trap door here.
Oh, please. Please close it again. Close it.
How did Baran obtain these crocodiles?
The man who lived here in this old mill raised all types of tropical animals to sell to zoos.
I see. And Baran used them to accomplish his revenge on your father.
Yes, he did.
Well, the shadow will see that he pays for his crimes.
Oh, please. Please don't do that to me.
Quiet, Miss Lane.
Jane Emery, I'll be back for you in a few minutes. Right now, there is someone who needs my help more urgently than you do.
What have you done with them? I know they're here.
Suppose I were to say that they were here, miss. What would you do?
I'd go to the police.
Yes, I see. Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the police, miss, because you won't leave this place.
A giant.
Rollo, didn't you find him?
No. I no find him. He get away.
You fool. Now we'll have the police swarming over this place like ants. Come, miss. I have a little surprise for you.
Take your hands off me.
Oh, so you won't come, hmm? Rollo, carry her into the other room.
Yes, master.
No, stay away from me. No, stay away.
What? Fainted, miss? I'd expected to take a little more time with my revenge, but now they'll all have to die together. Jane Emery, Weston, and this girl.
No, Baran. I will stop you.
Who said that?
The shadow, George Baran. Order your giant to put Miss Lane down.
I can't see you, but if you're so powerful, Shadow, you order him.
Rollo, put her down.
What? Where voice coming from?
Rollo, do as I say. You must obey me.
I'm your master, Rollo. I order you to take her into the room with the trap door. We'll feed our beauties well tonight.
Yes, master. I do what you say.
Rollo, listen to me. He is not your master. The things he has made you do are evil. He has made you do them.
Don't listen to him. I'm your master, Brolo. You must obey me. Here, throw her down here.
Stop, Brolo. Stop.
I must obey you, master. I must obey.
Yes. Yes. See who's strong in our shadow.
Brolo, you must not do this. I will protect you from him. He has twisted your mind. He makes you kill.
You've lost, Shadow. Into the pit with her, Brolo.
Brolo, no. Put her down. Safely.
Yes. I put her down safe.
No.
Like voice say.
No, Brolo, I am your master. I order you to...
You make me kill.
No, Brolo.
You make me do bad things.
No, Brolo.
Now you go into pit.
No, Brolo, listen to me. Don't come any closer. Don't, I command you.
Stop, Brolo.
No, boys. He is bad. Now he is going to die.
Go right into the commissioner's office, Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston. Commissioner will be in a minute.
Thanks, Cardona.
Thanks. Now, what do you suppose Weston wants to see us about?
I haven't the faintest idea, Margot. The Paran case is all settled. Oh, incidentally, I talked to the DA the other day about Brolo, and he's going to take my recommendation and place him in an institution.
Oh, good. He's just a poor, big, misguided...
Hello, Miss Lane. Cranston, sit down, sit down.
Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Well, why did you send for us, Commissioner?
Yes, well, it's, well, I have my report to make out on the Paran case, and, well, I need your help.
What? You need my...
Help? Why, Commissioner, this is remarkable.
Remarkable? This is history-making.
Yes, well, you see, it's this way. When I got the crack over the head, I don't remember anything that happened till the next morning. Could have happened to anybody.
And so, at last, Commissioner Weston comes to Lamont Cranston for help.
Yes, and I hate myself for doing it.
Immediately following John Barclay's message, we'll bring you a dramatic view of your part in the war effort. First, here's Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, a gift you'll find most welcome this year is the practical kind. And I have a suggestion for you. This is for Dad or for Mother. I suggest that you get one of the new automatic Blue Coal heat regulators for your home. It's certainly a practical present, but it's even more than that. It's a present that will mean the whole family will enjoy more comfort and ease. Especially if you have children in the family, you need controlled temperature throughout the house. And that's just what the automatic Blue Coal heat regulator gives you. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace, so that when more heat is needed, you get more heat. No overheating, no underheating. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him about the automatic heat regulator. It'll pay you to find out about it. You may have a free demonstration in your own home. Thank you.
The Shadow Story is copyrighted by Street & Smith. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. In Hawaii and the Philippines, American soldiers are fighting and dying for you. How much are you doing for them? Give them a hand. Back them up. Do your bit. Buy United States Defense Savings Bonds and Stamps, and you can consider every dollar a bullet sent flying straight at the enemy. Go to your nearest bank or post office. Buy a bond.
I want a United States Defense Savings Bond, please. Here's the money.
Buy a bond, so that on the firing line your soldiers can say this.
Is the ammunition running low?
No, sir. New supplies just arrived.
Atta boy, now we'll make them sorry they ever started this war.
Do your part. Every week, buy United States Defense Savings Bonds or Stamps. On sale at every bank or post office. Let's teach aggressor nations the truth of the warning.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. One way that you can help your country's war effort is to put in all the coal you'll need for home heating right away. It's a patriotic thing to do because transportation facilities are needed for war supplies. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer, who at present has reserves of blue coal on hand. There is no shortage of blue coal today, and suppliers should be adequate to meet the needs of every user. However, circumstances may change, and it's wise not to take chances. There's a long stretch of cold weather ahead of us, so don't delay. Fill your coal bin now and be safe. Call your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Pulls the Strings.
They call me Goro. Don't ask who I am or where I came from. Just let us say there is a man called Goro. A man? Can you call a freak of nature, a twisted monstrosity, an evil, ugly thing a man? No. I am Goro, nature's bizarre caricature of a man. I'm not pleasant to look upon, and I am strong enough to compel fear. The weakness of my withered limbs is compensated by the strength of my arms. Is it not strange that I, with my almost useless legs, should want to dance? Is it not amusing that I, who could have been the greatest ballet master in the world, should play with puppets, with articulated dolls which I dangle on the ends of strings? Is it not strange that I should hate all those who move gracefully, beautifully? No, my friends, it is not strange.
But Diane, tomorrow you are giving another dance concert, and this requires your immediate approval. All my plans for the charity review depend on it.
Well, then I can guess it has something to do with your wonderful marionette.
So far you are right. The rest is the surprise.
Oh, is it?
Here we are. This is my studio.
Oh, it's very charming, Rico.
Well, shall we go in?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, yeah. You'd better go first, Rico. It's so dark.
Afraid of the dark, my dear? Oh, then we shall have light. What is it?
Oh, those shrouded figures hanging from the ceiling. For a moment I thought
they were people hanging there? Oh, no, my dear. Merely my life-size puppets. That is all.
Now for the surprise.
Rico. Don't think me silly, but you won't be gone long.
No, I am just going into the workroom.
This room seems so eerie, with all your puppets hanging from the ceiling. Perhaps if you turned on more light.
I am sorry, my dear, but there is no more light. Now, you must close your eyes. I will tell you when to open.
All right. You're making a great mystery of this, Rico.
I want to see your face when I bring back the surprise.
Strange. It's my music. My music for my dance macabre. Oh, Rico. I've got my eyes closed. When may I see the surprise? How much longer, Rico? Rico!
No longer.
Oh, no. No!
So, Goro's twisted body offends you, eh, Miss Childer?
Who are you?
I'm the brother of Rico, puppeteer extraordinary.
Brother?
Yes, Miss Childer. The handsome Rico is my brother. Or should I say the handsome Rico is my face?
I don't understand.
I am Rico's genius. My brother is without talent. I make these puppets and I make them dance. Even Rico dangles from my strings, obeys me.
You?
I revolt you, Miss Childer, eh? Unfortunately, my ugliness has always done that.
I'm so sorry, and now I must leave.
Not yet.
No.
I've seen you dance, Miss Childer. Your muscular control and coordination are magnificent, but...
Where is Rico?
But you lack imagination.
I'm sure you're quite right. Now, please let me go.
I will make you the greatest dancer in the world.
Your arm. You're hurting it.
Yes, I must not hurt your arm. I must not bruise the muscles or sinews, for then you would be spoiled for my purpose. But I am strong, am I not? If I wanted to, I could crush the life from you with my hands.
Please, Goro, I must go. I really must.
No, Miss Charlie, you must not go.
What do you want of me?
Some must be the puppets, and some must pull the strings. I have no choice in that matter.
Oh, no.
Now, look, Miss Lane, Cranston, I'm perfectly willing to buy a ticket for the charity review. But why do I have to go and see that stupid Punch and Judy show and be bored?
Punch and Judy show? Why, Commissioner Weston, Rico is probably the greatest puppeteer in the world.
And I still say it's a Punch and Judy show, and I still don't like it. I'm too old for that kid stuff.
Oh, why, Commissioner, Rico's puppets are a work of art.
Work of art? Well, they can stay out of my cab. They can stay out.
What's he talking about?
What did you say, Shrevey?
I am thinking about a sad experience my bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, is having one time with puppets. As fortune is having it, he is driving a vaudeville dog act from here all the way to Boston in his cab he's driving.
Well, what's that got to do with Rico's puppets, Shrevey?
Well, up to the time of this horrible experience, he is having with this now vaudeville dog act, he is liking dogs immensely, he is liking.
Shrevey, I don't get it.
Big Charlie did. Right in the back of his cab, he got it. One of the dogs in the vaudeville act is picking this time to have puppets.
Puppets? Oh, Shrevey.
Well, it's not so funny to Big Charlie, I can tell you.
Shrevey, you mean puppies.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Cranston. Baby dogs, little puppets.
Yeah, little puppets. In case anyone is interested, that stoplight has changed.
Yes, sir, it certainly has. What? Oh, golly.
If we have to go to that Punch and Judy show, let's get there in time for tonight's performance.
Commissioner, you can stop applauding now.
Yeah? Amazing, isn't it? Oh, that man Rico does amazing things with those life-size puppets.
So you don't like the Punch and Judy show, eh, Commissioner?
Now, spare my feelings, Miss Lane.
You know, there were times when I almost forgot that those puppets were just things of wood and wire. They seemed so natural, so lifelike.
There's the curtain.
What's the next act, Lamont?
I believe it's the Dance Macabre.
Dance Macabre? Isn't that the number that the dancer Diane Childer has made so famous?
Diane Childer?
Quiet, quiet, Cranston. Annoy the people.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Lamont, that puppet is wonderful.
Yes. It's beautifully made.
Why, it looks exactly like Diane Childer, the dancer who disappeared.
Oh, yes. So it does. I remember reading about...
Diane! Diane, my sister! Lamont, that woman!
What's the matter with her?
Now, Doctor, where is this woman who made the disturbance in the theater?
She's in the inner office, lying down, Commissioner Weston.
What seems to be wrong with her, Doctor?
Oh, nothing. A simple case of overwrought nerves. You see, her sister, Diane Childer, has been missing for 2 or 3 days. And the puppet, she says, looked so much like her sister that...
Why, Lamont, I said that very thing.
Yes. So you did, Margot.
Where is this woman who ruined my performance?
Who are you?
The man asks who I am. I am Rico.
Mr. Rico, the woman who, as you say, ruined your performance happens to be Diane Childer's sister.
Oh, yes? Oh, I know Diane Childer very well. I am a great admirer of her dancing.
Diane Childer's been missing for several days, Mr. Rico. Would you know why?
Oh, Cranston, relax. You're making a murder case of this business.
Murder?
Oh, don't get upset, Mr. Rico. If you'll step into the inner office with me alone, why, we'll ask Diane Childer's sister a few questions. You'll forgive us, I'm sure, Cranston, Miss Lane.
Well, I like that.
So do I, Margot. Because now we can go backstage and have a look at Rico's puppets without being disturbed.
Backstage?
Margot, I have a feeling that the puppet used in the Dance Macabre is not a puppet.
Why, Lamont, Rico wouldn't have to stoop to tricks to win his public. He's the world's greatest puppeteer.
He'd have to be, Margot. Because I believe he was making a human body dance on his puppet strings.
We'll continue with Act 2 of Death Pulls the Strings in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's talk about your kind of weather, the private weather inside your home. Nowadays, with the help of Blue Coal, you can have just the kind of weather you like. Comfortably warm and yet not too hot, because Blue Coal burns evenly and smoothly. In fact, this tested superior home fuel is especially prepared, sized, and carefully graded for home use. Yes, it fits the requirements of your furnace. It's tailor-made for your home. That's why you're sure of complete satisfaction when you heat your home with Blue Coal. What's more, it's easier than ever to operate your furnace when you not only use Blue Coal, but also have the automatic Blue Coal heat regulator. This remarkable fuel saver is rapidly becoming a must in home heating. It's easily and quickly installed, and man, the work it saves will be a real eye-opener to you. All you do is set the indicator at the temperature you want and let science go to work for you from then on. Ask your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for a free demonstration of the money-saving Blue Coal heat regulator. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
Here's the stage door, Margot. Let's go in and find out exactly what our friend Mr. Rico was up to.
All right. Doesn't seem to be anyone around.
Oh. The stage doorman must have gone around to the front of the theater to see what the commotion was. Come on. Let's go on stage. Now, this way.
Lamont, I've got a feeling that someone's watching us.
We've got to be quick about this. Rico will be coming back any minute now.
There's not much light on back
Margot,
here.
There's the puppeteer's bridge. That's where they stand above the stage.
Oh, I see. They're up above and they dangle the puppets on wires.
Oh, here they are.
What?
These shrouded figures hanging here behind the scenery are the puppets.
Oh, which is the one used in the Dance Macabre number?
I don't know. That's not this one. Maybe it's this one here. No.
Lamont, suppose Rico's hidden it.
He hasn't had time, Margot. Oh, yes, of course.
What?
It's still on stage, in front of the scenery. I should have thought of
You
that.
should have thought that you have no right to be here.
What? Lamont!
I'm not very pleasant to look upon, am I, miss? Now, will you please explain?
Well, you see, we're very much interested in the puppeteer's art, so we just thought we'd...
Have a look around.
Yes.
Yes. You're very convincing, Mr.
Cranston, Lamont Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
They call me Goro. Rico chooses to call me his assistant.
Lamont, I think we'd better go.
Not yet. Exactly what were you looking for?
I would like very much to see the puppet used in the Dance Macabre number.
That is not possible.
Well, it's your privilege to refuse to show it to us.
Yes, that is right. And what would you think if I refused to show it to you?
What I think is my privilege.
Yes. That also is true. You have heard that old saying, Mr. Cranston, curiosity once killed a cat? A cat is hard to kill. A cat has 9 lives. A curious man has but 1.
Are you threatening me?
I'm warning you.
Well, let's go, Margot. There are other means of seeing this puppet.
Meaning you will go to the police, Mr. Cranston?
Take it any way you please. Come on, Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Wait, I will show it to you. Here.
Lamont. It's...
Just a puppet. Made of wire and wood.
What did you expect to find, Mr. Cranston? A human body?
Hello?
That you, Cranston?
Yes, Commissioner. What is it?
Cranston, I want you and Miss Lane to come to Pier 19 on the East River immediately.
But we can't, Commissioner. We're going to...
I don't care where you're going. This is important. Come to Pier 19 East River. I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, Commissioner. We'll be there. Well, Commissioner, I suppose you know you ruined our evening. Now, what's so important?
Cranston, I want you and Miss Lane to identify a body.
A body? Lamont.
We found her floating in the river.
When was the body found?
About an hour ago. She's over here under this tarpaulin.
Why do you ask us to identify her?
Because you know her. Or rather, you knew her. Okay, Cardona, pull the tarpaulin off.
Right, Diane Childer.
Yes, Marco.
Oh, Lamont.
All right, Cardona, put the tarp back. Sorry to call you here for this sort of thing, but we needed your identification for the death warrant. You see, we couldn't locate her sister.
And you won't locate her sister, Commissioner.
Why not?
Because I found out that Diane Childer never had a sister.
Oh, Cranston, I talked with her myself last night at the theater.
That woman was an imposter.
Uh-huh. Still playing detective, eh, Cranston?
Still playing hard to convince, eh, Commissioner? I presume you noticed Diane Childer's hands just now.
What about them?
Take a good look, Commissioner. Well, Margot, I don't believe our services are needed here any longer, so good night, Weston.
Yeah, go home and read a mystery book. Good night.
Lamont, what about Diane Childer's hands?
Margot, they looked as though they'd been attached to wires.
Wires? Then you were right about Rico using a human puppet.
Perhaps. But I think he holds the answer to that question. And the Shadow is going to pay a call on Rico, puppeteer extraordinary.
You've got your money. Now what do you want?
Rico, I read in the papers that this Diane Childer is actually missing.
So much the better for Rico's publicity. Perhaps now Goro will realize that I have wit and that I am clever.
What?
Oh, nothing. Now, Rico will be greater than ever, and he will have to admit that I did it without his knowledge, that I thought of it myself.
Rico, listen to me. Where is this woman? What have you done with her?
Oh, I do not know.
I thought this was just a stunt for the papers, but if you...
I do not know where she is, I tell you. Now go.
All right. I'm leaving. Do you know, when I screamed last night in the theater, it was only partly an act. There was something about that puppet in the Dance Macabre that was lifelike and yet...
Of course. I am the great Rico.
And yet deathlike.
What do you say?
What are you blabbing about in here, Rico?
Oh!
Who is this woman? What is she doing here?
Oh, I can tell you now, Goro. I hired her to pose as Diane Childer's sister.
So it was you who concocted that stunt for the papers, you stupid, blundering fool. You. You woman.
Me?
Get out of here.
Yes.
Get out before
Yes, I'm going. I'm going.
I ought to kill you.
Oh, no, Goro. I am your brother. I wanted to help. I thought it would be
thought?
good.
Since when have I allowed you to think? Since when have I allowed you to do anything but be my face for the world?
And so, Goro, you are betrayed by your own brother.
What? Who said that?
I heard a voice, Goro.
It is the voice of the shadow, Rico.
Where are you? I can't see you. Where are you hiding in my studio?
The hiding place of the shadow will never be found, Goro. No man has ever seen me.
I am not afraid of you, unseen one.
What do you want? Why did you come here?
Rico, the puppet used in the Danse Macabre was not a puppet, but the body of Diane Childer.
I don't know. Shadow, I do not work with puppets. He does.
Shut up! You're a fool, my brother.
Goro, you murdered Diane Childer, didn't you?
I defy you to prove that voice. There is no proof.
The shadow will prove it, Goro.
Oh, no, shadow. Never.
Other criminals have thought themselves a match for the shadow and have paid for their crimes.
Not Goro. Never Goro.
We shall see. We shall see.
Here we are. Rico's studio is just around the corner, Margot. Remember what you're to do?
Yes. I'm to give you 5 minutes. And then if you don't come out, I'm to phone Commissioner Weston and get him here quickly.
Right. I'd hate to wear those big hands of Goro's as a collar very long.
Oh, Lamont, don't joke about it. You know how strong he is.
All right, Margot. Everything's going to be all right.
What do you want? Why am I always...
I want to see Rico, Goro.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are the curious man, the man who is interested in the art of puppeteering. Come in. Come in.
Thank you.
How fortunate that you came tonight.
I want to speak with Rico.
Yes? Well, I'm afraid that's impossible.
I demand that you take me to him.
But I have... He's here, in the studio.
What?
Ask him your questions if you wish, but I'm afraid he'll prove to be a rather unresponsive conversationalist. He was stupid in life. He looks even more stupid now, hanging there from the ceiling.
You've killed him.
And strung him like a marionette. All his life he's been my puppet indeed. Now he is in fact.
You madman.
And now you are going to join him, my curious
no, you
friend.
don't.
My hands are strong, my friend, even though my legs are weak. Another human puppet for my collection. Huh? Or somebody knocking. Ah, too bad. You'll have to wait, Mr. Cranston, while I answer the door. Come into this room till I'm ready for you. There. I am coming.
What have you done with him?
Oh, my curious friends are all visiting me at the same time. That is good. Come in. Now, we shall have a complete cast for my puppet show tomorrow night.
What do you mean?
My brother Rico was going to have our puppets perform tomorrow night. Unfortunately, he won't be able to work the puppets himself because he is one of the performers, and you also, my dear.
Where is Lamont Cranston?
Oh, he's here, don't worry, and he, too, will perform with you tomorrow night. Can you dance, miss?
Let me go.
Doesn't matter. I can make you dance. I can make you the greatest dancer in the world. I said that to her, too. But after a little while, she couldn't dance at all. And death had made her ugly. So I gave it to the cold river, as I shall do with you when I'm through with you.
No!
Want to bring the police down upon me? Yes, now you are much quieter. Now I can work. Now I can prepare my human puppets for my last great performance tomorrow night.
You will never give that performance, Goro.
What? Are you here, Shadow?
I said I would stop you, Goro. The police will be here any second now.
Police? Oh, if I could get my hands on you, Shadow or not, I could crush the life out of you.
That is not to be, Goro. Your days of crime are over.
Not yet, Shadow. You're not strong enough to end them yourself.
Open this door. Open up, I say.
You're trapped now, Goro. The police are outside.
Open up.
This place is surrounded.
They can't hold me. I'm too strong for them.
Open the door or we'll break it down.
Yes, I'll open the door. And you shall see. You shall see. Now.
Look out, Weston.
What?
Stop him.
Yes. Yes, my life was begun in pain. Now it ends in pain. Now I will no longer hate those who move gracefully and beautifully, for now I too am free.
You know, Lamont, it's lucky that I didn't wait 5 minutes before I called Commissioner Weston.
Yes, Margot. I owe my life to that. When you knocked on the door, it distracted Garreau and gave me a chance to regain consciousness and come back as the Shadow.
You know, Commissioner Weston thinks you escaped from Rico's studio before he got there.
Yes? I wish you could have seen his face when Garreau lunged at him.
Ooh, I know just how he felt.
I'll get him. Shrevey, you're early.
Yeah, I know, but something has happened to Big Charles again. Something has happened.
Oh, what now, Shrevey?
Well, I told you about the experience he's having with the vaudeville dog.
You did, Shrevey, you did.
Well, what do you suppose happened this morning to him again? What do you suppose?
Tell us, Shrevey.
A lady is getting in his cab with a big box, and she says, rush to the hospital immediately. So Big Charlie is rushing. He's rushing.
Shrevey.
Wait, this is rich. She don't want to go there for herself.
Hot dog, which is in the box?
Yeah, she'd take the... How did you know?
I'm psychic. Go on.
Well, this now dog is sick.
Is this one of your now long tails, Shrevey?
Okay, so I'll cut it short. Hey, you get it? Cut it short, cut the tail short. You get it?
Yes, we get it, Shrevey.
And so this dog
is having puppets in Big Charlie's cab, too, he's having.
Yeah, little puppets. Big Charlie says that what happened to him shouldn't happen to a dog.
Oh, Shrevey.
A real-life drama proving that crime does not pay will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay. Here he is, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, there's a hard battle ahead of us in war work. None of us can afford to spend energy needlessly. It's time to cut out waste of all kinds. For example, waste motion and waste fuel in the operation of your furnace. I urge you to think about this because it's serious. Find out how to operate your furnace most efficiently, with the least possible effort on your part. Your Blue Coal dealer will be glad to help you in this with no charge, no obligation whatever. He'll send a John Barclay trained serviceman to your house to give your heating plant a thorough inspection, to demonstrate proper furnace operation, and to tell you, too, about the remarkable Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. A really great work saver. The regulator is easy to install, and you'll find it's economical. It'll pay for itself in fuel savings, and if you rent your home, you can take it with you when you move. Get in touch with your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. I promise you'll be well pleased with his services. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Streeton Smith Publications. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Today, at the start of a new year, we bring you last year's biggest crime-busting case. Proof that crime does not pay. Louis Lepke Buckhalter, one of the most powerful racketeers in the country's criminal annals, sits in a room alone, waiting. Several miles away, two of his henchmen walk into a small candy store.
We got a message for you, Joe.
Yeah, a message from the boss, Joe.
Oh, no. No, don't do it, boys. Don't do it.
You're a double-crosser, Joe.
He got me wrong.
Back in his room, Lepke looks at his watch.
It's done by now. That's another one the cops will never pin on me.
Don't be so sure, Lepke. The law never forgets.
November 30th, 1941, in Kings County Court, Lepke and his two trigger men all met the same fate. Sentence of death in the electric chair.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This program was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Planes, guns, tanks, and other supplies must be rushed to American troops without delay. One way you can help is to lighten the transportation load by ordering all the coal you'll need this season right now. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Fill your bin with blue coal. This splendid home fuel will give you comfortable, dependable heat with real economy. At present, there is no shortage whatever of blue coal, but in these days of rapidly changing conditions, it's wise not to take chances. Be prepared. Fill your coal bin now and be safe. Call your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Drums of Doom.
You won't tell anyone I spoke to you, will you? You people out there? I'm not supposed to talk to anybody. But when the wind is like it is tonight, I have to tell my story to someone. There's so much to tell, and the wind is so lonely, so lonely. There might have been no story, no, and I might not be where I am tonight had there not once lived a man called the Black Judge, the most relentless criminal judge to sit on the bench in a score of ugly years. Even once, when the hangman refused to execute a prisoner whom he had sentenced to death, the Black Judge himself took command in the prison yard, had the condemned man escorted to the gallows by a corps of rattling snare drums, and then, with his own hands, sprang the trap and sent his victim dancing into eternity. Oh, yes, he was well named, was Black Judge Henry Arthur Cole, and he lived long, this man. He died, in fact, less than a year ago, hated and deserted by all, save his 3 children. And then, a month after his death, 5 months ago this very night, the horror began. Miss Jennifer Cole, the eldest daughter to the deceased judge, came home one evening and ascended the familiar stone steps of the Cole mansion. As she inserted her key in the front door, she noticed there were no lights burning in the house. It was too early for her brother Edward to be home. But where were the servants? Where was her sister Norma? Alarmed, she flung the door open and... Oh, yes, she screamed. And so would you. And so would I. The house was empty. Everything gone. Every rug, every picture, every stick of furniture. What had happened? Where was everyone? Where was Norma? Where was she?
Norma.
Where was old Daniel, her brother's valet?
Daniel, where are you?
And then, from upstairs came a sound. Fearful, chilling. It brought back the sudden picture of her father, the dismal prison yard long ago. It was the rattling of snare drums, ghostly, mocking, the drums of doom. Bewildered, she ascended the wide, uncarpeted staircase. Suddenly, there was a groan.
Oh. What was that?
Then she saw what it was. At the head of the stairs lay old Daniel, the servant, stretched out in a dazed coma. His eyes turned glassily down the hallway, and there... Miss Jennifer saw a room where no room had ever been before. The drums ceased. Miss Jennifer stared unbelieving into the strange, dismal room at the end of the hallway, and there she saw...
Norma!
Yes, Norma. Miss Jennifer felt her senses leaving her, for in the blue dimness she saw the stark, grim form of a black scaffold, a gallows, and on it, deathly white, stood her sister, eyes open and pleading, and around her neck, a noose.
Jennifer. Norma.
I've been sentenced to death, Jennifer.
Sentenced? Who?
The black judge.
Norma. Our father's been dead for a month.
You're wrong, Jennifer. Look. Emerging from the shadows there.
Father.
You see, Father isn't dead.
Norma Cole, you have been sentenced to hang by the neck until you are...
No! You're dead, Father. You can't harm her.
Norma will die, and your brother Edward, too, in his time. Go, Jennifer. You can do nothing here.
Father.
Silence! I have found you guilty, Norma Cole, and now I execute my own sentence.
Oh, don't! Have mercy! Mercy!
You look on the world for the last time, my daughter.
No.
My hand is on the cat.
Father, stop!
And heaven will show no mercy to your soul. The horror had only begun for Miss Jennifer. She fled the house. Frantic and hysterical, she reached the highway, where she sank to her knees, fainting.
Lamont, look! A woman lying across the road.
You're right, Margot.
You suppose it's been an accident?
You better save the guessing games for the parlor. You coming?
Yes, dear.
No.
Lamont.
No.
Is she hurt?
Delirious.
Oh, can't we do something? Edward will be next, he said.
Who said? But tell us, what happened?
She's been killed.
What's she talking about?
I don't know, Margot. Who's been killed? Where did it happen?
The Cole mansion. I'm Jennifer Cole.
Oh, won't you try to be calm, Miss Cole?
I can't. I saw it. My sister Norma.
What did you see?
I saw her hanged.
This is the Cole mansion. Your home, Miss Jennifer.
Oh, no, don't make me go in. I'm afraid.
Come along, Miss Jennifer.
The lights are all out, Lamont.
Of course they are. Just as they were when I came home tonight.
It's a strange story, Miss Jennifer.
Silly of you to knock. You see, there's no one here. They've all been murdered.
Good evening, Miss Jennifer.
Daniel.
Yes, Miss Jennifer.
You're all right.
Why, yes, thank you, ma'am. And you, ma'am? We were worried about you. Miss Norma was just saying...
Norma?
Norma!
Where is she? Who, sir?
Miss Norma.
Why, she's having dinner with her brother Edward in the dining room.
Daniel, is she alive?
Alive? Why, ma'am, she...
Hadn't you better see for yourself, Miss Jennifer?
Oh, yes. This way. Norma! Edward.
Where have you been, Jennifer?
We dined without you, my dear. You were late.
Miss Jennifer, I thought...
Did you bring guests, Jennifer?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, miss. You're friends of Jennifer's?
Well, in a way. You see, we found your sister lying on the highway. She said something terrible had happened here.
Norma, there's just one thing I must know. Was Father here?
Father?
Father? No, Jennifer. Father wasn't here. Norma, why don't you take Jennifer up to her room?
Yes, Jennifer. You come along with me now.
I thought it all happened. It seems so real. So real. I don't know what's wrong with me.
My sister isn't quite herself, I'm afraid.
No?
That question about Father puts a rather plain face on the matter.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Father has been dead for over a month.
Dead?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope she'll be all right.
She'll be all right. Norma will take care of her.
Norma, what's wrong with me?
There, dear.
I'm so glad you're really here, Norma. I never knew how much I loved you until I saw you about to die.
Please, Jennifer.
You never know how much you care for a person until you think you're going to lose them.
I've asked you, Jennifer.
Norma, it's a pitiful thing to see a person's mind go, isn't it?
No, your mind is... Now, see here. Your mind is not going, Jennifer. Listen to me.
But those doors in that room where there isn't a room at all.
Jennifer, you know Father's death mask. The one that hangs at the end of the hall out there.
Yes,
I want you to come with me. I'm going to show you what... Oh, no. No. Jennifer!
What was that?
Norma! Norma, what's happened?
We'd better get up there and see.
Yes, hurry.
Which room did it come from?
Jennifer's.
Where?
The one here at the head of the stairs.
Come on, Margot.
Lamont!
Jennifer! What have you done? What have you done?
What is it?
She's killed Norma.
Killed her?
Yes, look. There's the knife on the bed.
No. Miss Jennifer.
She's fainted.
I'll tend to her. Mr. Cranston, will you please go downstairs and phone the hospital? Tell them Miss Jennifer is ill. Terribly ill.
Oh, all right, sir. I'll be back in a moment.
And if you see Daniel, tell him to get the car ready. We may have to take her ourselves.
Right.
Norma. Miss Jennifer. Miss Jennifer.
Is she coming around?
Yes, I think so.
Norma, what were you saying about the mask? What was it, Norma? Norma?
This isn't Norma.
No, Norma's dead. You killed her. You killed Norma with this knife.
I killed her.
There she lies on the floor. Do you see?
Oh, Norma.
Mr. Cole.
What is it?
Look.
Where?
There, around Norma's throat. It's the mark of a rope. The mark of a noose.
Oh. Yes, there is, isn't there?
But don't you see? It means...
Like I said, she was on the gallows. I know it now. It was true.
She was right. It must have really happened.
Yes, I'll go and stop, Mr. Cranston. Perhaps we won't need that call after all, eh? Imagine we may not need it after all.
Jennifer, listen to me. What were you saying about a mask?
Oh, yes. Father's death mask. Norma was just about to tell me something about it when I saw the knife in the doorway.
Where is that mask, Jennifer?
At the end of the hall. Why, I never thought. It's hung just where I thought I saw the gallows room. I wonder... Listen, do you hear it?
Drums.
You see? It was real. That's exactly the way I heard it before.
Yes, I see. Quiet now. Just be still.
Where are you going?
I want to see that death mask, Jennifer.
Oh, no.
At the end of the hall, she said. Now, let's see. It should be about... Oh, here it is. Well, it's just a piece of plaster. Nothing unusual about it. except it needs straightening. It's hung a bit crooked. There now. The wall. It's open. It's the room Miss Jennifer saw. The gallows. The drums.
And myself, Miss Lane.
Oh, let me go. Oh, let me
Come in. Court is in session, Miss Lane. The black judge will see that you get justice. Justice!
Act 2 of The Drums of Doom will continue in just a moment. First, consider what your answer would be to this personal question. Would the heat in your home be just exactly the same as it is now if you could adjust it perfectly to suit your own comfort? If you say no, then certainly you need blue coal. You see, blue coal is tailor-made for your home. It's carefully sized and graded to fit the requirements of your furnace. That's why it gives even, comfortable, dependable warmth. On top of that, this tested superior home fuel is a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with blue coal. Add to all this the new blue coal automatic heat regulator, and you have the modern home heating setup that has given genuine satisfaction to thousands upon thousands all over the country. The blue coal heat regulator is easily and quickly installed. It's a cinch to operate. With a flick of the finger, you can set the temperature in your home just where you want it. Ask your neighborhood blue coal dealer for a free demonstration of the money-saving blue coal heat regulator. He's listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
You people out there must never let anyone know who told you this story, for I'm supposed to be silent. But it's a tale that must be told. It was really half over, you see, when Mr. Cranston at the phone downstairs heard Miss Lane's screams. I heard Miss Lane call for help, Mr. Cranston.
So did I call. And just before Margot screamed, I heard a sound. The same sound Miss Jennifer said she heard this evening.
You did, Cranston?
It was the sound of snare drums coming from somewhere...
Miss Raymond!
What was that?
Look! It's Daniel, my servant, there at the top of the stairs. He's fallen.
Come on, Cole.
Yes. Daniel! Daniel!
What's happened to him?
I went into Miss Jennifer's room, and it was empty.
Empty?
When I came out into the hall, there was something waiting in the dark. I tried to run. It struck me. Oh.
Is he hurt badly?
I can't tell. We'll tend to him, but first we've got to find Jennifer and Miss Lane. Chances are they're still somewhere on the second story here.
I'll take this hallway, Cole. You go through the bedrooms.
Right.
And if you need any help, sing out.
I will.
Margot! Miss Jennifer! Can you hear me, Margot? Telephone right off the hallway here. And I was sent all the way downstairs to phone. Very interesting. Hello?
Hello, this is Otterson, the Cole's lawyer.
Yes?
I'd like you to tell Mr. Edward Cole that I'll be at his house at 11 o'clock.
Is he expecting you?
I'm coming to read his father's will. It's completed now. I'm afraid there's nothing in it that he wants to hear, but I must follow the legal procedure.
All right, I'll tell him.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
A will he won't like to hear, eh?
Who was that on the phone, Cranston?
Oh, Mr. Otterson. Said he'd be over at 11 o'clock to read your father's will.
Oh?
Did you find anything in the bedrooms?
No, but I did find something interesting, Mr. Cranston. Do you see my father's death mask hanging there?
Death mask? Oh, yes. Here it is.
Turn it, Mr. Cranston.
Turn it? Well, what do you mean?
Just try it and see.
Well, I'll try it, but
Look, Mr. Cranston. The wall is opening. And what have we inside?
Well, the gallows.
Lamont!
Margot!
And Miss Lane with the noose around her neck, all ready for the trap to be sprung.
Margot!
No, Lamont, don't come in here, don't!
What do you mean, Margot? I have to.
Yes, Mr. Cranston. I thought you'd have to. I hope you two find it comfortable in the gallows room. Daniel, get up from there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent performance, Daniel. You quite took Mr. Cranston's mind off the drums he heard.
That was the idea, sir.
Good. Where's Miss Jennifer?
She's locked in the small room adjoining the library, just as you ordered, sir.
You've done well by me, Daniel.
By you?
I done it for my share in the will, don't you go forgetting.
Oh, no, I won't forget. But first, there's a little matter of canceling out the two rather annoying young people in the gallows room.
You mean another murder?
There, that's Otterson now. Get a grip on yourself, Daniel. Miss Lane is completely prepared on the gallows. All you need to do is spring the trap.
But the man...
You've got a gun equipped with a silencer. It's not a bad job for the price we're getting. Daniel? Daniel? Coming, Mr. Otterson. Coming.
Hurry, Lamont.
Stand still, Margot. I'm trying to get the noose from around your neck.
Lamont, didn't I see a window in the rear wall?
Yes, Margot, but it's a sheer drop to the ground. Break any mortal back that tried it.
Shh. Lamont, the wall's opening.
Steady, Margot. Just tell the gentleman who comes in that I went out through that window.
What are you going to do?
We're going to rely on the services of our old friend, the Shadow.
Ah, Miss Lane, how pretty you look on the gallows. And as for your friend, Mr... Where is he? Where's Cranston?
He's gone.
Gone?
Out of the window.
But it can't be.
Well, he's gone. You can see he's gone.
All right, so he got away. But you'll pay for the both of you.
No, don't.
See what a neat thing a gallows is? Here's the spring. When I push it, the trap will open.
No!
Yes. And for a little while, you'll dance on air. And then... What was that?
You are near the gallows, Daniel. But you'll be nearer yet before your days are over.
Who's talking? I can't see anyone. But there's a voice.
It is the voice of the Shadow. Now give me the keys that unlock these walls, Daniel.
All right. No point in arguing with a voice. It's here in my pocket.
Shadow, he's got a gun.
So I see.
Oh, my arms. Something's holding me.
Drop that gun. Drop it, Daniel.
Oh, let me out of here. I can't fight something I can't see. Let me go.
All right, Daniel, I'll let you go.
Someone I gotta talk to, that is. Someone I gotta talk to.
Run, Daniel, run. Your crimes are close at your heels.
Good of you to have come out here, Otterson. May I give you a brandy?
No, Mr. Cole. I'm just here to make you acquainted with your father's will and...
Mr. Edward!
Daniel, how dare you come in the library?
I'm sorry. I'd quite forgotten about Mr. Otterson.
The man's as pale as a ghost, Cole.
Here, Daniel. Drink this brandy. It'll steady you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Now, get on with the will, Otterson.
Yes. Well, sir, there's only one paragraph that would be of interest to you, and according to your father's letters, he had told you of his intention of making it in the main article.
Right, and that paragraph states in effect that you are to divide his fortune among deserving charities and present each of us, his 3 children, with the sum of $1.
That's correct. And you agree to accept the will, Mr. Cole?
I do not.
What?
I most emphatically question it.
On what grounds, sir?
On the grounds of my father's sanity.
His sanity? But there was a witness to his sanity, Mr. Cole.
Who? My sister Jennifer?
Yes, Miss Jennifer. She was the only one of you in town at the time he remade his will.
I question Jennifer's ability to judge anyone else's sanity, Otterson.
What do you mean?
I mean that if I can prove that she is insane, the law will not recognize her testimony, nor the will. Am I right?
Yes, you are right, but...
Good. Daniel, open that door.
Yes.
Jennifer, come out, my dear.
Oh, Edward.
Jennifer, did you or did you not see our father in this house tonight? Answer me.
Yes, I saw him.
Did you see a room on the 2nd floor where we all know there is no room?
Yes.
And did you see a gallows in that room and our father hanging Norma on that gallows?
Yes, I did.
Good.
I did.
Good. Well, what do you say to that, Mr. Otterson?
I suppose this case, this had better be reconsidered. I'm afraid you're right, Mr. Cole.
What was that?
It's the voice. The voice again.
No, Otterson, he's not right. Miss Jennifer is sane. But Edward, Norma, and Daniel here conspired to drive her out of her mind, to invalidate this will.
It's a lie.
They built a gallows on the 2nd floor of this house, and Edward, impersonating his father in his black judicial robes, pretended to hang Norma.
No.
They cleared the lower floor, stripped it of its furnishings, then restored it all in Miss Jennifer's absence, with the deliberate plan of persuading her she was insane. However, poor Norma was too soft-hearted to carry it through. And for this, they killed her and tried to pin the guilt on Jennifer.
It's the truth. The Shadow's telling the truth.
Quiet, Daniel. All right.
It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter.
matter anymore. Help him. Look, he's fallen. Here, let me help. Stand back, Allison.
Haven't you done enough, Edward?
I'll take that gun, Cole.
Something's holding my arm.
Drop that gun, Cole. Drop it.
I've got the gun, Shadow. Give it to me. Give it to me. Stand back, Mr. Cole. I'm warning you.
Oh, no, Your killings are at an end, Edward Cole.
Look, Lamont, it's Daniel lying here, and Mr. Edward.
What's happened? I shot Mr. Edward. He had threatened to kill me.
Is he dead?
Water.
Here, let me see. It's only a shoulder wound. Here, Miss Jennifer, give me that brandy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cranston, here.
No brandy. No.
Drink, Cole, drink. All right. Phone for the ambulance, Margot. He's going to live.
So I was going to live, was I? No. They were wrong. You see, there wasn't a chance. The drink they gave me took care of that. It was what was left of the brandy I had prepared for Daniel. Poisoned so I wouldn't have him blackmailing me for the share of my father's estate I'd promised him. That was the bitterest twist of the whole bitter tale. But now, you must promise me you'll never repeat what you've heard. For it's been told to you from the tomb. Told by the lips of a dead man. But you'll keep quiet. For if you ever tell anyone and tell them the truth, they'll only say you're insane, you know. They'll only say you're insane.
An important real-life drama of America at War will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert. Mr. Barclay?
Thank you. Friends, as we all realize, it's more important than ever now to save fuel. Let me give you a few tips that you may find useful. First of all, insulate doors and windows. Use window strips or storm sash. Another thing, close bedroom doors at night so you can keep the rest of the house at a comfortable temperature. The new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator will be a great help to you in this. The regulator will automatically adjust the heat for night and for day. You'll save a good deal of fuel that way. And what's more, you'll save effort. You won't have to rush down to the basement several times a day to adjust dampers. Your Blue Coal dealer will tell you all about this remarkable automatic heat regulator. And besides that, he'll be able to go into more detail than I can here about how you can save fuel without sacrificing comfort. Call your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. There's no charge, of course, and no obligation. He'll be glad to help you as part of his regular service. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Red Cross today desperately needs your help. This valiant organization is struggling against tremendous odds and meeting both civilian and military needs on all fronts. Listen and remember. In a small village in the war area, far across the sea, a wounded man and his wife remain alone. All other civilians have fled. The enemy is quickly approaching. The woman speaks.
Manuel, they will soon be here. What can we do?
You must go. Go quickly while you can.
No, I will stay with you.
Shh. They're here. It's too late.
Red Cross. Anybody here?
Oh, help us.
You bet your life. That's what we're here for. We'll have you out in 2 shakes. Hey, stretcher, double quick.
Where there's danger, trouble, and suffering, there you'll find the Red Cross. Send your contribution to your local Red Cross headquarters today. Help save both civilians and soldiers so they can fight on. The United Nations must prove to criminal aggressors that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story is produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. This is no time of the year to let your coal supply get low. Sudden changes in temperature and war conditions may delay transportation and keep your order of coal from getting to you when you'll need it most. Fill your coal bin now and help relieve transportation facilities for war supplies. Your friendly blue coal dealer is able to take care of you now from supplies on hand. But this condition may change at any time, especially since this fine home fuel is so rapidly gaining new users. New users who have found you get more dependable heat plus real economy with blue coal. Yes, it's wise to be prepared. Call your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Thing in the Swamp.
This is a tale of greed and hate, and a thing that was created by the belief of 10 million radio listeners. For if the story had not been told, the thing would never have risen out of the swamp to reach out with blood-red tentacles and thrice do murder.
What is it? Who's there?
It's I, Hugo.
How many times have I told you not to sneak up behind me like that?
Oh, Hugo, don't be angry with me.
Fools. Fools. They'll never find it. Never.
What did you say, Hugo?
Huh? Nothing.
Hugo.
What?
How much longer must we stay here in this houseboat on this dismal swamp?
As long as I want to stay here.
But, Hugo, I'm frightened. I'm afraid of this place. Those strange noises we've heard in the swamp. Do you think it's true, what that man Nestor said on the radio?
That there's a monster living in the depths of Pearl's swamp?
Well, how else can one explain those unearthly noises that come from the swamp?
Don't be a fool.
If it's money, Hugo,
Money.
if that's the
Money?
Yes, Hugo.
What do you mean, money?
Oh.
What are you trying to find out?
Nothing, Hugo. I only wanted you to tell me what it is that keeps us here on this houseboat away from everybody.
Oh. No, Amy. No. Not even you. Now, go to bed.
It might help you to tell me, Hugo.
I said go to bed.
All right, Hugo. All right.
No. No, not even dear Amy. No one will know. I'll have it all. All to myself. Death laugh of the loon sounds lonesome tonight. Sounds almost... That's not a loon. That's not a loon. That's not a loon.
What are you? What do you want? Stay away from her. You're not a real person. You're
an animal. A thing apart from ordinary men.
Your huge, ugly head.
I'm
scaly body.
Sure you don't find me pretty. Now tell me, Hugo. Where is the money? Where have you hidden it?
No. I won't tell you. No.
You'll tell me, Hugo Menchino. You'll tell me.
No. Amy, come here.
You've talked enough, Hugo.
I thought I heard you call me, Hugo. What? Oh!
Now, Miss Lane and my good friend Cranston, will you two please explain why you dragged me to this broadcasting station?
Well, Commissioner, Lamont and I were talking about that poor woman.
What woman?
Mrs. Menchino, Commissioner. The woman whose husband was carried off their houseboat into the swamp by that monster.
Oh, that. She's out of her mind.
Well, don't be too sure of that, Commissioner.
Miss Lane, not only am I sure, but several of the state's best psychiatrists are sure also.
But we're not sure, Commissioner.
I hate to tear myself away, Cranston, but I'm sure you'll understand.
Leaving before Mr. Nestor comes?
Nestor? Oh, yeah, now, what's Heaven's gift to radio commentators got to do with my being here?
Well, you remember the story Mrs. Menchino told of that thing in the swamp?
You just mentioned that. Phony story. Very phony.
Well, Peter Nestor, radio's teller of strange tales, told of this exact monster living in the same swamp in his broadcast 6 weeks ago.
Even the description that Mrs. Menchino gave the police of that monster tallied perfectly with Mr. Nestor's story.
Coincidence.
And, by the way, Commissioner, isn't Menchino the missing cashier of the National Bank that was robbed of so much money about 5 years ago?
Well, it does happen the police have been looking for Menchino for questioning for some years now. But that has absolutely nothing to do with this monster story.
Lamont, let's hear what Mr. Nestor's saying on his broadcast.
Okay, Margot. I'll turn on this radio. We won't hear much. The program's just about over.
And that is the story, ladies and gentlemen. The statue, carved in granite and silhouetted against the sky, may be seen to this day.
Well, the program's over.
And now, a preview of next week's program. You may recall that my strange tale for my program just 6 weeks ago dealt with the legend of the thing in the swamp.
Lamont, he's talking about it again.
If you have read your newspapers lately, you know that a woman has reported that her husband has been carried off by a monster who exists in the murky waters of Furrell Swamp. And next week on my broadcast, I'm going to the exact spot where the monster is reported to have struck and attempt to give you an on-the-spot description of him. Don't forget to tune in next week. You have an appointment with danger. An appointment with a thing in the swamp. Good night.
At the end of the broadcast, turn it off, Lamont.
Right. Well, Commissioner, what do you think now?
I think I'd like to talk to this Peter Nestor.
How about a story, Mr. Nestor?
All right. I'll give you a report of the story later. Pardon me, the page boy said you wanted to see me?
Mr. Nestor?
Yeah?
I'm Commissioner Weston. This is Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
How are you?
How do you do?
I can guess what you're here for, Commissioner Weston. It's that story of mine that came true, right?
The first time. What I'd like to know, Mr. Nestor, is where you got that story.
Why, it's an old legend of the swamp.
But the thing happened just as you described it. Don't you think that's strange, Mr. Nestor?
Yes. How can you explain that?
Believe me, I was as surprised when I read about it as you are. As far as I knew, it was just a legend.
Well, what about you going to Furrell Swamp and doing an on-the-spot broadcast?
Next week, I'm going to that houseboat and wait for the monster. If it comes, I'll describe it over the air to my audience.
Mr. Nestor, do you mind if I come with you?
Not at all, Mr. Cranston, but I'm very much afraid we'll find the monster's a myth. That the woman who reported her husband's death had listened to my broadcast and that her unbalanced mind had seized upon the idea.
I'm not so sure, Mr. Nestor, because I believe that the so-called legendary monster is more than imaginary now.
here I am, bound to a chair on the houseboat, gentlemen. And I'm ready for what may come.
One more picture, Mr. Nestor.
All right, one more.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, my broadcast will begin in just 8 minutes. That'll give you all enough time to get back the half mile to the truck containing the portable radio equipment where you may listen to my program.
Well, I thought, Nestor, that I was to be allowed to remain here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cranston, but if you stayed, all these reporters would want to stay, too. If there is such a monster, it would certainly scare them away.
He's right, Lamont.
Yes, I suppose he is.
By the way, Cranston, where's the good police commissioner?
Well, to use his own words, he had other more important things to do.
Perhaps he'll be sorry he didn't come along.
Perhaps. Well, good luck, Nestor.
Yeah, thanks. And now, gentlemen.
Yeah?
It's time to go.
What's on your mind?
I have an appointment with a thing in the swamp.
Lamont, I wish we'd gone inside the transmitter truck with the others. It's not too cheerful out here in the car.
Well, if anything should happen to Nestor, we can reach him quicker from here, Margot. This car radio takes quite a time to heat up. Nestor should be...
Here I am, alone on the haunted houseboat of the missing Hugo Mancino, bound to a chair, waiting for our monster to come. It's not too comforting to remember that Hugo, living with his wife on this very houseboat where I am now, met his death by this monster just 10 days ago. His body is supposed to be at the bottom of the swamp. Tonight, I shall attempt to describe this monster to you. Now, the police have claimed that this thing doesn't exist. I not only say that it exists, I say it'll visit this houseboat tonight. Now remember, listeners, I'm tied from head to foot. My only contact with the outside world is this microphone propped up beside me. In front of me is the open door of this doomed houseboat, where I can see the swamp in which our monster is supposed to live. Nothing has disturbed the waters of the swamp up to... Wait, I see something.
Lamont, do you think...
I think we ought to hear what he has to say.
Rising from the waters outside the door. Oh, no.
Lamont.
The laugh's on me.
Do you think he sees anything?
He's a good storyteller, Margot.
You've got to believe me.
Wait a minute. Good as Nestor is, he couldn't make up the sounds of those chains.
Claws covered with seaweed. And I can't get away. I can't. No, stay away from me. Stay away.
Lamont, what is it?
That's what we're going to find out.
Act 2 of The Thing in the Swamp will continue in just a moment. First, consider this important fact. You need proper heat in your home just as you need proper clothes and proper food. And you can only enjoy that sort of heat when you have the right fuel. Blue coal, you'll find, is right because it's prepared especially for home use. It's delivered to your home in exactly the right size to give you the most efficient heat. That's why this superior home fuel keeps your home warm and comfortable at all times. Every room at the right temperature. Add to all that the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, and you're sitting on top of the world. The Blue Coal automatic heat regulator saves climbing up and down stairs. It automatically makes the adjustments that increase or decrease the heat according to your needs. It's easily and quickly installed. You can take it with you when you move. And what's more, it saves money. Ask your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for a free demonstration of the Blue Coal heat regulator. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
Now that we've gotten rid of the reporters and everybody else, Cranston, Miss Lane, what is this all about?
Well, Commissioner, we were listening to Nestor's broadcast in my car.
About a half mile from here. Well, everything was going fine on the program until...
Miss Lane, I heard the broadcast. What I want to know is, where is Nestor now?
I told you over the phone, Commissioner. He's gone.
Gone? Now, look, Cranston, I was there when Nestor told you that he didn't believe any monster was going to show up.
Weston, That monster really appeared. Nestor was tied to this chair here. You can see for yourself that the cords are broken.
He couldn't have done that himself.
So what? He hired a guy to cut him loose for publicity.
I don't think so, Commissioner. And that doesn't explain this clump of wet seaweed here on the floor.
The wind could have blown that in. Personally, I'm going home. I think you've been taken in by Nestor's legend. And personally, I'm going home.
Do you want to go home, Lamont?
Do you? You're not afraid because everybody's gone back to town and left us here?
I should say not.
Good. Because I think that if we stay here aboard the houseboat, the thing in the swamp may pay us a visit.
Cops and the reporters are gone now, Rocky.
Yeah? Give me those glasses. I want to take a look across the swamp.
Here.
We'll soon see. Gone, eh? There's still a car parked near the houseboat across the swamp there. That guy Cranston and his friend Miss Lane are still hanging around.
What do they want?
Suppose we row across and find out.
Hey, Rocky, what about this thing in the swamp?
Forget it.
Yeah, maybe this ain't such a safe hideout after all.
I said forget it. What's the matter, Nick? Are you turning yellow?
No, Rocky, no.
I don't think Cranston and Miss Lane are going to stick around long if the monster shows up.
I don't like this, Rocky. I don't like it at all.
You'd like a cut of the National Bank robbery money, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Now with Menchino dead, we'll never find that dough.
It's still where he hid it, and we'll find it.
Rocky, who killed Menchino? How did you find out about it?
What difference does it make?
When I come in this with you, I told you I didn't want nothing to do with no murder. Now, if
Keep your shirt on. I only heard about it on the radio. The monster's supposed to have done it. Look, Nick, I ain't gonna double-cross you the way Menchino double-crossed me on that bank stick-up. For 5 years I've been waiting my chance to get my hands on that dough, and nothing's gonna stop me now. No. Not even that nosy guy Cranston and that dame poking around.
What are you gonna do, Rocky?
We're going across the swamp to the houseboat and give Cranston and his girlfriend a little surprise.
Lamont.
Yes?
What time is it?
You just asked me that 5 minutes ago.
Well, it seemed like 5 hours ago. How much longer will we have to wait for that thing?
There's no telling, Margot.
It's the suspense of waiting that's so deadly.
You're right, Margot. I think I'll take a look over this houseboat. Perhaps the answer to this whole mystery is right here.
I'm not sure I'm going to like the answer if we do find it.
What's this?
What?
This door here. I didn't notice it before. Seems to be a flight of steps going down into the hold of the boat.
I can't see much. It's so dark down there.
Here, I'll flash a light down there.
I don't see a thing.
Let's go down.
All right. Seems to be a lot of water down here.
What is it, Margot?
Rats! The place is full of them. Let's go up again, Lamont.
You go up, Margot. I want to take a look around.
All right, Lamont. I'll wait for you on deck.
All right. There. I wonder if I'll find what I'm looking for here. Let's see what's under the sacking here. Good heavens. Those claw marks on his throat. I could almost believe that legend about the monster. Margot! Margot! I found Nestor's body. Margot! What is it? Margot! Here, open this door. Open, I say!
All right, pound all you want, mister. You'll never get out of there alive.
I don't like this, Rocky. I don't like it.
Just keep rowing and let me manage this.
What about this dame here in the boat? What are you going to do about her? Maybe you killed her.
Maybe I have.
Rocky, I told you I don't
She's only unconscious. She's okay.
Yeah. When she comes to, she's going to start yelling. We got to let her go.
She won't yell.
That guy you locked in the hold of the houseboat. He can break out of there, Rocky. The wood is so rotten.
Look, I'm getting sick of your griping. I tell you, he won't break out. Before we left, I opened up the seacocks. He's probably drowned already. Look back. You see how low the boat's sunk in the water?
We're going back, Rocky.
What are you talking about?
When I come in with you, I said no killing. And we're going back and save him.
Yeah? You're looking into the barrel of a gun, Nick. I think you've been around me long enough to know I'll use it if I have to.
Rocky. You win.
That's better. Just do as I say and we'll get along.
She's coming, too.
Lamont,
Look, lady, I mean business. One sound out of you and...
Where's Lamont? What have you done
Shut
with
up.
him?
Rocky, what's that?
Where?
There. Those waves in the water. Looks like someone's swimming, but there ain't nobody there. Just waves.
Shadow.
What did you say?
Nothing.
That's funny. I'd have sworn you said the Shadow.
No,
I've
I
heard
didn't.
of him. I always wanted to meet up with the Shadow. Let's see if a bullet will stop those
No,
waves.
don't! No!
Hold it, Nick.
No, let me go!
Still coming toward us.
No! Oh, no.
Now it's stopped. Stopped good. I always wondered if a bullet could stop the Shadow. Now I know.
Oh, Lamont. Lamont, Oh, what do you want? What are you going to do with me?
Come on, lady. Come with me.
No.
Don't you understand? I'm going to let you escape.
Escape?
This wasn't my idea. I don't want no part of it. I was after some easy money, but I realize now I was wrong.
But I...
Don't stop to talk now, lady. Rocky will be back here in the hideout any minute now. If I got to get you out of here safely, we'll have to work fast. What's that?
It's the Shadow.
Shadow? Well, I thought...
You thought the Shadow was dead. That your friend Rocky killed me in the water.
I saw the waves stop.
The Shadow cannot be killed, Nick.
What are you going to do to me?
I'm going to let you go. You're not evil, Nick. You've been misled. I'm going to give you a chance. The chance to go straight.
Rocky's come back.
Well, if Rocky's come back...
No, it's the monster.
The monster?
Come with me. You're going to the bottom of the swamp, and no one will ever find your body there. Just as they'll never find Menkino.
No, don't come near me.
Stop.
What? Who said that?
The Shadow.
The Shadow's dead.
The Shadow is not dead. The Shadow can see through your disguise.
No, stand back there. Let go of me.
Now I recognize that voice. It's Rocky. So you're the thing in the swamp. You killed Menkino.
Now you know there's no reason for this disguise any longer. On it comes.
So, Rocky, that explains the monster. A diving helmet and a rubber suit covered with seaweed.
Yes, Shadow, now you know. What are you going to do about it?
You must pay for your crimes, Rocky.
Oh, no, not Rocky. I'm getting out of here, and you're not stopping me. I've got my gun trained on Miss Lane here, and one false move, and she died. You double-crosser.
You killed her.
Yes, just as I killed Menkino and Nestor. Just as I'll kill you if the Shadow tries to keep me from leaving here. You won't try to stop me, will you, Shadow?
You can't escape justice, Rocky.
Oh, yes, Shadow. I'm clever. You have to admit that.
Not clever enough to find the money stolen from the bank. The money that you and Menkino stole together.
You're wrong, Shadow. I've found the money, and I have it outside. Menkino couldn't hide it from me. And now, Shadow, Miss Lane and I are leaving. Tried to stop me, and she'll... Well, you saw what happened to my double-crossing friend, Nick. Come on.
No, you don't, Rocky.
Oh, my gun! You knocked it out of my hand.
What's the matter, Rocky? Lost your courage and bravado? When you lost your gun?
Shadow, give me back my gun. Give it back to me.
No, Rocky, you'll never have the opportunity to use it again. You'll never kill again.
But you don't understand. I had to kill Menkino. He tried to cheat me out of my share of the money. I had to do it.
The money which you and he had stolen from the bank?
I helped him steal it. It belonged to me, too.
You have a twisted sense of right and wrong, Rocky. There's only one place for men such as you. The police will see to it that you pay your debt to society. Your days of killing are over.
And Rocky made a complete confession of the whole thing this morning.
Well, Lamont, I still don't understand where Rocky got the idea for his monster disguise.
Margot, strangely enough, he got it from Nestor by listening to the tale of the thing in the swamp on the radio. He procured a diving helmet with a portable oxygen tank, covered himself with seaweed, and brought Nestor's legendary monster to life.
Well, what purpose did he have in doing that?
He's been trying for 5 years to find out where Menkino hid the money. He knew that Menkino was almost stubborn enough to die rather than tell.
And Rocky thought that he might scare it out of him.
But why did he kill Nestor?
He wanted to build up the story of the thing in the swamp so as to scare people away from the hiding place of the money until he found it. He thought Nestor's death would do that.
Oh. One thing led to the other.
Yes, Margot. You know, I've just had a weird thought.
What?
In a way, Nestor was killed by a monster that he himself brought to life in the minds of 10 million listeners. So actually, he created a monster that destroyed him.
A real-life drama proving that crime does not pay will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, an important part of furnace operation is refueling, fixing the furnace. Now, here's the way to do it right. First, shake the grates gently until you see a red glow in the ash pit. But don't allow red coals to drop through the grate. Second, take a hoe and pull the live coals to the front of the firebox so the fire slopes downward from the front to the rear. Then put the fresh coal to the rear of the furnace. But don't cover all the fire. Leave a spot of live coals in the front. You need these to ignite gases arising from the fresh coal. Finally, remove ashes from the ash pit and set the dampers. Close the check damper and open the ash pit damper. Of course, with the Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, the dampers are automatically adjusted for you. Yes, folks, the right way is the easy way, and the easy way in this case is the economical way. Your Blue Coal dealer is always glad to help you with your home heating problem at no charge, no obligation. I know you'll be pleased with the friendly help you receive. Call him tomorrow. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. We now bring you an episode from real life proving that crime does not pay. November 1939. It is late at night. Two cars are speeding along the road. Suddenly, the second swerves ahead and forces the first car into the curb.
Hey, what's the big idea? Why don't you watch me driving?
Get out of that car, you hear me? Get out of there.
Put away that gun.
Get out of there with your hands in the air and quick.
Okay, I'll get out and I'll teach you not to point guns at people, too.
Oh, so you're tough, eh? Well, how do you like this? Dead. That's how Albert Gatty handles wise guys.
The dead will haunt you, Albert Gatty, and all the guns in the world can't save you.
In a cell in Queen City Prison, January 12th, 1942, Albert Gatty hanged himself with a twisted sheet. The dead were avenged. And once again was proved the truth of the warning.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Think about your coal supply now, and you won't have to worry about it later. Order the coal you'll need for the rest of the season right now. Fill your coal bin to the top, and then you'll be protected against any possible delay or interruption in deliveries. Your blue coal dealer is able to take care of your needs immediately. He has a good supply of this superior home fuel on hand. But war conditions plus sudden changes in temperature may quickly change this situation. So it's wise to play safe. Ask your blue coal dealer to fill your coal bin right now and be safe. Telephone him tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Dead Man's Revenge.
Mr. McPhail, 20 minutes. There it is, boys. Sorry. The interview's over.
Oh, now, Mr. McPhail, you promised us the story for our paper.
Look, Mr. McPhail, a leading theatrical director like you is news. Give us something. Something about your career, maybe.
Oh, you heard the call, boys. I've only 20 minutes
You
before...
theatrical people are always in a hurry.
Couldn't be that you're getting nervous, could it, Mr. McPhail?
No, it couldn't. Not after all my years on the stage. This is old stuff for me, boys.
Ah, then give us a break. We're trying to get a lead off for the morning edition. You got the time, Mr. McPhail.
All right. I haven't got the time, but I'll give you your lead off just the same.
That's the way to talk.
I guess you all know something about this story anyway. It happened while I was rehearsing a new 3-character play in the old John Carter Theater.
Just a second. John Carter Theater.
There hadn't been a play to open in that theater for 20 years. Not since the great John Carter, the actor for whom the place was named, had passed away. I begged the backers not to rent it.
Why, McPhail?
The theater was jinxed, people said. Yeah, something about a curse. A curse of 20 years standing. But the backers ignored me, rented the place anyhow. I didn't like the idea, but I had Miss Maudie Stillwell for the star. The play was shaping up beautifully. Then, the night before the private dress rehearsal, the trouble began.
Well, how did it begin? What happened, Mr. McPhail?
Well, there was a night watchman, you see. A man who'd worked around the theater ever since old John Carter himself was alive. That night, he was making his rounds in the dark, musty cellars of the place. Later, the police established that it was just about midnight when the strangest occurred.
There ain't nothing down here. Everything's all right.
Guess I'll go up and doze off.
What was that? There is something down here. Who's there? I heard your cane tapping. Come on now. I got a gun here, and if you give me any trouble,
I won't give you any trouble, Jason.
Jason? Nobody's called me by that name for years.
I knew you long ago, Jason.
Who are you?
I've heard there's going to be a play done in this theater, Jason.
Yes, that's right.
Have all of you forgotten old John Carter's dying wish?
His dying wish?
Let me remind you. He asked that this building which bears his name never again be used as a theater.
Yes, he did. I remember he said it the night he died.
It isn't wise to trifle with the wishes of the dead, Jason.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But
It don't make any difference now, eh? He's been dead 20 years. Ain't much he can do about it, eh?
That's what the living think, do they?
The living? Why do you say the living? What are you?
Just an old friend of yours, Jason.
Well, come out. Come out where I can see you.
I'll come out, Jason. I'll come out.
Oh, no.
You see who I am, my friend.
Oh, it ain't true. It can't be.
You recognize me.
What are you doing here? What is it you want?
A dead man's revenge. Dead man's revenge.
Mr. McPhail, 15 minutes.
Well, I'm not going to have time to finish this.
Oh, sure you will, Mr. McPhail. Why don't you tell him to stop calling you every 5 minutes?
Oh, I'm used to that, boys. There's always a 5-minute call in the theater.
Well, then go on while you can. Tell us what happened next.
Next? Why, some workmen found the old night watchman around dawn that day. Before he died, he told this fantastic story. The papers got hold of it, and you remember, it was headlined in the noon editions of every newspaper in town. When I reached the theater that afternoon, Lamont Cranston, an old friend of mine, was in the theater green room. There was a young lady with him.
Cranston. Hello, McPhail. You remember Margot Lane, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course. How are you, Miss Lane?
Well, we're just a little bit upset, Mr. McPhail. You see, well...
You saw the headlines?
Yes.
Is that why you came in, Lamont?
Well, not exactly. That is, we...
No, it's my fault, really. We just noticed the headlines, or we certainly wouldn't have come here to annoy you.
Annoy me?
You see, Lamont told me that you were producing a play with only 3 performers in it. And I thought it was so unusual.
And to come to the point with appropriate blushes, Margot thought we might be able to see the dress rehearsal tonight.
Oh.
There's not going to be a dress rehearsal.
What? Oh, Humphrey. Come in, Humphrey.
I am in, McPhail.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, this is Mr. Humphrey, one of the members of our cast.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do? McPhail, you must call this play off at once, do you hear me?
What? What's the matter with you, Humphreys?
Last night's tragedy was nothing compared to what's in store for us if we attempt to carry on with this play.
What does he mean?
I don't know. The night watchman is strangled in the cellar, so he wants me to toss up a whole production.
Now, who do you think it was strangled him, McPhail?
Well, I don't know. The police are on the job. They'll find the man.
Not this man, they won't.
Oh, I think the police are quite capable of tracking down a murderer, Mr. Humphreys.
This murderer, Mr. Cranston, was the phantom of old John Carter.
John Carter?
You're out of your mind.
I tell you, the play must not go on.
Miss Stillwell and Mr. Graves will want to go on even if you don't. Your crazy ghost stories won't stop them.
Well, if the stories don't stop them, I warn you.
All right, Humphreys, you warned me. Now get out.
Very well. But remember, whatever happens will be on your head, McPhail.
Well, you don't suppose there could be anything in what he says, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. Who was it said, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy?
Well, in that case, this might be the very best time for us to be on
Miss Lane.
Yes, Mr. McPhail.
I'd like you and Mr. Cranston to be the only 2 guests tonight at the first dress rehearsal to be held in the John Carter Theater in 20 years. In 20 years.
Well, go ahead. What happened then, Mr. McPhail?
That night at the dress rehearsal, Miss Lane, Cranston, and I were the only people in the audience. The play was going well. The last act was almost over. And then came that scene where the leading woman, the part Miss Stillwell played, is supposed to be accused by an aging composer of stealing his symphony. Oh, it was a very tense moment in the play.
I wrote that music. I wrote every note of it. You know I did.
Yes, perhaps you did. But the world will never know it. They'll hear those melodies, and it'll be my name they'll remember. Listen, I'll play them for you.
No, don't. Come away from that organ. I can't bear to hear you.
The world will love me for my music. Listen well, old friend. Forever after, these notes will belong to me.
No! No! The next time I hear them, There will be no you. I've killed you. I've killed you. And my song is my own again.
Like it, Margot?
Look, I tore my program to shreds.
Well, that's a very good sign.
You made
no mistake producing this, McPhail. You've got a hit on your hands, I'm afraid.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to applaud until they open those curtains again.
There, it's opening now. Well, Miss Stillwell doesn't seem to appreciate Margot's applause. You're just sitting there at the organ without taking a bow.
Oh, maybe she's tired.
Oh, what does she keep holding that note for? Enough to drive you out of your mind.
We've heard that note, Miss Stillwell. It's very, very pretty, but that'll do now. Oh, Miss Stillwell, please, let up. Stop it. Graves, Humphreys, one of you make Stillwell cut it out. It's not funny anymore. Who's that coming out on stage?
That's Mr. Graves. He's the third member of the cast.
Oh, will you make us stop, will you, Graves?
I'll try, Mr. McPhail. Miss Stillwell. Miss Stillwell, why don't... Miss Stillwell!
Oh, Lamont, look. She fell. She's lying on the stage.
What's going on?
What is it, Graves? What's happened up there? I think Miss Stillwell's dead.
Mr. McPhail, 10 minutes.
Go on, McPhail. Don't waste any time.
I believe you boys would hound a man for a story on the brink of the grave. Well, naturally, the thought of John Carter's ghost flashed across every one of our minds. The next minute, Miss Lane, Cranston, and I were hurrying up onto the stage.
Don't let anyone touch Miss Stillwell's body till the medical examiner gets here. Now you better get everybody up on stage, McPhail.
Well, there's only one member missing. It's Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, where is Mr. Humphreys?
Graves, where's Humphreys?
He's up in his dressing room, Mr. McPhail.
Oh, shall I tell him you want him?
Would you please, Miss Lane? And you, Graves, phone for the police, will you?
Yes.
Which one is Mr. Humphreys' dressing room?
It's right up on the staircase there, Miss Lane, number 3.
Oh, number 3. All right, Mr. McPhail.
And you can tell him for me, Margot, that it looked very much like he was right after all.
Yes, I shall, Lamont. Number 2. Number 3. Here it is. Mr. Humphreys! Mr. Humphreys! The door's open. I wonder if... Mr. Humphreys! Mr. Humphreys, where are you? Mr. McPhail said to... Who closed that door?
I did, young woman.
Who are you? Where's Mr. Humphreys?
Mr. Humphreys is regrettably no longer with us.
No longer with us? What do you mean? What are you doing in his dressing room?
There was something here I had to get.
Stand back now. Don't come any closer to me. No, leave me alone. Let me out of here.
Let's not call for help. You're well beyond helping, young woman. Yes, there was something here I needed. Something most important to me. Revenge, young woman. Revenge from the tomb. Dead man's revenge.
Act 2 of Dead Man's Revenge will continue in just a minute. Right now, let's relax a bit and get comfortable. You know, comfort is very important in the blue coal scheme of things. Your comfort, that is. It's not just a matter of heating your house. Heat by itself doesn't mean comfort. You might be extremely uncomfortable right now, for example, because your home is overheated. Comfort means that you get the right amount of heat at the right time. And that's just exactly the case when you heat with blue coal. Know why? I'll tell you. It's because blue coal is prepared especially for home use. Now, that means a lot. It means, for example, that blue coal is delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant, which results in more efficient heat, even economical heat. When, on top of that, you have the new blue coal automatic heat regulator, well, a king couldn't ask for more. The regulator saves you thousands of steps up and down stairs, gives you added comfort plus money saved on fuel. The blue coal regulator, you see, automatically adjusts the dampers on your furnace so you get comfortable, even heat in every room. Ask your blue coal dealer for a free, no-obligation demonstration. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow.
Operator! 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 Mr. McPhail! Mr. Cranston!
Yes, what is it, Graves? What's the matter?
The phone, Mr. McPhail. The wires have been cut.
Huh?
Phantom is making a thorough job of this, McPhail.
I beg my backers not to rent this theater.
McPhail.
Yes?
Margot. Hasn't she been gone a long time?
No, she's all right. The dressing room is all the way back at the end of the upstairs corridor. She and Humphreys will be down in a minute.
I'll give her just about that long, and I'm going up after her.
Perhaps I'd better go for the police, Mr. McPhail.
Yes, go on. Tell them to hurry and get back yourself as soon as you can.
Yes, sir. I'll do that, Mr. McPhail. I'll do that.
Just a moment, Graves.
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
You took the part of the old composer in the play, didn't you?
Yes, that was Graves. He was the one who shot Miss Stillwell at the end of the play.
Miss Stillwell was shot, wasn't she? And right before our eyes.
If you're implying that I...
You don't happen to have the gun on you that you used in that scene, do you, Graves?
Yes, sir. Here. Here it is, sir.
Thank you. 5 cartridges.
Blank cartridges, if you'll notice, Mr. Cranston. Blank cartridges?
5 blank cartridges, Graves. But that 6th cartridge, the one you fired at Miss Stillwell, how do we know that one was blank, eh?
It was. It was, I tell you.
But if it wasn't,
If
Graves...
it wasn't, it's in Miss Stillwell's back right now.
Maybe we'd better look and see, Cranston.
Perhaps we'd better. Particularly before we let Mr. Graves leave the theater. I'm sure the medical examiner will forgive us.
The lights! They've gone out.
Stand where you are, Graves.
Who's at that light switch? Who did that?
Turn them on, McPhail.
Trying. Can't see where I'm going. Oh, here it is. There. Okay now?
Okay, McPhail. The lights are on,
Mr. Cranston.
Graves, what is it?
Miss Stillwell.
Miss Stillwell?
Look. Her body, it's disappeared.
What did you say, Graves?
He's right. Our corpse has vanished, McPhail.
But I was standing right beside it.
Yes, you bet you were. And we were just going to take a look to see if that 6th cartridge was in the body when the body conveniently disappears.
Mr. McPhail, you don't think
I'm not thinking anymore, Graves. I see it all now.
McPhail, what do you mean?
Give me the gun, Cranston. Yes, thanks. I'll show you how it all happened. Now, I'm Graves, you see. It's the last few minutes of the play. Graves?
Yes, sir?
Stand where Miss Stillwell was standing in that last scene.
Mr. McPhail, you can't believe
Go on, do as I tell you.
All right.
Yes, that's right. Just about there. Now, what did she do, Graves?
She walked over here to the organ and began to play.
All right, do it.
What, sir?
Sit down and play the way she did.
I'll try, sir, but...
Do it! Watch, Cranston. Now, I'm Graves. I point the gun at her. She keeps playing. I say, no, and then I fire. You see? You see, he fired just at this level. The shot would have... All right, Graves, that's all. Get away from that keyboard and... Cranston!
McPhail. That's the same note that Miss Stillwell was playing when she died. It was the organ. That's what killed her.
The organ?
Stand back, don't touch it. That particular key is charged with enough electric voltage to bring instantaneous death.
Graves! Graves! Is he...
Yes. He's dead.
Oh, I don't understand it. What's happening here tonight? What is it, Cranston?
Dead man's revenge.
Did you hear that? Dead man's revenge?
Yes. Where'd it come from, McPhail?
I couldn't quite tell. It must have meant poor Graves here, or...
Come on, help me!
That was Margot's voice.
I could tell where that came from.
Below.
Yes.
McPhail, is there a cellar under the stage?
Yes, but I've never had occasion to go down
Well, we've got occasion now, McPhail. Come on, follow me. This is directly under the stage, isn't it, McPhail?
Yes, it's just about.
Well, there's an artfully concealed trap door up there somewhere. 10 to 1 Miss Stillwell's body was yanked through it from below here when the lights went out.
I think you're right, Lamont, but let's take it easy. We don't know what we might be running into down here.
This is no time to proceed with caution,
Still,
McPhail.
it won't do any good for us to get...
Listen.
There it is. There, see? Coming down the corridor towards us.
The Phantom.
It's Carter to the life. As like him as I'm like myself.
Watch. He's turning off. See? He's going into that room.
If you ask me, we'd better...
Margot's in that room. Hurry, McPhail. Margot! Margot!
They'll never help you, Miss Lane.
Let Miss Lane go or I'll...
If there's anything you imagine you can do, Mr. Cranston, you may try it.
I will. Come on, McPhail.
Take warning.
Look out, Lamont!
Good work, McPhail. Excellent work.
How's Miss Lane?
She's fainted.
All right, get her out of here, Humphreys. Take her up on the stage.
Yes, McPhail. What about Cranston?
I'm turning on this gas jet, Humphreys, and leaving him here in unconscious bliss. I hope you like your new home, Cranston. You're staying here a long, long time.
Lamont.
She'll be coming to in a minute, McPhail.
All right, get Graves' body off the organ bench, Humphreys. And take off that makeup of yours. I don't like looking at the replica of a dead man.
No, you don't need to be scared of me, McPhail. There. That takes care of Graves.
Now, disconnect the organ voltage switch.
I will in a minute.
Good. You did a great job, Humphreys. I wouldn't be surprised if that impersonation of John Carter wasn't the best acting of your whole career.
You were a success, McPhail. The dead bodies the police will find here were killed by the ghost of John Carter. This theater, why, after tonight, nobody'd ever touch this theater for fear of their lives. And we can buy it for peanuts. And then we can sell it to the bus company for a terminal at our own price.
I hope so. I didn't go through this for nothing.
Lamont.
Come on. Sit in that chair over there, Humphreys, and pull your collar up around your face.
What's the idea?
The last act, pal. The last act. You're a detective, and Miss Lane is going to give us a little organ recital.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Lamont.
You're all right, Miss Lane.
Mr. McPhail. Where's Lamont?
There now. Everything's all right now. The police have arrived.
Commissioner Weston?
No, he'll be here in a minute with Lamont. But there's a detective over there who wants you to show him just what Miss Stillwell did before she was murdered.
A detective?
Yeah.
Over here, Miss Lane, with a coat all around me. Why don't they keep these theaters warm?
Now, Miss Lane, right over to the organ, please.
Yes,
that's right.
All right.
Now, what did Miss Stillwell do just before she was killed?
Before she was killed? Well, she... Oh, yes, well, she played the organ.
Could you play what she played, Miss Lane?
Well, I think so. Let me see, it went something like this. I think it was like this. I can't remember.
Then what came next?
Next? Oh, yes. It was like this. Just like this.
Stop!
Huh? Who said stop?
McPhail, what is it? What is it?
It is the shadow, my friends, the voice of your doom.
Shadow? But I can't see anything. There's just a voice.
I am here with you, McPhail, Humphreys. Your plan has failed. It'll not help you to kill Miss Lane. I've already informed the police. They'll be here at any moment.
Police, let me out of here.
Stand back. Now. Back, McPhail. You'll wait in this room for the justice of the law.
All right, but you'll tell them the truth, won't you, voice?
What is the truth, McPhail?
That I didn't kill anybody. It was Humphreys did it all.
You're a liar, McPhail.
He wired the organ. He killed Miss Stillwell and Graves. He did it all, I tell you.
And he will pay for it, McPhail. And so will you.
Oh, no. You may have McPhail, but not me.
Stop him, Shadow. Don't let him get to the organ.
Humphreys, not until I'm dead.
The penalty for your crimes was inevitable, Humphreys. Fate has given you her own bitter justice.
But Lamont Cranston didn't die, McPhail. I've seen him since then.
No. The blow wasn't as heavy as I thought, you see. Yes, he came to in time to stop the gas jet and find his way out of the cellar. Well, boys, I said I'd give you a lead-off for the morning edition, and I've just finished in time.
Mr. McPhail. Are you ready, McPhail?
Sure I'm ready.
All right, you newspapermen, outside. We're taking the prisoner from his cell to the chambers.
Okay, Warden. We're going.
Don't fold up, McPhail. I'll be over soon.
Oh, don't worry about me, Warden. I won't crack.
Thanks for the story, McPhail. Anything you'd like for a last request?
No, Yes. Wait a moment. Could you just print Bill McPhail, dramatic director, was excellent last night in his final and farewell production.
In a moment, we'll describe a real-life crime taken from police annals. But first, here is Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hear some homeowners complain that they burn too much coal and get poor results. Well, the chances are they're burning the wrong size coal. And remember, it's just as important to use the right size coal as it is to use a good quality coal. You see, anthracite comes in 4 domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and pea. Now, we all know that any of these will burn in the average furnace. But if you want to get your money's worth in clean, even, trouble-free heat, there is one size or combination of sizes best suited to your particular heating plant. And if you're not sure which is the right size for your furnace, take my tip and call your Blue Coal dealer. He'll send a John Barclay serviceman who'll measure up your furnace and tell you exactly which size coal you should burn for the best heating results. And folks, while the serviceman is there, ask him for a demonstration of that great little time, trouble, and fuel saver, the Blue Coal heat regulator. This simple device automatically controls the furnace dampers from upstairs. It keeps your home at a normal, even, healthful temperature at all times without any attention from you. And besides, it quickly pays for itself in fuel savings. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. We now bring you an episode from real life, proving that crime does not pay. James Woodward was rough, tough, reckless, a hold-up man afraid of nothing. Early one morning, he walked down 119th Street in New York City, spotted a likely victim, drew his gun, and shoved it into the man's ribs.
Not a squawk out of you. Keep your hands down.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, tough guy, eh? Give me that wallet.
You made a bad mistake, James Woodward. The man you robbed is a plainclothes policeman.
Halt! Halt or I'll shoot! Oh, my head! My head!
Inside the hospital with a head wound and a charge of attempted robbery against him went amateur hold-up man Woodward. A bloody warning that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. It's not patriotic to hoard food or money, but it is patriotic to put in a good supply of coal right now. You'll be helping your government out of possible future transportation problems, and also helping and insuring yourself by keeping a full supply on hand. Get enough to last you until summertime. Place your order of coal now and insist on Blue Coal. because this superior fuel is especially prepared for home use, especially prepared to give you dependable home heating with real economy. Be prepared. Call your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow morning. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Return of Anatole Chevenik.
Great jewel robbery. Read all about it. All clues point to Anatole Chevenik. Police sure of arrest in 24 hours.
All right, Chevenik. Your little game is over.
Really, Commissioner Weston?
Yeah, Chevenik. Those notes with your name on them, warning us that you were going to steal the jewels, the white gardenia that you always leave. You won't wiggle out of this.
There are just two things you have overlooked, Commissioner.
Yeah, what?
Point number one, you have not been able to find the jewels which you say I purloined. Point number two, at the time this robbery occurred, I was 3,000 miles from here. And I can prove it.
Extra! Police release Anatole Chevenik again for lack of evidence. Read all about it.
Something has got to be done about Anatole Chevenik.
3 times he's struck in 60 days. The police must do something.
But my jewels, the police are helpless.
Warns victims in advance. Police are powerless. What can we do against him? He always has an alibi.
Eh? Where is he? Who's there?
You. Why have you come here? What's that in your hand?
No.
Stay away. No.
Extra! Chevenik murdered. Read all about it. Chevenik murdered.
And so murder closed the book on Anatole Chevenik. But is that all? Can the elusive Chevenik solve the mystery of that last great darkness? Who can say what faint line divides the quick from the dead? And once having crossed that line, is it possible to return? This is the case of Anatole Chevenik, which strangely enough begins with the end of Anatole Chevenik.
There, gentlemen, on that slab here in the morgue lies the mortal remains of Anatole Chevenik. At last, we know where he is.
No thanks to you, Weston. Your police would never have caught him.
Listen to him, Cranston. You'd think that he, the great one and only special investigator Devlin, had been personally responsible for it.
As a matter of fact, gentlemen, neither of you came anywhere near catching him.
Chevenik even sent notes telling the police where and when he would strike next. And what about the white gardenia, his signature? Some police force.
He always had a perfect alibi. And for that matter, what did you do for the insurance companies that pay your salary? All you ever did was pass the buck to me and my men. Some special investigator.
Now, just
Mr. Devlin, Commissioner,
Please remember where we are. That body lying there.
Oh, quite so kind. Well, it's foolish for us to argue, Devlin. Our troubles are over now, anyhow.
I'd say they were just beginning, Commissioner. Chevenik was murdered. Who did it?
We don't know yet, Cranston, but we're working on it.
Not much to work on, Commissioner. Chevenik was found stabbed to death in his apartment, killed by a sharp-pointed instrument. I believe your police report reads a gem cutter's tool.
Well, they probably used it to cut up the stolen gems so they couldn't be identified.
Gem cutting is too delicate a job for a one-handed man, Commissioner.
One hand?
Yeah, Chevenik's right hand's missing. It's severed at the wrist. We discovered that when we found his body.
Why, I can't believe it.
Now look for yourself.
I will. So it is. Then that's the reason he always wore those gray suede gloves.
Yeah, to conceal his artificial right hand.
This only proves how little anyone really knew of Anatole Chevenik. No accomplices, no friends. He was the man nobody knew.
Anatole Chevenik, the great jewel thief. Had only one hand.
One hand, two hands. What difference does it make?
Difference, Commissioner. I can't help thinking that if his right hand hadn't been cut off by a bandsaw when he was a child, he might never have turned to crime.
What's that?
Somebody just came in the morgue. Can't see who it is. The light is so dim.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but, am I right in assuming that this is the body of Anatole Chevenik?
Who are you?
I'm George Gilroy. May I ask who you are?
I'm Police Commissioner Weston, and I left strict orders that no one was to be admitted to the morgue while Chevenik's body was here.
Indeed, Commissioner. I have a court order giving me the body for experimental purposes.
Huh?
You see, Anatole Chevenik willed his body to me.
Oh, then you're Professor Gilroy, the man
Who brings back the dead, as the sensation-seeking press would have it? Let me reassure you, I have not been successful in my experiments. Yet.
Read all about it. Chevenik retains from the dead. Police baffled. Daring jewel robberies continue. Chevenik returns from the dead.
Everything all right, Commissioner? Oh, hello, Cranston.
Oh, stop worrying, Devlin. Chevenik had better not show up here tonight.
Commissioner, come into this room here, will you? I can't talk over this din.
All right.
You can't blame Devlin for worrying about this wedding reception tonight, Commissioner.
No.
Mrs. Porter's jewels are insured with my company for $50,000.
Now, look, Devlin. Chevenik is dead. You saw his body lying in the morgue.
I know, Commissioner, but that note telling us that he was coming here tonight. If Mrs. Porter's jewels are stolen...
Devlin's right, Commissioner. Even with a fresh gardenia left with a warning note of Chevenik's signature.
Cranston, I tell you, somebody is masquerading as Chevenik. Chevenik's in his grave.
Not grave, Commissioner. Remember Professor Gilroy?
Hey, that's right. Yes, Gilroy did take the body of Chevenik to his laboratory. Well...
Commissioner Weston.
Yes, Mrs. Porter.
This note was just thrust into my hands in the ballroom.
Note? Let me see it. What? There's another gardenia wrapped up in it.
Gardenia? What does the note say, Cranston?
Jewels were made to be worn, but not by such as you. Signed merely with the initial C.
C. Then you think...
Chevenik, he's here.
Oh, Commissioner, what'll I do?
Mrs. Porter, if Chevenik got in here tonight, he won't get out. I'm going to call Cardona and his men on the grounds and give the alarm.
Oh, by the way, Miss Porter, it was very wise of you not to wear your jewels tonight.
Not wear my jewels? Why, I am... Oh, my jewels are gone. Chevenik has stolen my jewels.
And that's the story, Margot. Note, flower, and theft all point only to one man. You know, this whole business has Weston talking to himself.
Oh, I can't say I blame him, Lamont. It is pretty weird.
My bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, used to talk to himself, but he quit.
Why, Shrevey?
He didn't like the answers he gave himself. He didn't like.
Oh, Shrevey.
That's the truth, Miss Lane. Why, he got so sore at himself one day for something he said that he wouldn't speak to himself for days. He wouldn't speak.
Oh, Shrevey, stop.
Shrevey, sometimes I think you make these stories up.
Why, Mr. Cranston, are you putting the third degree to my veracity? Are you putting...
Shrevey, watch where you're driving.
Yes, sir. I always do. Oh!
Shrevey, for a moment there, I thought you were going to hit that other car.
Yeah. Don't we live dangerously, though?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's this?
What?
It's wrapped up paper. I just noticed it.
Let me see it.
Here, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you.
Lamont, a white gardenia.
Wrapped up in this note, addressed to you, Margot.
To me. Read it.
It says, I have stolen no jewels from you. Instead, I give you a pearl of wisdom. Your friend Lamont Cranston pursues a dangerous game when he pursues Anatole Chevenik.
Lamont.
Shrevey, go after that car that nearly ran into us.
Well, it ain't nowhere in sight now, Mr. Cranston. He turned the corner up ahead. He was going like a shot, he was going.
Okay, Mr. Chevenik. We'll see about you later.
What are you going to do, Lamont?
Margot, you're going home. I'm going to see Commissioner Weston. You know, I've been rather lukewarm about this whole case up to now. But Mr. Chevenik has just aroused my sporting blood.
Shrevey, I say I'm perfectly safe here in my own apartment. Now go back to your cab, please.
Must that be definite, Miss Lane? Mr. Cranston
Definite.
said...
I'll be all right here alone.
Well, okay, Miss Lane. I'll go right back to Commissioner Weston's office and pick up Mr. Cranston. I'll pick. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Shrevey. If
if I needed a bodyguard, for goodness sake. What's this? A note, another one. Evidently, you don't take my written warning seriously, Miss Lane. So the next time I shall have to give you my warning...
In person.
Oh!
Yes, Miss Lane. Anatole Chevalier.
But you're...
Was is the correct tense, Miss Lane. I was dead. But as you see, I have even tricked death.
Oh, what do you want?
Merely to prove to you that Anatole Chevanik is alive, and to warn you, for the last time, not to allow Mr. Cranston to interfere with me. If he does... that is Mr. Cranston now, Miss Lane, calling from police headquarters. Well, why don't you answer it?
Hello?
Margot?
Yes, Lamont, I...
You may tell him I'm here, Miss Lane.
Lamont Anatole Chevanik is here at my apartment.
What? Can you hold him till I get there?
Well, I'll try.
He wants me to stay here until he gets here, does he not?
Margot, answer me.
Unfortunately, I have urgent business elsewhere. Remember my warning.
Lamont, he's just gone, and I'm shaking.
Gone? Well, no matter. Chevanik and I shall meet sometime soon. Right now, I'm going to Professor Gilroy's laboratory and ask a few important questions.
But Professor Gilroy has already been interviewed by the police.
Yes, I know, Margot. But somehow, people have a way of talking when their interviewer is the Shadow.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of The Return of Anatole Chevanik. First, a word about your health. This is the season for head colds. And among contributing causes are drafty rooms, poorly heated houses, and frequent quick changes of temperature. You'll find that heating your home with blue coal is a great help toward overcoming these dangers. You see, blue coal is especially prepared for home use, and that is very important. It means, for example, that blue coal is delivered to your home in just the proper size for your heating plant. The right size to give you even, dependable, comfortable warmth. You won't find the rooms too hot. You won't find them chilly. You'll find them at just the right temperature for comfortable, healthful living. Then, on top of that, when you install the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, you immediately free yourself from the work and worry of adjusting furnace dampers. Goodbye to that. Goodbye to running up and down stairs, adjusting various chains and levers several times a day. You save effort, you save fuel, and you save money with the new Blue Coal heat regulator. Ask your Blue Coal dealer for a free demonstration tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now, back to the Shadow.
Stupid. They laugh at me at my experiments. Well, they shall see.
Professor Gilroy.
What? That laugh. But there's nobody here but me.
You're wrong, Professor Gilroy. The Shadow is also here.
Where are you? I can't see you. Are you a spirit? A spirit from the beyond?
No, Professor. I am a man of flesh and blood as yourself. But don't look for me. No one has ever seen the Shadow.
What do you want of me, Invisible One?
I want you to tell me the truth about your experiments with the body of Anatole Chevanik.
What more can I tell you than that they're not completely successful, but we are progressing.
Suppose I were to tell you, Professor Gilroy, that Anatole Chevanik has been seen. Alive.
Alive? That's not possible. Yet. Chevanik's body is still here.
Then, Professor Gilroy, you have no objections to my viewing the body, have you?
I don't see what you'll gain by that, Shadow.
It will remove any doubts I might have about your connections with the jewel thefts of Chevanik. Thefts committed since his supposed death.
All right. If you must be convinced, come with me. You will see that I speak the truth. Here, in here. It is my dissecting laboratory. Chevanik's body is lying in here. In this box. Why, he's...
Yes, Professor Gilroy. Chevanik's body is gone.
Yes, Governor. No, Governor, but there is still no trace.
Yes, Chevenik's alive, all right. No doubt of it. Yes, Governor, I know you want some action on this case. Now, I'll tell you the way I've got it all figured, Governor. I have got it all. Hello? It must have been cut off. He's a busy man. Very busy.
Commissioner, that was the governor on the phone, wasn't it?
Very funny. Very funny. My job here is hanging by a thread because of this crazy Chevenik business, and all you two can do is make bad gags.
All you have to do is give us your permission to enter Chevenik's house.
For the 20th time, Cranston, the answer is no.
Why?
Miss Lane, for the 20th time, my reasons are the same. That house was sealed by the police after Chevenik was murdered so that the place could not be tampered with and possible clues destroyed or concealed.
Well, then, Commissioner, now that you believe Chevenik to be alive...
Who said that?
You did, just a moment ago.
Yeah, I saw it. Well, doggone it, he must be alive. Everything points to it. You say you saw him and then his body disappearing from Professor Gilroy's laboratory.
So you see, there's no longer any reason to keep that apartment sealed.
Well, I don't know. Suppose the murderer should give...
What murderer?
What murderer? Anatole Chevenik's murderer, of course.
But you just said that Anatole Chevenik was alive. If he's alive, he's not dead. So?
There is no murder or murderer.
It's obvious.
Oh. Now, look, Here are the keys to Chevenik's apartment. Now get out of my office before I lose my mind completely.
Thank you, Commissioner. Come on, Margot.
You know, Lamont, I don't think we're very welcome here today.
Yeah, busy man. Very busy.
Will you two get out of here?
This is it, Mr. Cranston. 7720 River Street.
All right, Shrevey. Come on, Margot. Let's see what we can find in Chevenik's house.
I hope it's not Chevenik.
You could say that again, you could say it.
Afraid, Shrevey?
You want I should wait for you here, Mr. Cranston?
Okay, Shrevey, I understand. You wait here. And if we're not out in 10 minutes, call Commissioner Weston and have him come here.
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Take good care of yourselves, Take.
Up the steps, Margot.
Goodness, Lamont, this old house seems to hang right over the river.
Yes, Chevenik must have picked it because it would be so easy to escape from.
Lamont, suppose Chevenik really is inside.
Well, this is apparently the only door to the house. And the police seal across the door is still intact.
You go in first, Lamont.
All right, Margot.
Goodness, it's so dark in here.
Yeah. Seems to be a long hall. Come on.
Lamont, there's someone here.
Where?
I can feel it. Lamont, in there. Look, Lamont. The shadow of a woman against the windows.
Yes, Margot. So it is. Feel along the wall for the light switch.
All right. Got it.
You, Anatole? Anatole.
Lamont.
Quiet.
Anatole, is that you?
Switch on the lights, Margot.
Oh. Who are you?
May I ask you the same question?
I am the wife of Anatole Chevenik. I suppose you are from the police.
His wife, but I thought that...
You thought that Anatole had no wife. But you are wrong. He fooled everyone. No one knew I existed.
Well, when we came in here, the door was sealed. How did you get in?
There are more than one means of getting in and out of Anatole Chevenik's house.
Mrs. Chevenik, your husband, if he is still alive, will be brought to justice eventually, so
If he is still alive? You say that very strangely.
Well, you know, of course, that your husband was murdered.
Oh, no. No, he is not dead. I can prove it. It's this newspaper. Here. Read it.
What does it say, Lamont?
It's an item in the personal column. It says, Rainey, come to the apartment tonight, signed AC.
You see? It is a signal we had agreed upon. Does that prove to you he is alive? He will be here tonight. But you will not catch him. He is too clever.
Mrs. Chevenik, this may be a trap to get you.
Oh, no. There are only 2 other people who know my husband. There is no trap.
What's that?
Sounds like someone's in the other room.
I will see who that is.
Wait, I'll come with you.
No, run!
Stop! Stop, I say! She's run in there and locked the door. Chevenik must be there.
Well, if he's in there...
So, Rennie. You will betray me to the police, eh?
Lamont, that's Chevenik. I couldn't forget that voice.
I'll have to break this door down, Margot. Look out.
Lamont, he's gone.
Yes, must have escaped through some secret passage the way she got in. I wonder where she...
Lamont, there, behind that sofa. Oh, Lamont, she's dead. He stabbed her.
Yes, Margot. Wait a minute. This is very strange.
What, Lamont?
This woman was stabbed by a right-handed man. Anatole Chevenik didn't have a right hand. Yes, I'm sure of it, Margot. It couldn't have been Anatole Chevenik who stabbed her.
But she called his name. She must have believed it was he. And I recognized his voice through that door.
No, it doesn't add up, Margot. There's some vital piece in this crazy puzzle that's missing.
Oh, Lamont, what do you suppose it is?
Missing? Somehow the missing hand is the solution to the whole mystery, Margot. Now, what is the connection?
Well, why don't you talk it over with the Commissioner Weston and Mr. Devlin? Maybe they can...
Devlin? That's it, Margot. If no one knew anything about Chevenik, how could Devlin know that Chevenik's hand had been cut off by a bandsaw when he was a child? It was just a slip, but I hear...
Well, when did Mr. Devlin say that?
That day we viewed Anatole Chevenik's body in the morgue. I see it perfectly now. Margot, call the police and tell them to surround the house of Peter Devlin. The Shadow is going to pay him a call. And if I'm correct, the case of Anatole Chevenik will finally end tonight.
You will continue on with me, Peter Devlin. You have traveled too far along the road to turn back now.
I never knew about the murder. Not until it happened.
This gem-cutting tool in my hand is sharp. I can use it. I have used it before for other things besides changing the shape and sizes of stolen jewels.
And if I go to the police?
Renee tried to go to the police tonight, and she is no longer able to talk. Think it over. I can do both jobs. You have seen that for yourself. For now, Anatole Chevenik will have two hands. I can steal the jewels and cut them as well.
No.
Your share will be bigger now.
No, Chevenik.
You are the only one who could reveal me to the police. He is dead because he tried to withhold some of the gems. Renee is dead because she could not be silent. And you are the only one left. Why, it would be so easy to...
No, please. Don't kill me, please.
Fool. Coward. I don't need you. I can work alone.
Chevenik.
What? Who calls my name?
The Shadow.
Chevenik, the Shadow.
Yes. I've heard of you, Shadow. You are the one I feared most.
So, Jacques Chevenik, your brother Anatole had an identical twin. That explains the so-called return of Anatole Chevenik. You took his place. His twin brother.
Yes, my brother is dead. I killed him.
You also murdered your brother's wife.
She knew too much.
And you, Devlin, yours is the greater crime. You worked for the insurance companies as a special investigator. And you were informed of all plans to protect the jewels from the Chevenik brothers. The plans which you gave to them in return for your share of the loot.
Shadow, I was wrong. I see it now. What can I do to make up for my crime?
You can testify against this murderer here. Perhaps the court will be lenient with you.
Testify against me? No, Devlin. If you are dead, no one will know. There will be no proof.
Look out, Devlin, that knife! You've killed him.
Yes, Shadow. His tongue is silent. Now the law can never get me.
Jacques Chevenik, you have been tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree by a jury of your peers. All through this trial, you have been silent. Have you anything to say before this court pronounces sentence upon you?
Your Honor, it is true that I have not spoken. I believed I would be wiser not to speak. But now that the trial is over, I realize what I have done. I know what a fool I was ever to believe that I could break the laws and not pay. I know now that my life would have been happier and would have come to a better end if I had stayed on the right side. That is all.
Jacques Chevenik, it is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
A real-life drama proving that crime does not pay will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay. Here he is, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, and good evening, friends. Most of us have our hands pretty full these days, not only with our regular daily work, but also various war defense jobs, such as air raid wardens, volunteer fire auxiliaries, and so forth. This leaves us less time to pay attention to our own personal comfort. A large portion of every family's comfort these days is naturally derived from the home. Home heating, for instance, is an important function towards affording us complete relaxation. And one advantage you folks have in home heating is the John Barclay serviceman. He's at the beck and call of any hard coal user. Now, while there isn't a great deal of difficulty generally encountered in the regulating of your heating plant, there are sometimes little things that keep it from operating properly and economically. It takes on your part just a telephone call to have a John Barclay serviceman inspect your heating plant. He'll give you many little tips on adjusting your dampers and also tell you, which is very important, the proper size coal you should use. You'll find your John Barclay serviceman a courteous, businesslike, and helpful individual. He represents a service offered only by your neighborhood blue coal dealer, and it is his job to see that you get the best results from your heating plant. So, folks, tomorrow morning, call your neighborhood blue coal dealer and ask him to send over a John Barclay serviceman. At no cost, no obligation to you. And remember, this service is offered exclusively by your blue coal dealer. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Berlin, Germany. A stormtrooper, revolver in his holster, calls it a German home. He knocks on the front door.
Yeah, what is it?
I have come for the regular Victory Drive collection. It is being doubled this week.
Oh, no. No, I can't afford it.
Are you trying to tell me you want to sabotage the great war effort? Oh. Get the money.
Oh, I'll get it. Please don't hurt me.
That's one way to collect money, the dictator's way. In America, the free man's way is different. Nobody comes to your house with a gun in his hand. You must go of your own free will to your nearest bank or post office and buy defense bonds, buy defense stamps, buy as many as you can. Buy them regularly. That's the only way to prove to the Nazis that for nations, just as for men,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Speaks Twice.
Framed. You were framed, Paul.
Shut up. Shut up, will you?
You yeller. You were framed and you know it. And you're afraid to do anything about it.
What is there to do about it? I won't be out of here for 2 more years.
Maybe yes. Maybe no.
Meaning?
Meaning I found a way out of this crackerbox pen.
No. I told you before, I'm not going to break out of here.
So you want to do your full time, huh? Just an honest embezzler.
For the last time, I'm telling you I had nothing to do with any embezzlement.
Sure, Paul, sure, I know. Your Uncle George Bartow framed you, and you're too scared to do anything about it. But I'm going to do something to pay him back for the life rap he gave me.
Oh, talk is cheap.
Yeah, you're right. But once we're outside...
Sorry, Marty. I said I wasn't interested in escape.
Okay. Have it your way, then. Good night, kid.
Good night.
Prison beds are hard, ain't they, kid?
Yeah.
Say, It's too bad about that good-looking dame whose picture you got on the wall there.
Peggy Sanders? What about her?
Suppose I were to tell you that I know she's Judge Bartow's ward.
Where'd you find that out?
Oh, there's ways, even in prison. Suppose I told you that I heard that your girlfriend, Peggy, is going to marry your stepbrother next week.
Going to marry Edwin? Oh, no. Oh, she wouldn't. She loves me.
Maybe your uncle, the good judge, used some pressure. Maybe he's forcing her to marry Edwin. It shouldn't be too hard now to talk her out of marrying a jailbird.
Shut up, Marty. Shut up.
Okay. So I'm talking too much, eh? Good night, kid.
You know, you're a fool to try to make that prison break, Marty.
Strictly.
You think you can make it?
I told you it was a cinch.
All right. I'm going with you, Marty. There's something I've got to attend to outside.
All right, all out, men.
All right, kid. Everything's set. When it starts, we head for the far wall under the watchtower.
I don't see how we're going to get away with it.
And now watch it. The screws keep moving.
Right.
Now here's the way we work it. We're going to get a little help from the boys. When I give them the signal, they're going to start a little commotion down at that end of the yard.
Yeah.
That's our cue to head for the watchtower. We won't even be noticed. The guards will be busy with that phony fight.
Uh-huh.
Now, this is it, kid. I'm going to give it to them. All right, boys. Keep it.
Hey, you keep your hands
Not too fast, kid. That guard there's got his eye on us.
He's suspicious. He's coming towards us.
Keep moving. If he tries to stop us, I'll take care of him.
Where'd you get that knife?
Never mind.
Just a moment, you two.
Oh, anything on your mind, guard?
You heard the whistle. Now get back to the exercise field and line up.
Sure.
You killed him.
I'm a little out of practice, but judging by my past experience, I think I've done just that.
Murder.
Sure. Come on, kid. Let's get moving. Now, here, help me lift this stone. Come on, give me a hand. Don't stand there.
All right. Here.
It covers the entrance to an old water main. Leads into a stream outside the grounds. Once we're out, we're in the clear. Here. Now, there's the hole. Come on, in you go.
No. Hey, I've changed my mind.
It's too late to rat on me now, kid. You're going through with this. Now get in there.
No, Marty. I'll wait. If I get out of here and find my Uncle Judge Bartow has framed that marriage, I'll get him then.
I said you were yellow before, and I say it now. You're going through with this, kid. Right into my arms, Junior. Now I'll drag you through that tunnel. And when you come to, I'll flip you to see who kills the judge.
The two convicts who today escaped from the state prison through an abandoned water main after having killed a guard have not yet been apprehended. The men are Lifer Monty Legault and his cellmate, Paul Bartow, who, ironically enough, is a nephew of Judge Bartow, who sentenced them both to prison.
Nothing new on the radio.
Both men were wearing convict...
And there it is, Margot. That's the reason for the urgent phone call from Edwin to come to Cliff House.
Why, on account of the prison break?
Mm-hmm. They fear that Paul has broken out to avenge himself on his uncle, Judge Bartow. I'm trying to believe that all three secretly fear that they're in for danger.
All three, Lamont.
Judge Bartow, his ward Peggy Sanders, and Paul's stepbrother Edwin. You know, Margot, this whole business puzzles me. I knew Paul Bartow before he was sent to prison. He's not a killer. Not the criminal type at all.
Well, Lamont, wasn't there some talk at the time of his trial that his uncle deliberately sent him up to prison to get him out of the way?
But even so, I still can't believe Paul would do anything to his uncle.
Well, from a little bit I've seen of dear old uncle, I figured him to be rather an unpleasant person.
Well, perhaps a better word would be hasty, Margot. You see, 5 years ago, his verdict against Paul on the embezzlement charge was... I don't know. Somebody right up ahead signaling with a flashlight for us to stop.
Well, do you think we'd better, Lamont, at this time of night?
Oh, don't worry, Margot.
That's you, Lamont?
Yes? Oh, hello, Edwin.
Edwin, Paul's stepbrother?
Right.
Good to see you, Lamont. Hello, Margot.
Hello, Edwin.
Lamont, Paul is up at the house now.
Oh, I see. Is your uncle in the house, too?
Yes, Uncle John is there with Peggy.
Oh, how is Peggy? I haven't seen her lately.
She's fine, Margot. Lamont, things are very serious. Paul has accused Uncle John of trying to force Peggy to marry me.
Of course, that's ridiculous.
Well, knowing your uncle as I do...
Well, Lamont, you know me, too. Think I'm the kind of a man who'd double-cross someone I like as much as I do Paul? Believe me, Peggy loved me now. Even if Paul never had been sent to prison, she'd still love me.
I see.
But Paul doesn't understand that.
Well, if that's true, it shouldn't be hard to make him understand it.
Margot, 4.5 years of prison can do a great deal to warp a man.
Just what did you want me to come here for, Edwin?
Well, I thought that you could reason with him, Lamont. You could persuade him to go back to prison and finish his term.
That's a big order.
You can do it, Lamont. He knows you and he respects you.
Well, I'll see what I can do, but... meanwhile, Edwin, what about Monty LaGorte?
Who?
Paul's cellmate who made the break with him.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. As a matter of fact, Lamont, I haven't spoken directly to Paul. I've just heard him talking to Uncle John in the library.
Well, let's get up to the house, Edwin. See what we can do about this problem of yours.
Peggy! Oh, Peggy! She's probably locked herself in a room. She said she didn't want to face Paul again.
Can't say I blame her.
Paul must still be in the library with Uncle John. It's right this way, Lamont.
Just a minute, Edwin. Wouldn't it be better if we told Paul that we're here first?
Very well. Just a moment.
You keep quiet. I don't want to hear any more. I won't keep quiet.
You seem to be arguing.
Yes, I don't think it'd be advisable to go in now.
Don't raise your voice in my presence, Paul. I'm sick of listening to your lies. You've done enough to me already. You hear? You're not going to do it. I swear you won't do it. Stop shouting. I'll shout to the rooftops if it pleases me.
I think we'd better go in there.
Get out of this house. This is the last time you threaten me. Oh, what are you doing? Oh!
Lamont, those shots.
Come on, let's go in.
Where are they?
Paul must have gone out through that open window.
Lamont.
Here, Cranston, here on the floor.
All right, just a minute now. Better let me examine him, Edwin.
Uncle John.
Your uncle is dead, Edwin.
Paul's murdered him, Lamont. I knew he would.
No. Get hold of yourself, Edwin.
Let's get hold of myself.
All right, now. Go downstairs. Phone for the police.
All right. All right, Lamont, but it's a little late for them.
Oh, it seems you were wrong, Lamont, about Paul.
Yes. Looks like I was, Margot. Say, here's something interesting.
What is it, Lamont?
This window is at least 3 feet from the ground. If Paul jumped through here, he should have left footprints in the soft earth outside.
I should think so.
Well, there are no footprints out there.
All of which means he's still in the house. What was that? That's Edwin calling.
I guess you were right after all, Margot. Paul must still be in the house. Come on.
Thought you'd never find me way down here in the cellar.
Are you all right, Edwin?
Yes, I'm all right now.
Well, what happened, Edwin?
Paul tried to kill me. As I was calling the police, I heard a sound down here in the cellar, and I came down to investigate. Paul fired at me.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. He could have escaped by that open window there.
Well, Edwin, I'm convinced now that your stepbrother, Paul... Oh! Down, both of you. He's still here.
Lamont, you've been shot.
I'm all right, Margot. I'm all right.
Lamont! He's dead. Paul killed him. Now just lie still, Lamont.
Where's Edwin? Is he all right?
Yes, he's going to get the doctor.
And Paul?
He's escaped.
How did I get up here?
Edwin carried you up here to Peggy's room.
Oh.
What's that?
Sounds like it's coming from that closet. I'll see.
No, don't try to get up, Lamont.
I'm all right, Margot.
Lamont, please.
It's Peggy. Here, quick, Margot. Untie her. Take that gag out of her mouth.
All right. Wait a minute. If I can get this untied. There. Oh, Lamont. Margot. Oh, thank you.
Lamont, she's going to faint.
Here, Peggy, may I?
No. I'm all right now. You, Lamont, you've been shot.
Oh, it's nothing, Peggy. Just a flesh wound.
How did it happen?
Paul fired at him.
Oh, no. No,
Yes, Peggy, I think he did.
I was afraid.
Oh, Peggy, you better sit down.
Thank you.
There, now. How do you feel? Well enough to tell us what happened?
I don't remember much. I was downstairs. There was a knock at the door. When I opened it, Paul was standing there. And another man. An ugly, terrible-looking man.
Did Paul call this man's name?
I don't remember.
Monty LaGorte?
I don't think he called him my name, Margot. Paul asked where Uncle was. He was acting so strangely. He hardly recognized me.
I was afraid to tell him, but he hurried Uncle in the library and forced his way in.
Did this other man go with him?
No, he didn't. He clamped his hand over my mouth and started choking me. I guess I must have fainted because that's all I remember until you found me in the closet.
Well, Peggy, did you know that your uncle was murdered?
No. No, that can't be. Who would want it? It wasn't Paul. No. No, it couldn't have been Paul. Do you hear me?
Well, Cranston, we checked the gun against the bullet that were used to kill Judge Bartow, and this is a murder weapon, all right?
There's no doubt in my mind, Commissioner Weston, that Paul did it.
No. No, Edwin, you mustn't say that.
Well, it's true, Peggy.
Commissioner, I think that...
Cranston, this is an open and shut case. Paul Bartow murdered his uncle, and that's that. Now,
Margot,
we
you're
can
not paying attention. I did 2 clubs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did 2 things.
What's that?
Oh, no, it's a silliest thing, but I'm so nervous I must have switched on the recording machine by mistake. Those voices on that record are very familiar.
Well, they ought to be, Margot. They're yours and Lamont.
What goes here?
Oh, it's just a little hobby of mine. I have a recording machine. I like to catch fragments of conversation and play them back later, just as a joke.
Oh.
I made that record of you and Lamont over a year ago, Margot.
Aha! Keeping a permanent record that I don't pay attention when playing bridge.
Well, this
huh?
isn't getting us anyplace. Miss Sanders, you've known Paul Bartow since he was in his childhood. Now, where do you think he might hide? I know he's still somewhere in the neighborhood.
Hide? Well, he... Well, I wouldn't know.
Commissioner, if you'll forgive me, you do know that Marty LaGorte escaped with Paul Bartow.
That I do.
Well, it may have been LaGorte who murdered Judge Bartow and took that pot shot at me. After all, LaGorte had equal motive to kill Judge Bartow.
Now, look, Cranston, I'm convinced it was Paul Bartow. I'm going to send out an alarm, and I'll have him here in 24 hours.
Margot, keep watch at that window, will you, please? I'm sure that Peggy Sanders will try to leave this house tonight, and I'm going to follow her. She knows where Paul would be hiding.
Well, that's why she acted so strangely when Commissioner Weston questioned her this afternoon.
It was obvious that she was covering up.
Well, then you think that she's still in love with Paul.
I'm sure of it. In spite of what Edwin says, she's...
Wait a minute. Lamont, you're right. Peggy's just slipped out the side entrance. And she's taking the path that leads down to the ocean.
I'm going to follow her.
Oh, no, you're not. The doctor said you're not to leave this room.
I've got to follow her, Margot.
Suppose I follow her, Lamont.
Oh, it's too dangerous for you.
If I were afraid of danger, I wouldn't pal around with you. I'm going after
Now,
her.
Margot, you're...
And you're staying right where you are.
You know, Marty, my head hurts.
I told you, Paul, you heard it when you fell down.
How did we get here?
You brought me here.
Funny, I don't remember anything after we made that prison break. Funny, though, this place.
It's a cave.
This cave and this beach look very familiar.
Yeah, they ought to. You grew up around here. Back up there in the cliff is your uncle's house.
Oh. I remember now. Peggy and I used to play here when we were kids.
Hey, now look, we haven't eaten for 17 hours. I'm going to go and get us some grub.
Oh, they'll spot you in a minute in those prison clothes.
Not if I stay out of sight. I'll be back in an hour.
Huh? Oh. My head hurts. Everything's so jumbled up.
Paul?
Huh?
Paul!
What was that?
Paul!
Oh, Peggy.
Oh, my darling. I waited until that man left. Paul, you look ill.
It's just my head. Marty said I fell.
Did he bring you here?
Yeah. No, I brought him here. I don't remember. It's so hard to think, Peggy.
Paul, you've got to get away from here. They're going to arrest you for Uncle John's murder.
Uncle John's murder?
Yes.
I don't remember. I wanted to. He was forcing you to marry Edwin.
Paul, did you kill him?
I don't know, Peggy. Maybe I did. Who's that? Who did you bring with you?
Well, I didn't bring... Margot Lane, you followed me here. Peggy, forgive me for spying on you, but I want to help you. You can help me by not mentioning this to anyone. Well, what will you do? I'm going to help Paul get away from the police. Oh, running away won't help. He'll be caught eventually.
She's right, Peg. It's useless. We can't stay in this cave forever.
Margot, Judge Bartow tried to poison my mind, make me hate Paul, make me marry Edwin. I can't.
That's a sad story, Miss Sanders.
Oh, Marty.
Yeah, Paul, your old friend Marty. It was nice of you to invite company to our hideout cave while I was gone. Too bad you're not going to be around to enjoy it.
What do you mean?
I mean that I just called Commissioner Weston on the phone and made a deal with him. If I bring you in, they'll go easy on me when the case comes to trial.
What? You're clever, aren't you, Marty?
Sure I am. My story that I told the commissioner on the phone was that I tried to keep you from breaking jail. And when you did go, I went after you to bring you back. Simple enough?
Just a little too simple, Marty LaGorte.
Oh, so you got a gun. Why, you don't think that I'm going to be afraid
Stop coming toward me, or I'll fire.
A dame with a little pop gun?
I warned you.
And your little pop gun won't work, eh? That's too bad. Now I'm boss around here. I give the orders and my revolver works. What?
Marty LaGorte.
Hey, who said that?
The Shadow, Marty LaGorte. Don't look for me. The Shadow cannot be seen.
What do you want of me, Shadow?
I want to commend the leopard who changed his spots. So you're working for the police, eh, Marty?
Sure. Sure, that's right.
Good for you.
Shadow, you don't understand.
I understand perfectly, Miss Lane. Come, Marty. We're all going back to Cliff House where Commissioner Weston and Edwin Bartow are waiting for you.
Hey, now, wait a minute,
Don't you understand, Marty? Bring your prisoner back to the police and receive the reward for your efforts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Shadow. After all, I am working for the police.
But, Shadow...
This should be interesting, Miss Lane, and quite surprising.
Marty LaGorte promised that he'd be here in 15 minutes.
And he said he was bringing Paul with him?
Yeah, I don't get it. Here's this lifer, Marty LaGorte, turning straight and helping the police.
All right, get in there, you.
Well, Marty, I see you brought Paul Bartow with you and Miss Lane and Miss Saunders.
Commissioner, here's your prisoner.
Why don't you say something, Paul? Defend yourself.
Oh, what's the use, Peg? I haven't a chance.
Not a chance, Paul Bartow. The law gives every man a chance.
Shadow, what are you doing here?
The Shadow?
Thought I might be of some assistance, Commissioner.
Well, you're too late. I've already solved this crime.
Sure of that, are you?
I've got a corpse, witnesses, and the murderer. What more do you want?
Who is the murderer?
This fella here, Paul Bartow.
That's where you're wrong, Commissioner.
Now listen, Shadow, this is an open and shut case.
I agree with you.
You do? Well, that's very nice. You agree.
The murderer is right in this room. But he isn't Paul Bartow.
Now look, Shadow, my witnesses heard Paul Bartow threaten to shoot his uncle, and they heard the shots.
Did it sound like this?
But I'm sick of listening to your lies. You've done enough to me already, do you hear? You're not going to do it. I swear you won't do it. Stop. Turn that off. Turn it off. Shout to the rooftop if it pleases me. You can't stop me. Get out of this room. Get out of this house. This is the last time you'll threaten me. Paul, what are you doing? Paul!
Is that what your witness heard, Commissioner?
What was that?
A recording. Played from that loudspeaker concealed in the wall. A recording that was devised by the real murderer, Edwin Bartow, to make his stepbrother Paul look guilty.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Edwin, with the aid of his accomplice, Marty LaGorte.
Edwin, you...
Stop LaGorte, Commissioner. He's trying to get away.
Stop or I'll fire. I kill him?
No, Commissioner. He'll live to pay his debt to society. As for our friend Edwin Bartow, I think you'll have no trouble getting a confession out of him now.
Yes.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Protect yourself against the quick weather changes that are so common this time of the year by heating your home with blue coal. You'll find this fine fuel gives you new and greater satisfaction because it's especially prepared for home heating. It's delivered to your home in just the right size for greatest efficiency. That means warmth even on the coldest days. It means money saved, too, on fuel costs. Remember, when you buy blue coal, you save money by buying the best. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and have him fill your bin with the always clean and dependable blue coal. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Gives an Encore.
As the surgeon knows, the phenomenon called life is a delicate balance. To tamper with that balance is to upset it, and to upset it is to create a monster, neither living nor dead. A creature with no conscience, no mind of its own, but obeying the will of its bloodthirsty master. This is the story of a scientist who walked a road no mortal man dare travel.
And in conclusion, gentlemen of the Biologist Society, may I say that I have actually seen cases of this living surgery in the Orient. I have seen whole parts of bodies transplanted successfully. Vital organs removed from one person and grafted onto another.
Professor Gondo, may I say you leave so much to the imagination.
Are you implying that I lie, Professor Wallace?
I'm not implying. I say that you're a fraud and have no business here addressing a group of scientists.
I
quite agree with that. Yeah. Well, Gondo, where is the proof of your statements on living surgery?
For 10 years, Wallace, you have attempted to ruin me. I have given you no reason, no cause for these unjustified attacks on me.
Proof? Where's your proof?
You have seen my collection of photographs of actual cases.
Fakes, every one of them.
You'll pay for this, Professor Wallace.
I might add that you're a much better photographer than you are a man of science.
Yes, you'll pay for this, Professor Wallace. You'll pay.
Read all about it. Knifer Williams dies tonight in chair. Knifer Williams to be executed tonight. Read all about it.
This is the end of the road for you, Williams. Have you any last words? Any last requests?
Yeah, Warden. Free my hands and give me a knife.
I see, Williams. Still unrepentant. May the Lord see fit to pardon your sins. All right. Knifer Williams is dead.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Hello, Commissioner Weston. This is Warden Sloan of the State Prison speaking.
Yes, Warden, yes.
Commissioner Knifer Williams' body was placed in the prison morgue and...
Did you call me at 4 o'clock in the morning to tell me that?
No, sir.
What then?
His hands, Commissioner. His hands have been amputated.
Amputated?
They're missing.
Good Lord, missing. Why?
I don't know, sir. It looks like the job of a skilled surgeon. In some way, someone got into the morgue and mutilated Williams' body.
Mr. Bartolini's not in his dressing room, Mr. McManus.
Hey.
I went in to check on his costumes.
Not there.
No, sir.
What does Cappy's act as the star act on the bill? Now, what can we tell the audience?
Well, that's your business,
Well,
sir.
you know they only come to see Bartolini's triple somersault in midair.
Everything's gone from his dressing room, sir.
Flew the coupe, eh?
I don't know, sir. There's only a large wooden box there.
Box? Well, let me see it. Come on.
You know, Mr. McManus, I have a strange feeling about this. There's been a man... Oh, here it is, Mr. McManus. Sort of looks like a small coffin, don't it?
Yeah, it does. I'm going to open that box. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? There's a note attached to the side. It says, Bartolini won't need these anymore. It's unsigned. Well, I don't get it. Open the box.
All right. Oh!
Just his arms. Bartolini's 2 arms in the box. Amputated at the shoulder. I don't suppose you remember me, Mr. Cranston. I met you several years ago in the Orient.
Well, as a matter of fact, Professor Wallace, I remember you quite well. You were doing research work in tropical diseases at the time.
Yes, that's quite right. And if I'm not mistaken, you are something of a student of criminology.
Oh, why?
Well, it's for that reason that I've asked you here tonight.
Well, criminology is just a hobby, Professor Wallace, but I am very much interested in the subject.
That's a masterpiece of understatement.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please go on.
Oh, yes. Well, to come to the point, what would you say, Mr. Cranston, if I were to tell you that I have, for the last several years, been driving a man systematically insane?
What do you say?
Now, wait, please, hear me out. First, hear my reasons before you condemn me.
Please go on.
I assure you my motives are above censure when judged in the light of medical science.
Drive a man insane? Well, do you think that by doing that you're helping mankind?
Yes, I do, Miss Lane. See, this man's brain was warped before he ever crossed my path. I immediately recognized the danger in allowing this man to continue with his diabolical experiments. Experiments with living bodies.
Oh, Lamont.
I don't believe I quite understand, Professor Wallace.
Experiments with living surgery, Mr. Cranston. The grafting of arms and legs and vital organs from one body to another.
Oh.
The man's name is Gondo, a brilliant biologist whose intense work in the field of biological research twisted his mind. There's no telling what horrible crime he might not commit in his effort to prove his theories.
Well, why wasn't some effort made to cure him?
Cure is out of the question, Miss Lane. That horrible obsession is beyond medical aid.
Oh, I see.
So my sole purpose was to make Professor Gondo commit some act of violence toward me. Then I could have him sent away to some institution where he'd be safe. And at last, I think I have succeeded. Read this note I just received.
What does it say, Lamont?
My brain against yours, Professor. The body of a skilled gymnast, and in a murderer's hand, cold steel, thirsting for your blood. Tonight. Why, it's unsigned.
It's undoubtedly from my friend, Gondo.
Well, you don't seem very much upset by that threatening note, Professor Wallace.
Well, Miss Lane, my apartment here is 22 floors off the street, and the halls are guarded by private detectives.
Lamont, look.
Where?
Look out the window over there. I saw someone on the window ledge of the building across the court.
Why, that's impossible. There's not enough ledge on those windows for a cat to walk on. No, I can't see anybody. It's too dark.
Well, I'm sure I saw someone for a moment.
Probably your nerves, Margot. I can't say I blame you after hearing that.
What was that?
Came from my study. My assistant, Peterson, is going over some notes of mine in there.
Come on.
Yes, of course.
Oh, no.
Don't look, Margot.
Peterson. He's dead, Cranston. Stabbed through the throat with a knife.
No, Wallace, not stabbed. That knife was thrown. And look, the window is slightly open at a level with his head.
Thrown? Miss Lane was right about seeing someone across the way.
Careful, Wallace. The killer may still be there. Look out!
What was that?
Another knife.
There's a note attached to it. Read it, Cranston.
Yes. Fear festers like an evil disease. The first knife was to plant the infection. The next to drain your life's blood.
Right, Cardona. Call me back here at Professor Wallace's apartment.
Well, Commissioner?
It seems Miss Lane was right about seeing somebody across this court. My men have found a good set of fingerprints on the ledge of that window across there.
Uh-huh.
They're checking through the files now.
We were sure of that before you found the prints, Commissioner.
Of course, Valdemir Gonda's fingerprints.
And how do you know this guy Gondo sent Professor Wallace the note? It wasn't signed.
He threatened me before.
Oh, wait. Step by step, Professor. Step by step. Now, while you're all sitting in here, Miss Lane sees somebody across the court, 20-some stories off the street and hanging on the ledge. Hanging on a ledge, mind you, like a fool monkey. Well, it'd have to be another Bartolini to do that.
Bartolini? Yes, that's the name I was trying to remember. Bartolini, the great trapeze performer.
So you think it's Bartolini, huh?
It could have been, Commissioner.
Yeah, could have been, Miss Lane. However, it seems that somebody bumped Mr. Bartolini off some 3 weeks ago.
Yes, that's it. And sent his arms back in a box. That mutilation slaying, do you remember it, Professor Wallace?
Yes, his arms were severed at the shoulder. The rest of his body hasn't been found. Cranston, do you think there's a possibility that Gondo succeeded in his experiment?
Wait. I'll answer. It's probably for me. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, yes, Cardona. You checked the prints. All right. Well, whose are they? Whose? Check them again. You heard me check them again, and if you give me the same answer, you're fired. Ridiculous.
Whose fingerprints were they, Commissioner?
Dopes in a fish. I'm going to clean out that whole fingerprint department.
Whose prints were they?
He said they were Knifer Williams' prints.
And Knifer Williams died in the electric chair 4 weeks ago.
Act 2 of Death Gives an Encore will continue in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's a reminder to get in touch with your blue coal dealer so you'll be prepared for anything the weatherman has in store for you. You can keep your home at just exactly the temperature you want with blue coal. Comfortably warm and yet not too hot, because blue coal burns evenly and smoothly. In fact, this superior home fuel is especially prepared, sized, and carefully graded for home use. Yes, it fits the requirements of your furnace. It's tailor-made for your home. That's why you're sure of complete satisfaction when you heat with blue coal. You not only get comfortable, dependable warmth, but besides that, this tested superior home fuel is a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with blue coal. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now here's a special announcement about the Mystic Shadow Ring. This is an exotic white ring that holds light and afterward glows weirdly in the darkness. You can get this ring simply by sending 10 cents with your name and address to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City. Send in right away for your Mystic Shadow Ring. Now, back to The Shadow.
Lamont, what on earth do you make of this whole business?
Margot, I don't think Bartolini is dead. Everything points to the fact that Gondo was successful in his experiments.
Well, then the creature I saw on that window ledge
May have been the trained acrobat Bartolini with the grafted arms of the Knifer Williams.
But how could Gondo control the brain of his monster?
I don't know that, Margot. But the Shadow is going to interview Professor Gondo in his laboratory. Perhaps he will find the answer there.
Soon. Proof you wanted, eh? Well, proof you shall have.
Professor Gondo.
What? I heard something. There's nobody here.
You're wrong, Professor Gondo. The Shadow is also here.
Where? Where? I don't see anyone.
The Shadow cannot be seen by your eyes.
Why did you come here?
I want to know about your experiments in living surgery.
Living surgery. Why do you want to know?
An attempt was made on the life of Professor Wallace tonight. You are under suspicion.
Suspicion?
Do you admit, Professor Gondo,
I do not admit anything, Shadow. But I can tell you frankly, I would like to see him dead. I hate him.
And you tried to kill him?
No. No, Shadow. If I were to kill Professor Wallace, mind you, I say if, it would be with these two hands.
And not the hands of Knifer Williams grafted to the body of Bartolini, grafted by you as an instrument of your revenge?
You speak in riddles, Shadow. I do not understand.
Perhaps you find it convenient not to understand, Gondo.
What's that? Someone is tapping on my window.
Gondo, stay away from that window.
I must see what it is. There is no one here.
Come away from that window. Gondo. Dead. Killed by a thrown knife.
Read all about it. No knife slaying. Professor Gondo, third victim of fiendish knife murderer. Police request anyone with possible clues to identity of murderer to come forward. Police request anyone with possible clues to identity of murderer
to come forward. Commissioner Weston stated this morning that in his opinion, the killings have not reached an end. The murderer said he will attempt to cover his tracks by killing anyone whom he believes can reveal him. Reveal him. Yes, of course. Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters immediately. Oh, I hope it isn't too late. Hello, police? I must speak to Commissioner Weston. Hurry, please. I think I can identify the knife murderer. Yes. Well, I'm the wardrobe mistress for Romero Brothers Circus, and I remember the man who was last seen with Mr. Bartolini. And if I'm in danger because of that... What? Oh, yes, I'd know him in a minute. He knew Mr. Bartolini and was always around. He seemed to take an unusual interest in Mr. Bartolini. Mr. Bartolini!
You are going to die, Mrs. Dorner. You are going to die.
Mr. Bartolini, that knife. What are you going to do with that knife?
I must kill you. You must be put out of the way.
Oh, Mr. Bartolini, what have I ever done to you? Oh, please. No! No, don't throw that knife.
I tell you, Cranston, I was talking to the woman on the phone when it happened. She was just going to give me a description of the murderer when she met her death, a knife in her throat. What I can't understand is her calling out Bartolini's name.
Bartolini? Well, Lamont, then you were right about his not being dead.
Begins to look that way, Margot. Not dead. Bartolini's amputated arms were sent back in a box. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's dead. Now, don't try to tell me my business. I say that there have been 4 murders. Bartolini, Peterson, Gondo, and now Mrs. Dorner, the wardrobe mistress at the circus.
You're leaving out something very important, Commissioner.
Yeah? You fascinate me, my amateur sleuth. What is it?
Not it, Commissioner. Knifer Williams.
Knifer Williams was executed 4 weeks before Peterson was murdered.
Fingerprints don't lie, Commissioner.
Well, somebody is.
Have you ever heard of living surgery, Commissioner?
Look, Cranston, Professor Wallace told me all about that business of grafting arms and legs from one person to another. He says it's the bunk.
Still doesn't believe it, eh?
Of course not.
Tell me, Commissioner, since Gondo's death, has Professor Wallace asked you to have the police guard removed?
Yes, he just called about an hour ago and said he wouldn't need them anymore.
And you called them off?
Certainly. Why shouldn't I?
Because, Commissioner, I have reason to believe that the murderer will strike again tonight.
Well, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane, you've searched my apartment and laboratory from one end to the other. You satisfied now there's no one lurking here?
Satisfied isn't the word. I'm relieved.
Well, surely since Gondo's dead, Mr. Cranston, there's nothing for me to fear.
Well, don't forget that Mrs. Dorner, the wardrobe mistress, was killed after Gondo. And by the same murderer. I can't help admiring your bravery, Professor Wallace. But aren't you overlooking the facts?
Yes, that is quite true.
In the mind of this monster, the hypnotic thought may still be implanted to murder you.
Yes, that's very true, Mr. Cranston. Well, in that event, is there anything else here in my apartment you'd care to examine? Any place where the killer may be hiding?
Well, come to think of it, I did notice a fire escape off one of the back rooms. Do you mind if I look it over?
No, please, go right ahead.
Wait here, Margot. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Lamont. Don't be gone too long.
I won't.
It's a very clever young man, Miss Lane. Very clever.
Well, he has a way of tracking down a criminal, no matter how brilliant or how cunning.
Yes, I suspected as much. You'll pardon me, Miss Lane, but I've been looking at your hands. You're a musician, aren't you?
Well, I play the piano after a fashion.
Just after a fashion? Well, that's too bad. With your hands, you should play magnificently.
Yes? Well, thank you.
And don't thank me yet.
What do you mean?
I'm going to give you the name of a very fine piano teacher. See, I think I have his card right here on the desk. I'm sure I have it someplace. Oh, hello, look at this.
Well, what a strange-looking bottle. It's carved jade, isn't it?
Yes, I picked it up in my travels in the Orient. Contains a very rare and exotic perfume. I've forgotten all about it. It must have been in the drawer here. Here. It's yours.
Oh, no, I couldn't accept
Please,
it.
I insist. I haven't any use for it. You may find it very interesting.
Well, how nice. Thank you very much.
Smell it. It has a very delicate, very wonderful scent.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
I neglected to tell you, my dear Miss Lane, that it is a powerful hypnotic drug as well. Now, Miss Lane, you're going to aid me. Yes, aid me to get rid of your friend Lamont Cranston. Now listen to me and obey. You must obey every command.
Yes. Yes, I must obey.
Good, the drug is working well. Now to release my killer. See, I press the button, and the panel slides open. Your clever friend Cranston overlooked that when he searched this apartment. Bartolini, come. I've another little job for you.
I hear you, Master.
Good. Now for the final ironical touch, the final sardonic gesture. Miss Lane, you will send this monster after Lamont Cranston.
No.
You will command him to destroy him.
No.
Command him.
You will go to the fire escape.
Yes. Yes.
You will find a knife in your hand.
Yes, the knife.
Then you will...
Kill him.
You will kill him.
Good. You hear your orders, Bartolini? I hear. Then carry them out. Yes, Master.
Do you think you can escape punishment for your crimes, Professor Wallace?
What? Who said that?
The shadow, Professor Wallace. You can't see me because I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind.
Shadow?
It was a brilliant plan of yours, Wallace, to accuse Gondo of the murders, to make it appear that he was the creator of this monster with the body of Bartolini and the arms of Knifer Williams, when it was you. Then to make it look as if you were the target of the attack rather than the attacker.
And now you know, Shadow. I ordered my killer here to murder Gondo and Peterson and then Mrs. Dorner, yes. My tracks are well covered, too.
Not well enough to deceive the Shadow.
Don't you understand, Shadow? You are to be the last link in the chain, the last one to die.
Professor Wallace, this is the end of your criminal career.
Let's drop this pretense, Mr. Cranston.
Cranston?
Yes, I can see you quite well. You forget that I, too, know something of hypnosis. You're my prisoner. You're going to die along with your friend Miss Lane here. All except her hand, which I shall use again.
So, it is to be a contest between the power of darkness and light, Professor Wallace.
And the dark shall win, Mr. Cranston. I'll make the first move in our mental chess game. Bartolini, grab her. Hold her.
Yes, Master.
Margot.
There, Master. I've got her.
Margot.
Make one move and she dies, Mr. Cranston. Up on the window ledge with her, Bartolini.
Yes, Master.
You see how helpless you are, Shadow? One move from you and I'll order Bartolini to plunge from that window with her. 22 stories to the street.
Bartolini, come down from that ledge. There's a cloud over your mind. This man is evil. He has made you do evil things.
Who speaks to me?
I speak to you, your master. I command you to hear only my voice.
Yes.
Obey only my command.
Yes.
Bartolini, listen to me. You are a man, not a slave. I speak to the man, Bartolini. Not to the monster created by Professor Wallace.
Bartolini.
Rebel. Rebel against him.
Yes, I will try.
No.
Try.
No, you cannot disobey me.
I will help you, Bartolini. Come down from that ledge.
Yes.
Put Miss Lane down safely.
Yes, I must fight.
No, Bartolini.
Yes, I will put her down safely, Shadow.
Bartolini.
I have broken your power over his mind, Wallace. The power of good wins.
Not yet, Shadow. You may control his mind, but the hands of Knifer Williams will act for me. Bartolini, the knife. The knife in the hands of the knifer. Kill the Shadow. You can see him. Throw your knife.
Yes, a knife in my hands. But these are not my hands. They feel strange to me.
Kill him,
as if they had a life of their own.
Kill him. The Shadow can be seen by you.
I can't see anything but you. You taught me to use these hands to kill. Now I use them to kill you.
No, don't throw that knife.
Stop, Bartolini.
No! I've killed him. These hands have killed him.
Bartolini, listen to me.
No, I have no control over them. They don't belong to me. They're killer's hands. I must get away. I am Bartolini, the great trapeze artist.
Bartolini.
I can escape.
Stay away from that ledge.
Escape.
Look out. You're 22 stories above the street.
Escape.
Bartolini. The phenomenon called life is a delicate balance. To tamper with that balance is to upset it, and to upset it is to create a monster. This was the story of a scientist who walked a road no mortal man dare travel.
In just a moment, we'll bring you a special feature of America at War. But first, we present John Barclay, Blue Coal's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you folks drive cars, I take it. But I'll wager that you wouldn't think of driving any car unless you were sure the accelerator and brakes were in good operating condition. That's common sense, because they control the speed of the car. Well, in heating your home, the dampers on your furnace should be operated correctly, for these dampers control the burning speed of your fire. So if you aren't sure how to set the dampers for best results, and if you're not getting your money's worth in real heating comfort, call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. He'll be glad to send his John Barclay serviceman around to inspect your furnace. And remember, friends, this man has been trained in economical home heating. He'll look your furnace over and tell you frankly if adjustments are needed to improve its operation. What's more, he'll show you how to regulate your dampers properly. You see, he is genuinely interested in your getting satisfactory results and using the smallest possible amount of fuel. And folks, this is an exclusive blue coal service. If you have any heating problem, call your friendly neighborhood blue coal dealer. You'll find him courteous and anxious to cooperate. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Somewhere off the east coast of the United States, a ship is creeping forward in darkness, and with good reason. Like assassins in the night, enemy submarines stalk the merchant ships and close in for the kill.
All the torpedo tubes ready. Stand by to fire on order. Ach, Himmelgott, this Coast Guard approaching. Dive. Dive, you hear me? United States Coast Guard ship is almost over us. We're trapped.
United States Coast Guard patrol reporting. Sighted submarine. Submarine sunk.
The United States Coast Guard packs a deadly wallop, and the Axis knows it. Like to take a good crack at the Axis yourself? Then join the Coast Guard. You'll have plenty of action, plenty of thrills, and the sure knowledge that you're doing your bit for your country on the front lines of defense. If you are qualified as a machinist, carpenter, cook, or yeoman, you may get immediate petty officer rating. See your nearest Coast Guard recruiting station right away. Teach the Axis that for nations just as for men,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story was produced by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. We do not have to worry about coal this winter. The anthracite industry expects to produce several million tons more than it did last year. So you can be sure there will be enough coal for everyone. However, your fuel dealer needs your patriotic cooperation to aid in planning deliveries so that everyone will have enough coal for immediate needs. Remember, we must share and share alike. Don't demand delivery of more coal than is actually needed for your present heating requirements. There is no need to hoard. Cooperate with your fuel dealer. He can and will schedule deliveries so that your heating requirements will be taken care of this winter. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Wailing Corpse.
Mr. Van Dyke,
As your lawyer, I protest against this fantastic idea. Danforth, my mind is made up. You have your orders? Very well. I'm sending Joan to my place in Carolina. She will hear nothing of this. I will not have my daughter touched with sorrow. She is very dear to me. You understand? Stop here, please. This is the establishment. Shall I wait? No, thank you. Goodbye, Danforth. Goodbye, Mr. Van Dyke.
Yes?
There? Oh, didn't see you for a second. The light is dim.
We do keep it rather subdued in here.
I'm Ellsworth Van Dyke. I phoned you.
Yes, sir. Please sit down and we'll discuss the type of funeral you want. Casket?
That's it. Is it possible to have a special casket made?
Yes, but of course you realize that the price...
Money is no object.
Oh, I see. Well, now, what would you like?
The casket must be made of some material that will withstand decay. I prefer glass.
Glass?
Yes, I must have it. Now, how wide is the average coffin?
Approximately 3 feet.
I want this one 5 feet wide.
5 feet wide? But it will take time to have it made, Mr. Van Dyke.
It must be ready within 2 weeks.
At that time, you can have the body changed to the special casket. But naturally, you proceed with the funeral immediately.
There's not going to be any funeral. Yet.
No funeral? But surely you can't wait?
I can wait, Mr. Griswold.
Huh?
Yes. You see, I am to be the occupant of that coffin.
Mr. Cranston, in all my years as an undertaker, I've never seen anything like this coffin I've just delivered. You were interested in the strange and weird, so I came to you.
Oh, I'm very glad you did, Mr. Griswold.
A glass coffin?
That's not all, Miss Lane. He insisted that the coffin be ventilated.
Oh, not really.
Go on, sir. I can see there's more.
Mr. Van Dyke demanded some means of communicating with the living from his coffin.
A telephone?
Yes. It's connected with a speaker in his house. He's to be placed in a mausoleum on his estate.
Oh, he must be afraid of being buried alive.
Well, there's another angle, Margot. I've heard that Ellsworth Van Dyke believes that the dead can communicate with the living. Mr. Griswold, I know he has a young daughter. Any other relatives?
His brother, Arthur, and his wife live with Mr. Van Dyke.
Excuse me.
I left this number. It may be...
Hello? Yes, he's here. What? Oh. Well, I'll tell him.
Come on, what's wrong?
Ellsworth Van Dyke has just died suddenly. He's being placed in his mausoleum immediately.
Confound these newspapers, making a sensation of Ellsworth's funeral. It was that fool coffin of his, Clara. Now everybody will be watching us, prying into things.
There's no need to break down, Arthur, and act like a nervous idiot.
Yes, you can talk. Thank heaven Joan isn't here to ask questions.
What sort of questions, Uncle Arthur?
Joan, darling.
How did you get here? By train, Aunt Clara. I came as soon as I heard that Father was dead.
But who told you? You weren't to hear.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, I heard. Someone phoned me about Father.
Who did that?
I don't know. They said it was a friend.
Oh, Joan, you poor darling.
Don't touch me, Aunt Clara. You think I can't see through you. You hated my father. Both you and Uncle Arthur.
Joan, how can you say that?
How? Because I know. You hovered over him like two vultures, waiting for him to die. Waiting for his money.
Joan, I realize you're not yourself.
My father wouldn't believe what I told him about you and Aunt Clara. And now he's dead. Father's dead.
What are we going to do about her? She's our responsibility now. If she goes on like this, she'll cause a scandal.
We've got to do something.
Yes, people will talk.
Quiet, Arthur. Is that you, Sarah?
Yes, Mrs. Van Dyke. Did you ring for me?
It must have been Miss Joan, Sarah.
Miss Joan? Is she here?
She just came home.
Oh, poor child.
Sarah, you must help us.
What do you mean, sir?
Joan has her mind filled with all sorts of strange ideas.
Yes, I know.
You realize that they're ridiculous, don't you? That she's suffering from hallucinations.
Well, why don't you answer?
I'd better go to her, sir. She needs me.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
There now, child. I'm here.
Sarah, what would I do without you?
There, dear. There. You must rest. Perhaps if I turned the radio on low.
No, please.
No, I'd better not. Might keep you awake. It's late and you must sleep now.
Sarah, Father thought the dead could send messages to those they loved. Could it be?
You mustn't think, Joan. Just rest. Rest. There, dear.
Joan.
Oh. Yes, Father, did you call? It was Father's voice.
Joan.
Father, why don't you answer me? Father, where are you? Where are you? Answer me. And so I came to you, Commissioner Weston, to tell you what had happened.
Miss Van Dyke, you're sure you heard your father's voice?
Positive.
Lamont, suppose I take Miss Van Dyke into the other room for a minute.
Good idea, Miss Wayne. Good idea.
Come on, Miss Van Dyke. Come with me.
Well, what do you think, Cranston? Sounds like a very strange business, Commissioner. If it's true, you think that the girl is unbalanced? Perhaps. I've got a hunch, Commissioner, that she did hear something. Oh, now, Cranston. Not the voice of her dead father. Commissioner, he was afraid of being buried alive. So he arranged to communicate with the people above and be rescued if he were. You think it's possible he actually was? Good heavens, what a terrible idea. Yes. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Van Dyke estate and find out. Come on. Mr. Van Dyke, you understand that the police can exhume your brother's body if circumstances justify it.
Commissioner Weston, surely you don't take the ravings of a poor hysterical girl seriously enough to act on them?
Uncle Arthur, you must listen to me.
No, Joan, my brother is dead. He must be left in peace.
Well, if he's really dead, how do you explain the voice?
Voice? What voice?
Miss Van Dyke says that last night she heard her father calling to her.
She heard his voice?
Just after 2 o'clock, I was awakened by my father calling my name.
Oh, it was a dream.
No, I was fully awake. I know my father's voice.
Mr. Van Dyke, did you hear the voice?
No, I heard nothing. If it had been my brother speaking from his tomb, everybody would have heard it. The merest whisper there is magnified into a shout in that receiver he set up in the hall.
Mrs. Van Dyke, did you hear anything?
Nothing.
Sarah, you were with me until I fell asleep. Did you hear anything?
No, child. I heard nothing.
You were all looking at me as though I were out of my mind or something. I tell you, I heard my father crying. Oh, doesn't anyone believe me?
Joan, you must be calm. When you've had time to rest, you'll feel less excited.
I want an investigation. I demand it.
I won't have it, you hear?
Why not? Why are you afraid to have anyone examine him? I know why. Because you murdered him.
That's a lie.
One moment, please. Murder, eh? Now we're getting somewhere.
He has no proof.
Maybe we'll find proof. We've got a motive.
Motive? What possible motive could I...
Money.
Right. Van Dyke, if you could get this girl shut up as insane, perhaps you could grab his money. That's motive for murder.
My brother died a natural death.
It was pretty sudden, wasn't it?
He slipped away in a coma.
What was the cause of death?
It was certified as heart failure.
There was nothing wrong with my father's heart.
We'll find out. I'm going to have an autopsy.
May I speak, Commissioner? I was Ezra's lawyer.
What is it, Mr. Danforth?
I have kept silent till now, but Mr. Van Dyke's will expressly forbids exhumation of his body.
Now what? Just a moment. If the police decide to exhume...
The heirs would lose their money. Under those conditions, any one of them could stop you by an injunction, Commissioner.
Then Mr. Danforth, you're against me, too.
Oh, now, Joan, dear.
You're all against me. All of you.
Joan, wait.
Margot, give me a moment.
What is it, Lamont?
Let's slip away. I want to pay a visit.
A visit?
Yes.
I want to spend an hour tonight in the tomb of Ellsworth Van Dyke.
Our government has asked everyone to work together on a plan which will permit delivery of some coal to every bin. Consumers who have large supplies of coal on hand have been asked to withhold orders for additional deliveries. Those who need coal at once should order only enough to take care of immediate needs. There is no shortage of coal, but your dealer has a real wartime delivery problem. You can help solve this problem by notifying your dealer of the approximate amount of fuel you will require for the entire winter. This will enable him to carefully plan deliveries so that everyone will be taken care of. Planned deliveries will also cut down on gasoline consumption as well as save wear on tires. Another thing, remember there is no advantage in placing duplicate orders with two dealers because this only complicates distribution. Your blue coal dealer has received hundreds of new orders for coal, and he is anxious to see that everyone is taken care of. Your friendly cooperation will make possible the delivery of enough coal so that no one need suffer from cold. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont, it was spooky. I wish we'd brought Commissioner Weston.
Poor Weston. He's trying to find his way out of legal red tape.
But we can't wait.
No. Something dreadful is going to happen here. Come on. I want to see inside the tomb. A beautiful mausoleum, Margot.
Yes, if only we didn't have to go inside. Shall I turn on my flashlight?
No. Someone in the house might see it. And here we are. Well, it's unlocked.
Ooh, what a noise.
Step inside.
You go first.
All right. Yeah, shut the door. All right. Now the flashlight.
Why, it's just an empty room. Listen to the echo.
Speak low.
Where do they keep the bodies?
In the crypt below, I suppose. That big metal cover slides back. Must be a lever here somewhere.
Oh!
Look down into the crypt.
Hold them out.
Turn the light that way. There it is.
Ellsworth and Dyke's coffin. Why, it's huge. But there aren't any stairs going down.
So it seems.
Oh, no one could get down there without help.
Don't stumble, Margot.
Hush. 2 o'clock.
Joan.
That's it, Lamont. That's the voice she heard.
Joan.
Father! Father, you've come back again. Father, speak to me.
Clara, you awake?
Yes, Arthur.
Did you hear it? That voice?
Voice? I didn't hear anything.
It was Ellsworth's voice calling. Joan was right.
Oh, no.
I heard it.
Then you're insane, too.
I've got to investigate. I've got to find out. Where did that voice come from? Oh, there's a light in that room. Who left the light on? Is anyone here? No one. Somebody left that phonograph turned on. This time of night? What? It's Ellsworth's voice. It's on that record. So that's what Joan heard, a record. Someone is using it to fool her. Poor child. But who? Who would do that? Who is it? What? It's you. You! To think how I've trusted you. And all the time you've been using this record to torture that poor child. Wait! Put down that gun! Put it down, I say!
Well, Cranston, I think somebody murdered Arthur and tried to make it look like suicide.
Not a very skillful job, either.
Yeah.
Weston, did you notice this phonograph?
Somebody's been playing him.
Forget that stuff. I'm thinking about Ellsworth Van Dyke's will. Listen, it makes Arthur Van Dyke guardian of Joan until she's 21, with full control of her money. If he dies, the management passes to Clara.
I wonder if Ellsworth Van Dyke had a special reason for that.
Well, the point is, 5 years control of that fortune, and you could be sitting pretty. Cranston, I think our case is solved.
Where are you going, Commissioner?
Clara Van Dyke?
Yes, Commissioner.
Clara Van Dyke, I arrest you for the murder of your husband.
But Lamont, why come here to the Van Dykes in the middle of the night? Arthur's dead and Mrs. Van Dyke is in jail.
Yes. So the person behind this thinks that the coast is clear. Margot.
What?
There's a light in the tomb. Come on, quick.
Why, the door's open.
Yes. And candles burning.
Look, Lamont. You were right. There is a staircase going to the crypt.
That wall is a sliding panel. Someone opened it. Come along, Margot.
Down into the tomb? Well, what do you think we'll find?
The end of this mystery, Margot. And the criminal. Hurry. All right. Flash a torch around.
Oh, there's no one here. Lamont. What was that?
The panel's closed. We're locked in.
Oh, Lamont.
Say, I know that voice.
Yes. Yes, you know it.
Sarah. Why, it's Sarah speaking from overhead.
Yes, through that opening.
You'll pay for your meddling, you fool.
Sarah, it's you who killed Arthur Van Dyke.
Yes, I killed Arthur. And I made Ellsworth Van Dyke want to die.
Sarah, how did you do it?
I lied to them, all of them, about each other.
Oh, what motive could you have?
To drive Ellsworth Van Dyke's daughter insane. Insane. And you can't stop me, for you're going to die too. Die. Down there.
Lamont, we're locked in. What can we do?
I'm not sure, Margot. But I think that...
Listen. What's that? Lamont, that noise. There's someone here in this vault with us.
Steady, Margot. Turn your flash that way.
Lamont. Lamont. In the coffin. The body's moving.
He's tapping on the glass.
The coffin. It's open. He's sitting up.
Margot, stop. It's all right. He's alive. It's Ellsworth Van Dyke. Come here.
It was Sarah.
Mr. Van Dyke.
It was Sarah all the time.
You help me hold him up, Margot. He's very weak.
Yes, Lamont.
You've been drugged, haven't you, Mr. Van Dyke?
Well, how?
No, I did it myself. Had to.
To find out who in your house was plotting?
Yes. I nearly went crazy, wondering.
If you feigned death, you thought matters would come to a head.
Yes. Sent Joan away.
But Joan's here, and in danger.
Joan's here?
Yes. Look, Ellsworth, I must escape from here. How do I release the panel?
The cow wreath. Up there.
Yes?
Pull down. Pull down. It opens the panel.
Margot, he's fainted. You stay with him. The shadow has work to do.
Joan. Wake up, Joan.
What's there? I was dreaming. I had such bad dreams. I'm glad you're here.
Yes. I'm here, Joan.
Pains in my head are awful. You've told me how bad they are so many times. I've listened to you.
Listen to me now, Joan.
What was that? The door opened. Is someone there?
No, it must have been the wind. No, Joan.
Tell me that I'll get well, Sarah.
No. No, you'll never get well. Slowly you'll sink down, down, down into the quicksands of insanity.
No.
Your brain will turn soft.
No.
Your eyes will stare sightlessly from your head.
Sarah, don't say that.
You will pay for the pain you've caused me.
What have I done to you?
You stood in my way. Always.
Sarah, I didn't know.
No, Joan, my darling, you didn't. But you'll pay just the same. I swore I'd avenge myself on you all. And I have. Your father is dead. His death hastened by the worry I planted in his mind. And you, my dear, are going insane.
No, Sarah. No.
I murdered your Uncle Arthur, and your Aunt Clara will pay for it with her life. Now, there's only you.
I'll go to the police. I'll tell them.
No, you won't, Joan, my dear.
I will.
You'll do as I say, Joan.
Sarah.
Here, sit down. Sit down, I say, at your desk. Now write this. I can't live without you. Father.
Father.
I am following you.
I'm following you.
Sign your name. Sign your name. All right. Everything's ready. Now, there's no reason for you to live, is there?
No reason.
Open the drawer of your desk.
A gun. Yes. A gun.
Place it against your heart.
Now I can go to my father.
Pull the trigger, Joan. It'll be very easy. Pull the trigger. Why did you throw the gun to the floor?
She didn't. The shadow did.
Shadow? Where are you? Where did you come from? I can't see you.
The shadow cannot be seen by mortal eyes. I've come to right a wrong, to save this girl from your evil plans, and to make you pay for your crimes.
You can't save her.
It isn't safe to defy the shadow. Tell the truth. Why did you commit these crimes? You said Joan stood in your way. How? Tell me.
Her father loved me.
Go on.
And he would have married me if his brother and that wife of his hadn't told him it was unfair to Joan.
So you plotted against his family?
I hated them. Ellsworth went away without a word to me. Then I hated him too.
That didn't give you the right to commit crime. You must pay.
I'll never be brought to justice. Never.
Drop that gun.
Oh, terrible.
Death is not as terrible as a crime like hers. Corroding hate drove her to it. And then, to death.
Oh, Lamont. What a nightmare. But you say Joan's all right.
She's taking care of her father. That'll help her to forget the horror she's been through. The doctor says he'll recover.
Why, Lamont, he must have been mad to do such a thing.
Well, half mad for the moment.
But did Joan really hear him calling from the tomb?
No, Margot. He was in a stupor for 60 hours from the drug he took. As for the voice, years ago Ellsworth made a phonograph record of his own voice calling Joan. Sarah played it.
But, Lamont, how could Joan hear the record?
Well, the phonograph was connected to Joan's radio with a wireless pickup from the other room. Every night as she left Joan, Sarah would fiddle with the radio, pretending to turn it off.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow. The hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Office of Defense Transportation has asked all coal dealers to reduce mileage of their delivery trucks 25% below the mileage of last year. This means fuel deliveries will have to be carefully planned. Duplicate trips into the same neighborhood eliminated whenever possible. Yes, every ounce of rubber, every gallon of gasoline, every transportation factor must be conserved. You can help by advising your fuel dealer of exactly what your fuel requirements are for the entire winter. This will enable him to work out a schedule of deliveries so that valuable time, rubber, and gasoline will be conserved. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Lady in Black.
Will not consider any motion picture offer for my new play until... Yeah? What is it? Oh, I see. Put it down over there.
Yes, Mr. Bryce.
Where are you going? Get away from that picture. How dare you draw the curtain that covers it? What? What's that you got in your hand? Keep away from me. There's a gun in this drawer, and I'll use it.
I give you time. Let go of me. Take that away. There. Now we'll take this gun of yours, Mr. Bryce, and...
Lamont, look here.
Yes, Mom.
Did you notice this painting?
No. But it's certainly the strangest one in the whole picture gallery.
It has such an odd, morbid quality. Is it signed?
No. But judging by the odd hook-shaped brushstrokes, I'd guess it was painted by Albert Gerner.
Albert Gerner? I don't think I've ever heard of him.
Oh, he wasn't widely known as a painter. He was really a chemist. Painting was a hobby.
Oh?
There aren't more than half a dozen of his pictures in existence.
What a shame. It's a great talent.
Yes, Gerner was a genius in a way. Poor fellow.
Why, poor fellow?
Well, when he was young, Gerner married Diane Morrow. 15 years ago, she was one of the most beautiful young actresses on the stage. Gerner was madly in love with her. And one evening, a servant standing outside her door heard him talking to his wife as he sketched her. He was saying,
I'll finish this drawing in a minute. I know it's almost time for dinner. Yes, you told me Norman Bryce is coming. Darling, he's done so much for your career. As much as a manager could, so you must make a good impression. I'm glad you decided to wear black. You're exquisite. Your eyes are such a deep blue, looking at me with that half smile on your face. I must do this picture in oils. Oh, my darling, I love you so much. So very much. Oh, that's Waldron, my dear. I rang for him a moment ago. I'll speak to him outside in the hall. Yes, Waldron. You rang, sir? Yes, those flowers in Mrs. Gerner's room. While we're at dinner, move them out onto the terrace. I'm afraid the heat of the room will wither them. Yes, sir. And there'll only be 3 of us for dinner. Mr. Bryce is coming along. What was that, sir? It sounded like a shot. In here. Oh. Diane. Good heavens.
Look. There's the revolver she did it with.
Killed herself. Killed herself. Oh, no. I was talking to her only a moment ago. And now she's dead. Diane. Diane. Diane.
So that's the story, Margot.
I wonder why she would kill herself. A girl who had so much.
Well, there was some talk at the time of murder.
But our room was on the second floor, and no one could have gotten in and out of the windows that quickly. The only other entrance was the door.
And Gunner himself and the servant were standing outside of it in the hall when they heard the shot.
Yes. Gurner went to pieces after that. Completely broken. He went to the Orient and died there. About 4 years ago.
Huh. Well, it seems so. Why, Commissioner Weston.
Hello, Margot. Lamont.
Hello, Commissioner. Fancy meeting you, of all places, in an art gallery.
I'm here on business. Not to look at a lot of silly pictures.
Oh?
Norman Bryce has been killed and
Bryce? The theatrical producer?
Yeah.
Why, Lamont just mentioned him. And we saw his new show last night. A big hit.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking personal charge of the investigation.
Investigation? You mean he...
Suicide, or so the circumstances seem to point.
But, Commissioner, does a man kill himself after one of the biggest hits of his career?
This man did. I've just discovered something else. Bryce was here at the art gallery this morning. Bought a lot of stuff and ordered it delivered. Not to his home, but to an apartment downtown.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah. Well, I gotta be going. Things to attend to. See you soon.
Yes.
Goodbye, Commissioner. Well, Lamont, are you going to stand there all evening staring at that painting?
Oh, no. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Out to the home of the late Norman Bryce.
Aren't you going to ring the bell, Lamont?
Oh, yes. Well, this tragedy ends the story, Margot.
You mean Mrs. Gurner killed herself? Gurner died and now Bryce.
Exactly. Oh, hello, Cardona.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. And Miss Lane.
Hello, how are you?
Well, come on in. The commissioner's in the dining room making out papers. In this way. Look who's here, Commissioner.
Well, hello, Lamont. Miss Lane.
Hello,
you two
Commissioner.
again, huh? Well, what do you want?
I was interested in Bryce's death, Commissioner.
Just plain case of suicide. A piece of papers to fill out, and then we'll close the case.
The body's been taken away?
Yeah. Want to take a look at the room where it happened?
Oh, yes. Will you come, Margot?
Yes, I'd like to, Lamont.
You're welcome to go in that room.
Well, what do you mean by that, Cardona?
Cardona says he feels as if somebody was watching him in that room.
Really?
Well, there is something about the room. Go on, take a look. Here's the key, Margot.
Thanks.
Right down the hall, that way.
What's the matter? Doesn't the key work? Margot, what is it?
There's someone in there. There is. Somebody's holding the door shut.
Well, how could anyone get in there with the police guarding the house? Here, let me have the key.
Lamont, the door's unlocked. But there's someone inside putting his weight against it.
Here, I'll open it.
You see?
Well, yeah. Wait till I turn on the lights. You may come in now. We're quite alone.
Oh, just the same, there was something holding that door shut.
Margot.
Why, Lamont, look at the flowers. The room's filled with them.
Yes. Yes, so I see. And they give off quite a fragrance. Careful, don't touch them.
Why?
All we're permitted to do is look. Uh-huh. That door, the only entrance to the room. Small window and alcove open, but too small for an intruder to crawl through. And these other two windows, yeah, both locked and... Only the door, my dear.
But it closed all by itself. I think Cardona was right. You do feel that there's someone in here. Someone besides ourselves. Lamont, why should there be curtains on that wall? Let's see what's behind them.
All right.
Picture of a lady in black. How horrible. And yet it's beautiful, too.
Margot. It's a painting of Diane Morrow, Mrs. Gurner. Gurner must have painted it.
And I suppose Bryce bought it after Mrs. Gurner's death.
Evidently.
Lamont, it's this painting that gives you the feeling that someone's in this room. Ooh, it's creepy. The eyes seem to be watching you. With that queer half smile on her face.
Margot, what else do you notice about the canvas?
The background. Very dim, but it's filled with flowers.
Yes, so it is. But what I meant was this. Here in the lower corner, someone started to slash this canvas with a knife.
Why, yes.
A picture of Diane Morrow in black. I wonder when Gurner painted it. Just before she died? Or just after?
Lamont, what do you mean?
Well...
All right, Miss Lane. Cranston, you through?
Not quite, Weston. Look, did you notice this picture?
I know. Sort of strange thing, isn't it?
Yes, especially the smile on her face.
Wait. The corpse. Mr. Bryce was smiling. Same sort of a smile.
I see. Commissioner, don't declare Bryce's death a suicide. Because it was murder.
In a moment, we'll return to the chateau. But first, here's a brief little drama that directly concerns you.
Hello? Hunter Coal Company.
This is Mrs. Smith, 202 Main Street. Will you please send over 10 tons of blue coal immediately?
Well, Mrs. Smith, I'm afraid we can't send you that much right now. How much do you have on hand?
Oh, I don't know, but it's not a very big pile.
Well, we want everyone to have enough coal for immediate needs, you know.
I need 10 tons. Cash deliver it to me now.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, but the Robinsons next door to you also need coal. And the Joneses down the street are in need of coal, too. Now, we're making a delivery at both places soon. We'll stop at your place, too. But not 10 tons. You realize we must make sure that everyone has some coal in the bin. I know you won't want to deprive your neighbors of heat.
Oh, of course not. I just didn't realize, that's all. Well, do what you can then, will you? I certainly don't want my neighbors to be in valley without coal.
Let's all cooperate. Share and share alike, and we'll all be warm this winter. Now, back to the chateau.
I'm relying on this hunch of yours that it's murder, Cranston. Cardonna's rounding up the 3 people who found Bryce dead.
Who are they, Commissioner?
Neighbor named Carter, the gardener, Muller, I think his name is, and the widow. Now, if you get any ideas, Lamont, speak up.
I will.
Tom? Oh, come in, Mr. Carter. Miss Lane, Mr. Carter, Cranston.
How do you do?
Down, please.
Oh, thank you.
You were with Mrs. Bryce when she found the body, I believe.
Why, she called him in, asked me to come over.
You live nearby?
Next door. I just happened to be standing talking over the hedge with Mr. Bryce's gardener when she called.
And you both ran to the house?
Yes. Mrs. Bryce said she'd heard something that sounded like a shot from the library.
Did you yourself hear that shot?
No, I can't say that I did.
All right, sir, that'll be all.
Just a moment, Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
Aren't you an actor?
Yes, I am.
Weren't you supposed to play the lead in Bryce's show, which opened Thursday night?
Well,
I read that you were in rehearsal, and then that Bryce had dropped you at the last moment.
Is that true?
I resigned. I wasn't fired.
That's all. You may go. But don't leave town, understand?
But
that's all.
Very well.
It could be a motive for murder, being fired.
It was a good part, and his successor made a hit.
I see. Tom? Come in, Muller. Where were you, Muller, when Mrs. Bryce called to you?
Why, in the garden, working, sir. And talking to Mr. Carter.
How far is the garden from the house, Mr. Muller?
It's different in different places. The lot is an odd shape. My cottage is at the back.
I see. I've just been sketching a ground plan of the house and gardens. Will you check on it and see if it's right, please?
May I see it, sir?
Yes.
No, that is wrong. It should
Well,
go...
here, take my pencil and correct it, if you will.
Thank you, sir. Now, it goes like this, and,
Did you hear that shot, Muller?
Huh? Oh, the shot. Pardon me, I was absorbed in this drawing, and... No, I heard no shot. But I was some distance off, at this spot in the plan.
I see. Was there any difficulty about opening the library door?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no, what do you mean?
Well, Mrs. Bryce was in the house when she heard the shot, and she ran to the library, but she couldn't get the door open, and then she came and called to Mr. Carter and me.
Did you and Carter have any trouble opening it?
No, sir.
What time was it when Mrs. Bryce called to you and Carter?
About 4 o'clock. Because I noticed the clock in the library said 5 minutes after 4.
We have a common interest.
A common interest?
Flowers. Those from your garden are magnificent.
Oh, yes.
This year the garden was particularly lovely. I don't think there's ever been a time when we've had such beautiful geraniums.
Yes, sir. Geraniums?
They're a common flower, but Muller grows such beautiful ones.
I see. Mrs. Bryce, how long has Muller been with you?
Since April.
Did Muller and Mr. Bryce get along well?
I doubt if they ever spoke 10 words to each other.
Mr. Bryce was away a good deal?
Yes.
Mrs. Bryce, I understand you've been away on a visit and returned this afternoon. What time did the train get in?
At 2:40.
You came directly home?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did you hear the shot?
Just as I opened the front door.
Mrs. Bryce, Muller told me that you didn't call him until a few minutes after 4 o'clock.
Well, I don't
It would take a taxi about 20 minutes to cover the distance from the station, so if your train arrived at 2:40, you'd be entering the house about 3 o'clock.
Yes, but I...
Why, after hearing the shot, did you wait an hour before you called the Carter?
I wasn't sure it was a shot. I thought it was a door slamming somewhere. I thought my husband was at home.
Oh, so you didn't pay much attention to it then?
No, sir. I decided it was just...
And then about an hour later, you went to the library.
Yes, I found the door was stuck, so I called to Mr. Carter.
Why didn't you call your husband?
I didn't know he was at home.
A moment ago, you said you thought he was home.
Yes, but
Mrs. Bryce, isn't it true that you and your husband have been separated for the past 6 months? Hasn't he been living in an apartment downtown?
Yes, but he does come home occasionally. He comes when I'm not around. He has a picture in the library. He comes to look at it.
A picture?
A painting of a woman. A woman all dressed in black. He used to sit there at his desk sometimes and stare at it for hours. He was in love with it. He was in love with that woman just the same as if she were a real flesh and blood person. That's what caused our quarrel.
Mrs. Bryce, you're nervous and upset, naturally. We'll postpone this talk till some other time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. West.
Well.
Goodbye.
Bye, Mrs. Bryce.
Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a nitwit does she think I am? You were right, Lamont. It's murder. And she's the one who killed him.
No, Weston. She's telling the truth.
Lamont, Mrs. Bryce is really jealous of that painting. And yet she doesn't know that it's a picture of Diane Morrow.
Miss Lane, Diane Morrow and Albert Gurner, too, are dead.
Yes, the lady in black is dead, Commissioner. But sometimes the dead don't remain in their graves.
Oh, I hate this room now. The smell of the flowers. Oh, Norman. Norman, what made you kill yourself? If only the dead could speak to us. Norman. Norman, why did you marry me? And all the time you loved the woman in black. I hate her. Why, the canvas is cut already. Here at the bottom. Why, the frame moves. There's a space behind it. Sort of closet. And what's this? It looks like a gas mask with a tank attached. Who's there? What do you want?
Give that to me.
What are you doing here? Is this gas mask yours?
Give it to me.
I see now. Norman didn't kill himself. He was murdered, this mask. You killed him, didn't you?
I killed him.
Let go of me! What are you doing? Take that away!
What time is it anyway, Lamont?
2 o'clock, Margot.
2 o'clock in the morning. It's a fine hour for a country drive.
You didn't need to come out to Bryce's.
Well, I'm too curious to stay at home and be left out of it. Lamont, this case haunts me. There's something evil about it. That smile on the face of that painting.
What about the smile on Bryce's face? A smiling corpse, Margot. Yes. A horrible criminal is loose and doing murder. And the murderer may strike again. Oh, here we are. Quiet now. Don't talk. Let's walk in the grass beside the walk. Come on.
Who's there? What do you want?
It's Cranston, Cardona.
Oh, Miss Lane. What in time are you doing here?
Has anything happened?
Perfectly quiet. The actor next door went up to bed at 11. Light in the library a few minutes ago. Mrs. Bryce, I guess.
But didn't you make sure?
She's the only one in the house. Must have been her.
How about Muller, the gardener?
Light's been out in his cottage for a couple of hours. Everything's serene. What was that?
A shot. From the library. Come on in there. Hurry.
Mrs. Bryce. Shot to death. Oh, and that smile on her face. It's the same smile as in the painting. Oh, it's horrible.
Suicide again. Hey, look, Mr. Cranston. This gun ain't no new kind. Must be 15 to 20 years old.
Yes, I know. Bryce's gun was at headquarters, so he had to use this one.
What do you mean, he? The woman shot it off.
I don't want to go phone Weston quickly.
Yeah, I'd better.
Mont, what does it mean?
Margot, don't leave the house. I won't be long.
Where are you going?
The Shadow has work to do.
Who's there? Who's it? I must have imagined someone knocked. My nerves are playing tricks on me. This won't do. When they come to tell me I've got to be calm, I'll go to bed.
Wait a moment, Albert Gurner.
What? Who spoke? Where are you?
It's no use to try to locate me with your flashlight. I am the Shadow.
Huh?
You cannot see me, Gurner.
Why do you call me Gurner? My name is Muller. I work here. I'm the gardener.
Yes, a gardener with a remarkable knowledge of chemistry. You were a chemist, Gurner, as well as a painter, weren't you?
I'm no chemist or painter.
Then why did you slash the picture of the lady in black to pieces?
Mrs. Bryce did that. She was jealous of the lady in black.
How did you know that the picture was flashed, unless you were there?
I won't stay here and...
Get away from that door. No, you don't. Get back.
No. Let me alone. Let me alone.
That face in the picture has haunted you all the years. Albert Gurner, the lady in black, was your wife. You murdered her.
Yes, I am Gurner. But I didn't kill Diane. She committed suicide.
You murdered her with a poisonous gas that you invented. It leaves no trace except a horrible smile on the faces of its victims.
I tell you she shot herself.
No, you shot her, Gurner. Then later, when you and the butler heard the explosion, it was a time bomb you had set. And someplace in this cottage, you have a mask for administering gas. You're very strong. You clasp it to the victim's face, and when they become unconscious, you shoot them and leave a pistol by them. And the murder is called suicide.
But I love Diane. Why would I kill her?
Because you suspected her of being in love with Bryce, her manager. You knew Bryce loved her, and you couldn't be sure of her any longer.
All right. It drove me mad, the uncertainty.
And you killed her.
Yes, I did kill her. Then Bryce saw the picture. I told him once about my experiments. He suspected me. He was going to the police. So I ran away.
Then, as years passed, you wanted to return and kill the man you thought had ruined your life. The man you were jealous of even after Diane Morrow was dead.
Yes. And I did kill him. No one can take that away from me.
But tell me, why did you kill Mrs. Bryce? She had done nothing.
She found the mask. I had to kill her.
Well, Gurner, Commissioner Weston will soon be here. You will take the mask and give yourself up to him.
Very well. I'll do as you say. I'll go...
Gurner, wait. Put that down, man. No, take off that mask. Take it off, I say. He's gone. Dead from the gas. With that same smile on his face.
This table suit you, Margot?
Very nicely.
All right, Louis. We'll order later. Very good, sir.
Lamont, what I want to know is how you solved this case. Where did you get your first clue?
Why, you gave it to me.
I did?
Yes. You called my attention to the fact that the background of the painting was composed of flowers, of geraniums.
Well?
Well, when Diane Morrow died, her room was filled with geraniums.
Oh, and you thought that those and the geraniums in Bryce's library had some connection?
Precisely. And the ventilation of Bryce's library.
The ventilation?
Yes. It had been worked out so that quite a strong draft swept through the room.
Why, of course. It was the draft that held the door shut.
Yes. And it also caused the door to slam shut so violently that Mrs. Bryce thought it was a shot long after Bryce was dead.
Oh.
And the draft also cleared the room of the gas, which smelled like geraniums.
Well, then the geraniums were there to explain away whatever traces of the gas might be left.
Exactly.
Only, Lamont, how did you know that Muller was really Gerner?
Oh, that was the simplest part of the case. He helped draw a map of the house and gardens, and he used the same queer, hook-shaped strokes that identify Gerner's work anywhere.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Commissioner.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Well, there's no hurry. We've loads of time.
Well, certainly. We're merely going to drop in at the Pan American Art Exhibit this evening.
The art exhibit? Pictures? Oh, why don't you take up something practical?
Distinguished heating expert, John White.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Today I want to say a word on behalf of your neighborhood blue coal dealer. You know, folks, there are 3 ways in which you can help yourself and help him. First, don't order more than enough coal to keep your home comfortably warm for 60 days in advance. Second, don't waste heat. Don't waste coal. Ask your blue coal dealer for the free John Barkley firing chart. This will give you many valuable hints on correct firing methods and how to save money on fuel bills. The third way you can help your dealer is to accept delivery of the available home sizes he recommends. You see, friends, tests have proven that any of the home sizes, egg, stove, chestnut, or pea, may often be interchanged with perfectly good results. In fact, it's a good plan to always order 1 ton of pea coal to 3 of your regular size and use the more economic pea coal for banking. This holds down the fire, helps save coal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll cooperate with your blue coal dealer in these 3 ways, I'm sure you'll have enough coal to keep your home healthfully and comfortably warm all this winter. And so will your neighbors. I thank you.
Program is based on a story copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
This is Mutual.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. We all know the government is attempting to conserve rubber for the war effort. One way of accomplishing this important objective is by rationing gasoline. Another is the recommended 25% cut in truck mileage. The success of this plan depends greatly upon you. It means that as a consumer, you must cooperate with the man who delivers merchandise to your door. It means, in connection with coal deliveries, that you can get good service if you notify your blue coal dealer in advance, so that he can set up a schedule to fulfill your heating requirements for the entire season. In this way, he'll be able to plan his trip. He can make one trip do for several homes, and everyone will be warm and comfortable this winter. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Shoots an Arrow.
All right for us to go on in, Cardona?
We have an appointment with the commissioner.
Go right ahead, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston. Boss is alone. Thank you. I'll be Margot.
You?
Pardon me, Commissioner, but my name is Cranston. Miss Lane and I thought we had a dinner engagement with you.
Yes, and don't look now, but it's almost 8:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I forgot. I've been studying this letter that just came by special delivery. It's anonymous.
Anonymous?
Yes, it worries me. It's about old Ben Marlowe and his family. You like to see it?
Yes, I certainly would.
Well, the words cut out of newspapers and pasted on common stationery.
Well, read it, Lamont.
All right. Dear Commissioner, a great danger now hangs over the home of Benjamin Marlowe. The blow may fall at any moment. You can do nothing to stop it. A friend.
Probably some crank.
Or a criminal, tipping you off and defying you. You know, criminals like to feel wise and superior.
Who is Mr. Marlowe? I seem to know that name.
Oh, Marlowe's a grand old guy. Used to be rich, but he's broke now. Sick, too. Hasn't been able to walk for the last year. He lives in his old house with a grandson and granddaughter, I think.
Wow. He's had a lot of fun in his time anyway. Tried every hobby there is, from archery to yacht racing.
Well, it's late now. I'll go out to see him in the morning. Nothing will happen overnight.
I wouldn't be too sure, Commissioner.
Nonsense, Cranston. Well, come on, Miss Lane. Where shall we go for dinner?
Grandfather should be asleep instead of playing that silly flute. Oh, who's there? Who is it?
It is Ando, Miss Enid.
You startled me. What do you mean hiding there in the corner?
Ando, listen. Music.
You listen too much around here. Usually to something you're not meant to hear.
Not good to hate Ando.
That sounds like a threat. I don't know why my cousin ever brought you from Guatemala in the first place. Go on.
Ando, go, Miss Enid.
Well.
Come. Oh, come in, Enid. Was it you talking outside?
Ando was standing there listening to you play.
Huh. That savage would kill you as soon as look at you.
He gives me the shivers.
Yes. I've been practicing on my flute. Was getting a bit rusty.
Grandfather.
Now, what's the matter?
How did you get the flute? I left it on the mantelpiece. You can't walk. Who got it for you?
Why, no one. It was right here beside me.
I'm sure it wasn't, Grandfather.
Oh, nonsense, child.
Very well. I came to say good night, Grandfather.
Then it must be 8 o'clock. As you always come right on the dot.
I believe in doing things on schedule.
I suppose you have to when you do all the work in a huge house like this. How about your cousin lending you a hand?
Howard's busy hunting a job.
He should have held on to the one he had in Guatemala.
Oh, it wasn't his fault they let him out.
Maybe. Oh, are you and Howard having your usual game of chess tonight?
Yes, we are.
Like a couple of old fogies promptly at 8:30. In the library as usual?
I suppose so.
A young girl like you staying at home every night. Now you ought to be gay, having a good time. Well, my dear, perhaps we won't always be broke. No, you won't stay at home and play chess with Howard all your life. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Howard?
What is it, Enid?
Did you give Grandfather his flute tonight?
No, I didn't. Why?
Oh, nothing. Are you ready to play, Howard? I have the chessmen all set up.
I suppose so, Enid. But would you think it's silly if I asked you to change seats with me?
Why, Howard, changing seats won't...
No, it's not that. It's just that with my back to the French windows, I can't get my mind on the game. Enid, I have a constant feeling that someone is standing behind me outside in the orchard.
Oh, how silly of you. Of course I'll change chairs if it'll make you feel any easier.
Thank you.
There. I don't know what's the matter with you, Howard, just because you lost your job in Guatemala.
Enid, I wasn't fired. I ran away
Ran away?
to keep from being murdered.
That's ridiculous.
I don't expect you to believe it. Nobody up here would believe it.
Wouldn't believe what?
Enid, when you're down there, the jungle lies all about you, dark and slimy and full of evil. You hear faint voices, whispers, the barest echo of mocking laughter. But you never know where they come from. You never see the people who make them.
Howard, for goodness sake, try to talk sensibly. Now, what is all this about?
Have you ever heard of the Mariposas? They're a strange cult, strange and sinister. Like a fool, I wouldn't believe there were regions sacred to them. I sent men in there to cut mahogany. And then I received the death warning.
The death warning?
The mark of a cloven hoof in the earth just outside my window.
A cloven hoof. Oh, Howard. Honestly, you're funny. That was probably made by a cow.
One cloven hoof mark. Only one. No other marks around it.
All right. Then someone was playing a joke on you.
I wish it were a joke.
Well, and even if it were true, you're 1,000 miles away from there now.
1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, it would make no difference. They have their own way of tracking you down and killing you.
Nonsense.
I tell you, you can't escape them ever. Only this morning I saw it again. The mark of the cloven hoof outside my window.
Howard, don't talk like this, or people will think you're insane.
I know. I've tried to keep it to myself, but...
Now, let's start the game. It's 8:30.
Enid! Great heavens, look outside! Enid, look out!
Oh! Howard, what is it? It came through the window.
An arrow. Sticking in the wall. They're here, Enid. They're after me. They'll kill me.
Howard! Howard! Oh, he's fainted. Grandfather! Grandfather!
Ando, wait here. Someone must come to tree. This someone. Come now. Wait. Ando, no. You try to kill. You give Ando money, much money, or Ando tell. Put arrow down. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Oh, die.
Well, Miss Lane, find anything on the menu you'd like for dessert?
Anything? Oh, goodness, I find too many things. And all fattening. Lamont, what are you having for dessert?
Well, nothing, thanks, sir. Black coffee, don't you?
Oh, what ails him, Miss Lane? He hasn't spoken for a half hour.
Well, if I know the signs, he's worried. Aren't you, Lamont?
Confounded, look who's coming.
Cardona.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
What's happened?
A nutty phone call. A Miss Marlowe called.
Marlowe?
Yeah, she said something awful had happened. Wouldn't tell me what it was.
Come on, Lamont. Let's go out there.
Coming, Margot?
Well, wild horses couldn't keep me here.
Let's hurry, Commissioner, or we may regret it.
Mr. Williams, you're not seriously suggesting that these, what do you call them?
Mariposas, Commissioner.
Yeah, you can't believe they followed you all the way from Central America to shoot an arrow through your library window.
They meant to kill me. And they will. I don't expect you to believe it.
Oh, some kid in the neighborhood has a bow and arrow, and a shot went wild.
I find that hard to believe, Commissioner.
Miss Marlowe, you two were playing chess when the arrow flew in?
Yes, Howard upset the chessman when he got up.
Yes, I see. From the direction they fell, I surmise Mr. Williams was facing the window.
Yes. Usually I sit there, but tonight we changed about.
Why?
I was nervous with my back to the window.
Mr. Williams, did you see anything outside the window?
Yes. I saw a moth out there.
A moth?
A giant white moth flutter there. And beyond it...
Yes, go on.
A dark face seemed to float just beyond the glass.
A man?
They're not really men, I tell you.
You mean the Mariposas, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Miss Marlowe, what did you do after the arrow appeared?
I went and phoned you, Commissioner.
What did Mr. Williams do?
Oh, he had...
If you must know, I fainted.
Yes. He regained consciousness just as your car came up the drive.
You went right to the phone?
No, first I went and knocked on Grandfather's door, but he didn't answer. I thought he was asleep.
So I went to the extension phone in the upstairs hall and put in my call.
You didn't look in to see if your grandfather was sleeping?
The door was locked on the inside.
Miss Marlowe, if your grandfather can't walk, how can he lock his door on the inside?
I believe that he can walk a little, though he won't admit it.
I see. Then you can't swear that Mr. Marlowe was in his room.
Why, he must have been.
There's no one else in the house besides you three?
There's Hondo, an Indian servant I brought back from Guatemala.
He could have shot the arrow.
But he's always been so faithful.
I despise him, and so does Grandfather.
Oh, I see. Miss Marlowe, what's beyond the French windows?
The old orchard.
Let's go out by the window and take a look, Lamont. You coming, Margot?
Yes, indeed.
Now, be careful, Marlowe. It's dark out here.
All right. Whew, it's windy, too.
Storm coming up, Lamont.
Yes.
Well, I think we ought to round up that servant and ask him a few questions.
Right. But, let's take a look outside here first.
An Indian and arrows, they go together. But if you insist on wandering around an orchard, I'll humor you. Here, flash your light on the ground here.
There you are.
No footprints.
No human footprints, but what do you make of this?
Well, a couple of triangular marks. What is it?
The mark of a hoof, Weston. A cloven hoof.
Oh, cloven hoof, my eye. Next thing you'll be saying it's a death warning.
Perhaps it is.
Am I in danger?
Grave danger, Margot.
Well, maybe that Hondo is stalking him. Hey, where are you two going?
Down into the orchard, Weston.
Oh, wonder. Lamont, this place gives me the creeps. What are you looking for, anyway?
A certain tree. Must be in this direction.
There's plenty of apple trees here, and the probably...
Margot, what is it?
Oh, I stumbled over a body.
Steady, Margot.
What's wrong? What have you found?
The Indian.
He's dead. Look at the arrow sticking in his chest.
Yes, Margot. He was stabbed with this arrow. Stabbed through the heart.
In a moment, we'll return to the shadow. Right now, let's consider the case of a typical householder who has solved his fuel problem for the winter. Just how did you go about that, Mr. Smith?
Well, first thing I did was figure out how much coal I need every month. I did that by looking up the bills for last year and working it out according to months.
That's fine. The coal dealers tell me that even if you can give them a fairly close idea without being absolutely accurate, it will help a lot.
Well, the closer the better, I figured. But I went down to the basement and estimated how much coal I had on hand. Had about half a ton at the time.
That's not a great deal. Were you worried about running out?
Yes, I was. But after I talked to my blue coal dealer, I felt a lot better. I gave him all the information, and he said he'd see that I was taken care of.
And how has it worked out, sir?
Fine, first rate. The blue coal dealer sees that I always have enough on hand to keep the furnace going, and that's good enough for me. The way I look at it, we're all in this together.
Back to the shadow.
Lamont, this case is crazy. Our only suspect killed.
I wonder. Margot, will you go and stay with Enid Marlowe? It's important.
Why, yes, of course, Lamont.
Come upstairs, Lamont. I want to check the location of the phone Enid used.
All right, Commissioner.
You see, Enid and Howard can't have done that killing. They were together when it happened. Afterwards, he was out cold and she was phoning.
So she says.
Yeah. Say, Lamont, could old Ben Marlowe be mixed up in this?
Well, since he can walk, he's a suspect.
Yeah. And why should he want to keep his being able to walk a secret?
I don't know. Oh, there's the phone Enid used.
Yeah, we've got a murder, but there's no sense to it.
I think Hondo knew something and was killed to silence him.
Let's have a talk with Mr. Marlowe.
All right. And which is his room?
Well, this is the only door that's closed. I'll knock.
And try the door.
It's not locked now.
Oh, come in. What's the matter? What in time ails... Why, Weston, what are you doing here? Lamont Cranston.
Mr. Marlowe, there's been a little scare here. Your granddaughter called me.
Have you been asleep, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, for an hour at least. What's happened?
An arrow was shot through your library window. It nearly hit Enid Marlowe.
It's that Indian. I warned Howard and her he'd kill him as soon as look at them.
Mr. Marlowe, what's this? I just found it tucked between the wall and the head of your bed.
I don't know. It looks like a boot.
Yes. Look, Commissioner. A boot that leaves a print. like a cloven hoof.
Ando must have stuck it there while I was sleeping.
How could he when your door was locked?
Why, it wasn't locked.
Marlowe, you hated this servant. What would you say if I told you we just found him in the orchard, stabbed to death?
I'd say good riddance. That's what I'd say.
Mr. Morrow, we learned tonight that you can walk and are keeping it a secret.
That's my business.
Then, Marlowe, I'll have to arrest you.
Now, wait, Commissioner. Don't act yet. We need to know something else.
I of all the outrages. Send my niece to me. I want my lawyer.
Marlowe is busy now, sir. I'll tell her in a little while. Come along, Lamont.
Commissioner, I'll have your scalp for this.
Lamont, Ben Marlowe's lying about that locked door. He can walk. He knows archery. He hated the Indian, and he killed him. Why shouldn't I arrest him?
Because I want you to arrest Enid Marlowe at once.
Lamont, you're crazy. I'll do nothing of the sort.
The police are gone, Enid?
Yes, Howard.
All of them?
I believe so.
I'll go to bed. I'm exhausted.
I'm going to sit here and read a while. I'm not sleepy.
Well, don't stay down too long.
Only another half hour.
That's long enough.
Good night.
Good night, Enid.
Now, where's my book? Oh, here it is. What's that? Oh, someone's at the French windows. Who's there?
Don't be frightened, Miss Marlowe. It's Lamont Cranston.
Oh, I couldn't imagine who it...
Sorry to break in on you like this, Miss Marlowe, but...
I thought you'd gone to the police.
No, Miss Marlowe, I was too uneasy about you to leave here.
Really, I'm able to take care of myself, Mr. Cranston.
Quite a storm we've had.
Yes.
Say, here's something unusual. You know what it is?
Well, it's some sort of tom-tom Mr. Williams brought back from Guatemala.
A very special kind of tom-tom. This, bowl-shaped thing is part of a human skull. The membrane is a serpent skin.
Well, what of it?
They say if you beat on it in the correct rhythm, you can reach the soul of the listener and control it.
Oh, what nonsense.
Yes, but it might be amusing to see what we can do with this skull and snakeskin drum. Let's try.
If you like.
Oh, it's all in fun. I'll snap off the ceiling lights and, there. One dim light to help create the mood. And, let's move your chair back a foot. Like that. Well, that's interesting. You're not in front of the window anymore, and yet your shadow falls in the same place. How strange. Listen. You're supposed to begin quite lightly, so as not to stir the soul of the hearer too deeply. Hear the tempo quicken?
I wish you'd stop. What's the idea of this farce?
Hush, don't get excited. Just listen. The idea is to lull the mind of the listener, to waken the soul, to bring both mind and soul under the power of the one who beats the drum.
It's so silly that it's impossible.
Of course, it's merely what we call hypnotism. Now, you're asleep, Enid Marlowe. You will sleep until I waken you. You'll not know that I've hypnotized you. You will sit here in this chair until the arrow breaks the window. Then you will rise. You will shriek in agony, and then faint. You will shriek and faint.
Shriek and faint.
You will lie unconscious for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And then you will rise and walk past the window. Walk past the window.
Past the window.
Now, wake up, Miss Marlowe. Wake up.
What? What are you saying?
You seem drowsy. I spoke to you.
I'm not the least drowsy.
Well, that's good. Now, will you please excuse me for a few minutes?
I've got to get up the street quickly. I'd like to show Cranston and that stupid policeman this death machine of mine. Using a crossbow in this day and age to commit murder. No one would believe it. There she is. Enid's in her chair. I can see her shadow. My bow is aimed directly at it. Now, to wind up the bowstring. All ready. Now, go. I hit her. She fell. She's dead. Dead. What's that? I thought I heard... There's no one.
Oh, yes, Howard Williams. I am here. Right at the foot of the tree.
I can't see anything.
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow? I've heard of the Shadow.
Many criminals have. Criminals like you, Howard. Murderers. I saw you shoot that arrow that broke the window.
Oh, you saw me do it, Shadow? You stood and watched me kill Enid?
And you admit it?
Why not? There's nothing you can do, even if you are human and could testify in a court, because you're an accomplice.
It's true, I didn't try to stop you.
That's right. I didn't kill Enid. We killed Enid, you and I.
Why did you do it?
To get my grandfather's money.
I thought he was poor.
That's what everyone thinks. But he owns land in the tropics that's worth $100,000, and only I know it.
You killed Enid so that you could be the only heir?
Yes, of course.
And soon you plan to kill your grandfather?
Yes, but suspicion will never fall on me.
Why did you kill Amdo?
He tried to blackmail me and got what was coming to him. The police will think it was the Mariposas who got him, that they killed Enid trying to get at me. I've planned everything.
You even wrote the police an anonymous warning, didn't you?
I wanted them to hear about the Mariposas, the boogeymen that I invented. I'm safe, I tell you perfectly. Enid's dead.
Is Enid dead, Howard? Are you sure?
What?
Look at the window. See?
It's Enid's ghost.
No, Enid's alive and well.
No, that's impossible.
It's the truth. Now am I your accomplice, or will I dare to give you up?
You think you've beaten me. I know where you must be standing, even if I can't see you. I'll shoot you.
you meddling! Look out! Howard, don't try to move.
I can't move. I slipped. The arrow's in my chest.
He's dead. Paid for his crime with death.
Well, yes, Lamont, but I don't see how Howard Williams could have fired that first arrow at Enid. He was right in the room with her.
Well, Margot, that arrow was fired from a crossbow Howard had fastened up in a tree. It had an automatic timer on it. He set the timer in advance, and the arrow was shot off automatically.
Well, I know, but that first arrow missed Enid.
He meant it to. Howard wanted to build up his strange legend about the Mariposas. Oh, incidentally, Mariposa is the Spanish word for moth or butterfly. That's all it means.
Oh. But, Lamont, Ando was killed when Howard was in a dead faint.
No, Margot, he was acting. As soon as Enid dashed upstairs, Howard ran for the orchard to remove his bow. He met Ando and killed him. Then he dashed back and fainted all over again. Ironic, isn't it?
What's ironic?
His own dodge gave me the idea of how to fool him. I knew Howard wouldn't use the automatic timer when he tried to kill Enid. He'd shoot the arrow himself. So I moved her chair from in front of the window without changing the position of her shadow. Then I hypnotized her so that she would scream and faint when Howard shot. He thought he killed her, and he confessed. And now, you explain the mystery of how old Mr. Marlowe's door got locked and then unlocked.
Well, Howard must have locked it just before the chess game.
Well, that's my own guess, but when was it unlocked?
Well, when you and I and the commissioner went into the orchard. And he must have hidden that boot there at the same time.
Right.
But why did Mr. Marlowe conceal the fact that he could walk?
Because of something you wouldn't understand, Margot. Masculine pride.
Really?
Yes, Margot. Ben Marlowe can walk. But it's a pretty wobbly sort of walk, and he's a proud old guy.
Do you mean that he was ashamed to be seen?
Yes. He wanted to wait until he could walk in on Eden straight and quick and strong as ever.
Well, I'll never understand men as long as I live.
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. These wartime days, fuel conservation is so important that I feel we can't stress it too much. So I'm going to give you a few simple, easy-to-follow suggestions that will help you save a lot of coal. First of all, avoid excessive temperatures. An overheated house is bad for your health and hard on your pocketbook. It takes a lot more coal to keep your home at 77 degrees than at 70 degrees. Another thing, don't keep your garage as warm as your home. As a matter of fact, a temperature of 40 degrees is better for your car and a lot easier on your checkbook. And friends, if you believe in plenty of fresh air in your bedroom and keep the windows wide open, close the bedroom door tight. You'll avoid chilling the rest of the house and wasting coal to heat it up again. And if you have a sunroom, don't try to heat it. The large window area makes it too expensive to heat. But if you must heat it, equip it with storm windows and weather stripping to conserve coal. Finally, always close outside doors promptly. A little gossip by an open door will chill your house and waste coal. Now, folks, these are easy precautions to take, and it's surprising how they do save valuable fuel. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. This is Mutual.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, here's a very important way that you can help the war effort. You know, it's coal that keeps our war plants humming. Coal that keeps our trains moving. Coal that heats our soldiers in army camps. Yes, coal that supplies vital power and heat to countless wartime activities. So you can make an invaluable contribution to the war effort this winter by cutting your coal consumption to the absolute minimum. Start your personal coal conservation program this simple way. Hold your fire. Don't let the first chilly snap send you down to the furnace. Use the fireplace. Wear warmer clothing. Wait 2 or 3 weeks later than usual before starting your furnace. The coal you save now will help the home front and the war front. And it will help you keep warmer in the really bitter months to come. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Gibbering Things.
Well, nature puts on quite an autumn show up here, Margot.
Yes, doesn't it, Lamont?
Yeah. All New Hampshire's pretty country at any season, folks.
Are we nearly at our destination, driver?
Almost. About 1.5 miles more, and we'll be at the Haunted Woods.
Huh?
Haunted Woods?
Yes, sir. The place you've hired me to drive you to is just this side of them.
Oh, Aunt Susan never told me that she lived near any haunted woods, Lamont.
Miss Susan Prentice, your aunt, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Cranston and I are going to spend the weekend with her.
Oh, that'll be a fine rest for you.
Well, those haunted woods don't sound quiet or restful.
Well, they won't bother you none. Leastwise, I've never been bothered in them. Neither was your aunt. Or Professor Sergoff, who lives smack in the center of them.
Why are they called the Haunted Woods?
Well, it's said that quite a few fellas have gone into them woods and completely disappeared. There was 2 lumberjacks and 4 or 5 harvest hands. Shucks, I figure they simply walked into the woods on one side and out the other.
Your logic is spoiling a nice mystery, driver.
Oh, I figured a natural explanation for the gibbering things, too.
The gibbering things?
Ever so often, the doggonedest noise is heard from them woods. A funny, squeaking, chattering kind of noise. Don't sound like it was made by either man or beast. Folks say it's made by things.
You figured that it's not made by things?
Mister, that gibbering noise is made by monkeys.
Monkeys?
In New Hampshire?
Yeah, Professor Sergoff's got a couple at his place that he's brought up from South America. I admit I don't know how their squeaky little voices can be heard so far away from the professor's house. But them monkeys is the only natural explanation.
Are those the haunted woods ahead of us now?
Yes, ma'am. That's them.
Heavens.
What's that?
Something screamed in those woods.
Yes, that was just an old screech owl. There it is again.
Well, screech owls don't make their home this far north. They must have been brought up here like the monkeys you mentioned.
That's right. It's another pet of Professor Sergoff's. Here's Miss Prentice's place.
Oh, Lamont, what a lovely little house.
I'll get your luggage out the back.
Here, let me help you, Margot.
Thank you.
Step directly on these flagstones. Ground's pretty wet.
Well, we had some thunderstorm today. Started early this morning and pulled down telephone wires and raised all kinds of nests.
That's so?
Really?
Yes. Why, I'd like to wait and say howdy to Miss Prentice, but as long as I'm out this way, I want to drop off a package at Professor Sergoff's. It's getting late, and I'd like to be in and out of them woods before dark.
Not because of the gibbering things?
Well, shucks, no. Just that the road through there is pretty terrible. A fellow wants daylight to get over it. I'll stop off on my way back from the professor's, see if your aunt wants anything fetched from the village, my next trip. So long.
So long.
You never told me your aunt was deaf, Margot.
Deaf? Well, she isn't.
Well, she can't be at home, then, after this noisy arrival in front of the door.
But it is funny that she hasn't... Aunt Susan! Aunt Sue!
Aren't you sure she expected us today?
Oh, of course. Oh, the door's unlocked. Let's go in, Lamont. She must have stepped out for a moment.
For a long moment. Let's have a look around. You take a peek at the kitchen.
All right.
Everything here's tidy, shipshape, and deserted.
Well, the kitchen door's been left unlocked.
Well, evidently your aunt didn't intend to be gone very long.
Well, what do you suppose has happened to her?
Oh, chances are your aunt left here this morning, pay a brief call to some neighbors, and she was forced to stay there by the storm.
I'm beginning to think Aunt Sue had been swallowed by those gibbering things in the haunted woods.
We have Mr. DeRima's assurance those gibbering things are vastly overrated.
What's that?
Now, listen.
It's the gibbering from those woods.
It's from deep in the woods. Doesn't sound like the chattering of any monkey that I've ever heard.
Lamont! Could that be the screech owl again?
That cry sounded human.
It's like a scream of mortal terror. Lamont, we've been waiting almost half an hour now for Aunt Sue. She'd be here by this time if she were all right.
Phone's still dead. The cab driver hasn't come back yet, and it's nearly dark. Let's go outside again and watch for him.
All right. He said he wanted to be out of those woods before dark. Come on, that gibbering again.
It's much closer than before.
Seems to come from just the edge of those woods.
And the professor who keeps monkeys lives nearly a mile from here.
Growing fainter now. Traveling away.
Margot, look here.
What?
In the earth of this flower bed.
Tiny footprints. Why, they've been made by a barefoot child, a baby. Since the rain. How did the baby get out here?
These prints were made since I was looking around this garden only a few minutes ago. And their sole resemblance to a baby's is their size. Look closer. No child could walk upright on feet that left these impressions. They're deformed.
Yes, I see now.
So whatever made the footprints didn't walk upright very far. Here it dropped on all fours.
Those are prints of little hands. But only 2 fingers are outlined. Oh, what horrible thumbs. These tracks were left by some animal.
But what kind of an animal? I never saw a spoor like this before.
Oh, neither have I. Look, they disappear here in the grass.
Margot, someone's coming out of the woods.
A man? What's he got on his head? It's getting so dark I can hardly see.
I think it's a helmet of some sort. He's carrying a net.
A net?
It looks like it. Seems to be hunting for something. Hello there.
Hello. Who are you?
We're about to ask the same question.
My name is Sergov. Alexander Sergov.
Lamont, he may know. I'm Margot Lane, Miss Prentice's niece, Professor.
Miss Prentice's niece?
Yes, and this is Mr. Cranston. We just arrived to spend a few days with Aunt Susan, and she's not here.
I have not seen Miss Prentice for several days. Was she expecting you and Mr. Cranston?
Yes, she was.
Professor, if I'm not too inquisitive, what do you hunt with a net at this time of night?
I keep a small zoological collection, Mr. Cranston, and one of my little animals escaped this afternoon, and I was searching for it with my net.
A dangerous animal? I see you're wearing heavy gloves.
It was a small ape with sharp little teeth that can, what you call, nip very painfully. Perhaps you heard it chattering in the woods a while ago.
We heard something gibbering in there.
That was my little pet.
Does it malform hands and feet, Professor? Does it leave tracks like this?
You did not see it leave those tracks?
No, we found them by accident a few minutes ago.
The creature I'm searching for is not a perfect specimen. These tracks are fresh, which means that it is close by, and I'm most anxious to recapture it, so if you will please excuse me. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, at least we've learned what's behind those footprints and that gibbering.
I'm still wondering if that was a screech owl we heard soon after Doremus left us.
What for, Lamont?
I'm going to get a gun and flashlight out of my bag and do a little hunting of my own in these woods.
But...
where's the light switch?
Here.
Oh, thanks.
Lamont, the gibbering again.
It's just outside the house.
We know it's only a crippled ape that...
Margot, what?
Its face at the window.
Where?
Gone now. But it was pressed close against the glass. It had no features, Lamont, except eyes. And its toothless mouth. It was the face of the gibbering thing. Lamont, turn your flashlight on those trees as well as on the road. That gibbering thing may be in these woods.
As I'm watching, Margot. There's only one set of tire tracks on this road, so Doremus traveled it only one way. You sure, Margot, that the face of the window had no features?
It was just pink, bald flesh, with tiny pig-like eyes and grinning, toothless gums. What could it have been?
If you weren't having a nightmare, I don't know. Good Lord, look there.
Doremus's cab turned on its side.
Come on.
There's Doremus. Oh!
He's been thrown from his cab against that rock.
His head's all crushed. Oh, Lamont.
Strange. There's no blood around the wound.
No blood.
Someone or something has washed it absolutely clean. Look at his throat. Big bruise mark.
His fall from the cab didn't do that.
No. Looks as though some terrific suction had been applied by something like a giant leech.
That thing with the toothless mouth. Lamont, you've got to find out what that gibbering monster is. It may have killed Aunt Sue as well as Doremus.
Come on back to your aunt's house. After I see you locked safely inside, Professor Sergov is going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
Why are you so worried, Professor?
What? Who is speaking to me? I cannot see anyone.
I'm the Shadow.
The Shadow? An invisible man?
Little secret I learned in the Orient.
What do you want here?
I shall ask the questions. First, did you find the small ape you were hunting for?
You know that I was hunting...
The Shadow overheard your conversation with a Miss Lane and a Mr. Cranston a while ago. Did you find the ape?
Yes.
What did you do with it? I visited the cages where you keep your pets and found no crippled monkey there.
I was forced to shoot the animal. I buried it in the woods.
After it had gorged itself on the blood of Doremus?
Doremus?
You didn't know he was lying dead in the woods?
No, I swear I did not, Shadow. I had nothing to do with it.
But you know what killed him?
No.
Don't lie. You also know the reason for Susan Prentice's disappearance.
I do not.
Her absence will cause an intensive search.
She will not be found here. This is a small house. Nothing could be concealed in it. Search it yourself.
Luck has been with you so far, Professor. If telephone service hadn't been disrupted by the storm, the authorities would already have been notified and the search begun. The luck of criminals is never good for long. Your time is running out. The police will find the body of Doremus, and they'll be told about a squealing monster with a horrible toothless mouth.
What?
The gibbering thing has been seen tonight. Now you must think and act fast, Professor. You must think and act faster than the Shadow.
Friends, if you heat your home with coal, listen. Here's some important good news. Your friendly neighborhood blue coal dealer is happy to announce that he already has available, on a first-come, first-served basis, a small supply of automatic heat regulators to aid in the urgent coal conservation program. Now listen to what an automatic heat regulator does. It takes full charge of your furnace operation, giving you a constant, even temperature day and night. It eliminates those wide swings in temperature when it's always too hot or too cold. It saves you those incessant trips to the basement when you try to control the temperature yourself. It helps protect your family against winter colds, which many doctors agree result from overheating or unstable temperatures. And most important, it saves coal vital to the war effort and money for you. An automatic heat regulator costs little to begin with and soon pays for itself in fuel savings. Don't wait for the first freeze. There are just a few automatic heat regulators available. So act now. Call your friendly blue coal dealer and place your order tomorrow. And now, back to the Shadow.
Lamont, did Professor Seargolf tell you anything when you visited him as a shadow?
I didn't expect him to, Margot. The Shadow's purpose was to force Sergolf into some revealing action. I'm confident that he'll make that action before morning, but I'm taking no chances. I'm going to leave you again now and go back into those woods.
Why?
Professor Seargolf doesn't confine his activities within the limits of his small home. I'm going to discover, if I can, where he carries on his major studies.
Let me go with you, Lamont.
No, I want you to stay here. Lock yourself in the house and don't leave it. I expect to be gone for some time.
Oh. I expect to be gone for some time. Fine. Screech owl. What's that? Back door. Who's there? What do you...
Good evening, Miss Lane.
Professor Seargolf.
When one locks a glass panel door, the key should never be left in the lock. It is so easy to break the glass, reach inside, and turn the key.
Why have you broken in here?
I just saw Mr. Cranston go into the woods, and I considered this an excellent opportunity to talk with you alone.
That gun.
This gun will do you no harm if you're obedient. You and I are going for a little walk, Miss Lane, and you are going quietly.
Where are you taking me through these woods?
You'll soon learn. Here's our stopping place.
There's nothing here but trees and that big rock.
Yes, watch that rock.
It's swinging out like a door.
It is a door to a very secret natural cave below. Ladies first, Miss Lane.
I won't go down to that darkness.
You need not go in darkness. We have electric light here. Step in, Miss Lane. I wish to close my bulky door.
No,
Do not try my patience. Go. Oh. Now, down these stairs. And you can see my little refuge.
Shivering cries.
A little welcome for you.
And hideous things that make them are behind that door.
Hideous things? So you saw the little creature that escaped tonight?
It pressed its awful face against the window. Don't make me look at it again.
You won't see anything to frighten you when I open the door. There's nothing in this chamber except those steel cabinets around the walls, that iron water pipe above, and this heavy rope that dangles from the pipe. You will find the rope of special interest. I call your attention to the snap hook on its loose end.
No, let me go.
As soon as I lock these handcuffs on your wrists behind your back like this, and hook the rope to your cuffs like this. Now, I let you go. Nicely tethered.
What are you going to do to me here?
I shall satisfy your curiosity about the gibbering things. You have seen but one. I have many such children.
Children?
Yes. I am their father, their creator. I am their God. I have discovered the secret of life.
Of life?
I have evolved a complex life form from the single cell. Nature required 1 billion years to do what I have done in 10. I am greater than nature.
You're a madman.
Am I? You shall see. The steel cabinets you see around these walls are really insulated soundproof covers for my children's cages. This lever opens the apparent cabinets. Watch. Before you saw the handsomest of my little beauties. Now you can look at them again and 30 of his brothers. Hear them squeal their greetings to you.
Don't let me out of here.
Do not be afraid. Their cages are strong. They cannot get at you now.
Please, they're so horrible.
Well, I admit that I have not as yet achieved perfection in their appearance, but I progress. Now, here is my first experiment. It resembles a shapeless sponge, but it's alive. It moves and breathes.
Oh, please.
And here is a little creature that lacks arms and legs. See it bounce its way about? Its brother in the next cage has twice the usual number of limbs. This one has 8 hands. That one has no eyes or ears. And there's one with no head. And here's one without a body.
Stop it!
But they're all alive, Miss Lane. All can move and fast. All have mouths and appetites, Miss Lane. For human blood. Their only diet.
Human blood?
Yes, I keep human cows, Miss Lane, and you ought to become a human cow and feed my children.
Oh, no.
That is why you're tethered here. This chamber is their dining room. I shall pull a lever that opens their cages as I go out this door to safety. They're very greedy, but I will not let them drink too much of your blood, Miss Lane, for now you're a cow and valuable to me. I leave you now to pull the lever. Ah! My throat!
You feel the shadow's hands upon you, Sergoff.
The shadow?
Oh.
The shadow is a man would like to close his fingers tight about your neck. As a respecter of the law, he lets you live.
Oh, Shadow.
Unlock your handcuffs, Sergoff.
Don't touch me again, I will.
Be quick.
There.
Oh, I'm free. I'm free and I can leave this room. Go where I won't see and hear those awful things.
Yes, go.
And I'll go with you out that door.
Sergoff!
The door is locked and closed upon you, Shadow. The lever that opens my children's cages is on this side of the door, and I release them now.
No!
My children do not have to see a man to find him, Shadow. Their greed for blood would lead them to you, and they are to have all your blood, Shadow. You will be dead before this door is opened. Dead! It is now half an hour since that door was closed upon our former friend, the Shadow. My children have killed strong men within 5 minutes, so I think it is time, Miss Lane, for us to view the remains, which will be visible, I imagine. But first, I shall reunite you with your aunt.
You're my aunt here?
Yes, unfortunately escaped and told me of her intention to notify the authorities. I was forced to add her to my herd of cows. That herd includes the itinerant lumberjacks and harvest hands who have disappeared in the haunted woods. When fools hear their screams of pain, they think they hear my little screech owl.
Oh, there's no word that gets you.
Before I can safely view the dead body of the Shadow, my children must be returned to their cages. And my cows take care of that. Your aunt's stall is behind this door.
Aunt Sue!
I will let her out.
Margot! Oh, Margot.
What a touching reunion. You shall see a great deal of each other from now on, for you will be stable together. My male cattle are in here. Come out, beasts. And don't forget that I hold the usual loaded revolver.
Oh, poor men.
Yes, my male cattle aren't as healthy-looking as you and your aunt, Miss Lane, but they have been here a long time.
They're walking skeletons.
They still manufacture blood. That's all that matters. Fall in line, beasts. You with them, female cattle.
No.
Fall in line.
Oh, come, Margot, come. There's nothing we can do.
You're learning fast, Miss Prentice. Now march, all of you, to the feeding room. You ought to have an easy time tonight. My children have been fed and well. You need only pick them up and return them to their cages.
Pick up those things?
Yes, Miss Lane, and tenderly. Unlock the door. Go in and do as I've told you. Now you see how tame my cattle are, Miss Lane? You will soon be like them. Hurry in there. Get my pets behind their bars. I'm anxious to come in and pay my last respects.
Your children are in their cages, Master.
Now we shall see. I thought the Shadow would be visible in death. His mental power is gone. But I do not see him.
Can you feel him, Sergoff?
Shadow!
Yes, I'm not an easy victim, Sergoff. Pick up that gun he dropped, Miss Lane.
Something we cannot see has got him. Give Sergoff to us.
Keep back, you men. I know how you must hate this devil, but I promise you he'll get justice. Now, everyone leave this room. Everyone but Sirgov.
Everyone but me.
You're going to be left alone here. Alone as you've left the others.
No. Do not put those handcuffs on me.
Oh, yes. They're locked behind your back. Now.
No, not that tether rope. Do not hook me to that.
The way you fastened others.
Yes, we can do to him what he's
Get out of this room, you men. We're leaving Professor Sirgov with his children.
We'll turn the vampires loose on him.
No, do not open those cages. Do not turn them loose on me. Please, Shadow, please.
You're safe, Sirgov. The cages won't be opened.
Did you say, Shadow, that those cages won't be opened? That Sirgov is safe?
He's safe from those things he created. That room will be Sirgov's prison until the police arrive to take him to another.
Police? Prison? Shadow, you promised us that devil would get justice.
He will. But the law must fix his punishment.
We've been Sirgov's slaves. His cattle. Those things he made have fastened on our flesh. They drank our blood.
We want no police. We want no law. We want no law. They have no punishment to fit that devil's crime.
We'll attend to Sirgov.
And we are. You men have suffered here, but you're civilized men. You must abide by rules of order, not by instincts of revenge.
We're no longer men. We're cattle.
Sirgov has made us beasts.
And there are many of us, Shadow. You are only one.
Keep away from that door.
We didn't want to open the door, Shadow. We only wanted to lock it.
And we have locked it. We have the key.
Pull the lever that opens those cages.
No.
You're too late, Shadow. Listen. Sirgov's children move fast. They've already reached their father. We've given Sirgov the justice he deserves.
Well, Margot, Sirgov's cattle were too many and too quick. But Sirgov won't put the state to any expense. Your aunt's safe in her home again. And his children...
Those men just trampled them after you finally forced that door. And I'm not sorry things happened as they did. Sirgov was going to turn those gibbering things loose on me.
Well, he did turn them loose on the Shadow.
Lamont, you haven't told me why the Shadow wasn't killed by those monsters.
Well, Sirgov made a serious mistake. When he left other victims in that room, their hands had been secured behind their backs and fastened to the tether rope. The Shadow was free. One end of the tether rope was attached to an iron pipe near the ceiling. Well, he took a moment to loop the other end with its heavy hook over the pipe and fasten it. And seated in that swing, the Shadow was well above the reach of the little vampires.
Oh, when you were locked in that room, I was sure it meant your death.
Well, one can never be sure of anything, Margot. You know, when I was invited to your Aunt Susan's, as I recall, I promised myself a quiet, restful weekend.
Yes, I remember.
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. I'm glad to be back with you again. And this year, with fuel so vitally needed for the war effort, I hope to bring you special information that will help you to heat your home more efficiently and economically. Thousands of tons of coal can be conserved if everyone will give special thought to the efficient operation of their furnace. Operating a heating plant efficiently is easy. And if you will follow a few simple suggestions, you can not only save considerable fuel, but your home will be healthfully heated as well. A clean furnace is number one on the list of important things that will result in conserving fuel. So put your heating plant in good working order. It's easy to clean a furnace. For tools, all you need to do a good job is an inexpensive wire brush and a scraper. You can get these at any hardware store. Buy a small can of asbestos furnace cement. Have all soot and fly ash. Use the asbestos cement to seal up leaks around the smoke pipe where it enters into the chimney. Make sure that the dampers are in good working order and that all furnace doors fit tightly. Remember, a clean furnace conserves coal, gives you more heat for the fuel you burn, and will keep your family warm and healthful all winter long. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with blue coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Today's adventure of the Shadow is about to start. But first, I want to tell you how you can start out on a trip and be protected against both punctures and blowouts. Equip your car with the Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube, the sensational two-way lifesaver tube that automatically self-seals punctures while you ride. Yes, this tube will protect you against the trouble of changing tires along the road. But what is even more important to your safety, the special plastic rubber compound inside this tube also fills up rips and tears. Plus, serious tube injuries which would normally cause blowouts are changed into slow, safe leaks. Get Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tubes. They'll save you time and trouble, and they may save your life. The Shadow, mysterious character who devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town, student of science, and master of other people's minds. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to criminals and evildoers as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Island of the Devil.
Is he really dead? Monsieur, do you think I have eyes like an owl? You can see down in that filthy cell. Every morning, I throw down some food, as the regulations order me, and that's all I know.
Me, I do not like to go down there. They say the rats are as large as dogs.
You talk all the time like an old woman.
Is this work for a man? A jailer on the island Royale.
You are an old woman. Come, hold up the lantern, so I can see where I am going. Come.
So cold and wet.
Hold the lantern, I tell you.
Such a filthy hole in the ground. A pig could not live here, let alone a man.
Oh, stop talking, I tell you. If he's dead, the better for him. Watch where you stand.
Oh, Dieu! Water over the floor. How could a man live in this damp and cold and dark for so long? Answer me that.
I do not know answer. Just like the other dead prisoners who tried to escape, I put the boiling water on the shelf. Always, it is gone.
You forget? The rat?
Oh, you think...
Who wants to think? Here. Is this the cell?
This is the one. Open it. This here.
All right. Find the key.
When you have done that, Commandant, huh? Stones will bring him.
Pig off the lock. So rusty. Mon Dieu, even if the man lives, he must be... Come on.
Let us get out of here. No, wait. Turn the hand. And I say, let us get out of here. You will tell the commander the man is dead. No. I will have a look inside. If he is dead, I want to know it. He has been 20 years on the side. And in all those 20 years, they tell me it's spoken only one word. A woman's name, oui. Madame Renée. I've heard them curse the name 1,000 times. Hold up the lantern. Look. I was right. He is dead. No, look. It moved. No. He's getting up. Come, Jordan. Run! The devil himself! Run! Did I... He's trying to speak.
Madame Renée. Madame Renée. Madame Renée.
Madame Renée? More coffee?
No. Thank you, Monsieur Cranston. It was very kind of you to take me along on your beautiful ship. Is it not true, Madeleine? Not at all. There are not interesting people in this world. Lamont has a good sense to recognize one when he meets her.
Well spoken, Margot.
You are both too kind to an old woman. There I was, bored to death in Havana. Praying for excitement. And then you two come along. Mutual friends and introductions. And here I am on your beautiful ship. Drawing closer and closer to the island of the devil. It is the island full of the devils. Why should you say that, Madame Renée? They're criminals, true enough, but they're human beings. They're suffering far from their homes and friends. I'm afraid you are both too sentimental, my friend. Far too sentimental.
Oh, on the contrary, Madame Renée. I certainly would be the last person in the world to hold a brief for habitual criminals. Yet at the same time, I can't help but feel sorry for those men condemned to live in that hellhole. Don't you agree with that, Madame Renée?
I repeat, Monsieur Cranston, you are far too sentimental. For my part, whoever goes to the island of the devil can stay there and rot.
Pardonnez-moi, Commandant.
Well, what is it, jailer? Come closer.
Convict number 377. You asked to see him.
307. Oh, yes, Jean Bart. He can walk?
He can walk.
The devil bred a tough one. Well, don't stand there. Bring him in.
Oui, Commandant. Jean Bart, come in here.
Come in. Come in, Jean Bart. Closer. So, Jean Bart, you're still alive, huh? You know, if it was not for your eyes, I would think I was looking at a dead man. Well, have you nothing to say?
Madame Renée.
Madame Renée. Madame Renée. For the 10 years I've been commandant of this hellhole, and for the 10 years my predecessor was here, all we hear from you is Madame Renée. Madame Renée. Have you no other words?
Madame Renée.
Madness. Him, they want to pardon.
Pardon?
You spoke.
Pardon? You said pardon. I heard you. You said pardon.
You
said pardon for me.
Stand back, I said. Stand back.
But you said pardon.
Yes, a pardon. It is on its way.
On its way?
The devil knows why they gave it to you. They knew the trouble you caused me.
Well, I did nothing.
Oh, no, certainly not. All of these islands, Royal, Saint Joseph, they are full of innocent, persecuted men who have done nothing.
My pardon.
Yes, you will get your pardon. They bring it from the mainland. When you get it, go then, Jean Bart.
Madame Renée, I'm coming back for you. Madame Renée.
Madame Renée, you seem impatient. Of course I am, Madeleine. How much longer is the boat going to stay in this terrible harbor? Just a few minutes longer. The man said he'd be back as soon as he... Oh, there he is now, coming up the side. That man. Who is that man with Mr. Cranston? That's a surprise.
Hello, Margot.
Hello.
Margot, I want you to meet Mr. Randall. Miss Lane.
Mr. Randall?
Delighted, I'm sir. And Madame Renée, this is Mr. Randall.
Mr. Cranston, what is this surprise? Miss Lane was saying... Yes, Lamont, tell Madame Renée about it. Well, Monsieur Cranston?
The surprise is just this. We're actually going to be able to land on the island.
What? How is that? You said permission could not be secured.
The permission is right with me, Madame Renee. In the person of Mr. Randall here.
And how is that?
Suppose you tell him, Mr. Randall. I'd be very happy to. You see, Madam, I'm affiliated with the consul at Vienna. I phoned Mr. Cranston wirelessed ahead that he was stopping off the mainland before going on to the island. And I was very pleased to be able to tell him that since I had a fit for business on the island, if he wished to do me the service of taking me there from the mainland, I'd be would be able to make arrangements for your landing.
Oh, isn't that thrilling, Madame Renee? We'll actually be able to see the prison.
And I'm sure both of you will find the experience doubly thrilling when you discover Mr. Randall's official business. He's bringing a pardon to one of the prisoners. A man apparently wrongfully convicted, who's been buried alive in that place for 20 years.
Oh, Lamont, how wonderful. How can that be? Madame Renee.
Quick, get some water.
No. Go on. That's all right. But I'll take you below. No. I'm quite sorry. Please. I am a poor fellow, Monsieur Randall.
No, not at all. It's getting quite rough.
Monsieur Randall, if you would be so kind as to escort me around the deck.
I'd be delighted. We'll be back in a moment, my friend. And don't overexert yourself, madam. I think Margot and I'll go below. See you later. Right you are, Cranston. My arm, Madame Renee?
You are too kind, Monsieur Randall.
Shall we go aft?
Yes, some place where we will be quite away from everyone. You see, I want to talk with you. So, let me stand here by the rail, Monsieur Randall.
Just as you say, Madame Renee.
So you go with us to this island on a mission of mercy, monsieur?
Yes, a very pleasant mission, I assure you.
Pardon, may I ask who it is for?
Oh, yes, for a man by the name of John Bart.
John Bart? I knew it.
You say you know the man?
Is that so strange?
Yes, rather.
I know the name well, monsieur. If, pardon, monsieur, it is in your pocket?
Yes, of course. But really, what is this all about? What is your interest in this John Bart?
Come close, monsieur, and I will tell you my interest.
Yes?
My interest in this John Bart is so great that you die.
That knife, what the hell?
Please, monsieur, if you can, the fog. No one will see this Randall. How unfortunate for you, John Bart.
The end of Act One finds all signs pointing to a thrilling climax in this latest adventure of the Shadows. And speaking of signs, the careful motorist, you know, takes advantage of every sign along the road to make his driving safe.
The Shadow knows. Stop street signs, railroad crossing signals, signs that warn of slippery pavements and dangerous hills are put up with one idea in mind: to save your life and the lives of everyone who drives. It pays to obey them. It pays to play safe.
Motorists, when it comes to getting more safety and pleasure out of your driving, you can't beat this combination. The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown Tire and the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube. For remember, the new Silvertown Tire will give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had on wet roads. It also gives you the famous golden ply protection against high-speed blowouts caused by internal tire heat. And the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube automatically self-seals punctures while you ride. Furthermore, this amazing tube gives you additional protection against blowouts caused by serious tube injuries. Thus, rips and tears that would normally cause a blowout are turned into slow, safe leaks. If you want real protection against skids, blowouts, punctures, get this safety combination now. The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown Tire with the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube.
Isn't there any hope, Lamont?
See for yourself, Margot. Fog throws the searchlights of our ship back in our faces. Poor Randall's in the water.
Oh, no, Lamont. It can't be true. It can't.
You know the truth as well as I do, Margot. We've searched this ship from stem to stern. He's not on board.
But how could it have happened?
That's a truth that I can't answer, Margot. But perhaps the shadow can.
But what can the shadow do?
Madame Rene is below deck, sleeping quite calmly.
What has she to do with all
Perhaps
this?
nothing, Margot. Perhaps everything. When we discovered that Randall was missing, she alone was calm, unconcerned. Yes, even amused. I think it's time the shadow paid a visit on Madame Rene.
Madame Rene. Madame Rene, wake up. Yes, wake up.
Yeah.
Come, Madame Rene, wake up.
Oh, who spoke? Someone spoke.
Yes, Madame Rene.
Someone in my room. Who is it? Who?
I have questions to ask you, Madame Rene.
How dare you come into my room? Light. I will make a light and see. No one. No one here.
I am close to you, Madame Rene.
The boy. Close to me. I see no one.
I will it so.
You. Where are you?
I am here in this room. I cloud your mind so you cannot see me. But you saw a man die, and yet you did not help him.
I saw a man die.
In the sea. And you did not raise your voice. You did let Randall die. But why? Why did you do it, Madame Rene?
No. I won't answer you. That's the boy.
Madame Rene.
Stop talking to me.
Tell me why. You've got to tell me why, Madame Rene. Tell me why, Madame Rene. Why did you tell Randall?
He had to. He was trying to let Jean Bart go free. Jean Bart, he must rot there. Rot there on the island of the devil. Wait. Where are you now? Wait! Where are you now?
Welcome, Mr. Cranston. The wireless from the mainland. They told me to expect your arrival. But you're hours late.
I'm sorry, Commandant. The delay was caused by death.
Death? What do you mean, Mr. Cranston?
Mr. Randall of the legation was lost at sea.
Monsieur?
We searched the water for hours. He's gone.
But how? What?
All that in good time, Commandant. But first, have you a prisoner on this island by the name of John Bart?
John Bart? What of John Bart?
He is a prisoner here?
Yes, he is. Troublesome fool that we find such case. Thank heaven I'll soon be rid of him.
Rid of him? How?
And my last communique, they spoke of a pardon for this man.
So that was it.
What?
Quickly, I want to see this man, John Bart.
But, monsieur, this is irregular. What have you to do with him?
The man who drowned at sea carried in his pocket the pardon for John Bart.
What?
And I have an idea that the murderer is on board my yacht.
Mon Dieu!
And I'm going to change that theory into a certainty at once. Take me to John Bart.
Come, John Bart. The commandant was... Commandant! Commandant, he's gone! Commandant, he's gone!
Faster. Faster, man. Can't you row faster?
You are most impatient, eh, John Bart?
Oh, I must get away this time. You say my pardon was denied.
It was, John Bart. But you will escape. Leave it to old Couchet.
Oh, I've tried for so many times.
But never with the clever Couchet to help you now, did you, huh? Yeah, the oldest god on the island. And the cleverest.
Oh, a ship.
Yes, John Bart. A very nice ship. Anchored and waiting.
Yes, but who?
Friends.
Oh, no. No, I have no friends.
Oh, yes, they were friends enough to send word that your pardon had been denied. Friends enough to send a sailor to me with a bag of gold so heavy that I forgot my duty and well, here you are, John Bart. The sailor told me a rope ladder would be down the side of... Yes. There it is. No, we drift in close. Now,
Grab the ladder, Jabbar.
Yes, but I don't know who... I mean...
Grab the ladder and climb. There's no pardon for you. You want to be buried under the ground again?
No.
Then grab the ladder and climb. You have strength enough for that. When you get on deck, a sailor will be there to take you to your friends. Climb aboard.
Oh, yes, I will. I'm a bit weary, see, but
You think you're free now, John Rod, huh?
God bless you, Crochet.
No. Bless the gold, your friend.
Oh, dark in here. But I am free. I am free.
Shut the doors, Moonstar.
Well, who spoke? So dark I can't see you.
I arrange your escape.
Oh, my friend. You, whoever you are, you help me.
Yes, of course.
So I am so very weary. If you could forgive me, I would like to sit down.
There is a chair right next to you.
Eh? Oh, yes. My eyes, you know. It is dark in here, isn't it? Oh, I'm not very strong, you know. Oh, I hear you close and lock the door.
You feel old, Jean-Bart?
Oh, yes, your voice, I've heard it before.
How does it feel to be old, Jean-Bart?
But who are you? Who are you?
Like, and you will see. Now, you are old too, Jean-Bart.
Madame Renee!
Madame Renee. Oh, I advise you to sit as you are. This gun in my hand is quite a real one.
Madame Renee.
You have not forgotten my name. How nothing.
For 20 years, that name of yours has burned in my head. For 29 years.
Now I am more than a name.
I swore to kill you every day, every hour.
And I swore something too, remember? To make you as old as you called me that day 20 years ago. Remember your words, Jean-Bart? Oh, I swore to make you old. Make you old as you call me, and I have made you old. For 20 years, I've had every year of your life.
I'm going to kill you.
Remember, Jean-Bart? It was the war. I accused you as a spy. You didn't have a chance against my influence, did you?
No.
I did it, Jean-Bart. I did it. Now you're so weak and old, all you can do is to sit there white and tense with anger. But that won't help you, because I didn't bring you here just to talk to you. I brought you here for my final revenge. To kill you.
You brought me here?
Yes, a bullet through your head and escaped prisoner. They'll thank me for killing you. You hear, Jean-Bart? They'll thank me for killing you.
No, Madame Renee.
Who spoke?
A voice you've heard before.
A voice? The one that woke me from my sleep. No, there is no voice. Just imagination.
You hear me, John Bart?
Yes. Yes, I hear a voice.
You lie. There is no one here but you and I. Stand up, Jean-Bart. Stand up so I can see you fall when the bullet hits you.
No, Madame Renee.
Go out of my hand.
She will not harm you, John Bart.
But who are you?
To her, a voice of conscience. To you, a friend.
No, I have no friend. A pardon. They said it was coming to me, and they fooled me.
They did not fool you, John Bart. There was a pardon. It never reached you because Madame Renee did not want it to reach you. She murdered the man who was bringing it to you.
Madame Renee! You again!
Yes, I killed him. And I'm going to kill you now, Jean-Bart.
I warn you, Madame Renee. Not another step closer to him.
So with her money, she railroaded me to a prison cell and then to that island. And now I'm old. As old as I called her. And I haven't even got the strength for my revenge.
But I've got the strength for mine.
Gun. The folds of your dress.
Yes, you voice in the shadows. I had a gun hidden in my dress. Yes, indeed. Now it's dead. Look,
Dead. And I've had my revenge. I'm still alive and you're dead, Jean-Bart. You're dead. What are you going to do now, voice?
Don't move.
But he's dead. Look at him. He's dead.
I failed him in life, Madame Renee, but I will not fail him in death. I'll stay close by you, talking to you until you can stand it no longer.
No. I'll get out of here.
No, I will always follow you. I'll tell you of your crime, the torture and murder of a living being.
Stop. Wait for you. I will.
This ship, no, the world is too small for you to escape. My voice close to you.
I'll get away from you. I won't speak to you. I won't speak to you.
And I'll stay close to you forever, Madame Renee. I'll be the voice of John Bart calling you.
No. I'll get away from you. Away from you.
Jump into the sea. Perhaps, John Bart, I didn't fail you. Your life and hers were both founded on hate. You both have in death what you did not have in life. Peace.
program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
Remember, crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before The Shadow's adventure begins, a reminder to all homeowners. There's one sure way to get extra quality, extra value, and complete heating comfort. And that's by ordering blue coal by name. Blue coal's harmless blue coloring is the trademark of the world's largest hard coal producer. But even more, it assures you that each ton of blue coal has been laboratory tested for quality and sized and prepared to give you better heat with less furnace attention. So don't gamble with ordinary fuel. Ensure your family perfect heating comfort and satisfaction by ordering blue coal by name. Call your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. At the close of this afternoon's program, we have a most distinguished guest, one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Francis H. Horan. I'm sure you will all be anxious to hear what he has to say, so be sure to listen. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Ghosts Can Kill.
Court will come to order.
Proceed, Mr. District Attorney.
Your Honor and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence against this man, Ralph Gorman. 3 eyewitnesses of unimpeachable character saw him commit the murder. He was caught at the scene of the murder with a gun in his hand. It is the duty of the jury to convict him. Ralph Gorman has been brought to court 7 times for serious crimes.
I object. Although I admit my client has been brought to court in the past, he has always furnished an unbreakable alibi and has been acquitted. Therefore, I claim that this record is irrelevant.
Objection sustained.
Very well. That doesn't alter the state's case. In this instance, the accused has no alibi. He is guilty of murder and should therefore be sent to the chair.
Order in the court.
I think the question before the jury is a clean-cut issue. The defendant, Ralph Gorman, committed a peculiarly cold-blooded murder. There are no halfway measures. He is either guilty or not guilty. I therefore instruct the jury to return a verdict of acquittal or first-degree murder. The jury will retire to consider the verdict.
The prisoner will cease this disturbance at once.
What's the matter? Don't you like my music?
This is a court of law, Gorman. While you are awaiting the verdict of the jury, you will please conduct yourself in a more seemly manner.
Well, Margot, I've seen many murder trials in my time, but I've never seen one where the accused man played on a mouth organ while waiting for the jury to send him to the chair.
Lamont, isn't Gorman one of the toughest gangsters alive?
Yes. In my estimation, Ralph Gorman is public enemy number 1, Margot.
Yet he's never been caught and sent to prison, Lamont. You heard that in the testimony.
Oh, he's been caught often enough. They've never been able to convict him, because he's always been able to furnish an absolutely airtight alibi. This time, for some unexplainable reason, he has no alibi. So if there's any justice, he should be put away for good.
Here comes the jury back in again. It certainly didn't take long to come to a decision.
After the evidence they heard, they should.
Court will come to order.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the accused, Ralph Gorman, guilty of murder in the first degree.
The court will come to order.
The prisoner will stand. Ralph Gorman, you have been proved a menace to society, and society has passed judgment upon you. You have been found guilty of willful, deliberate murder in the first degree. Have you anything to say before a sentence is pronounced upon you?
Yeah, I got something to say.
Very well. Be brief.
Society passed judgment on me, huh? Okay, then if you're going to kill me, I'm going to come back from the grave and get even with society.
Empty threats will avail you nothing, Gorman.
You don't believe I can do it, huh?
All right, I'll even tell you who I'm going to get.
That will do. I'm not going to...
First, I'm going to get that big financier, Oscar Borden, that's always giving away money. I guess Borden's what you'd call a pillar of society, ain't he?
Stop, Gordon.
Then, just for fun, I'll kill that young guy, Frank Collins, that just got engaged to that social register dame. I'll come back after death and get both of them. Collins and Borden. Yeah, you don't think I can do it, huh? But I can. Yes, I can. Quiet in court.
Ralph Gorman, I hereby sentence you to be taken to the state's prison and to there be executed in the manner provided by law. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Hey, quit it, will you, Gorman? Bad enough being in prison without having to listen to that.
Lay off the music, will you?
Come on, shut up.
Hey, what's going on here?
Hey, listen, guys, make that guy Gorman stop playing that mouth organ. He's driving us all nuts in here. What's he think this is, Carnegie Hall?
No, I don't think this is Carnegie Hall. It's the death house. And you guys are in it just like me.
Stop it, you guys. Or you'll all get solitary. Gorman, you've only been allowed to keep your mouth organ as a special favor. If you're going to make trouble, I'll have to take it away from you.
Have a heart, will you? That's all the fun I get.
Fun? He's driving us nuts.
Oh, why do you care, buddy? They're burning me tonight. Tomorrow it'll be quiet around here. Quiet as the grave.
Listen, Gorman, you'd better keep quiet. The warden will be here in a minute.
The warden? What do I care for the warden? He can't do any more than give me the hot seat, and he's doing that anyhow.
Here comes the warden now.
What's all the disturbance in here, guard?
It's Gorman, warden.
Hey, did you hear from the governor, warden?
Yes. I'm afraid I've got bad news for you, Gorman. Governor Roberts has refused to do anything about your case.
And they're going to burn me tonight, huh?
I'm afraid so.
Looks like society put the finger on me. Just like the judge said. Well, okay. I warned him. Like I said in court, within a week, the millionaire Oscar Borden and Frank Collins are going to be dead.
Don't talk like that, Gorman.
You'll see. And I think I'll get Governor Roberts, too, while I'm about it. That makes a nice trio, don't you think? Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, and Governor Roberts. I'm going to come back from the grave and kill them. All three of them, yeah. Society passed judgment on me, huh? Okay, I ain't kicking. We'll see who laughs last.
Making stupid threats won't do you any good, Gorman.
Stupid, huh? Listen, in a week, those guys are all going to be dead. Lots deader than me.
Come along, guard.
You better warn them. Tell them their time is up when they hear me playing on my mouth organ like this. Extra, hey, read all about it. Ralph Gorman electrocuted. Ralph Gorman threatens life of Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, and Governor Roberts before he dies. Gorman executed. Hey, read all about it. Expect for it.
Is there anything else you want me to do tonight, Mr. Borden?
Before you go, draw the curtains and turn off the overhead lights, Taylor.
Yes.
Will you stay here in my study for a while? It's quiet. There's some things I want to look over.
Yes, Mr. Borden. You won't be disturbed, sir. I think everyone else has gone to bed.
There's a newspaper here. I haven't had a chance to look at one all day.
Right on your desk, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, good night, Taylor.
Good night, Mr. Borden.
Well, I glanced at the headlines before getting down to work. Let's see. Rebels push into province. Merging relief agencies. Gangster executed amid great interest. Dramatic scene in the death house last night. Ralph Gorman threatens to come back after death and murder. The philanthropist, Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, millionaire sportsman, and Governor Roberts. Now, let's see. On the way to the chair, Gorman warned his intended victims that they would know of his presence by hearing him play a mouth organ. These were his last words, after which he was electrocuted. From this picture here, I'd say he was of rather low mentality. The mouth organ, well, that's a bizarre note. Oh, I wonder. Wait a moment. I can hear a mouth organ now. No, it must be my imagination. That's odd. I could swear I hear it again. It seems to come from the other room. Who opened that door? Why, you're Ralph Gorman.
You see me, Mr. Borden?
This is impossible.
I've come back from the dead to keep my promise to society.
You're mad.
Ghosts ain't never mad, Mr. Borden.
Ghosts? Preposterous. We'll see about this.
Don't touch that bell, because it ain't going to do you no good. Well, that's one of them. 2 more to go.
Well, Lamont, as long as you just seem to be walking me around the streets aimlessly, you might at least answer my questions. What do you think of those threats?
Threats? What threats, Margot?
The threats made by Ralph Gorman last night before he was executed.
Oh, I wouldn't give them a second thought. 6-year-old child knows it's impossible to come back from the dead and murder people.
The Oscar Borden murdered, famous philanthropist found in his study, shot to death.
Yes, I hear it too. Boy, give me a paper.
Yes, sir.
Keep the change, son.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Taxi.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I think this will bear a little investigating. I'll see you later, Margot. I'm going to drop in on the scene of the crime. Our friend Commissioner Weston should be there.
Cardona, see who that is. Whoever it is, don't let him in this study of Mr. Borden's until I get through questioning these people.
Okay, Commissioner Weston.
Bunny was found here, but...
Mr. Lamont Cranston, sir. He says you know him.
Oh, yes, I know him. Tell him... Oh, wait a minute. He tries to be an amateur criminologist. Let him come in. I'll show him how the police department really works.
Yes. All right, you can come in, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weston.
How do you do?
I just happened to be passing by the Borden house, and I thought you might be here.
Well, Cranston, you want to test some of your amateur theories on crime, I suppose.
Always willing to try, Commissioner?
Well, you're liable to beat your brains out over this one. About 3 hours ago, Oscar Borden was found at his desk here with a nice round bullet hole in his head, and not a clue.
How distressing. Not a single clue, Commissioner?
Well, we have 2 clues, but they don't make sense.
Well, perhaps they don't make sense to the professional detective, but
No.
an amateur on the intellectual side of crime might be able to help you out, Commissioner. What were the clues?
Well, first I asked the cop on the beat if he'd seen any known crooks hanging around the building tonight.
And?
And the dumb guy told me he hadn't seen any, except at one time during the afternoon he thought he got a glimpse of Ralph Gorman. And Ralph Gorman is known to have threatened Oscar Borden.
I see. And the other clue, Commissioner?
The other clue was even slimmer. One of the maids says she heard a mouth organ being played in Mr. Borden's study about the time the murder must have been committed.
Why, it all hinges together perfectly, Commissioner, don't you see? Ralph Gorman has threatened Oscar Borden. He plays the mouth organ, and he's been seen hanging around the house. Why, he's your murderer.
Very pretty theory, Cranston. The only hitch is that Ralph Gorman was put to death last night at 11 o'clock in the electric chair at State Prison.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, you should read the papers. You see, as an amateur criminologist, you're not so hot after all, Cranston.
Well, have you solved Oscar Borden's murder?
No, not yet.
Well, you're no better than I am, then. Commissioner Weston, if I were you, I'd put a guard of large, solid policemen around anyone Ralph Gorman might have had a motive to kill.
Oh, yeah? And then what?
Then I'd look for the ghost of Ralph Gorman.
It's lucky you're not police commissioner. Now, you'd better get out of here, Cranston. I've got important work to do.
We continue with the second act of Ghosts Can Kill in just a moment. Homeowners, would you like to stop those tiresome trips to the cellar and keep furnace attention down to a minimum? Well, then, here's what you do. Get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him about Blue Coal's automatic heat regulator. It's a thermostat which is attached to the wall of your living or dining room that controls your furnace dampers automatically. Just set the thermostat control at the exact temperature you wish, and your Blue Coal heat regulator will maintain that temperature day or night. You know yourselves how costly and dangerous to health overheating the house can be. But a heat regulator will ensure you steady, even warmth, which is most beneficial to the health of all. What's more, by stopping this overheating of the house, a heat regulator will save you fuel. And saving fuel means saving money. You can own one of these Blue Coal heat regulators for only $18.95 plus a small installation charge. And believe me, it will pay for itself in the time and trouble of constant draft adjustment it saves you. So, call your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Hello.
I thought we were cut off, darling, but now I tell you, I'm all right.
Oh, but Frank, I'm so worried. If only I were in town so I could be with you.
But what is there to worry about, darling?
Why, those threats that awful man Gorman made against you.
Oh, that was just nonsense. I never even knew him, and besides, he's dead.
Yes, but Oscar Borden was threatened, too, and he's dead.
Oh, now, Ruth, darling, please stop worrying for my sake. Nothing's going to happen to me. I'm in my own apartment, and I have no intention of going out, so nothing can happen. Now, you go to sleep and get your beauty rest. You know, you've got to look your prettiest for our wedding Tuesday.
Oh, all right, dearest. At least I'll be with you by tomorrow. I'll be down on the 11 o'clock train in the morning.
Oh, that's wonderful, and I'll meet you at the station. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Poor Ruth. I don't know why women get so nervous about... Oh, I wonder who that could be. Hello?
Is this Frank Collins?
Yes, who's this?
This is the Shadow.
Oh, the Shadow. Yes, I've heard of you. What do you want?
I want to warn you, Collins. Warn you against a death.
Whose death?
Yours.
And why should you be warning me?
Because if you're not very careful, you'll meet the same fate as Oscar Borden, and for the same reason.
Oh, nonsense.
Furthermore, I would suggest that if you value your life, you will apply without delay for police protection.
Look, I don't know who you are, Shadow, or what your game is, but I'm not afraid of you or anybody else.
Have it your own way, Mr. Collins. Have it your own way.
Wait a minute. Wait, listen. He hung up. I wonder what that was all about. Well, certainly wasn't a very cheerful person to talk to. Maybe I'd better get... Let's see, now, what's Commissioner Weston's home number? See, I think I've got it in here someplace. Oh, yeah, here it is. Main 999.
Phone. Who could be calling at this hour? Now, where's that phone? Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Commissioner, this is Frank Collins. I just received a threat.
Frank? Oh, you did?
Yes, I was informed I'm about to meet Oscar Borden's fate.
How are you warned?
Over the telephone just about 5 minutes ago. By a man who calls himself the Shadow.
The Shadow? Is he mixed up in this?
How should I know? Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I thought for a minute I heard a mouth organ playing.
Mouth organ? Oh, that's just your nerves, Collins. Is your door locked?
No.
Go lock it quick.
All right, just a minute.
Good Lord. I can hear the mouth organ myself over the phone. Collins!
You're too late, Collins.
Collins!
You should have locked that door before you made the call.
It's Ralph Gorman's voice. Collins!
Who are you?
Maybe you heard of me, Collins. I'm Ralph Gorman.
Gorman! Oh, don't shoot! Don't! Oh!
Now only one more to go.
Operator! This is Police Commissioner Weston. Get me headquarters. Hurry, operator. Hurry!
Lamont?
Come in, Margot.
I just heard that Frank Collins was murdered in his home last night, Lamont.
Yes, I've been reading the papers.
It's dreadful. How could Ralph Gorman have come back from the dead to commit these murders?
Margot, yesterday I would have said it was totally impossible. Today, well, frankly, I don't know. This moment, I can't think of any other hypothesis that would account for the known facts.
Then that means... Jiminy,
What did you say?
I merely said Jiminy.
Why did you say that?
Jiminy? I don't know. I was just thinking. Why? Does it mean anything?
Ordinarily, no. In this instance, it may mean everything. At least it gives me a clue. Margot, is your car outside?
Yes, Lamont.
Well, come on. We're going places. Be careful, Margot. Watch how you're driving.
You told me to step on it. I thought you wanted to get to the Regal Hotel in a hurry.
I do, but I'd like to get there all in one piece.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me that. Incidentally, why the Regal Hotel?
Governor Roberts is staying there. He's addressing the manufacturers' dinner at the Colossus Club tonight. I'd like to be sure he lives to make it.
Oh, Lamont, now you're being mysterious again. Why shouldn't Governor Roberts live to make his speech?
Because I have reason to believe he's next on the list, marked for murder. I have an idea that if any attempt is made on the governor's life tonight, it'll probably be tonight. Here's the hotel. You'll just pull up the curb.
All right.
I said up to the curb, dear, not over it.
Oh, I think you're horrid.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, so will somebody else before the night's over. Well, goodbye, Margot, and thanks for the ride.
This is the service entrance, Governor. Go right through that door there. You'll be on Marine Street.
Good, thank you. That's where I told my car to wait.
Governor Roberts, do you think this is wise?
Wise, Latham? Of course it's wise. What danger can there be? I'm going straight to the dinner at the Colossus Club alone in my own car with my own chauffeur.
Well, just as you say, sir.
Through this door to the street, you said, Porter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, where's my car? I told Henry to wait. Oh, there he is. To the Colossus Club, Henry. Henry, this is the most preposterous thing I ever heard of in my life. What's our police force turning into? A bunch of old women? Ralph Gorman? Of course I couldn't pardon him. The man was guilty. But he certainly can't come back from the dead, can he, Henry? All this cock and bull story about playing a mouth organ, you don't believe... Henry, what's making that noise? Henry, did you hear me? Henry, what's the matter with you? This isn't the way to the Colossus Club. You're heading for the river. Stop the car. Henry, Why, you're not Henry.
That's right, I ain't Henry, Governor. Don't you remember me, Ralph Gorman?
Ralph Gorman? No. No, it's not possible.
Well, you see me, don't you? And you remember how I used to play the mouth organ in the death house? Like this.
Stop the car. Let me out.
I'll let you out, all right, in 10 feet of water when we get to the river.
No. Let me out.
You didn't let me out of the chair, did you, Governor? I burned, remember? Well, you'll drown.
Stop the car. Stop it, I say. You'll kill us both.
You can't kill a dead man, can you, Governor? The old fool went and croaked by himself. Scared to death. It saves me the trouble.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Gorman.
Hey, what's that?
Governor Roberts is unharmed. He's only fainted. He has a weak heart.
Who's that? Where are you?
You didn't know you had the Shadow as a passenger.
Oh, the Shadow, huh? Well, you can't hurt me. Even a Shadow can't harm a ghost.
But you're not a ghost, Gorman.
Yeah, that's what you think. Don't you know that Ralph Gorman is dead?
Certainly. But you're not Ralph Gorman. You're his twin brother, Arthur.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't, Arthur. I went down to the city records office and checked up on the birth certificate. A very pretty little story. Your mother had twin boys and concealed the fact from everyone. She brought you two up deliberately for a life of crime. Very convenient, wasn't it, Arthur? No matter what crime one of you committed, the other was always seen somewhere else at the same time to furnish a complete alibi.
Yeah, I'm Arthur Gorman, Ralph Gorman's twin brother. But if we hadn't got the hour mixed up, they'd never have convicted Ralph that last time.
Too bad, wasn't it? After all the trouble your mother had taken for years to conceal the fact you were twins.
How did you get onto it?
Why, a friend of mine used the expression Jiminy. And I naturally connected that with Gemini.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Gemini is the sign of the zodiac, which means the twins. Well, Arthur, this is a very interesting discussion. But I think now you'd better stop the car.
Oh, yeah? What do you think I am, crazy? They're never gonna burn me.
That's a matter of opinion.
All right, you got me, but I got you, Shadow. Got you where I want you. There's the river right ahead of us. I'm gonna drive over the embankment. I'll drown, but so will you. I'll drive right over the edge.
None of this emergency brake works, you won't?
Oh, my Lord. Oh, what happened?
Boy, look at that smasher.
Those drunken drivers, they ought to be put in jail.
He ran head-on into the warehouse wall there. Did you see
Two
him?
men in there.
Here's the doctor. Let me through.
Let the
There they are,
doctor-
Doc.
I see. Stand back, please.
Well, how about it, Doc?
Well, I'll be... The man in back is Governor Roberts.
Hey, Governor Roberts?
Is he? No. He's all right, I think. Just fainted. Shocked, probably.
Hey, Doc, how about the other guy?
The chauffeur here is dead.
Dead? That's too bad. Say, his face looks familiar.
What is it? Do you know him?
That dead guy in the chauffeur outfit is the living image of a gunman called Ralph Gorman.
Ralph Gorman? It can't be. Ralph Gorman went to the chair last week.
Well, if it ain't him, it's his twin brother.
If only you'd been able to tell us that a week ago. Justice would have been served a great deal more quickly.
In a moment, we shall introduce our distinguished guest, one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Francis H. Horan. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some money-saving hints on furnace care and attention.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. Last week I discussed the 3 factors which cause heat to be lost up the chimney and how they can be corrected. This afternoon I want to tell you about another common cause of wasted coal and heating inefficiency, namely ash pit loss. Ash pit loss means the unburned or partially burned coal which falls through the grates into the ash pit. This loss is due simply to shaking the grates too often and too vigorously. Don't shake the fire every time you throw on fresh coal. Let that depend on the weather outside. And when you shake the grates, stop immediately when you see the first red glow in the ash pit. If you think you're not getting full value for your heating dollars, here's what you do. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to have a trained John Barkley heating expert inspect your furnace. Remember, there's no charge or obligation on your part. So feel free to call on your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now, on behalf of our sponsors, the Blue Coal Dealers, the nation over, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Francis H. Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'm very happy to be here with you this afternoon and to have the opportunity of speaking to the audience of the Shadow program. I am sure all law enforcement bodies in the United States agree with me when I say that constructive radio programs are a very great help in the prevention of crime. I can't emphasize strongly enough how important it is to prove, particularly to growing boys, the truth that crime in any form does not pay. Your program helps to bring this message to millions of people, so keep up the good work.
We certainly shall, Mr. Horan, and thank you, sir, for stopping in. It's been a great honor to have had you with us. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before this afternoon's adventure with the Shadow begins, here's advice every homeowner will profit by following. When you order your next supply of fuel, ask for blue coal. Then you'll enjoy steady, dependable heating comfort and satisfaction such as you've never known before. Countless thousands of American families have found from experience what a tremendous difference blue coal makes. It burns down to a fine ash, leaving no wasted, unburned coal. And it gives steadier, healthier heat with less furnace attention. So if you want the solid fuel for solid comfort, insist on blue coal by name. Call your dealer for your supply tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Valley of the Living Dead.
This
desert scenery is simply magnificent, Lamont. Why, this alone was worth the trip.
Yes. And I think that's the mountain range over there that I've been looking for. Sort of saw-teeth edge to it.
Looking for a mountain range. The whole thing seems silly to me. This long trip just because you heard of a rumor that there's a valley someplace behind a sawtooth mountain where people act peculiarly. What's behind this rumor?
That's just what I'm going to find out, Margot.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want some gas. And I also want to know the best road up that mountain over there.
Oh, there ain't no road over that mountain you can drive on, mister.
No road? Well, what's the matter with that one right ahead there?
That's no good. It's dangerous. You see, ain't many folks besides me has been in that valley. And, brother, I'm going to live there someday.
Well, if you go, you can go alone, Timothy Hicks. I'll have plenty of time to rot when I'm dead and in my grave.
What's that you said?
I said I'd have long enough to rot when I'm in my grave.
Don't pay no attention to her, missus. She don't know nothing. Why, on the other side of that there range, they got the slickest place you ever seen. Put it in a round valley. There's only one thing, though. You got to be busted to live there.
You can't have any money?
Yep, busted. Why, the folks in there get the houses given to them and food, everything.
You mean a sort of a state poor farm?
Nope, nothing like that. It's private. Owned by Mr. Maxim. Kindest man that ever was. Yes, indeed. Well, there you are, mister, all fixed up.
About how many people live in that valley?
Well, I wouldn't know exactly. There's maybe 800-900. I ain't been in since they prospected for gold. Boy, they sure hit a vein.
Well, then they must have plenty of money in there.
Nope, they ain't. See, while Mr. Maxim was in the east, those folks got some capital in from the outside to work the mine. Yep, but then he came back. Maxim come back too soon. Gosh, was he mad. Put a stop to it as quick as cat.
Gold? And he put a stop to it?
Yep, yeah. Ain't supposed to have no money in there.
Probably can't tell a nickel from a dime, but now. Me, I can't see myself without a bit of change in my hand now and then. Not me. Ain't got nothing in there I want. No radios, theaters, stores, nothing.
Well, Lamont Cranston, there's certainly no great wrong here to right. I suggest we give up the whole thing and make this a pleasure trip for a change.
Sorry, Margot. Here you are, Hicks.
Oh, thanks, mister. Hey, mister, be on the watch for boulders rolling across the road there.
Well, here's where we leave the paved road and start climbing.
There's a sign. Danger, drive up this road at your own risk.
Oh, yes, I see it. And I assure you it interests me, Margot. In view of what our friend back there just warned us.
There comes the boulder now, Lamont. Bigger than this car.
You're right.
Oh.
Well, strange. He missed us anyhow.
Now will you turn back? The road isn't safe.
Well, that one might be just coincidence, Margot. It's a fine road. Nothing wrong with it. Good all the way up, far as I can see.
There's another boulder.
Yes, coming right down this path. Hold fast.
Oh, thank goodness that missed us, too. Lamont, there's no coincidence about those boulders rolling down.
No, you're right, Margot. Unless I'm mistaken, it's an electric eye. And it starts them as surely as it would open a door.
Well, then, for pity's sake, let's get out of here. We'll be smashed to bits. I've had enough of this whole thing.
Before the sun sets, Margot, we're going to be in that valley. But we're going in by plane.
But it all seems so unnecessary, Lamont. Going and getting this plane, there can't be anything wrong. Not with this man Maxim on the job. Say he's so kind and all that.
Margot, never in my life have I felt a more compelling certainty that something was wrong. At any rate, we'll know the moment we're over the jagged teeth of this ridge below. There. Look, Margot. There's the valley. Apply lower. Look closely.
Lamont, this is low enough.
Yes, 100 feet. And look. Look at those people closely, Margot, as they move along the streets. The lifelessness of them.
Well, no traffic to keep them jumping. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong.
Children half-heartedly at play. No work being done anywhere. Men sprawled on the grass.
Well, what of it, Lamont?
Cut off from the outside world. No work to do, no amusements, nothing for mind or muscle to feed on. Why, Margot, that place is like a stagnant pool covered with green slime. Beautiful to look at, but filled with decay.
Well, maybe you're right, Lamont. Even the women don't stop to talk to one another. They don't even look up at the sound of the plane.
And over there, just beyond the dam, are the gold mines. Latest equipment lying idle.
And a chance for everybody to make a lot of money. Look, what's that back against the hill? Oh, it's a sort of castle.
Wait a minute, Margot. That standard flying from the turret there. It has a name on it. I'll try to get closer and make it out. See, Ingram A. Maxim. Ingram Maxim. Why, I know who this fellow is now.
You do?
In college. I was just a freshman. He was taking postgraduate. A bald, thin little man, always helping some of the fellows. Why, he was rich as Croesus even then. Hang on, Margot. I'm going to set it down on the other side of the dam. Find out what this is all about.
Why don't they answer, Lamont?
We'll keep on knocking until they do. Wait. I saw the curtain move from the window up there.
Please, Lamont, let's go back to the plane. I feel weak. What was that?
I don't know. It's horrible. But, Margot. Good heavens, Margot. Here, you're not fainting.
Oh, the lady has fainted.
Mr. Maxim, please. I prefer to carry her.
I will carry her. No one here dictates to Maxim. There. Now, precede me into the house, if you will, sir. And now, with the little lady well taken care of, we shall dine together. Cranston, we talk over the old days. You see, I remember you. Indeed, I have the faculty of remembering everybody I ever see.
I couldn't forget you, naturally. Always doing such kind things to help the less fortunate chaps at college.
That was nothing at all. Now, here, of course, I have much larger opportunities.
Yes, undoubtedly. Something's been puzzling me, Maxim. Those boulders rolling down into the road. I'm curious to know how you work that.
I have my own ways, Mr. Cranston, of protecting this valley of mine from intruders. I want nothing from the outside world to touch my people. Nothing.
Where's Mother? I can't move.
You're all right, Margot. I'm right here.
Keep your arms under the blankets, little lady. That's it.
But I'm not cold. I'm smothering.
Too much exertion, my dear, coming down that steep path from the dam. Women's delicate bodies were not built for harsh exertion. You see, they... Serena, what are you doing here? Why did you leave your room in your wheelchair without my help?
Is the lady sick, Maxim? Are you sick too, my dear?
No, nothing wrong with me. Just a little chill.
Miss Lane, my wife.
How do you do?
Mr. Cranston.
How do you do? Did you suffer an injury of some sort, Mrs. Maxim? That you should have to be in a wheelchair?
No. Oh, no, I've always been strong. But after the birth of my son, I think that was when
My dear, you are exerting yourself too much. You must go to your room.
But Maxim's always taken such good care of me. I never have to lift a hand. He carries me, puts me in my bed. He feeds me. He's always so kind. Kind.
It is the privilege of all strong people, my dear, to take care of the weaker. Come, my dear Serena. Off to bed with you.
Maxim, the lady heard it too. It's not my imagination.
It is the wind, my dear, in a faulty flue. I shall have it fixed tomorrow.
But I tell you, it has the sound of my son's voice.
Now, that imagination of yours again, my dear. You know that Paul is off at school. Now, say good night to Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
Good night, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston.
Good night.
While we're waiting for the second act of The Valley of the Living Dead, here's a word to the wise. Homeowners, when you order fuel, keep in mind that there's just as much of a difference between the quality of various kinds of hard coal as there is in an automobile, radio, or washing machine.
This difference lies in the location of the fields from which the coal comes and the care in mining and preparation. That's why it will pay you to insist on blue coal when you order your next supply of fuel. For blue coal is a guaranteed product of the nation's largest hard coal producer, the Glen Alden Coal Company. Their mines are located in the richest part of the northern Pennsylvania anthracite fields. Each ton of blue coal as it comes from the mines is screened and rescreened many times for perfect sizing. Then it's washed to remove any existing impurities and laboratory tested by trained inspectors. Only the coal which passes this thorough laboratory test and meets Glen Alden's high quality is shipped to blue coal dealers. That's why you can be sure of perfect heating comfort and satisfaction when you order quality-tested blue coal by name. You'll find that blue coal gives you steadier, more dependable heat. So call your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Father? Oh, I thought you'd never come.
But, Paul, my son, don't I always come?
Oh, this steel cast. Can't we take it off?
Not yet, my boy. To remove it too soon would mean that you'd never walk again.
I don't care. I don't care. It's now. It's the pain now that I can't stand.
I know what is best for you, Paul.
But it's getting worse. I can't rest. I can't sleep.
Come now. You must.
Oh, if I only could and never wake up.
There. That is better. Patience. Patience. I'll turn the light low. There. Good night, my son. Sleep. Sleep.
I'm glad he's gone. I'll get this cast off somehow. Even if it does cripple me. I don't care.
Let me help you, Paul.
Who spoke? Where are you?
Don't be frightened. I've come to help you.
Nothing can frighten me anymore. But I can't see you.
I can sometimes help people better because I'm not seen.
Oh, I don't know what you mean, but can you really help me? I mean, take this cast off.
Yes, Paul, right away. Tell me, how long have you had it on?
Nearly 2 years. I was away at school and had an accident. My father came to see me, well, I don't remember much about that part. But a doctor said that I would have to have this cast put on.
A doctor said that?
Well, yes. My father told me he did.
Here, trust me now. I want you to try to stand.
But I can't. My father says I can.
I want you to try.
All right. I'll try. Oh, I'm standing.
Good boy. That's what I wanted to know. You have 2 strong, healthy legs. They're growing against steel that clamps them like a vice. This cast is coming right off.
It's off. Oh, but my legs, they feel numb.
Steady, Paul.
Oh.
The pain will soon be gone. You'll be well again. Well again, boy. Oh, yours is not the only bondage to be broken tonight.
Margot, it's good to get out in the air. Now, down these stone steps. Watch out. Steep.
Lamont, tell me, that dreadful cry, was that...
Yes, his son, Margot. I was able to relieve his sufferings, though.
Oh, thank heaven for that. But down in the village, all those people, what can you do for them?
If their suffering has been great enough, I'll make them help themselves. Watch out. This last step. Yeah, that's it.
There isn't a light anywhere. Everyone in this village is asleep.
That's it, Margot. Everyone has been asleep too long. But with luck, I hope to awaken their minds to this living death.
Not a sound anywhere, Lamont, except that coyote off in the hills.
The villagers sleep, Margot, but they do not rest. Come, I'll show you how their tortured subconscious minds react.
This place of living dead, this silent, beats on my ears like the drums of eternity.
And in the next house and the next, Margot, I must go to them as they sleep in the shadows. Try to free them from this bondage of submission.
The mills. I hear them. The good, honest roar of machinery. The white heat of the furnaces. There's a fine strength in me. And I'm to have a raise of $1 at the end of the week. No, that's past and gone. I've become as soft as something that lies rotting in the sun. There is no hope. I am dead. Dead.
No, my friend, you're alive. And you can be strong again.
What? Who spoke? Who said that?
God put muscles in a man's body for use, for work.
Work? Yes, work. But we are dead.
Not while there is work to be done, and you can do it.
No, I've dreamed that dream until I'm nearly mad.
Then go to the mines. They wait only for your courage to start them working.
No, we can't do that. Mr. Maxim has forbidden it.
Wake up, man. He has given you what only money can buy. He has taken from you what only God can give. Your freedom. Start working the mines tonight.
Start working the mines tonight. Start working the mines tonight. Start working the mines tonight.
Lamont, there are lights now in every house.
Yes, and over there, lanterns swinging to the quick step of men hurrying to the mines. Give me your hand, Margot. We've no time to lose. We're almost at Maxim's castle.
To think in a single night you will have destroyed Maxim's self-created world.
As well as that, Margot, everything on which his ego has fattened. Listen, the people are wasting no time. Hurry. Here, I'll help you. Up these steps. Quickly. Quickly, Margot, quickly. This is Maxim's room, Margot. You stay back. I don't know what danger lies behind this door. But as the shadow, I'll soon find out.
After all I've done for them, they betray my generosity. Men and women alike. They're crowded down at the mines with the hundreds. I'm going out to the balcony to observe them more clearly.
Maxim, what's happened? Why are you so angry?
Mrs. Maxim,
Oh,
don't be startled. I'm here to help you. Listen closely. This is a fight for freedom.
Oh, who speaks? It's all such a strange dream.
Do as I tell you without questioning. Rise out of your bed, out of your weakness, and fight as those people down at the mines are starting to fight.
But I can't rise. I can't walk. Not without Maxim's help.
You can. You shall. You've got to fight out of the weakness to strength and freedom.
Yes. Fight out of weakness to strength and freedom. I can. I will stand.
I see their game. They want a freedom apart from me, but they shan't have it. I stopped them before. I'll stop them again.
No, Maxim. Don't stop them this time. Don't.
Serena, you standing alone. How dare you stand alone without my help?
I'd rather die, Maxim, standing alone as God intended me to stand, than go on in a living death of the weakness that comes of your constant support.
You too. After all I've done, devoted my life to you. What madness is in this place tonight?
Madness is lifting from this place tonight, Maxim.
What is that voice? Who speaks?
Perhaps it is your conscience speaking, Maxim. Your conscience.
Serena, what is that voice? Do you hear it? Or is this whole thing some crazy dream?
I only know that I can stand alone and move alone. And if it's a dream, I hope I never wake.
Listen closely, Maxim. Your conscience speaks again. You gave these poor creatures the things your millions could so easily buy. You felt great and noble and princely in the giving. And for that you robbed them of their strength of will and muscle and heart. It is a crime. Just as stealing money is a crime.
This is how they repay me, is it? They hurl my liberality back into my teeth and make it a reproach.
Maxim, you are consumed by selfishness. A selfishness so great that it has sacrificed 1,000 people and your wife and your son to its greedy demand.
It's a lie! My whole life has been devoted to others. My people know I love them. I'll go to them. I'll talk to them.
Will you also listen to them?
They will listen to me. And I will give them their choice of life or death.
you! Stop those drills!
No! We want to work! Yes, we want to work!
There is no need for you to work. I shall always provide for you. I have promised that. I have proved it.
We will earn money again to buy food that we earn to care for our family.
And I say you shall not. This valley is mine. And all who live here shall live as I order.
Let us work the mine. There's the way. Let us feel we've earned the right to live.
Have you so soon forgotten from what I saved you? That world outside where every man sets his hand against every other man? For money?
At least we know we live. Better that than this, where we grow soft with the rotting softness, and the hills and the silence close us in. We want no more.
This valley is the fulfillment of a dream. For you.
It's a dream and nothing more. There is no life in it.
I tell you, I know what is best for you. You will not accept life as I have given it to you. Then you shall have death as I give it to you. I shall save them from themselves. A quick, merciful death. Yes, one turn of this lever, and in a few minutes the valley will be a deep and silent lake. Yes, one turn of the lever.
For the second time, Maxim, your conscience speaks.
Let it speak. I know what is best for my people.
You care nothing about those people.
How wrong you are, voice. I care enough about them to exterminate them all, rather than submit them to the corruption of an outside world. Just one turn of this handle.
Just one turn of that handle, and you would be a murderer.
The ungrateful have no right to live.
Close those gates before it is too late. You have no right to pronounce death. For if there's a guilty man in this valley today, you are that man.
I guilty. Of what am I guilty?
You attempted to buy the freedom of 1,000 people, Maxim. To force them to the knees before you, and to keep them there for the rest of their lives.
No, I didn't mean it that way. This lever. Oh, I'm turning back. The rush of water against the gate is too strong. I can't turn it.
Maxim, I'm here. Cranston. Lamont Cranston. Here beside you.
Oh, Cranston,
I'll help you.
Before it's too late.
Yes, together. Our combined strength.
It's done. They shall live.
Maxim, what's wrong? There's blood on your lip.
Something in me is broken. The weight of closing the gate.
Here, lean on me.
Wait. Look, Cranston, look. Coming there. Walking toward me. Look. Walking. My wife and my son.
Yes, walking. Here, Maxim, take my arm.
No, Cranston, I am dying. I gave my life closing those gates, saving my people. Tell them that. Tell my wife and son.
Please lean on me. Let me help you to your feet.
No, look. The weaker I grow, the more strongly they walk. My wife and son, they are getting back what I took away.
You're a great man at this moment, Maxim. And listen, down by the mines as the water recedes, they're cheering you, Maxim.
Yes, I hear them cheering me.
And they are the cheers of a living and a free people.
Before you hear a preview of next week's Shadow Story, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with more of his time and trouble-saving hints on furnace care and attention. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. A great many homeowners are under the impression that they can save money by putting only a little coal on the furnace. On the contrary, that's one of the surest ways I know to actually waste money. A flimsy, shallow fire is apt to go out. It won't give you enough heat, and it causes constant trips to the cellar to refuel the fire. The economical way to fire your furnace is to keep a deep fire bed at all times. Build the fire up to the level of the bottom of the fire door. Of course, in milder weather, you can leave a little heavier layer of ash on the grates. This keeps the fire burning slowly, yet it keeps enough coal burning to give plenty of heat if the temperature should suddenly drop. And remember, if you feel your furnace isn't giving you 100% heating results, here's what you do. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer. Ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to look over your furnace. These men are trained heating experts. They're fully qualified to locate the source of any possible furnace trouble and show you how it can be corrected.
This John Barclay service is yours without any charge or obligation of any sort on your part. So always feel free to call your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now for a preview of next week's exciting shadow adventure entitled Prelude to Terror. The eminent scientist, Professor Baker, is sitting in his study late one night when there is a knock on the door. Thinking it is his butler, Cooper, he says, "Come in, Cooper." Oh, I thought it was Cooper.
Shut up, Professor Baker. I got a present for you.
Here's what the boss wants. And before he's through, the people of this city will wish they were dead like you, Professor Baker.
Why did this man kill Professor Baker? For what reason does he say an entire city will welcome death? Be sure to find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure, Prelude to Terror. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Lurks in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Your local Blue Coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before today's story begins, an important message to all householders. When ordering fuel, remember that there's a tremendous difference between various kinds of hard coal. And remember that there's one hard coal that offers you better heat with less furnace attention. And that's blue coal. You'll find that blue coal banks and burns better and gives you absolutely the most for your money in heating service and satisfaction. So ask for blue coal by name the next time you order fuel. And be sure to listen at the close of today's program, for we have a special guest whom we wish to introduce to you. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Hypnotic Death.
Herbert, why did you bring me to this doctor's office?
I want you to meet the famous Dr. Dharma. He's a friend of mine. We might even get him to be my best man.
Oh, Herbert, it makes me so happy to hear you making plans for our wedding.
Martha, dear, you stay here a minute. I want to prepare Dr. Dharma for the big surprise.
Yes, Herbert.
Sure, there's no sense to it. Hiya, fellas. Well, look who's here. Charming Charlie himself. Cut that, Fats. The name's Herbert Van Burston for the present.
You got something in tow, huh, Charlie?
Yeah. Where's the doctor? Oh, he's inside with one of the lawyers. He'll be right out.
What do you got, Herbert?
A servant girl. No living relations.
Yeah, perfect.
Made to order.
What kind of a policy she got?
10,000 life, double indemnity.
All right. You sure know how to pick 'em.
You don't do so bad yourself.
Hey, here's the doc now.
Hello, Dr. Dharma.
Well, Herbert, we've been waiting for you. You know Lawyer Manson?
Yeah.
Where's the girl?
In the waiting room.
Good. Have you her policy?
Yeah, right here. There you are.
Look it over, Manson. See that everything is in order.
Sure, let me have it. Usual form. No inserts. Double indemnity for death. Beneficiary, Herbert Van Burston. It's made out to you, all right.
You bet.
That's okay.
Very well. Bring the girl in. Okay, Doctor. See that the boys have their instructions, Manson.
Right, Doctor.
Come right in, Martha.
Yes, Herbert.
These men are friends of mine, and this is the great Dr. Dahmer.
Pleased to meet you, Doctor. Herbert first tell
Come
me.
here, Martha. Close to me.
Yes, sir.
Look at me. Look into my eyes.
Herbert.
Look into my eyes, Martha.
Oh, Herbert. Take me out of here.
Martha.
I am afraid. I don't want to look into your...
Now, Martha, from this moment on, I will control your mind. My will shall be your will. My instructions, your commands. Whether or not I'm with you, whether or not you see me, you will obey my orders.
Obey your orders?
Yes. Obey my orders. All right, men, you must be going. You are about to witness an even greater demonstration of my principle of telepathic hypnosis.
The car with Herbert and the girls just pulling over to the curb, Dr. Dahmer.
Where are the boys?
See, they're standing on the corner. Herbert's getting out of the car.
Very well. Stop the car.
Oh, this far away, Doctor?
Distance in no way affects my powers. I must close my eyes and concentrate. Keep me informed of the results, Munson.
Right. Say, a girl stepped out of the car.
Yes. Now to test my theory of telepathic hypnosis. Martha, move close to the curb.
She's doing it, Doctor. She's there.
Stop, Martha. Wait for my orders.
She's standing at the curb.
Is there a car coming, Munson?
Yes, there's one coming down the street at a fast clip.
How far from the girl?
About 200 feet.
Yes.
150 now.
Yes.
100. 50.
And now, Martha.
25.
Walk, Martha. Walk.
10. She's... Well, that's done, Dr. Dahmer.
Yes, it is quite done, Munson. Quite.
Look, she's dead.
Yeah.
Dead. You murderer. You killed my fiancée. I didn't mean to do it.
Get back there, you papers. Stand back. Now, buddy, what happened?
Well, the girl stepped right in front of my car, officer. I couldn't stop.
Yeah, of course you couldn't. You were going too fast. All right. We can't argue that out here. I'll have to place you under arrest, young fella.
Just a moment, officer.
What do you want?
I saw what happened. That young man is not to blame.
Why?
The girl walked right in front of the car.
Well, you'd better let me have your name.
Cranston. Lamont Cranston.
Say, officer, this man's talking through his hat. This woman was killed by a reckless driver.
Officer, there's something very peculiar about this whole thing.
I beg your pardon. Excuse me, officer. I'm Dr. Dahmer.
Well, what is it? You witness to this?
No, I'm not. I didn't see it. But as a citizen, I feel that reckless driving must come to an end.
You say you didn't see what happened?
That is correct.
Then you'll pardon me, but I hardly think you're in a position to voice an opinion in this matter, Dr. Dahmer.
I see. You, of course, are a witness for the driver.
Exactly.
Very noble of you. Very. I assure you, sir, that you and I will meet again. Yes, I'm sure we will meet again.
Lamont, you've hardly touched your dinner. Are you ill?
Strangest feeling's been creeping upon me since that automobile accident.
Lamont, your voice sounds awfully strange.
Yes, I must shake this off. I must.
Perhaps some more coffee would help, Lamont. Lamont, why are you staring so?
You and I will meet again.
What are you saying?
Yes, I'm sure we will meet.
You dropped the cup. What is the matter?
We shall.
Wait, there's somebody help, please.
What happened?
I don't know. He just simply toppled over. Some terrible thing has come over him.
Now, Miss Lane, try and calm yourself.
Nurse, how long will I have to wait for some news about Mr. Cranston?
Dr. Anthony and Dr. Whitman are with him now. You must be patient.
I don't understand it. He was so well only yesterday, and now I just can't believe it.
Oh, here's Dr. Anthony now.
Dr. Anthony, how is he?
Just a moment, Miss Lane. Nurse, will you stay with Mr. Cranston?
Yes, of course, Doctor.
Sit down, Miss Lane. I want to talk to you.
But, Doctor, how is he?
No better.
What?
If anything, he's worse. That may be brutal, Miss Lane, but you should know the facts.
Oh, Doctor, it sounds frightful.
I've called in every specialist I thought might help. They're completely stumped, Miss Lane. Never in our experience have we encountered such a strange case.
Well, what can it be?
We don't know. All the vital organs are in excellent condition. Yet his energy is rapidly ebbing.
Oh.
I hate to have to tell you this, Miss Lane, but we're afraid Mr. Cranston won't last the night.
Oh, no. Oh, no, that can't be possible.
The most discouraging thing is Mr. Cranston's complete lack of cooperation. He seems to have lost the desire to live.
Oh, I must go to him. He must fight this thing off, whatever it is.
Come along, Miss Lane. We put him in this room right across the hall. There we are. Now, Miss Lane, try to arouse his interest in something.
Yes, Doctor, I will.
Step right in.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont.
Margot.
How are you, Lamont? Are you any better?
Something pressing.
Where?
Here. My head.
Oh.
Hands squeezing.
Lamont, listen to me, please. Your life is in your own hands. You must fight, Lamont. Fight.
Here. Fight. Obey. Orders. My will. Your will.
What do you mean? What are you trying to tell us, Lamont?
Can't tell you. He won't let me.
What's that? Who won't let you?
Can't tell you.
You must tell us.
Must obey orders.
Lamont, you've got to tell us. We want to help you.
Tired. Sleepy.
Doctor, would you step over here a moment?
Of course, Miss Lane.
Doctor, don't think I'm mad, but the man in that bed is not Lamont Cranston.
Not Miss Lane.
The body is Lamont Cranston, all right, but the spirit is not his.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Let me explain. Isn't it true that when a person suffers from a psychosis, they mutter of things and experiences of the past?
Yes, that's quite correct.
Well, these things Mr. Cranston's been saying, I've never heard him say before.
No, but...
Doctor, I'm convinced Mr. Cranston is uttering the words of someone else.
Someone else?
Yes, a will stronger than his own dominates him, dictates his every word and action.
You mean a form of hypnosis?
Have you ever heard of telepathic hypnosis?
Why, of course. A book has been published on the subject just recently. In fact, I have a copy in my office.
I feel only an authority on that subject can help Mr. Cranston. We must send for the author of that book.
But, Miss Lane, the theories of hypnosis described in this particular book have not been endorsed by the medical profession. It makes interesting reading.
Dr. Anthony, we don't know what's wrong with Mr. Cranston. Perhaps I'm clutching at a straw, but his life is in danger. I insist that you call in that author.
Very well. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Go into my office. Phone this man to come here at once. Here, I'll write the name for you. Dr. Augustia Dahmer. Yes, nurse, what is it?
Dr. Dahmer's here.
Oh, thank heavens.
How do you do, Dr. Dahmer? I'm Dr. Anthony.
Pleasure.
This is Miss Lane, a friend of the patient.
I'm honored, Miss Lane.
Oh, it's good of you to come, Doctor. I hope you can help Mr. Cranston.
I shall do everything in my power.
I suppose you've come in contact with similar cases.
Frequently, Miss Lane.
Is it possible, then, that Mr. Cranston's will is dominated by another?
Quite possible. His very existence is in the hands of, master mentality.
Oh, Doctor, please help him, please.
Yes, of course, Miss Lane.
I'll awaken the patient.
No, Doctor. I'll awaken him. Mr. Cranston.
Yes?
Open your eyes.
Open eyes.
Why, Doctor, that's an amazing demonstration.
Lamont, this is Dr. Dahmer. He's come to help you.
Obey.
Don't you understand? Why do you stare like that, Lamont? Dr. Anthony, Dr. Dahmer, that's the same expression he had on his face just before he collapsed in the restaurant.
He seems frightened.
Dr. Dahmer, do you...
Miss Lane, Dr. Anthony, I think it best that you leave me alone with the patient.
Of course, Doctor. It's a little cool in this room. Would you mind closing that window behind you, Doctor?
The window? Window? Of course, I'll take care of it. Now, if you please.
Certainly, Doctor. We'll leave at once. Come, Miss Lane.
Dr. Dahmer, I place my last hope in you.
Mr. Cranston will be well taken care of.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, Cranston, we meet again, eh?
We meet again.
Oh, yes, of course. Your vocal cords. I'd quite forgotten. You can think clearly enough, but can't express yourself. Well, I shall lessen the pressure a bit for the moment so that you and I can have a little tete-a-tete, eh? You may talk, Cranston. You may talk.
You murderer? You fiend?
Rather a spectacular beginning for a tete-a-tete.
There may be a spectacular end to it, too, Dr. Dahmer. There's a limit to your control.
The facts dispute you, Mr. Cranston. You are helpless. You can speak no louder or no longer than I choose to permit.
You've grown rich by murder and fraud. But in some way, I'm going to put an end to you.
Come now, Cranston. Your slight respite is over. I returned you to the condition that baffles science and destroys you. My will is your will. My orders, your command. Obey. Obey.
My will. Your will. Obey. Obey.
Precisely. Now, Cranston, I leave you to your doom. You shall be dead by morning.
Before our second act begins, let me ask you a question. Have you ever talked to an older person who said, well, of course, things are a lot easier for you people now than they were in my day? I guess you can't blame older folks for being just a bit envious, for we have so many new improved products which make present-day living easier. The list is practically endless. Just for example, take blue coal. Now, thousands of you homeowners will agree with me that blue coal has certainly simplified living. Its use has brought home heating comfort that wouldn't have been thought possible a generation or so ago. For blue coal burns so much better, requires so little furnace attention, and it gives you safer, more dependable heating service and satisfaction. You see, blue coal is a guaranteed product of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the nation's largest hard coal producers. All their superior resources, equipment, and care in mining and preparation combine to make blue coal the finest hard coal money can buy. That's why it will pay you to make your next fuel order a supply of blue coal. See what a tremendous difference it makes compared to ordinary anthracite. Then you'll join the thousands of regular blue coal users who say there's no substitute for blue coal for perfect heat with less furnace attention. Call your dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Is Mr. Cranston any better, Dr. Anthony?
Sorry, Miss Lane. No improvement.
Oh, this is terrible. It's horrible. Even Dr. Dahmer couldn't help.
No, he said the patient refused to cooperate. Under the circumstances, help was impossible.
I'm afraid Mr. Cranston lacked faith in Dr. Dahmer. If there was some way I could... Dr. Anthony, you have a copy of Dr. Dahmer's book.
Yes?
That might do it. If we show Mr. Cranston the book, he might realize how important Dr. Dahmer is.
Well, we can try it. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Go across to my office. You'll find Dr. Dahmer's book on my desk. Bring it here, please.
Yes, Doctor. Dr. Anthony, the phone line is on.
Oh, thank you. I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, sir. Wants to speak to Mr. Cranston. Well, that's impossible. Well, I see. All right, have him come up. I'll talk to him.
What is it, Doctor?
The driver of the car that killed the girl goes on trial tomorrow. His lawyer's downstairs in the reception room. He thinks Mr. Cranston can save the boy.
Oh, perhaps the plight of the boy might stimulate Mr. Cranston's interest.
Why, yes, there is that possibility.
Here's the book, Doctor.
Let me have it.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Look, Lamont. This is Dr. Dahmer's book. You see his name on the cover. He's a tremendously important man, Lamont. You must let him help you.
Miss Lane, I believe we've struck something.
He's thumbing through the pages. I think we've aroused his interest.
Oh, that's the lawyer.
You must put him off, Doctor.
Yes, nurse, tell the gentleman we can't see him just yet.
Yes, Doctor.
Look, Doctor. He's actually reading the book.
This is the first break in the case.
Oh, I hope so.
Dr. Anthony.
Yes, nurse, what is it?
All that lawyer wants is for Mr. Cranston to establish how far the automobile was from the girl when she stepped off the curb. He brought this enlarged photograph of the scene of the accident in the hope that Mr. Cranston could mark the spot on the picture.
Well, I'm afraid that...
Doctor, look. Mr. Cranston's reaching out for the photograph. I believe...
Do you think he recognizes it?
Apparently. Nurse, let me have that photo.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Here, Lamont. Show us where the automobile was when the girl stepped off the curb.
Why, he's drawing his finger over the picture.
No, Lamont, not there. The place where the car was.
Oh, he's indicating a spot on the sidewalk. You see, it's useless. His brain isn't functioning. Why, look, Miss Lane. He's pointing from Dharma's name on the book cover to the spot on the photograph.
Doctor, I see it now.
What?
He's placing Dharma at the scene of the accident. Oh, Doctor, don't you understand? Lamont has met that man before. That's why he was so agitated when Dharma came in here.
Why, I believe you're right, Miss Lane.
That's why he keeps repeating the words, "We will meet again."
Do you think Dharma might be the influence that dominates Mr. Cranston?
I don't know, Doctor.
Look, Miss Lane. He's pointing to a passage in Dharma's book now.
What is it, Lamont?
Read the passage, Miss Lane.
Should the controlling mind lose poise for even an instant, in that moment the spell is broken and the will of the subject released. If the controlling mind loses poise...
Window.
Oh, he's trying to tell something by association of ideas.
What significance can the window have? I've got it, Doctor.
What?
Do you remember when you asked Dharma to close that window?
Yes.
He lost his poise. He never went near it. He didn't dare look out of this 26th floor window.
Of course. I thought his conduct strange at the time.
Dharma is a victim of a phobia. The fear of high places. That is what Mr. Cranston is trying to bring out.
We shall meet again.
Doctor, we've got to get Dharma back up here. We've got to make him lose his self-control, if only for an instant. It's the only way to break Dharma's influence.
But will he come? He's washed his hands of the case.
I think I know a way to get him here. Get the chairs out there on the terrace, nurse.
Yes, Miss Lane.
Dr. Anthony, I think we'd better move Mr. Cranston's bed a little closer to the edge.
Yes, hurry, Miss Lane. Dharma's already on his way up.
Where do you want this chair, Miss Lane?
Right over there, close to the parapet.
How did you manage to get Dharma to come up here?
Well, I simply phoned and told him Mr. Cranston was getting well. He nearly dropped the phone. He was so nervous.
Oh, that must be Dharma.
Yes.
Now, look, I'll go through the next room and leave you and Mr. Cranston alone with him. Nurse, you show Dr. Dharma in, and you can go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good luck, Miss Lane. I certainly hope this works
I
out.
hope so, Doctor. Hurry.
Good luck.
Lamont, watch him. Watch Dharma every second. This is our only chance to beat him. Oh, Dr. Dharma, I'm glad to see you.
How do you do? I, too, am glad. Isn't this rather unwise, having Mr. Cranston out here? It's quite windy at this height.
Mr. Cranston requested it.
Requested it? Mr. Cranston did?
Yes, won't you sit down, Doctor? Here's a chair, right over here.
Yes, pardon me, Miss Lane, but I'm pressed for time. I must examine Mr. Cranston alone. Do you mind?
Not at all, Doctor. I'll leave... Oh!
Miss Lane, look out.
I tripped. How awkward.
You nearly fell over the edge.
Oh, did I frighten you, Doctor?
Oh, come away from there.
I'm sorry. I'll leave you now with your patient.
Yes, Miss Lane, look. Mr. Cranston's gone. What was that?
Should the controlling mind lose poise for even an instant? Thanks for the tip, Doctor. Miss Lane's fate stumbled at the trick. You lost poise.
Who are you?
Your liberated subject, Lamont Cranston.
I can't see you.
Quite right, Doctor. Nobody ever sees the shadow.
The shadow? You?
Yes, Doctor.
I've heard of you. The invisible. But this can't be. You accomplish this through hypnotism.
Correct, Doctor. We're masters of the same art. We apply it quite differently.
You have hypnotized me. All my life I've looked forward to an encounter with the shadow. I felt it would be the ultimate test of my hypnotic powers.
Well, Here we are, Doctor.
Quite so. And you shall see who is master.
What do you mean?
I lost control over your will, but only for the moment. You're a fool if you think you can best me. I have just to touch you, and you will again be helpless.
If you can touch me.
You have made one mistake, a fatal one.
Mistake?
Your selection of an arena was thoughtless. This terrace is small. You'll have to pass me to get away.
I warn you, Dahmer. This may mean your doom.
I know where you are now. There. I'll... Oh!
You've lost the first move. You can't touch me, Dahmer. It's useless to try. Your wisest course is to surrender and settle with the law.
Never. Ah. You moved that chair. You're in the corner near the wicker fence. Now we'll see whether you can...
Get back from the edge.
Lamont, are you all right?
Yes, Margot.
I heard a scream.
It was Dahmer. Lost his balance.
Oh.
Fell 26 stories.
Oh, Lamont. Well, thank God you're safe. Oh, it was so ghastly, you lying there, aware of everything, not able to express your thoughts.
You expressed them very well for me, Margot. If it were not for you, this would be my hour of doom instead of Dahmer's. He had an amazing mind, Margot. But like so many brilliant minds, it was bent in the wrong direction. Men like Dahmer would be a boon to mankind if they used their talents constructively.
We'll introduce our special guest in just a moment. But first, let's hear from Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. Many homeowners are under the impression that all they need do to put coal on the furnace fire is throw on a few shovels full. I can assure you that that's neither the most practical nor the most economical way to get satisfactory heating results. First, the grate should be shaken gently until you see the first red glow in the ash pit. Be sure not to shake red-hot or unburned coals through into the ash pit, for then you'll simply be wasting coal. Next, pull a mound of live coals to the front of the firebox, just inside the fire door, with a shovel or a hoe. Now you have a fire bed sloping down toward the back of the furnace. Put fresh coal into the hollow formed by this slope, being sure to leave a few burning coals near the door. These live coals will act as a pilot light, which will burn off the gases which rise from the fresh coal contact with the burning coal. Try this method of putting coal on the fire and see if it doesn't give you far more satisfactory heating results. And remember, if at any time you have difficulty with your heating plant, get in touch with your nearest blue coal dealer. He'll gladly send a John Barclay serviceman to show you how to fix up the trouble. John Barclay service is absolutely free, so call your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now I have the privilege of presenting Dr. Lorne W. Barclay, National Director of Camping Activities of the National Council of the Boy Scouts of America. By the way, you're not related to John Barclay, our heating expert, by any chance, are you?
Not that I know of, but I've heard his heating advice on this program and found it very useful.
Good. Dr. Barclay, the producers of Blue Coal have asked me to congratulate your great organization, the Boy Scouts of America, on the 29th anniversary of its founding. Through the years, the Boy Scouts have made many important contributions to the finest American ideals. And for that, we salute you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. And may I say that we are grateful to the sponsors of the Shadow Program. They, too, are making a valuable contribution to Americans, young and old, by showing them that crime in any form does not pay.
We appreciate having had you with us this afternoon, Dr. Barclay, and we sincerely hope you will visit us again. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the